his teeth. "He has so much to answer for." Standing over him, weapons whirling, spinning, Seardamin watched her with his one remaining eye, waiting for the end to all of this, an end he only faintly regretted. The failure, his failure, yes, that deserved some regret. But then, had he truly believed he could stop this apparition? "He said I was dying. I'm dying again." All at once she was still, her eyes like hooded lanterns, her arms settling as if the dance had danced its way right out of her and now spun somewhere unseen. She stared down at him without recognition, and then she turned away. He heard her stumbling back the way she had come. That was long enough. Seardamin turned his head, saw the Redeemer standing close, not a large man, not in any way particularly impressive. Hard enough, to be sure, revealing his profession as a soldier, but otherwise unremarkable. "What made you what you are?" he asked, or tried to, his mouth filled with blood that frothed and spattered with every word. The Redeemer understood him nonetheless. "I don't know. We may possess ambition, and with it a self-image both grandiose and posturing, but they are empty things in the end." Then he smiled. "I do not recall being such a man." "Why did she leave, Redeemer?" The answer was long in coming. "You had help, I believe. And no, I do not know what will come of that. Can you wait? I may need you again." Seardamin managed a laugh. "Like this?" "I cannot heal you, but I do not think you will cease. Yours is a strong soul, Seardamin. May I sit down beside you? It has been a long time since I last had someone to speak to." "Well, here I bleed, but there is no pain. As long as I can," he said, "you will have someone to speak to." The Redeemer looked away then, so that Seardamin could not see his sudden tears. "He didn't make it," Monkrat said, straightening. Gradithan glowered down at Seardamin's corpse. "We were so close, too. I don't understand what's happened. I don't understand at all." He turned slightly and studied the High Priestess where she knelt on the muddy floor of the tent. Her face was slack, black drool hanging from her mouth. "She used it up. Too soon, too fast, I think. All that wasted blood." Monkrat cleared his throat. "The visions—" "Nothing now," Gradithan snapped. "Find some more Kellic." At that, Salin's head lifted, a sudden thirst burning in her eyes. Seeing this, Gradithan laughed. "Ah, see how she worships now! An end to all those doubts. One day, Monkrat, everyone will be like her. Saved!" Monkrat seemed to hesitate. Gradithan turned back and spat onto Seardamin's motionless, pallid visage. "Even you, Monkrat," he said. "Even you." "Would you have me surrender my talents as a mage, Erdo?" "Not yet. But yes, one day you will do that. Without regrets." Monkrat set off to find another cask of Kellic. Gradithan walked over to Salind. He crouched in front of her, leaned forward to lick the drool from her lips. "We'll dance together," he said. "Are you eager for that?" He saw the answer in her eyes. High atop the tower, in the moment that Silana stirred, cold eyes fixed upon the pilgrim encampment beyond the veil of night. Anomander Rake had reached out to still her with the lightest of touches. "Not this time, my love," he said in a murmur. "Soon. You will know." Slowly the enormous dragon settled once more, eyes closing to the thinnest of slits. The Son of Darkness let his hand remain, resting there on her cool, scaled neck. "Do not fear," he said. "I will not restrain you next time." He sensed the departure of Spinnock Durav on a small fast cutter into the Ortnal beyond Nightwater. Perhaps the journey would serve him well, a distance ever stretching between the warrior and what haunted him. And he sensed, too, the approach of Endest down along the banks of the river, his oldest friend, who had one more task ahead of him, a most difficult one. But these were difficult times, he reflected. Anomander Rake left Silana then, beneath darkness that never broke. North and west of Bastion, Kallor walked an empty road. He had found nothing worthwhile in Bastion. A pathetic remnant of one of Nightchill's lovers, a reminder of curses voiced long ago, a reminder of how time twisted everything like a rope binding into ever tighter knots and kinks, until what should have been straight was now a tangled, useless mess. Ahead awaited a throne, a new throne, one that he deserved. He believed it was taking shape, becoming something truly corporeal, raw power brimming with unfulfilled promise. But the emergence of the throne was not the only thing awaiting him, and he sensed well that much at least. A convergence, yes, yet another of those confounded cusps, when powers drew together, when unforeseen paths suddenly intersected, when all of existence could change in a single moment, in the solitary cut of a sword, in a word spoken or a word left unspoken. What would come? He needed to be there, in its midst. Such things were what kept him going, after all. Such things were what made life worth living. I am the High King of failures, am I not? Who else deserves the broken throne? Who else personifies the misery of the crippled god? No, it will be mine. And as for all the rest, well, we'll see, won't we? He walked on, alone once more. Satisfying to be reminded, as he had been when travelling in the company of those pathetic Tiste Andii, that the world was crowded with idiots, brainless, stumbling, clumsy with stupid certainties and convictions. Perhaps this time he would dispense with empires. This time, yes, he would crush everything until every wretched mortal scrabbled in the dirt, fighting over grubs and roots. Was that not the perfect realm for a broken throne? Yes, and what better proof of my right to claim that throne? Kallor alone turns his back on civilization. Look on, fallen one, and see me standing before you, me and none other. I vow to take it all down, every brick, and the world can look on, awed in wonder. The gods themselves will stare, dumbfounded, amazed, bereft and lost. Curse me to fall each and every time, will you? But I will make a place where no fall is possible. I will defeat that curse, finally defeat it. Can you hear me, Carol? No matter. You will see what there is to see soon enough. These were, he decided, glorious times indeed. Book 3. To Die in the Now. Push it on to the next moment. Don't think now. Save it for later, when thinking will show its useless face, when it's too late and worry is wasted in the rush for cover. Push it past into that pocket so that it relents its gnawing presence, and nothing is worth doing in pointless grace when all the valid suppositions smother your cries. Push it over into the deep hole you don't want to know in case it breaks and makes you feel cruel reminders when all you could have done is now past. No, don't bother. Push it well into the corner. It's no use, so spare me the grief. You didn't like the cost, so bright, so high, the bloodiest cut, when all you sought was sweet pleasure to the end of your days. Push it on until it pushes back. Shout your shock. Shout it. You never imagined, you never knew what turning away would do. Now wail out your dread in waves of disbelief. It's done. It's dead. Push your way to the front, clawing the eyes of screaming kin. No legacy awaits your shining children. It's killed. Killed. Gone the future, all to feed some holy glory. The world is over. Over. Siban's Dying Confession. Siban of Aaron. Chapter 13. We watched him approach from a league away, staggering beneath the weight of all he held in his arms. We thought he wore a crown, but when he came near, the circlet was revealed as the skin of a serpent, biting its tail. We laughed and shared the carafe when he fell, cheering as he climbed back upright in pleasing charm. We slowed into silence when he arrived, and saw for ourselves the burden he carried, kept from harm. We held stern in the face of his relieved smile, and he said this fresh young world he had found was now ours. We looked on as if we were grand gods, contemplating a host of undeserved gifts, drawing knives. Bold with pride, we cut free blooded slices, shared out this bright dripping bounty, and ate our fill. We saw him weep then, when nothing was left, backing away with eyes of pain and dismay, arms falling. But wolves will make of any world a carcass. We simply replied with our natures revealed in all innocence. We proclaimed with zeal our humble purity, though now he turned away and did not hear as the taste soured. And the betrayal of poison crept into our limbs. We watched him walk away, now a league, maybe more, his lonely march, his mourning departure from our kindness, his happy annihilation of our mindless selves, snake-bit unto death. The last days of our inheritance, Fisher D.e.a.th. The vast springs of the carriage slammed down to absorb the thundering impact. Then, as the enormous conveyance surged back up, Gruntle caught a momentary glimpse of one of the Bowl brothers, his grip torn loose, wheeling through the grainy air. Arms scything, legs kicking, face wide with bemused surprise. His tether snapped taut, and Gruntle saw that the idiot had tied it to one of his ankles. The man plunged down and out of sight. The horses were screaming, manes whipping in their frantic heaves forward across stony, broken ground. Shadowy figures voiced muted cries as the beasts trampled them under hoof, and the carriage rocked sickeningly over bodies. Someone was shrieking in his ear, and Gruntle twisted round on his perch on the carriage roof to see the other Bowl brother, Jula, tugging on the tether. A foot appeared, moccasin gone, long knobby toes splayed wide as if seeking a branch, and then the shin and lumpy knee. A moment later, Ambi reached up, found a handhold, and pulled himself back onto the roof, wearing the strangest grin Gruntle had ever seen. In the half-light, the Tregall carriage raced onward, plunging through seething masses of people. Even as they carved through like a ship cutting crazed seas, ragged, rotting arms reached up to the sides. Some caught hold only to have their arms torn from their sockets. Others were pulled off their feet, and these ones started climbing, seeking better purchase. Upon which the primary function of the shareholders was made apparent. Sweetest Sufferance, the short, plump woman with the bright smile, was now snarling, wailing with a hatchet into an outreaching arm. Bones snapped like sticks, and she shouted as she kicked into a leering, desiccated face, hard enough to punch the head from the shoulders. Damned corpses! They were riding through a sea of animated corpses, and it seemed that virtually every one of them wanted to book passage. A large brutish shape reared up beside Gruntle, Barghast, hairy as an ape, filed blackened teeth revealed in a delighted grin. Releasing one hand from the brass rung, Gruntle tugged loose one of his cutlasses, slashed the heavy blade into the corpse's face. It reeled away, the bottom half of the grin suddenly gone. Twisting further round, Gruntle kicked the Barghast in the chest. The apparition fell back. A moment later, someone else appeared, narrow-shouldered, the top of its head an elongated pate with a nest of mousy hair perched on the crown, a wizened face beneath it. Gruntle kicked again. The carriage pitched wildly as the huge wheels rolled over something big. Gruntle felt himself swinging out over the roof edge, and he shouted in pain as his hand was wrenched where it gripped a rung. Clawed fingers scrabbled against his thighs, and he kicked in growing panic. His heel struck something that didn't yield, and he used that purchase to launch himself back onto the roof. On the opposite side, 3 dead men were now mauling Sweetest Sufferance, each one seemingly intent on some kind of rape. She twisted and writhed beneath them, chopping with her hatchets, biting at their withered hands and head-butting the ones that tried for a kiss. Rakanto Ilk then joined the fray, using a strange saw-toothed knife as he attacked various joints, shoulders, knees, elbows, and tossing the severed limbs over the side as he went. Gruntle lifted himself onto his knees and glared out across the landscape. The masses of dead, he realized, were all moving in one direction, whilst the carriage cut obliquely into their path, and as the resistance before them built, figures converging like blood to a wound, forward momentum began inexorably to slow, the horses stamping high as they clambered over ever more undead. Someone was shouting near the rear of the carriage, and Gruntle turned to see the woman named Faint leaning down over the side, yelling through the shuttered window. Another heavy blow buffeted the carriage, and something demonic roared. Claws tore free a chunk of wood. "Get us out of here!" Gruntle could not agree more, as the demon suddenly loomed into view, reptilian arms reaching for him. Snarling, he leapt to his feet, both weapons now in hand. An elongated, fanged face lunged at him, hissing. Gruntle roared back, a deafening sound, cutlasses lashing out. Edges slammed into thick hide, sliced deep into lifeless flesh, down to the bones of the demon's long neck. He saw something like surprise flicker in the creature's pitted eyes, and then the head and half of the neck fell away. Two more savage chops sent its forearms spinning. The body plunged back, and even as it did so, smaller corpses were scrambling onto it, as if climbing a ladder. He now heard a strange sound ahead, rhythmic, like the clashing of weapons against shield rims. But the sound was too loud for that, too overwhelming, unless... Gruntle straightened and faced forward. An army indeed. Dead soldiers, moving in ranks, in squares and wedges, marching along with all the rest, and in numbers unimaginable. He stared, struggling to comprehend the vastness of the force. As far as he could see before them, gods below, all of the dead, on the march. But where? To what war? The scene suddenly blurred, dispersed in fragments. The carriage seemed to slump under him. Darkness swept in, a smell of the sea, the thrash of waves, sand sliding beneath the wheels. The carriage side nearest him lurched into the bole of a palm tree, sending down a rain of cusser-sized nuts that pounded along the roof before bounding away. The horses stumbled, slowing their wild plunge, and a moment later everything came to a sinking halt. Looking up, Gruntle saw stars in a gentle night sky. Beneath him, the carriage door creaked open, and someone clambered out to vomit onto the sands, coughing and spitting and cursing. Master Quell. Gruntle climbed down, using the spokes of the nearest wheel, and, his legs feeling shaky under him, made his way to the sorcerer. The man was still on his hands and knees, hacking out the last dregs of whatever had been in his stomach. "Oh," he gasped, "my aching head." Faint came up alongside Gruntle. She'd been wearing an iron skullcap, but she'd lost it, and now her hair hung in matted strands, framing her round face. "I thought a damned tiger had landed on us," she said. "But it was you, putting the terror into a demon. So it's true, those tattoos aren't tattoos at all." Glano Tarp had dropped down, dodging to avoid the snapping teeth of the nearest horses. "Did you see Ambibole go flying? Gods, that was stupacular!" Gruntle frowned. What? "Stupidly spectacular," explained Faint. "Or spectacularly stupid. Are you soul-taken?" He glanced at her, then set off to explore. A task quickly accomplished. They were on an island, a very small island, less than 50 paces across. The sand was crushed coral, gleaming silver in the starlight. 2 palm trees rose from the center. In the surrounding shallows, 1,000 paces out, ribbons of reef ran entirely round the atoll, breaking the surface like the spine of a sea serpent. More islands were visible, few bigger than the one they were on, stretching out like the beads of a broken necklace, the nearest one perhaps 3,000 paces distant. As he returned, he saw a corpse plummeting down from the carriage roof to thump in the sand. After a moment, it sat up. "Oh," it said. The trail emerged from the carriage, followed by the swamp witch, Precious Thimble, who looked ghostly pale as she stumbled a few steps, then promptly sat down on the sand. Seeing Gruntle, Mappo walked over. "I gather," he said, "we encountered something unexpected in Hood's realm." "I wouldn't know," Gruntle replied. "It was my first visit."
Unexpected? Faint snorted. That was insane. All the dead in existence on the march.
"Where to?" Gruntle asked.
Maybe not to, maybe from.
From? In retreat? Now that was an alarming notion. If the dead are on the run...
Used to be, Faint mused. The realm of the dead was an easy ride, peaceful. But in the last few years, something's going on.
She walked over to Master Quell.
So, if that's not going to work, Quell, what now?
The man, still on his hands and knees, looked up. "You just don't get it, do you?"
What?
"We didn't even reach the damned gate."
But then, what?
"There wasn't any gate!" the mage shrieked. A long silence followed. Nearby, the undead man was collecting seashells. Jula Bowl's watery eyes fixed on Precious Thimble, dreamy with adoration. Seeing this, Ambie did the same, trying to make his expression even more desirous, so that when she finally looked over, she would see that he was the right one for her, the only one for her. As the moments stretched, the competition grew fierce. His left leg still ached, from the hip right down to his toes, and he had only one moccasin, but at least the sand was warm, so that wasn't too bad. Precious Thimble was in a meeting with Master Quell and that scary barbed man and the hairy giant ogre named Mappo. These were the important people, he decided, and accepting Precious Thimble, he wanted nothing to do with them. Standing too close to those folk was never healthy. Heads explode, hearts burst. He'd seen it with his own eyes, back when he was a runt, but not nearly as much of a runt as Jula, and the family had decided at last to fight the Malazans who were showing up in their swamp like poison mushrooms. Boona Bowl had been running things back then, before he got eaten by a toad, but it was a fact that Boona's next to closest brothers, the ones who wanted to get closer, all went and got themselves killed. Exploding heads, bursting hearts, boiling livers. It was the law of dodging, of course. Marshals and their sub-marshals were smart, and smart meant fast. So when the arrows and quarrels and waves of magic flew, why, they dodged out of the way. Anybody round them, trying to be as smart but not smart at all, and so just that much slower, well, they didn't dodge quick enough. Jula finally sighed, announcing his defeat, and looked over at Ambie.
I can't believe I saved you. I can't neither. I wouldn't have. That's why I can't believe that's what I did. But then she's seen how brave I am, how generous and selfless. She's seen I'm better because she knows you wouldn't have done it. Maybe I would have, and maybe she knows that, Jula. Besides, one of them 6 smelly ones was trying to open the doors, and if it wasn't for me, he'd have got in, and that's what she really saw. You didn't scrape that one off on purpose. How do you know? Because you butted him with your face, Ambie.
Ambie tested his nose again and winced, and then he sneered.
She saw what she saw, and what she saw wasn't you. She saw my hands reaching down to drag you back up. She saw that. She didn't. I made sure by covering them with my shirt. You lie. You lie. No, you. You. You can say what you like, Ambie, whatever you like. It was me saving you. Pulling off my moccasin, you mean? That was an accident. Yeah, then where is it? Fell off the side. No, it didn't. I checked your bag, Jula. You wasn't trying to save me at all. You was stealing my moccasin because it's your favourite moccasin. I want it back. It's against the law to look in someone else's bag. Swamp law. Does this look like a swamp? That doesn't matter. You broke the law. Anyway, what you found was my spare moccasin. Your one spare moccasin? That's right. Then why was it full of my love notes? What love notes? The ones me and her been writing back and forth. The ones I hid in my moccasin. Those ones, Jula. What's obvious now is just how many times you've been breaking the law. Because you've been hiding your love notes, which you write to yourself and nobody else. You've been hiding them in my spare moccasin. Not that you'd ever look. But I might, if I knew about it. You didn't, though, did you? Besides, you don't have a spare moccasin, because I stole it. And that's why I stole it back. You can't steal back what you didn't know was stolen in the first place. That's just stealing, and stealing's against the law. Swamp law. Your bag is a swamp. Ha 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 ha!
And Andii grinned at his own joke, and then he too laughed.
Ha 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 ha!
Faint tugged the stopper free and took a swig, then handed the skin to Sweetest Sufferance.
Listen to those idiots,
she said.
I don't want to,
Sweetest Sufferance replied, and then she shivered.
That was the first time, you know, them trying to get in my trousers like that. Cursed with rigor mortis, maybe,
she snorted.
You kidding me? Whatever they had down there wasn't even real, like maybe sticks tied on or something.
She drank down some wine, then sighed and looked round.
Pretty. Our tiny piece of paradise. We can watch the sun come up, at least. That will be nice.
She was quiet for a moment before resuming.
When Rakanto showed up, I thought he was helping, but now I think he was just using the situation to get a few handfuls of his own. Are you surprised, sweetie? He's a man, with bad eyes and bad hands. I might have to murder him.
Hold on, said Faint, taking the skin back.
He did save you, cutting off arms and hands, eliminating the competition, defending your honor, sweetie, if you say so.
Faint replaced the stopper.
Gods below, sweetie. What do you think we ran into back there?
Sweetest Sufferance pursed her plump lips, long-lashed lids settling down over her eyes.
Back in One-Eye Cat, when I was a child, I was taken to a dawn of flies. You know, those ceremonies from the Temple of Hood, when all the priests paint themselves in honey. In some places, cut in Faint, they use blood. So I've heard. In One-Eye Cat, it was honey, so that the flies stuck. Flies and wasps, actually. Anyway, I was with my grandfather, who'd been a soldier in the Revenants. Gods, it's been a long time since I last heard them mentioned.
Faint stared across at Sweetest Sufferance.
Is this true? Your grandfather was with the Revenants? So he always told it. When I was very young, I believed every word he said. When I was older, I didn't believe any of it. And now I'm still older, I've gone back to believing him. Things in his house, the carved flagstones, the broken masks he had on the wall. Yes, Faint, I believe he was at that. Commanded by Segula. An outlawed Segula, yes. Anyway, it was my grandfather who took me to watch his old company's patron temple and all the priests and priestesses doing their flies thing. Wait, the Revenants were supposed to have all disappeared, taken by Hood himself to serve him in the realm of the dead. So what was your grandfather doing living in One-Eye Cat? He lost his sword arm in a battle. He'd been left for dead, and by the time anyone found him, it was too late for any serious healing. So they seared the stump and retired him out. Now, you going to let me tell my tale or not? Yes, fine. Sorry. He said the priests were getting it all wrong with that honey. The flies and wasps weren't the important thing in the ceremony. It was the blood. Honey, but that symbolized blood. The Revenants, who were as good as Hood's own warrior priests, in the mortal world anyway, well, they were flagellants. Blood on the skin, life bled out to die on the skin. That was the important detail. It's why Hood cherishes dead soldiers more than any other of the countless dead that stumble through the gate. The merchants of blood, the army that will fight on the hidden plain called Defiance last.
She paused, then licked her lips.
That's what the Dawn of Flies is about. A final battle, the dead gathered on a hidden plain called Defiance last. So, said Faint, feeling chilled by Sweetest Sufferance's story. Maybe that's why Hood took the Revenants, because that battle is coming. Give me some more of that, Sweetest Sufferance said, reaching for the wineskin.
Glano Tarp nudged Rakanto Ilk. See 'em? They're talking about us. Well, me, mostly. It's going to happen, Ilk. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. Rakanto Ilk squinted across at the man.
What? They going to kill you in your sleep?
Don't be an idiot. One of them's going to ask me to forever marry her.
And then she'll kill you in your sleep. And then we can all slice up your share.
You think I didn't see how you grope at Sweetie?
How could you? You was driving.
There ain't nothing that I don't see, Ilk. That's what makes me such a goodiferous driver.
She's got the nicest handholds.
What's what you're doing with my future forever wife?
Could be faint you end up with, which means I can do what I like with Sweetie.
Glano Tarp loosed a loud belch. We should make up something to eat. Breakfast, so when they're finished jawbering over there, we can up and get on our way.
Wherever that is.
Wherever don't matter. Never has and never will. Recanto Ilk grinned.
Right. It ain't the destination that counts.
And together they added, it's the journey. Faint and Sweetest Sufferance looked over, both scowling.
Not that again, Faint called. Just stop it, you two! Stop it, or we'll kill you in your sleep!
Recanto Ilk nudged Glano Tarp. Mappo crouched, rocking on the balls of his broad feet, waiting for Master Quell to finish his muttered incantation against pain. He sympathized, since it was clear that the mage was suffering, his face pale and drawn, forehead slick with sweat, his hands trembling. That anyone would choose such a profession, given the terrible cost, was a difficult notion to accept. Was coin worth this? He could not understand that sort of thinking. What held real value in this world, in any world? Friendship, the gifts of love and compassion, the honor one accorded the life of another person. None of this could be bought with wealth. It seemed to him such a simple truth, yet he knew that its very banality was fuel for sneering cynicism and mockery. Until such things were taken away, until the price of their loss came to be personal in some terrible, devastating arrival into one's life, only at that moment of profound extremity did the contempt wash down from that truth, revealing it bare, undeniable. All the truths that mattered were banal. Yet here was another truth. He had paid for this journey. His coin bought this man's pain. The exchange was imbalanced, and so Mappo grieved for Master Quell, and would not shy away from his own guilt. Honor meant, after all, a preparedness, a willingness to weigh and measure, to judge rightful balance with no hand tilting the scales. And so, they all here were paying to serve Mappo's need, this journey through warrens, another burden he must accept, if he could. The formidable warrior sitting beside him stirred, then, and said, I think I see now why the Tregall loses so many shareholders, Master Quell. By the abyss, there must be warrens where one can journey through in peace. Master Quell rubbed at his face.
Realms resist, Gruntle. We are like a splash of water in hot oil. It's all I can do to not bounce us off. Mages can push themselves into their chosen warrens. It's not easy. It's a game of subtle persuasion most of the time, or a modest assertion of will. You don't want to blast a hole from one realm to the next, because that's likely to go out of control. It can devour a mage in an instant. He looked up at them with bloodshot eyes. We can't do it that way. He waved a weak hand at the carriage behind him. We arrive like an insult. We are an insult. Like a white-hot spear point, we punch through, race along our wild path, and all that we leave in our wake I need to make sure is, cauterized, seared shut. Failing that, a rush of power explodes behind us, and that's a wave no mortal can ride for long. Precious Thimble spoke from behind Mappo. You must be high mages, then, one and all. To her observation, Master Quell nodded. I admit it's starting to trouble me, this way of travel. I think we're scarring the whole damned universe. We're making existence bleed. Oh, just a seep here and there, amidst whatever throbs of pain reality might possess. In any case, that's why there's no peaceful path, Gruntle. Denizens in every realm are driven to annihilate us. You said we did not even reach Hood's gate, the barbed man said after a moment. And yet— Aye, he spat onto the sand. The dead sleep no more. What a damned mess. Find us the nearest land in our own world, said Mappo. I will walk from there, make my own way. We stay true to the contract, Trell. We'll deliver you where you want to go. Not at the price of you and your companions possibly dying. I cannot accept that, Master Quell. We don't do refunds. I do not ask for one. Master Quell rose shakily. We'll see after our next leg. For now, it's time for breakfast. There's nothing worse than heaving when there's nothing in the gut to heave."
Gruntle also straightened. "You have decided on a new path?" Quell grimaced.
"Look around, Gruntle. It's been decided for us."
Mappo rose and remained at Gruntle's side as Quell staggered to his crew, who were gathered round a brazier they had dragged out from the belly of the carriage. The Trell squinted at the modest plot of land. "What did he mean?" he asked. Gruntle shrugged. When he smiled at Mappo, his fangs gleamed. "Since I have to guess, Trell, I'd say we're going for a swim." And Precious Thimble snorted.
"Male's realm. And you two thought Hood was bad." When she was 4 years old, Precious Thimble was given a breathing tube and buried in peat, where she remained for 2 days and 1 night. She probably died. Most of them did, but the soul remained in the dead body, trapped by the peat and its dark sorcerous qualities. This was how the old witches explained things. A child must be given into the peat, into that unholy union of earth and water, and the soul must be broken free of the flesh it dwelt within, for only then could that soul travel, only then could that soul wander free in the realm of dreams. She had few memories of that time in the peat. Perhaps she screamed, sought to thrash in panic. The ropes that bound her, that would be used to pull her free at dusk of the second day, had left deep burns on her wrists and her neck, and these burns had not come from the gentle, measured pressure when the witches had drawn her back into the world. It was also whispered that sometimes the spirits that lurked in the peat sought to steal the child's body, to make it a place of their own. And the witches who sat guarding the temporary grave told of times when the rope, its ends wrapped about their wrists, suddenly grew taut, and a battle would then begin between the witches of the surface and the spirits of the deep. Sometimes, it was admitted, the witches lost, the ropes were gnawed unto breaking, and the child was pulled into the foul deep, emerging only once every year on the night of the awakened. Children with blue-brown skin and hollowed-out eye sockets, with hair the color of rust or blood, with long polished nails, walking the swamp and singing songs of the earth that could drive a mortal mad. Had spirits come for her? The witches would not say. Were the burns on her skin the result of panic or something else? She did not know. Her memories of that time were few and visceral. The weight on her chest, the seeping cold, the taste of fetid water in her mouth, the stinging in her squeezed-shut eyes, and the sounds she could hear, terrible trickling sounds, like the rush of fluids in the veins of the earth, the thumps and crunches, the crackling approach of things. It was said there was no air in the peat, that not even her skin could breathe, and such breathing was necessary to all life, and so she must have died in truth. Since then, at night, when she slept, she could rise from her flesh, could hover invisible above her motionless body, and look down in admiration. She was beautiful indeed, as if something of the child she had been never aged, was immune to growing old, a quality that made men desperate to claim her, not as an equal, alas, but as a possession, and the older the man, the greater the need. When she had made this discovery about herself and about the men who most desired her, she was disgusted. Why give this gorgeous body to such wrinkled, pathetic creatures? She would not, ever. Yet she found it difficult to defend herself against such needy hunters of youth. Oh, she could curse them into misery, she could poison them and see them die in great pain, but such things only led her to pity. The soft kind, not the nasty kind, which made being cruel just that much harder. She had found her solution in the 2 young Bowl brothers, barely out of their teens, neither one well suited to staying in the Mott Irregulars for certain reasons over which she need not concern herself, and both of them gloriously in love with her. It did not matter that they barely had a single brain between them. They were Bowls, ferocious against mages and magic of any kind, and born with the salamander god's gift of survival. They protected her in all the battles one could imagine, from out-and-out fighting to the devious predations of old men. When she was done admiring her own body, she would float over to where they slept and look down upon their slack faces, on the gaping mouths from which snores groaned out in wheezing cadence, the threads of drool and the twitching eyelids.
her pups, her guard dogs, her deadly hounds. Yet now, on this night with the tropical stars peering down, precious Thimble felt a growing unease. This Trigal venture she'd decided on, this whim, was proving far deadlier than she had expected. In fact, she'd almost lost one of them in Hood's realm, and losing one of them would be bad. It would free the other one to close in, and that she didn't want, not at all. And one guard dog wasn't nearly as effective as two. Maybe, just maybe, she'd gone too far this time. Gruntle opened his eyes and watched as the faintly glowing emanation floated over to hover above the sleeping forms of the Bowl brothers, where it lingered for a time before returning to sink back down into the form of precious Thimble. From nearby he heard the Trell's soft grunt, and then, "What game does she play at, I wonder?" Gruntle thought to reply. Instead, sleep took him suddenly, pouncing, tumbling his mind away and down, spitting him out like a mangled rat into a damp glade of high grass. The sun blazed down like a god's enraged eye. Feeling battered, misused, he rose onto all fours, a position that did not feel at all awkward or strike him as unusual. Solid jungle surrounded the clearing, from which came the sounds of countless birds, monkeys, and insects, a cacophony so loud and insistent that a growl of irritation rose from deep in his throat. All at once the nearest sounds ceased, a cocoon of silence broken only by the hum of bees and a pair of long-tailed hummingbirds dancing in front of an orchid, sprites that then raced off in a beating whir of wings. Gruntle felt his hackles rise, stiff and prickling on the back of his neck, too fierce for a human. And looking down, he saw the sleek, banded forelimbs of a tiger where his arms and hands should have been. "Another one of these damned dreams. Listen, Drake. If you want me to be just like you, stop playing these scenes for me. I'll be a tiger if that's what you want. Just don't confine it to my dreams. I wake up feeling clumsy and slow, and I don't like it. I wake up remembering nothing but freedom." Something was approaching. Things. 3. No, 5. Not big, not dangerous. He slowly swung his head round, narrowing his gaze. The creatures that came to the edge of the clearing were somewhere between apes and humans, small as adolescents, lithe and sleek, with fine fur thickening at the armpits and crotch. The two males carried short curved batons of some sort, fire-hardened with inset fangs from some large carnivore. The females wielded spears, one of them holding her spear in one hand and a broad flint axe head in the other, which she tossed into the clearing. The object landed with a thump, flattening the grasses, halfway between Gruntle and the band. Gruntle realized with a faint shock that he knew the taste of these creatures, their hot flesh, their blood, the saltiness of their sweat. In this form, in this place, and in this time, he had hunted them, had pulled them down, hearing their piteous cries as his jaws closed fatally round their necks. This time, however, he was not hungry, and it seemed they knew it. Awe flickered in their eyes, their mouths twisting into strange expressions, and all at once one of the women was speaking. The language trilled, punctuated by clicks and glottal stops, and Gruntle understood her.
"Beast of darkness and fire, hunter in dark and light, fur of night and motion in grasses, God who takes, see this our gift, and spare us, for we are weak and few, and this land is not ours. This land is the journey, for we dream of the shore, where food is plenty, and the birds cry in the heat of the sun."
Gruntle found himself sliding forward, silent as a thought, and he was life and power bound in a single breath. Forward until the axe blade was at his taloned paws. Head lowering, nostrils flaring as he inhaled the scent of stone and sweat, the edges where old blood remained, where grasses had polished the flint, the urine that had been splashed upon it. These creatures wanted to claim this glade for their own. They were begging permission, and maybe something more, something like protection.
"The leopard tracks us and challenges you,"
the woman sang.
"but she will not cross your path. She will flee your scent, for you are the master here, the god, the unchallenged hunter of the forest. Last night she took my child. We have lost all our children. Perhaps we will be the last. Perhaps we will never find the shore again. But if our flesh must feed the hungry, then let it be you who grows strong with our blood. Tonight, if you come to take one of us, take me. I am the eldest. I bear no more children. I am useless."
She hunched down then, discarding her spear, and sank into the grasses, where she rolled onto her back, exposing her throat. They were mad, Gruntle decided, driven insane by the terrors of the jungle, where they were strangers, lost, seeking some distant coastline. And as they journeyed, every night delivered horror. But this was a dream from some ancient time, and even if he sought to guide them to the shore, he would awaken long before that journey was completed. Awaken and so abandon them to their fates. And what if he grew hungry in this next moment? What if his instinct exploded within him, launching him at this hapless female, closing his jaws on her throat? Was this where the notion of human sacrifice came from? When nature eyed them avid with hunger, when they had naught but sharpened sticks and a smouldering fire to protect them? He would not kill them this night. He would find something else to kill. Gruntle set off into the jungle. 1,000 scents filled him. 1,000 muted noises whispered in the deep shadows. He carried his massive weight effortlessly, silent as he padded forward. Beneath the canopy the world was dusk, and so it would ever remain. Yet he saw everything, the flit of a green-winged mantis, the scuttle of woodlice in the humus, the gliding escape of a millipede. He slipped across the path of deer, saw where they had fed on dark-leaved shoots. He passed a rotted log that had been torn apart and pushed aside, the ground beneath ravaged by the questing snouts of boar. Some time later, with night descending, he found the spoor he had been seeking. Acrid, pungent, both familiar and strange. It was sporadic, proof that the creature that left it was cautious, taking to the trees in its moments of rest. A female. He slowed his pace as he tracked the beast. All light was gone now, every color shifted into hues of grey. If she discovered him, she would flee. But then the only beast that wouldn't was the elephant, and he had no interest in hunting that wise leviathan with its foul sense of humor. Edging forward, one soft step at a time, he came upon the place where she had made a kill. A wapiti, its panic a bitter breath in the air, the humus scuffed by its tiny hoofs, a smear of blood on curled black leaves. Halting, settling down, Gruntle lifted his gaze. And found her. She had drawn her prey up onto a thick branch from which lianas depended in a cascade of night blossoms. The wapiti, or what remained of it, was draped across the bowl, and she was lying along the branch's length, lambent eyes fixed upon Gruntle. This leopard was well suited to hunting at night. Her coat was black on black, the spots barely discernible. She regarded him without fear, and this gave Gruntle pause. A voice then murmured in his skull, sweet and dark.
"Go on your way, Lord. There is not enough to share. Even if I so desired, which of course I do not."
"I have come for you," Gruntle replied. Her eyes widened, and he saw muscles coiling along her shoulders.
"Do all beasts know riders, then?"
For a moment Gruntle did not comprehend her question, and then understanding arrived with sudden heat, sudden interest. "Has your soul travelled far, my lady?"
"Through time, through unknown distances. This is where my dreams take me every night. Ever hunting, ever tasting blood, ever shying from the path of the likes of you, Lord."
"I am summoned by prayer," Gruntle said, knowing even as he said it that it was the truth, that the half-human creatures he had left behind did indeed call upon him, as if to invite the killer answered some innate refusal of random chance. He was summoned to kill, he realized, to give proof to the notion of fate.
"Curious idea, Lord."
"Spare them, lady."
"Who?"
"You know of whom I speak. In this time there is but one creature that can voice prayers." He sensed wry amusement.
"You are wrong in that. although the others have no interest in imagining beasts as gods and goddesses.
Others?
Many nights away from this place there are mountains, and in them can be found fastnesses where dwell the Kachin Chimal. There is a vast river that runs to a warm ocean, and on its banks can be found the pit cities of the Fokral Assail. There are solitary towers where lone Jagat live, waiting to die. There are the villages of the Tarthano Toblakai, and their tundra-dwelling cousins, the Nef Trell.
You know this world far better than I do, lady.
Do you still intend to kill me?
Will you cease hunting the half-humans?
As you like, but you must know there are times when this beast has no rider. There are times, too, I suspect, when the beast you now ride also hunts alone.
I understand.
She rose from her languid perch and made her way down the trunk of the tree head first, landing lightly on the soft forest floor. Why are they so important to you?
I do not know. Perhaps I pity them.
For our kind lord, there is no room for pity.
I disagree. It is what we can give when we ride the souls of these beasts. Hood knows it's all we can give.
Hood?
The god of death.
You come from a strange world, I think.
Now this was startling. Gruntle was silent for a long moment, and then he asked, "Where are you from, lady?"
A city called New Morn.
I know of a ruin named Morn.
My city is no ruin.
Perhaps you exist in a time before the coming of Hood.
Perhaps.
She stretched, the glow of her eyes thinning to slits.
I am leaving soon, Lord. If you are here when I do, the beast that remains will not take kindly to your presence.
Oh, and would she be so foolish as to attack me?
And die? No, but I would not curse her with terror.
Ah, is that pity, then?
No, it is love.
Yes, he could see how one could come to love such magnificent animals, and find the riding of their souls a most precious gift. I will go now, lady. Do you think we will meet again?
It does seem we share the night, Lord.
She slipped away, and even Gruntle's extraordinary vision failed him from tracking her beyond a few strides. He swung about and padded off in the opposite direction. Yes, he could feel his own grip here weakening, and soon he would return to his own world, that pallid, stale existence where he lived as if half-blind, half-deaf, deadened and clumsy. He allowed himself a deep cough of anger, silencing the unseen denizens on all sides, until some brave monkey high overhead flung a stick at him. The thump as it struck the ground near his left hind leg made him start and shy away. From the darkness overhead he heard chittering laughter. The storm of chaos cavorted into his vision, consuming half the sky with a swirling madness of lead, grainy black, and blazing tendrils of argent. He could see the gust front tearing the ground up in a frenzied wall of dust, rocks, and dirt, growing ever closer. Imminent oblivion did not seem so bad as far as Ditch was concerned. He was being dragged by the chain shackled to his right ankle. Most of his skin had been scraped away. The white bone and cartilage of his remaining elbow, studded with grit, was visible within halos of red. His knees were larger versions, and the shackle was slowly carving through his ankle and foot bones. He wondered what would happen when that foot was finally torn off, how it would feel. He'd lie there, motionless at last, perhaps watching that shackle tumble and twist and stutter away. He'd be free. The torment of this existence should not include pain. That was unfair. Of course, most of that pain was fading now. He was too far gone to curl and flinch, to gasp and sob, but the memories remained like fire in his skull. pulled onward over loose stones, their sharp edges rolling up his back, gouging new furrows through the pulped meat, knuckling against the base of his skull to tear away the last few snarls of hair and scalp. And as the chain snagged, only to give and twist him round, he stared again and again upon that storm in their wake. Songs of suffering from the groaning wagon somewhere ahead, an unending chorus of misery ever drifting back. Too bad, he reflected, that the huge demon had not found him in the moments following his collapse, had not lifted him to its shoulder, not that it could carry any more than it already had been carrying. But even if it had done little more than drag him to one side, then the edge of the wagon's massive wheel would not have crushed his right arm and shoulder, grinding both into pulp until threads of gristle were all that held it to his body. After that, all hopes, faint as they had been, of rising again to add his strength to the procession had vanished. He had become yet one more dead weight, dragged in the wake, adding to the suffering of those who trudged on. Nearby, almost parallel to him, a huge chain sheathed in moss ended in the remnants of a dragon. Wings like tattered sails, spars snapped and dangling, the mostly skinless head dragged behind a shredded neck. When he had first seen it, he had been shocked, horrified. Now, each time it came into view, he felt a wave of dread. That such a creature should have failed was proof of the desperate extremity now plaguing them. Anomander Rake had stopped killing. The Legion was failing. Annihilation edged ever closer.
Life fears chaos. It was ever thus. We fear it more than anything else, because it is anathema. Order battles against dissolution. Order negotiates cooperation as a mechanism of survival, on every scale, from a patch of skin to an entire menagerie of interdependent creatures. That cooperation, of course, may not of essence be necessarily peaceful, a minute exchange of failures to ensure greater successes. Yes, as I am dragged along here, at the very end of my existence, I begin to understand. See me, see this gift of contemplation. Rake, what have you done?
A calloused hand closed about his remaining arm, lifted him clear of the ground, and he was being carried forward, closer to that crawling wagon.
There is no point.
That, replied a deep, measured voice, is without relevance.
I am not worth...
Probably not. But I intend to find you room on that wagon. Ditch hacked a ragged laugh.
Just tear my foot off, good sir, and leave me.
No, there may be need for you, mage. Need? Now that was an absurd thing to say.
Who are you?
Draconis. Ditch laughed a second time.
I looked for you. Seems centuries ago now.
Now you have found me.
I thought you might know a way of escaping. Now isn't that funny? After all, if you had, you would not still be here, would you?
That seems logical. An odd reply.
Draconis.
What?
Are you a logical man?
Not in the least. Now here we are. The sight that greeted Ditch as he was heaved round to face forward was, if anything, even more terrifying than anything else he had witnessed since arriving in the accursed realm of Dragnipur. A wall of bodies, projecting feet jammed amongst staring faces, the occasional arm hanging out, twitching, dripping sweat, here a knee, there a shoulder, tangles of sodden hair, fingers with dagger-long nails, human, demon, Fokral Asail, Kachain Chimal, others of nature's Ditch could not even identify. He saw one hand and forearm that appeared to be made entirely of metal, sockets and hinges and rods and a carapace of iron skin visible in mottled, pitted patches. Worst of all were the staring eyes, peering from faces that seemed to have surrendered every possible expression, leaving behind something slack and dull.
"Make space up top!"
bellowed Draconis. Cries of, "No room!" and "Nowhere left!" greeted him. Ignoring such protests, Draconis began climbing the wall of flesh. Faces twisted in rage and pain, eyes widened in affronted disbelief, hands clawed at him or beat him with fists. but the huge warrior was indifferent to all of it. Ditch could feel the man's enormous strength, an implacable certainty to every movement that bespoke something unconquerable. He was awed into silence. Higher they climbed, and shadows raced in crazed patterns now in the churning glare of the storm, as if the natural gloom of the world clung close to its surface, and here, high above it, the air was clearer, sharper. The rocking crawl of the wagon below was felt now in the swaying of the wall near the top. A motion groaned out in the slick shifting of flesh, and in a wavering song of dull rhythmic moans and grunts. The wall finally sloped inward, and Ditch was tugged over hummocks of skin, the bodies so tight-packed that the surface beneath him seemed solid, an undulating landscape sheathed in sweat and flecks of ash and grime. Most of those lying here had settled on their stomachs, as if to stare at the sky, that would vanish forever as soon as the next body arrived, was too much to bear. Draconis rolled him into a depression between two backs, one facing one way, the other in the opposite direction. A man, a woman. The sudden contact with the woman's soft flesh as he was wedged against her startled an awakening in Ditch, and he cursed. "Take what you can, mage," said Draconis. Ditch heard him leaving. He could make out distinct voices now, odd nearby sounds. Someone was scrabbling closer, and Ditch felt a faint tug on his chain.
"Almost off, then. Almost off."
Ditch twisted round to see who had spoken. A Tiste Andii. He was clearly blind, and both sockets bore the terrible scarring of burns. Only deliberate torture could be that precise. His legs were gone, stumps visible just below his hips. He was dragging himself up alongside Ditch, and the mage saw that the creature held in one hand a long sharpened bone with a blackened point. "Plan on killing me?" Ditch asked. The Tiste Andii paused, lifted his head. Straggly black hair framed a narrow, hollowed-out face.
"What sort of eyes do you have, friend?"
"Working ones." A momentary smile, and then he squirmed closer. Ditch managed to shift round so that his ruined shoulder and arm were beneath him, freeing his undamaged arm. "It's crazy, but I still intend to defend myself, though death, if it even exists here, would be a mercy."
"It doesn't,"
replied the Tiste Andii.
"I could stab you for the next 1,000 years and do nothing more than leave you full of holes. Full of holes."
He paused, and the smile flickered once more.
"Yet I must stab you anyway, since you've made a mess of things. A mess, a mess, a mess."
"I have? Explain."
"There's no point, unless you have eyes."
"I have them, you damned fool!"
"But can they see?"
He caught the emphasis on the last word. Could he awaken magic here? Could he scrape something from his warren, enough to attenuate his vision? There was nothing to do but try. "Wait a moment," he said. Oh, the warren was there, yes, as impervious as a wall. Yet he sensed something he had not expected. Cracks, fissures, things bleeding in, bleeding out. The effects of chaos, he realized. Gods, it's all breaking down. Would there be a time, he wondered, an instant, in the very moment that the storm finally struck them, when he would find his warren within reach? Could he escape before he was obliterated along with everyone and everything else?
"How long, how long, how long?"
asked the Tiste Andii. Ditch found he could indeed scrape a residue of power, a few words muttered under his breath, and all at once he saw what had been hidden before. He saw, yes, the flesh he was lying on. A mass of tattoos blanketed every exposed patch of skin, lines and images crossing from one body to the next, yet nowhere could he see solid areas. All was made up of intricate, delicate traceries, patterns within patterns. He saw borders that dipped and twisted. He saw elongated figures with stretched faces and misshapen torsos. Not a single body atop this massive wagon had been exempted, barring Ditch's own. The Tiste Andii must have heard his gasp, for he laughed.
"Imagine yourself hovering, oh, say 15 man-heights overhead. 15 man-heights. Overhead, overhead. Hovering in the air, just beneath the ceiling of nothingness, the ceiling of nothingness. looking down upon all this, all this, all this. Aye, it looks awry to you from where you crouch, but from up there, from up there, from up there, you will see no mounds of flesh, no knobs of skin-stretched bones. You'll see no shadows at all, only the scene. The scene, yes, laid flat, you'd swear. You'd swear it to every god and goddess you can think of. Flat, laid flat, laid flat.
Ditch struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. He did not dare attempt what the Tiste Andii had suggested, fearing the effort would drive him mad. No, he would not try to imagine himself plucked free of his flesh, his soul floating somewhere overhead. It was difficult enough to comprehend the obsession of this creation, a creation by a blind man. "You've been up here for a long time," Ditch finally said, "avoiding getting buried."
Yes and yes. I was among the first on the wagon. Among the first. Murdered by Draconis because I sought to wrest Dragnipur from him. Oh, Anomandaris Poraki was not the first to try. I was. And if I had won the sword, why, my first victim would have been Anomandaris himself. Is that not a bitter joke, friend? It is, it is.
But this, Ditch gestured with his one hand, it has to be a recent effort.
No, only the last layer, the last layer, the last layer.
What do you use for ink?
Clever question. From the wagon, bloodwood, blackwood, the pitch and the pitch ever leaking out, ever sweating from the grain.
Could I hover high up, as you say? Asked Ditch. What scene would I see?
Wanderings, holds, houses, every god, every goddess, every spirit worth mentioning. Demon kings and demon queens, dragons and elders, oh, all there, all there, all there. Is this where you mean to stay, friend? Is this where you mean to stay?
Ditch thought of this creature hunkered up against him, that bone needle pricking his skin. No, I plan on crawling round as much as I can, never stopping. Leave me out of your scene.
You cannot do that. You will ruin everything.
Imagine me invisible, then. Imagine I don't even exist. I will stay out of your way. The sightless eyes were glistening, and the Tiste Andii was shaking his head again and again. You will not have me, Ditch said. Besides, it will all be ending soon.
Soon? How soon? How soon? How soon? How soon?
The storm looks to be no more than a league behind us.
If you will not join the scene, the Tiste Andii said, I will push you off.
Draconis might not like that.
He will understand. He understands more than you, more than you, more and more and more than you.
Just let me rest, said Ditch. For a while. I will then climb back down. I don't want to be up here when the end comes. I want to be standing, facing the storm.
Do you really imagine the ritual will awaken all at once? Do you? The flower opens soon, but the night is long, and it will take that long, for the flower to open in the moment before dawn, open in the moment. Draconis chose you, a mage, for the Nexus. I need the Nexus. You are the Nexus. Lie there, be quiet, don't move.
No.
I cannot wait long, friend. Crawl about now if you like, but I cannot wait too long, a league away.
What is your name? Ditch asked.
What matter any of that?
For when I next speak to Draconis.
He knows me.
I don't.
I am Kadaspala, brother to Enesdia, who was wife to Underist.
Underist. That's one name I recognize. You wanted to murder the brother of your sister's husband?
I did. For what he did to them, for what he did to them.
Ditch stared at the anguish in the man's ravaged face. Who blinded you, Kadaspala?
It was a gift, a mercy. I did not comprehend the truth of that. Not the real truth of it, the real truth, no. Besides, I thought my inner sight would be enough to challenge Draconis, to steal Dragnipur. I was wrong. I was wrong. The truth is a gift, a mercy.
Who blinded you? The Tiste Andii flinched, then seemed to curl into himself. Tears glistened in the pits of his sockets.
I blinded myself,
Kadaspala whispered.
When I saw what he'd done to his brother, to my sister. to my sister.
Suddenly, Ditch did not want to ask any more questions of this man. He pushed himself from between the two bodies. I am going to explore.
Come back, mage! Nexus! Come back! Come back!
We'll see. With all this time to reflect on things, Apsalara concluded that her biggest mistake was not in finding her way into Moon's spawn, nor in discovering the vaults and the heaps of magic stones, ensorcelled weapons, armor, the blood-dipped idols and reliquaries from 10,000 extinct cults. No, her greatest error in judgment had been in trying to stab Anomander Rake in the back. He'd been amused at finding her. He'd not spoken of executing her, or even chaining her in some deep crypt for all eternity. He'd simply asked her how she had managed to break in. Curiosity, more than a little wonder, perhaps even some admiration. And then she went and tried to kill him. The damned sword had been out of its scabbard faster than an eye blink, the deadly edge slicing across her belly even as she lunged with her obsidian dagger. Such stupidity. But lessons only became lessons when one has reached the state of humility required to heed them, when one is past all the egotistical excuses and explanations flung up to fend off honest culpability. It was nature to attack first, abjuring all notions of guilt and shame, lash out, white with rage, then strut away convinced of one's own righteousness. She had long since left such imbecilic posturing behind. A journey of enlightenment, and it had begun with her last mortal breath, as she found herself lying on the hard stone floor, looking up into the eyes of Anomander Rake, and seeing his dismay, his regret, his sorrow. She could feel the growing heat of the storm, could feel its eternal hunger. Not long now, and then all her efforts would be for naught. The kinks of the chain finally showed some wear, but not enough, not nearly enough. She would be destroyed along with everyone else. She was not unique. She was, in fact, no different from every other idiot who'd tried to kill Rake or Draconis. The rain trickling down from the wagon bed was warmer than usual, foul with sweat, blood, and worse. It streamed over her body. Her skin had been wet for so long it was coming away in ragged pieces, white with death, revealing raw red meat underneath. She was rotting. The time was coming when she would have to drop down once more, emerge from under the wagon, and see for herself the arrival of oblivion. There would be no pity in its eyes, not that it had any, just the indifference that was the other face of the universe, the one all would have forever turned away. The regard of chaos was the true source of terror. All the rest were but flavors, variations.
I was a child once, I am certain of it. A child. I have a memory, one memory of that time. On a barren bank of a broad river, the sky was blue perfection. The caribou were crossing the river, in their tens and tens of thousands. I remember their upthrust heads. I remember seeing the weaker ones crowded in, pushed down to vanish in the murky water. These carcasses would wash up down current, where the short-nosed bears and the wolves and eagles and ravens waited for them. But I stood with others, father, mother, perhaps sisters and brothers, just others, my eyes on the vast herd. Their seasonal migration, and this was but one of many places of crossing. The caribou often chose different paths. Still, the river had to be crossed, and the beasts would mill for half a morning on the bank, until they plunged into the current, until all at once they were flooding the river, a surging tide of hide and flesh, of breaths drawn in and gusted out. Not even the beasts display eagerness when accosting the inevitable, when it seems numbers alone can possibly confuse fate, and so each life strives, strikes out into the icy flow. Save me! That is what is written in their eyes. Save me above all the others. Save me so that I may live. Give me this moment, this day, this season. I will follow the laws of my kind.
She remembered that one moment when she was a child, and she remembered her sense of awe in witnessing the crossing, in that force of nature, that imposition of will, its profound implacability. She remembered, too, the terror she had felt.
Caribou are not just caribou. The crossing is not just this crossing. The caribou are all life. The river is the passing world.
Life swims through, riding the current, swims, drowns, triumphs. Life can ask questions. Life, some of it, can even ask, how is it that I can ask anything at all? And how is it that I believe that answers answer anything worthwhile? What value this exchange, this precious dialogue, when the truth is unchanged, when some live for a time while others drown, when in the next season there are new caribou while others are forever gone? The truth is unchanged. Each spring, in the time of crossing, the river is in flood, chaos swirls beneath the surface. It is the worst time. Watch us. The child had not wanted to see. The child had wailed and fled inland. Brothers and sisters pursued, laughing maybe, not understanding her fear, her despair. Someone pursued anyway, laughing, unless it was the river that laughed, and it was the herd of caribou that surged up from the bank and lunged forward, driving the watchers to scatter, shouting their surprise. Perhaps that was what had made her run. She wasn't sure. The memory ended with her panic, her cries, her confusion. Lying on the crossbeam, the wood sweating beneath her, Apsalara felt like that child once again. The season was coming. The river awaited her in fullest flood, and she was but one among many, praying for fate's confusion. 100 stones flung into a pond will shatter the smooth surface, will launch a clash of ripples and waves until the eye loses all sense of order in what it sees. And this discordant moment perturbs the self, awakens unease in the spirit, and leaves one restive. So it was that morning in Darujhistan. Surfaces had been shattered. People moved, and every move betrayed agitation. People spoke, and they were abrupt in their speech, and they were short with others, strangers and dear ones alike. A squall of rumors rode the turgid currents, and some held more truth than others, but all of them hinted of something unpleasant, something unwelcome and disorderly. Such sensibilities can grip a city and hold tight for days, sometimes weeks, sometimes forever. Such sensibilities could spread like a plague to infect an entire nation, an entire people, leaving them habituated in their anger, perpetually belligerent, inclined to cruelty and miserly with their compassion. Blood had been spilled in the night. More corpses than usual had been found in the morning, a score or more of them in the estates district, delivering a thunderous shock to the coddled high-born citizens in their walled homes. Spurred by frantic demands for investigation, the city guard brought in court mages to conduct magical examinations. Before long, a new detail was whispered that widened eyes, that made citizens gasp. Assassins! One and all! The guild has been devastated! And following this, on a few faces, a sly smile of pleasure, quickly hidden or saved for private moments, since one could never be too careful. Still, the evil killers had clearly taken on someone nastier than them, and had paid for it with dozens of lives. Some then grew somewhat more thoughtful, though they were rare enough to make one, well, depressed. Nonetheless, for these there followed a rather ominous question. Precisely who is in this city who can with impunity cut down a score of deadly assassins? As chaotic as that morning was, what with official carriages and corpse wagons rattling this way and that, with squads of guards and crowds of gawping onlookers, and the hawkers who descended among them with sweetened drinks and sticky candies and what-not, with all this, none made note of the closed, boarded-up Corul's bar, with its freshly washed walls and flushed gutters. It was just as well. Kroot of Taliant stepped into his squalid room and saw Ralik Nom slouched in a chair. Grunting, Kroot walked over to the niche that passed for a kitchen and set down the burlap sack with its load of vegetables, fruit, and wrapped fish. "Not seen you much of late," he said. "It's a foolish war," Ralik Nom said without looking up. "I'm sure Seba Krafar agrees with you this morning. They struck in what they must have imagined was overwhelming force, only to get mauled. If this keeps up, Seba will be master in a guild of one." "You sound foul of mood, Kroot. Why does it matter to you that Seba is making mistakes?" "Because I gave my life to the guild, Ralik." Kroot stood with a turnip in one hand. After a moment, he flung it into the basket beside the cask of fresh water. He's single-handedly destroying it. True, he'll be gone soon enough, but what will be left by then? Rallick rubbed at his face. Everyone's mood is sour these days, it seems. What are we waiting for? Kroot could not long hold Rallick's gaze when the assassin finally looked at him. There was something so remorseless in those cold eyes, in that hard face that seemed carved to refute forever the notion of a smile. A face that could not soften, could not relax into anything human. No wonder he'd been Vorken's favorite. Kroot fidgeted with the food he'd purchased. You hungry? He asked. What did you have in mind? Fish stew. In a few bells it'll be hot enough outside to melt lead. That's what I'm cooking, Rallick. Sighing, the assassin rose and stretched. Think I'll take a walk instead. As you like. At the door, Rallick paused and glanced over, his expression suddenly wry. It wears off, doesn't it? Kroot frowned. What does? Rallick did not reply, and moments later he was gone, the door closing behind him. What does? Did I have any reason there to be so obtuse? Must have, though I can't think of one right now. Maybe just instinctive. Yes, Rallick Nom, it wears off. Fast. Things were easier before. Should have recognized that back then. Should have liked things just fine. Should have stopped gnawing. On her hands and knees, Thordy rubbed the ashes into the spaces between the set stones, into every crack and fissure, every groove scoring the vaguely flat surfaces. Tiny bits of bone rolled under her fingertips. No ash was perfect unless it came from nothing but wood, and this ash was made of more things than just wood. The dry season had, she hoped, finally arrived. Otherwise she might have to do this all over again, to keep the glyphs hidden, the pleasant, beautiful glyphs with all the promises they whispered to her. She heard the back door swing open on its leather hinges, and knew Gaz was standing on the threshold, eyes hooded, watching her. His fingerless hands twitching at the ends of his arms, the ridge of knuckles marred and bright red, teeth cut and bone gouged. He killed people every night, she knew, to keep from killing her. She was, she knew, the cause of their deaths, every one of them a substitute for what Gaz really wanted to do. She heard him step outside. Straightening, wiping the ash from her hands on her apron, she turned.
Breakfast leavings,
he muttered.
What?
The house is full of flies,
he said, standing there as if struck rooted by the sunlight. Red-shot eyes wandered about the yard as if wanting to crawl out from his head and find shelter, beneath that rock or the bleached plank of grey wood or under the pile of kitchen scraps.
You need a shave, she said. Want me to heat the water?
The haunted eyes flicked towards her, but there was nowhere to hide in that direction, so he looked away once more.
No, don't touch me.
She thought of holding the razor in her hand, settling its edge against his throat, seeing the runnels winding down through the lathered soap, the throb of his pulse.
Well, she said, the beard hides how thin you've become. In the face, anyway.
His smile was a threat.
And you prefer that, wife?
It's just different, Gaz.
You can't prefer anything when you don't care, right?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. Why'd you make that stone thing right there on the best dirt?
I just felt like it, she replied. A place to sit and rest, where I can keep an eye on all the vegetables.
In case they run away?
No, I just like looking at them, that's all. They don't ask questions. They don't ask for much of anything at all. A few dribbles of water, maybe. A clear path to the sun, free of any weeds. They don't get suspicious. They don't think about murdering me.
Have supper ready for dusk,
Gaz said, lurching into motion. She watched him leave. Gritty ash made black crescents of her fingernails, as if she had been rooting through the remnants of a pyre, which was appropriate, because she had, but Gaz didn't need to know things like that. He didn't need to know anything at all.
Be a plant, Gaz. Worry about nothing until the harvest.
The ox was too stupid to worry. If not for a lifetime of back-breaking labor and casual abuse, the beast would be content, existence a smooth cycle to match the ease of day into night and night into day, and on forever. Feed and card aplenty, water to drink and salt to lick, a plague to eradicate the world's biting flies and ticks and fleas. If the ox could dream of paradise, it would be a simple dream and a simple paradise. To live simply was to evade the worries that came with complexity. This end was achieved at the expense, alas, of intelligence. The drunks that staggered out of the taverns as the sun rose were in search of paradise, and they had the sodden, besotted brains to prove it. Lying senseless in the Durhang and Debayang dens could be found others oozing down a similar path. The simplicity they would find was of course death, the threshold crossed almost without effort. Unmindful, naturally, of any irony, the ox pulled a cart into an alley behind the dens where 3 emaciated servants brought out this night's crop of wasted corpses. The carter, standing with a switch to one side, spat out a mouthful of rust-leaf juice and silently gestured to another body lying in the gutter behind a back door. In for a sliver, in for a counsel. Grumbling, the 3 servants went over to this corpse and reached for limbs to lift it from the cobblestones. One then gasped and recoiled, and a moment later so too did the others. The ox was not flicked into motion for some time thereafter, as humans rushed about, as more arrived. It could smell the death, but it was used to that. There was much confusion, yet the yoked beast remained an island of calm, enjoying the shade of the alley. The city guardsman, with the morning ache in his chest, brushed a hand along the ox's broad flank as he edged past. He crouched down to inspect the corpse. Another one, this man beaten so badly he was barely recognizable as human. Not a single bone in his face was left unbroken. The eyes were pulped, few teeth remained. The blows had continued, down to his crushed throat, which was the likely cause of death, and then his chest. Whatever weapon had been used left short, elongated patterns of mottled bruising, just like all the others. The guardsman rose and faced the 3 servants from the dens. "Was he a customer?" 3 blank faces regarded him, then one spoke.
How in Hood's name can we tell? His damned face is gone.
"Clothing? Weight, height, hair color? Anyone in there last—"
"Sir," cut in the man, "if he was a customer, he was a new one. He's got meat on his bones, see? And his clothes was clean. Well, before he spilled hisself."
The guardsman had made the same observations. "Might he have been, then? A new customer?"
"Ain't been none in the last day or so. Some casuals, you know, the kind who can take it or leave it, but no, we don't think we seen this one, by his clothes and hair and such."
"So what was he doing in this alley?" No one had an answer. Did the guardsman have enough to requisition a necromancer? Only if this man was well born, but the clothes aren't that high-priced, more like merchant class or some mid-level official. If so, then what was he doing here in the dregs of Gadrobi district? "He's Daru," he mused.
"We get 'em,"
said the loquacious servant with a faint sneer.
"We get Rivi, we get Kalloan, we get Bargast even."
Yes, misery is egalitarian. "Into the cart, then, with the others." The servant set to work. The guardsman watched. After a moment his gaze drifted to the carter. He studied the wizened face with its streaks of rust-leaf juice running down the stubbled chin. "Got a loving woman back home?"
"Aye."
"I imagine that ox is happy enough."
"Oh, aye, that it is, sir. All the flies, see, they prefer the big sacks."
"The what?" The carter squinted at him, then stepped closer.
"The bodies, sir. Big sacks, I call 'em. I done studies and lots of thinking on important things, on life and stuff. What makes it work? What happens when it stops and all?"
"Indeed. Well—"
"Every body in existence, sir, is made up of the same stuff. So small you can't see except with a special lens, but I made me one of those. Tiny, that stuff. I call 'em bags. And inside each bag there's a wallet, floating in the middle like. And I figure that in that wallet there's notes."
"I'm sorry, did you say notes?" A quick nod, a pause to send out a stream of brown juice.
"With all the details of that body written on 'em. Whether it's a dog or a cat or a green-banded noseworm, or a person.
and things like hair colour and eye colour and other stuff, all written on those notes in that wallet in that bag. They're instructions, you see, telling the bag what kind of bag it's supposed to be. Some bags are liver bags, some are skin, some are brain, some are lungs. And it's the mother and the father that sew up them bags when they make themselves a baby. They sew 'em up, you see, with half and half, and that's why brats share looks from both Ma and Da. Now this here ox, it's got bags too that look pretty much the same, so's I've been thinking of sewing its half with a human half. Wouldn't that be something?
Something, good sir, likely to get you run out of the city if you weren't stoned to death first. The carter scowled.
That's the problem with the world then, ain't it? No sense of adventure.
I have a very important meeting. Iscaral Pust, still wearing his most ingratiating smile, simply nodded. Sordiko Quam sighed. It is official temple business. He nodded again. I do not desire an escort. You don't need one, High Priestess, said Iscaral Pust. You shall have me! And then he tilted his head and licked his lips. Won't she just? Hee-hee! And she'll see that with me she'll have more than she ever believed possible. Why, I shall be a giant walking penis! You already are, said Sordiko Quam. Ah? Ah, what, dearest? We should get going, lest we be late. Iscaral Past, I don't want you with me. You're just saying that, but your eyes tell me different. What's in my eyes, she replied, could see me dangling on high gallows, assuming, of course, the entire city does not launch into a spontaneous celebration upon hearing of your painful death, and set me upon a throne of solid gold in acclamation. What is she going on about? No one knows I'm even here. And why would I want a gold throne? Why would she, when she can have me? He licked his lips again, and then revised his smile. Lead on, my love. I promise to be most officious in this official meeting. After all, I am the Magus of the House of Shadow, not a mere high priest, but a towering priest, a looming priest. I shall venture no opinions of whatever, unless invited to, of course. No, I shall be stern and wise, and leave all the jabbering to my sweet underling. He ducked and added, with whom I shall be underlinging very shortly. Her hands twitched oddly. Most fetchingly, in fact, and then surrender cascaded in her lovely eyes, thus providing Iscaral Pust with a perfect image to resurrect late at night under his blankets with Magora snoring through all the spider balls filled with eggs lodged up her nose. You will indeed be silent, Iscaral Pust. The one with whom I must speak does not tolerate fools, and I will make no effort to intercede should you prove fatally obnoxious. She paused and shook her head. Then again, I cannot imagine you being anything but obnoxious. Perhaps I should retract my warning, in the hope that you will give such offence as to see you instantly obliterated, whereupon I can then evict those foul Boccarala and your equally foul wife. Sudden surprise. Listen to me. Those thoughts were meant to be private. Yours is a most execrable influence, Iscaral Pust. Soon we shall be as peas in a pod, those spiny, sharp pods that stick to everything, especially crotch hair if one is forced to wee in the bushes. He reached out for her, hand in hand, gliding down the streets. She seemed to recoil, but of course that was only his delicate and fragile self-esteem and its niggling worries, quickly buried beneath the plastering of yet another ingratiating smile on his face. They escaped the temple through a little used side postern gate, slamming it shut just in time to avoid the squall of Boccarala excitedly pursuing them down the corridor. Wretched sunshine in the streets, Sordiko Quam seemingly indifferent to such atmospheric disregard. Why, not a single cloud in sight. Worse than 7 cities, with not a crevasse to be found anywhere. Miserable crowds to thread through, a sea of ill-tempered faces snapping round at the gentle prod of his elbows and shoulders as he hurried to keep pace with the long-legged high priestess. Long legs, yes! Ooh, 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 ooh! Look at them scythe! See the waggle of those delicious— Quiet! She hissed over a shapely shoulder.
Shadow Throne understood. Yes, he did. He saw the necessity of our meeting, her and me, the consummation of Shadow's two most perfect mortals, the fated storybook love, the lovely innocent woman, but not too innocent, one hopes, and the stalwart man with his brave smile and warm thews. Brave thews and warm smile. Is thews even the right word? Muscled arms and such, anyway. Why, I am a mass of muscles, am I not? I can even make my ears flex when the need presents itself. No point in showing off. She despises the strutting type, being delicate and all. And soon— "Watch that damned elbow, runt! And soon the glory will be delivered unto us. A damned apology!" What? A hulking oaf of a man was forcing himself into Iscarel Pust's path, his big flat face looking like something one found at the bottom of a night soil bucket. "I said I expect a damned apology, you damned toad-faced ferret!" Iscarel Pust snorted. "Oh, look, a hulking oaf of a man with a big flat face looking like something one finds at the bottom of a night soil bucket wants me to apologize. And I will, good sir, as soon as you apologize for your oafishness and your bucket face. In fact, apologize for existing." The enormous apish hand that reached for his throat was so apish that it barely possessed a thumb, or so Iscarel Pust would later report to his wide-eyed, murmuring audience of Bocarala. Naturally, he ignored that hand and did some reaching out of his own, straight into the oaf's crotch, where he squeezed and yanked back and forth and tugged and twisted even as the brute folded up with a whimper and collapsed like a sack of melons onto the filthy cobbles, where he squirmed most pitifully. Iscarel Pust stepped over him and hurried to catch up to Sordico Quam, who seemed to have increased her pace, her robes veritably flying out behind her. "The rudeness of some people!" Iscarel Pust gasped. They arrived at the gates of a modest estate close to Hinter's tower. The gates were locked, and Sordico Quam tugged on a braided rope, triggering chiming from somewhere within. They waited. Chains rattled on the other side of the gates, and a moment later the solid doors creaked open, streams of rust drifting down from the hinges. "Not many visitors, I take it?" "From this moment on," said Sordico Quam, "you will be silent, Iscarel Pust." "I will?" "You will." Whoever had opened the gates seemed to be hiding behind one of them, and the High Priestess strode in without any further ceremony. Iscarel Pust rushed in behind her to avoid being locked out, as both gates immediately began closing. As soon as he was clear, he turned to upbraid the rude servant, and saw, working a lever to one side, a Segula. "Thank you, Thurul," said Sordico. "Is the lady in the garden?" There was no reply. The High Priestess nodded and walked on, along a winding path through an overgrown, weedy courtyard, its walls covered in wisteria in full bloom. Sordico paused upon seeing a large snake coiled in the sun on the path, then edged carefully round it. Iscarel crept after her, eyes on the nasty creature as it lifted its wedge-shaped head, tongue flicking out in curiosity or maybe hunger. He hissed at it as he passed, and was pleased at its flinch. The estate's main house was small, elegant in a vaguely feminine way. Arched pathways went round it on both sides, vine-webbed tunnels blissfully draped in shadows. The High Priestess chose one and continued on towards the back. As they drew closer, they heard the murmur of voices. The center of the back garden was marked by a flagstone clearing in which stood a dozen full-sized bronze statues in a circle facing inward. Each statue wept water from its oddly shielded face down into the ringed trough it stood in, where water flowed ankle-deep. The statues, Iscarel Pust saw with faint alarm as they drew closer, were of Segula, and the water that fell down did so from beneath masks sheathed in moss and verdigris. In the middle of the circle was a thin-legged, quaint table of copper and two chairs. In the chair facing them sat a man with long grey hair. There was blood spatter on his plain shirt. A woman was seated with her back to them. Long, lustrous black hair shimmered, contrasting perfectly with the white linen of her blouse. Upon seeing Sordico Quam and Iscarel Pust, the man rose and bowed to his host. "Milady, until next time." A second, sketchier bow to the High Priestess and Iscarel, and then he was walking past.
Sordico Quam entered the circle and positioned herself to the right of the now vacated chair. To Iscaral Pust's astonishment, and, a moment later, delight, she curtsied before her host.
"Lady Envy, do sit, my love,"
Lady Envy replied. Then, as Iscaral Pust hovered into view, seeing at last her exquisite face, so perfect a match to that lovely hair, and the poise of her pose, there in that spindly chair with her legs crossed, revealing the underside of one shapely thigh just begging for a caress, she scowled and said,
"Perhaps I should get a sandbox installed for your foundling, High Priestess. Somewhere to play and soak up his drool. We would, alas, have to bury him in it. Interesting suggestion."
Thurul then arrived with another chair. The similarity between him and the statues was somewhat disquieting, and Iscaral Pust shivered as he quickly bowed to Lady Envy, then perched himself on the chair.
"Her beauty challenges even that of the High Priestess. Why, imagine the two of them!"
"Iscaral Pust," snapped Sordico Quam, "I did instruct you to be quiet, did I not?"
"But I said nothing, my love, nothing at all."
"I am not your love, nor will I ever be." He smiled and then said,
"I will play these two beauties off one another, driving both to spasms of jealousy with my charm, as it slides so easily from one to the other. Pluck here, brush there. Oh, this will be such a delight."
"I am of a mind to kill him," said Lady Envy to Sordico Quam. "Alas, he is the Magus of Shadow." "You cannot be serious."
"Oh, yes," cried Iscaral Pust, "she is. Furthermore, it is most propitious that I am here, for I know something you do not."
"Oh, goodness," sighed Lady Envy. "A beautiful morning thus shattered into ruin."
"Who was he?" Iscaral demanded. "That man who was here, who was he?"
"Why should I tell you that?"
"In exchange, you satisfy my curiosity, and I yours, and so we shall satisfy each other. And how do you like that, Sordico Quam? Ha!"
Lady Envy rubbed at her temples for a moment, as if overwhelmed, and then said,
"That was the bard, Fisher D.e.a.th, a most unusual man. He invites confession. There have been dire events in the city."
"None so dire as what I would tell you,"
said Iscaral Pust, and now Sordico was rubbing at her own brow.
"It's working."
Lady Envy eyed him. "If I grant you this exchange, Magus, will you then restrain yourself, thus permitting the High Priestess and me to conduct our conversation?"
"My restraint is guaranteed, Lady Envy. Of course, I make this promise only if you do the same."
"Whatever do you mean?"
"Lady Envy, I arrived on a ship."
"What of it?"
"A ship owned by a most delicious woman."
"Oh, not another one," moaned Sordico Quam.
"The poor thing," said Lady Envy. "Hardly." Iscaral Pust leaned back in his chair, tilting it up on its legs so that his view could encompass both women.
"How I dream of such moments as this! See how they hang on my every word! I have them! I have them!"
"What is wrong with this man, High Priestess?" "I could not begin to tell you."
Iscaral Pust examined his hands, his fingernails, but that made him slightly nauseous, since the Baccarala were in the habit of sucking on his fingertips when he slept at night, leaving them permanently wrinkled, mangled, and decidedly unpleasant. So he looked away, casually, and found himself staring at Thurul, which wasn't a good idea either. So, over there, at that flower. Safe enough, he supposed, until it was time at last to meet Lady Envy's extraordinary eyes.
"Yes," he drawled, "I see the similarity at last, although you were the victor in the war of perfection. Not by much, but triumphant nonetheless, and for that I can only applaud and admire and all that. In any case, resident even at this very moment on the ship in the harbour is none other than your beloved sister, Spite."
"I thought so."
Lady Envy was suddenly on her feet, trembling in her excitement. Iscaral Pust sniggered.
Yes, I play at this until they play no more, and all truths are revealed, as sensibilities are rocked back and forth, as shock thunders through the cosmos, as the shadows themselves explode into all existence. For am I not the Magus of Shadow? Oh, but I am!
He then leaned forward with an expression of gravid dismay.
Are you not delighted, Lady Envy? Shall I hasten to her to forward your invitation to visit this wondrous garden? Instruct me as your servant, please. Whatever you wish, I will do. Of course I won't. I'll do whatever I want to. Let her think otherwise. Maybe it'll bring some color back to her face. Maybe it'll calm the storm in her eyes. Maybe it'll stop the water in this trough from boiling. Impressive detail, by the way. Now, what should I say next?
Sordico Quam and Lady Envy never did get to their conversation that day. Grainy-eyed and exhausted, Cutter went in search of somewhere to eat breakfast. Once his belly was full, he'd head back to the Phoenix Inn and collapse on his bed upstairs. This was the extent of his tactical prowess, and even achieving that had been a struggle. He would be the last man to downplay the extraordinary variety of paths a life could take, and there were few blessings he could derive from having come full circle, from his journey and the changes wrought in himself between the Darujhistan of old and this new place, and yet the contrast with the fate that had taken Chalice Viticus had left him numbed, disorientated, and feeling lost. He found an empty table in the half-courtyard restaurant facing Borthern Park, an expensive establishment that reminded him he was fast running out of coin, and sat waiting for one of the servers to take note of him. The staff were Rivi, one and all, 3 young women dressed in some new obscure fashion characterized by long swishing skirts of linen streaked in indigo dye and tight black leather vests with nothing underneath. Their hair was bound up in knotted braids, revealing bisected clamshells stitched over their ears. While this latter affectation was quaint, the most obvious undesirable effect was that twice one of the servers sauntered past him and did not hear his attempts to accost her. He resolved to stick out a leg the next time, then was shocked at such an ungracious impulse. At last he caught the attention of one of them, and she approached. "A pot of tea, please, and whatever you're serving for breakfast." Seeing his modest attire, she glanced away as she asked, in a bored tone, "Fruit breakfast or meat breakfast? Eggs, bread, honey? What kind of tea? We have 23 varieties." He frowned up at her. You decide." "Excuse me?" "What did you have this morning?"
"Flat cakes, of course. What I always have."
"Do you serve those here?"
"Of course not."
"What kind of tea did you drink?"
"I didn't. I drank beer."
"Rivi custom?"
"No," she replied, still looking away. "It's my way of dealing with the excitement of my day."
"Gods below, just bring me something. Meat, bread, honey, no fancy rubbish with the tea either."
"Fine," she snapped, flouncing off in a billow of skirts. Cutter squeezed the bridge of his nose in an effort to fend off a burgeoning headache. He didn't want to think about the night just past, the bell after bell spent in that graveyard, sitting on that stone bench with Chalice all too close by his side, seeing as the dawn's light grew what the handful of years had done to her, the lines of weariness about her eyes, the lines bracketing her mouth, the maturity revealed in a growing heaviness, her curves more pronounced than they had once been. The child he had known was still there, he told himself, beneath all of that. In the occasional gesture, in the hint of a soft laugh at one point. No doubt she saw the same in him, the layers of hardness, the vestiges of loss and pain, the residues of living. He was not the same man. She was not the same woman. Yet they had sat as if they had once known each other, as if they were old friends. Whatever childish hopes and vain ambitions had sparked the space between them years ago, they were deftly avoided, even as their currents coalesced into something romantic, something oddly nostalgic. It had been the lively light ever growing in her eyes that most disturbed Cutter, especially since he had felt his own answering pleasure, in the hazy reminiscences they had played with, in the glow lifting between them on that bench that had nothing to do with the rising sun. There was nothing right about any of this. She was married, after all. She was nobility. But no, that detail was without relevance, for what she had proposed had nothing to do with matters of propriety.
was in no way intended to invite public scrutiny. She is bored. She wants a lover. She wants what she could have had but didn't take. A second chance, that's what she wants. Do second chances even exist? This would be sordid, despicable. How could he even contemplate such a thing? Maybe Apsala saw all too well, saw right into me, to the soul that was less than it should have been, to the will that was weak. I do not stand before a woman, do I? No, I fall into her arms. I change shape to fit each one, to make things snug, as if matching their dreams is the only path I know into their hearts. Maybe she was right to walk away. Was this all that Chalice wanted? An amusing diversion to alleviate the drudgery of her comfortable life? He admitted to some suspicion that things were not that simple. There had been a darker current, as if to take him meant something more to Chalice. Proof of her own descent, perhaps, her own fall, or something else, something even more pernicious. The Rivi server had brought him a pot of tea, a plate of fresh bread, a dipping jar of honey, and a bowl of diced fruit. He now stared at the array on the table in front of him, trying without success to recall the moment it had all arrived. "I need you," she had said, the words cutting through his exhaustion as the sky began to show its color. "Crocus, Cutter, whatever name you want. I knew it the moment I saw you. I had been walking most of the night, just walking. I didn't know it, but I was looking for someone. My life's become a question that I thought no one could answer. Not my husband, not anyone. And then there you were, standing in this cemetery like a ghost." Oh, he knew about ghosts, the way they could haunt one day and night, the way they found places to hide in one's own soul. Yes, he knew about ghosts. "Chalice, you loved me once, but I was young, a fool. Now I am neither young nor a fool. This time I won't turn away. Your husband doesn't care what I do, or with whom I do it." "Why did you marry him, then?" She had looked away, and it was some time before she replied. "When he saved my life that night in the garden of Simtal's estate, it was as if he then owned it, my life. He owned it because he saved it. He wasn't alone in believing that either. So did I. All at once, it was as if I no longer had any choice. He possessed my future, to do with as he pleased." "Your father should have counseled me?" She laughed, but it was a bitter laugh. "You didn't see it, but I was spoiled. I was obnoxious, Crocus. Maybe he tried, I don't really recall, but I think he was happy to see me go." No, this was not the Chalice he had known. "House Vidicus owns an annex, a small building down by the docks. It's almost never used. There are 2 levels. On the main floor, it's just storage, filled with the shipwright's leavings after the trader boat was finished. On the upper level is where the man lived while under contract. I've seen it, and I have a key." Seen it? He wondered at her hesitation in that admission, but not for long. "She's used it before. She's using it still, for trysts just like the one she's talking about right now. Chalice, why are you bothering with me?" At his hesitation, she leaned closer, one hand on his arm. "We can just meet there, Crocus, to talk. A place where we can talk about anything, where there's no chance of being seen. We can just talk." He knew, of course, that such a place was not for talking, and this evening he would meet her there. What was he— Ow! The server had just cuffed him in the side of the head. Astonished, he stared up at her. "If I go to all that work to make you a damned breakfast, you better eat it." "Sorry, I was just thinking." "It's easier when you're chewing. Now don't make me have to come back here." He glared at her as she walked away. If I was noble-born, she'd never have done that. He caught the eye of a man sitting at a nearby table. "You have a way with women, I see. Ha ha." Events and moments can deliver unexpected mercy, and though she did not know it, such mercy was granted to Solara at that instant, for she was not thinking of Kata. Instead, she was sitting beside the Malazan historian, D.e.a.th., fighting an instinct to close her arms round him and so in some small measure ease his silent grief. All that held her back, she knew, was the fear that he would not welcome her sympathy. That and the distinct possibility that she was misreading him. To live a hard life was to make solid and impregnable every way in, until no openings remained, and the soul hid in darkness, and no one else could hear its screams, its railing at injustice, its long agonizing stretches of sadness. Hardness without created hardness within. Sadness was, she well knew, not something that could be cured. It was not, in fact, a failing, not a flaw, not an illness of spirit. Sadness was never without reason, and to assert that it marked some kind of dysfunction did little more than prove ignorance, or, worse, cowardly evasiveness in the one making the assertion. As if happiness was the only legitimate way of being, as if those failing at it needed to be locked away, made soporific with medications, as if the cause of sadness were merely traps and pitfalls in the proper climb to blissful contentment, things to be edged round or bridged, or leapt across on wings of false elation. Solara knew better. She had faced her own sadness often enough. Even when she discovered her first means of escaping it in Durhang, she'd known that such an escape was simply a flight from feelings that existed legitimately. She'd just been unable to permit herself any sympathy for such feelings, because to do so was to surrender to their truth. Sadness belonged, as rightful as joy, love, grief, and fear, all conditions of being. Too often people mistook the sadness in others for self-pity, and in so doing revealed their own hardness of spirit, and more than a little malice. The taproom stank of blood, shit, piss, and vomit. Blend was recovering in her bedroom upstairs, as close to death as she'd ever been, but the worst was past now. Barathol and Chaur had gone down to the cellars below to help Picker and Ansi bury the bodies of their comrades. The blacksmith's grief for the death of his new friend Mallet was too raw for Solara to face. He was in no way a hard man, and this jarred her frail assembly of beliefs, for he should have been. Yet had she not seen the same breathless vulnerability when he'd struggled to bring Chaur back to life after the huge simpleton had drowned?
"He is,"
Dika began, and then frowned.
"A remarkable man, I think."
Solara blinked.
Who?
The historian shook his head, unwilling to meet her eyes.
"I should be getting drunk."
Never works,
she said.
"I know."
They were silent again, moments stretching on.
We just stumbled into these people. A crazy contest at a restaurant. We were just getting to know them, to treasure each and every one of them. Mallet was a healer, a bridge burner.
In his eyes there had burned some kind of self-recrimination, a welter of guilt. A healer tortured by something he could not heal. A list of failures transformed into failings. Yet he had been a gentleman, that soft, oddly high voice, which they would never hear again. For him, Barathol had wept. Blue Pearl was a mage, amusingly awkward, kind of wide-eyed, which hardly fit all that he'd been through, because he too had been a bridge burner. Ansi had railed over the man's corpse, a sergeant dressing down a soldier so incompetent as to be dead. Ansi had been offended, indignant, even as anguish glittered in his bright blue eyes.
"You damned fool!" he'd snarled. "You hood-damned, useless, idiotic fool!"
When he'd made to kick the body, Picker had roughly pulled him back, almost off his feet, and Ansi had lurched off to slam the toe of one boot into the planks of the counter. They looked older now, Picker, Ansi, wan and red-eyed, shoulders slumped, not bothering to rinse the dried blood from their faces, hands, and forearms. Dika alone seemed unchanged, as if these last deaths had been little more than someone pissing into a wide, deep river. His sadness was an absolute thing, and he never came up for air. She wanted to take him in her arms and shake the life back into him. Yet she would not do that, for she knew such a gesture would be a selfish one, serving only her own needs. As much, perhaps, as her initial impulse to embrace him in sympathy, because she too felt like weeping, for having dragged the historian out into the city, away from what had happened here the past night, for having saved his life. When they'd first arrived back, when they'd seen the bodies on the street, when they'd stepped inside to look upon the carnage, Dika had shot her a single glance, and in that she had read clearly the thought behind it.
"See what you took me away from?"
A thought so far away from the sentiment of gratitude that it might as well be in another realm. The truth was obvious. He would rather have been here. He would rather have died last night. Instead, interfering bitch that she was, Silara had refused him that release, had instead left him in this sad life that would not end. That glance had been harder, more stinging than a savage slap in the face. She should have gone below, should be standing there in that narrow, cramped cellar, holding Char's hand, listening to them all grieve, each in their own way. Antsi's curses, Picker at his side, so close as to be leaning on him, but otherwise expressionless beyond the bleakness of her glazed stare. Barathold and his glistening beard, his puffy eyes, the knotted muscles ravaging his brow. The door opened suddenly, sending a shaft of daylight through suspended dust, and in stepped the grey-haired bard. She and D.e.a.th watched as the man shut the door behind him and replaced the solid iron bar in its slots. How he had ended up with that bar in his hands was a mystery, yet neither Silara nor the historian commented. The man approached, and she saw that he too had not bothered to change his clothes, wearing the old blood with the same indifference she had seen in the others. There had been a half-dozen bodies, maybe more, at the stage. A passing observation from Blend implicated the bard in that slaughter, but Silara had trouble believing that. This man was gaunt, old, yet her eyes narrowed on the blood spatter on his shirt. He sat down opposite them, met D.e.a.th's eyes, and said, "Whatever they have decided to do, historian, they can count me in."
"So they did try for you too," said Silara.
He met her gaze. "Silara, they attacked everyone in the room. They killed innocents."
"I don't think they'll do anything," said D.e.a.th, "except sell up and leave."
"Ah," the bard said, then sighed. "No matter. I will not be entirely on my own in any case."
"What do you mean?"
"I called in an old favor, historian. Normally, I am not one to get involved in things."
"But you're angry,"
Silara observed, recognizing at last the odd flatness in the old man's eyes, the flatness that came before
cold killing. This poet has claws indeed, and now I look at him, he's not as old as I thought he was."
"I am, yes." From below there came a splintering crack, followed by shouts of surprise. All three at the table swiftly rose. D.e.a.th leading the way, they ran to the kitchen, then down the narrow stairs to the cellar. Torchlight wavered at the far end of the elongated storage room, casting wild shadows on a bizarre scene. Pungent fluid sloshed on the earthen floor, seeming reluctant to drain, and in a half-circle stood the two Malazans, Barathold and Char, all facing one side wall where a large cask had shattered. Antsi, Silara surmised, had just kicked it, splitting it open in a cascade of pickling juice, revealing to them all the object that liquid had so perfectly preserved. Folded up with knees beneath chin, arms wrapped round the shins, still wearing a mask on which 4 linear vertical barbs marked a row across the forehead. The bard grunted. "I'd often wondered," he said under his breath, "where the old ones ended up." The fluids were now seeping into the floor, along the edges of the freshly dug mounds.
100 stones, a cavort of ripples, the city in its life, which is one life, which is countless lives. To ignore is to deny brotherhood, sisterhood, the commonality that, could it be freed, would make the world a place less cruel, less vicious. But who has time for that? Rush this way, plunge that way, evade every set of eyes, permit no recognition in any of the faces flashing past. The dance of trepidation is so very tiresome. Hold this gaze, if you dare, in the tracking of these tremulous ripples, the lives, the lives! See Stony Menakis, wrought with recrimination, savaged by guilt. She sleeps badly or not at all. Who would risk peering into her dark bedroom at night for fear of seeing the gleam of staring eyes? She trembles, her nerves like strings of fire, whilst poor Murillo stands apart, desperate to comfort her, to force open all that had now closed between them. And in the courtyard a mob of unattended young savages wail about with wooden swords, and it's a miracle no one's yet lost an eye or dropped to the pavestones with a crushed trachea. While, in a workroom not too far away, Tiste sits at the potter's wheel and stares into space as the lump of clay spins round and round to the rhythm of her pumping foot. Struck frozen,
shocked by the stunning realization of the sheer depth of her love for her husband, a love so fierce that she is terrified, comprehending at last the extent of her vulnerability. The sense is a wonder. It is delicious and terrifying. It is ecstatic. Smile with her. Oh, do smile with her. Whilst at this very moment the object of Tisera's devotion strides into the courtyard of the Vorada estate, his new place of employment. His mind, which had been calm in the course of his walk from home, now stirs with faint unease. He had sent Scorch and left home, and he had stood at the gate watching them stumble off like undead, and this had made him think of moments of greatest danger. Just before dawn was the moment to strike, if one intended such violence. But who would bother? What was this mysterious Lady Vorada up to, anyway? A seat on the council, true, but was that sufficient cause for assassination? And why was he thinking of such things at all? There'd been rumours, picked up at the drunk baker's stall, that the night just past should have belonged to the Assassin's Guild, but had turned sour for the hired killers, and oh, wasn't that regrettable? A moment of silence, then pass the dumplings, if you please. Now he paused in the courtyard, seeing the latest employees, his peculiar charges, with their dubious pasts and potentially alarming motivations. Reunited, yes, with the Castellan, with the infamous studious Locke. Madron and Lazandor were tossing knuckles against the compound wall to his right. Technically, their shift was over, although Torvald Nom suspected that this game of theirs had been going on for some time. Another word of warning to them? No, his spirits were already plunging, as they were wont to do when he awakened to a sense that something was being pulled over him, that he was being connived around, as his mother used to say, when with one foot she pinned young Torvald to the floor and stared down at him as he squirmed and thrashed. Mostly in act, of course. She weighed about as much as a guard dog without the bite. Connived around, dear boy, and when I get to the bottom of things and all the troubles on the table, why, who will I find hiding in the closet? His sweet mother never quite mastered the extended metaphor, bless her. Suddenly too despondent to so much as announce his arrival, Torvald Nom headed for his office, eager to climb over the desk and plant himself in the chair, where he could doze until the sounding of the lunch chime. At least the cooks she'd employed knew their business. Leave him there now, and ride one last ripple, out beyond the city, west along the lake shore, out to a dusty, smoky pit, where the less privileged laboured through their shortened lives to keep such creatures as Gorlas Vidicus and Humble Measure at the level of comfort and entitlement they held to be righteous. And, to be fair, they laboured as well to contribute to the general feeling of civilization, which is normally measured by technical wherewithal, a sense of progression and the notion of structural stability, little of which said labourers could themselves experience, save vicariously. The child Harlow has been lashed 10 times for being places he wasn't supposed to be, and this punishment was fierce enough to leave him prostrate, lying on his stomach on his cot with thick unguents slowly melting into the wounds on his back. Baynisk had received a whip to his left shoulder, which would result in the third such scar for dereliction of his responsibilities as overseer in Chuffs, and he now came to sit beside Harlow, studying his young charge in a silence that stretched. Until at last Harlow said,
"I'm sorry, Baynisk." "Never mind that. I just want to know what you were up to. I didn't think you'd keep secrets from me. I really didn't. Benaz is saying I told you so. He's saying you're no good, Mole, and that I should just push you onto the dredge cruise."
The young ones did not live long in the dredge cruise.
"Benaz wants to be your best mole again."
"I know that, only he's grown too big."
"People like him never liked people like me,"
Harlow said. This was not a whine, just an observation.
"Because you're smarter than he is, and his being older means nothing, means it's worse even, because in your head you're already past him, past us all maybe. Listen, Harlow, I've seen ones like you before, coming in, going through. They get beaten down, beaten stupid, or they end up getting killed. Maybe they try to run. Maybe they stand up to the pit bosses over something. Your smartness is what's going to ruin you, you understand?" "Yes, Baynisk. I'm sorry." "Why did you sneak back into the tunnels?"
He could tell him everything. At this moment it seemed like the right thing to do. But Harlow no longer trusted himself with such feelings. Explaining was dangerous. It could get them all into even more trouble.
"You was carrying bones," said Bainisk. "Those bones, they're cursed." "Why?" "They just are." "But why, Bainisk?" "Because they were found where no bones belong, that's why. So far down it's impossible that anybody buried them. And besides, who'd bury dead animals? No, those bones, they're from demons that live in the rock and in the dark, right down with the roots of the earth. You don't touch them, Harlow, and you never ever try putting them back."
So this was what Bainisk suspected him of doing then.
I was scared," Harlow said. "It was as if we were disturbing graves or something, and that's why there've been so many accidents lately."
"Them accidents are because the new boss is pushing us too hard into the tunnels with the cracked ceilings and the bad air, the kind of air that makes you see things that ain't real."
"I think maybe that's what happened to me."
"Maybe, but—" and he rose. "I don't think so."
He walked away then. Tomorrow, Harlow was expected to return to work. He was frightened of that, since his back hurt so, but he would do it, because it would make things easier for Bainisk, who'd been punished when he shouldn't have been. Harlow would work extra hard, no matter the pain and all. He would work extra hard so Bainisk would like him again. Because in this place, with no one liking you, there didn't seem much point in going on. Lying on his stomach, fresh into another year of life, Harlow felt no ripples reach him from the outside world. Instead, he felt alone. Maybe he'd lost a friend forever, and that felt bad, too. Maybe his only friend was a giant skeleton in the depths of the mines, who, with new legs, might have walked away, disappeared into the dark, and all Harlow had to remember him by was a handful of tools hidden beneath his cot. For a child, thinking of the future was a difficult thing, since most thoughts of the future built on memories of the past, whether in continuation or serving as contrast, and a child held few memories of his or her past. The world was truncated forward and back. Measure it from his toes to the top of his head, tousle the mop of hair in passing, and when nothing else is possible, hope for the best. In the faint phosphor glow streaking the rock, a Tlani Mas climbed to his feet and stood like someone who had forgotten how to walk. The thick, curved femurs of the Emlava forced him into a half-lean, as if he was about to launch himself forward, and the ridged ball of the long bones, where it rested in the socket of each hip, made grinding sounds as he fought for balance. Unfamiliar sorcery, this. He had observed how connecting tissue had reknitted, poorly at first, to these alien bones, and he had come to understand that such details were a kind of conceit. The ritual forced animation with scant subtlety, and whatever physical adjustments occurred proceeded at a snail's pace, although their present incompleteness seemed to have no effect on his ability to settle his weight on these new legs, even to move them into his first lurching step, then his second. The grinding sounds would fade in time, he thought, as ball and socket were worn into a match, although he suspected he would never stand as erect as he once had. No matter, Devad Anantol was mobile once more, and as he stood, a flood of memories rose within him in a dark tide. Leading to that last moment with the Jagat tyrant raced, standing before him, blood-smeared mace in one hand, as Devad writhed on the stone floor, legs forever shattered. No, he had not been flung from a ledge. Sometimes it was necessary to lie. He wondered if the weapons he had forged, so long ago now, still remained hidden in their secret place. Not far. After a moment, the Tlani Mas set out, feet scraping, his entire body pitching from side to side. Raced's unhuman face twisted, indignant, outraged. Slaves were ever slaves. None could rise to challenge the master. None could dare plot the master's downfall. None could get as close as Devad had done. Yes, an outrage, a crime against the laws of nature itself. "I break you, Tlan. I leave you here, in this pit of eternal darkness, to die, to rot. None shall know a word of your mad ambition. All knowledge of you shall fade, shall vanish. Nothing of you shall remain. Know this, could I keep you alive down here forever, I would. And even that torture would not suffice. In my enforced indifference, Tlan, lies mercy. See me now. I have outlived you, raced. And there, old friend, lies my mercy. He came to the secret place, a deep crack in the wall into which he reached. His hand closed about a heavy, rippled blade, and D.e.a.th dragged the weapon out. The Tlan knew stone, stone that was water and water that was stone. Iron belonged to the Jagot. He held up the sword he had made countless thousands of years ago. Yes, it had the form of flint, the ridges encircling every flake struck from the edge, the undulating modulations of parallel flaking, and the twin flutes running the length to either side of a wavy dorsal spine. The antler base that formed the grip was now mineralized, a most comforting and pleasing weight. The form of flint, indeed. And yet this sword was made of iron, tempered in the holy fires of Telan. Impervious to rust, to decay, the huge weapon was the hue of first night, the deep blue sky once the final light of the drowned sun had faded. In the moment of the star's birth, yes, that was the color of this blade. He leaned it point down against the wall and reached into the crack again, drawing out a matching knife, hefty as a short sword. The hide sheaths had long since rotted to dust, but he would make new ones soon. The tyrant of old was gone. Somewhere close, then, waited an empty throne, waiting for D.e.a.th Anantol, who had once been crippled, but was crippled no longer. He raised both weapons high, the dagger in his right hand, the sword in his left, slashes of first night, in the moment of the star's birth. Iron in the guise of stone, iron in the guise of stone that is water, and water that is stone, and stone that is iron. Jagot tyranny in the hands of a Tlani Mas. The gods are fools, alas, in believing every piece in the game is known, that the rules are fixed and accepted by all, that every wager is counted and marked, exposed and littering on the table. The gods lay out their perfect paths to the perfect thrones, each one representing perfect power. The gods are fools because it never occurs to them that not everyone uses paths. Chapter 14. Beneath the battered shield of the sky, the man sits in a black saddle atop a black horse, his hair long and grey, drifting out round his iron helm, knowing nothing of how he came to be here, only that where he has come to be is nowhere, and where he must go is perhaps near. His beard is the hue of dirty snow, his eyes are eyes that will never thaw. Beneath him the horse does not breathe, nor does the man, and the wind moans hollow along the dents of his rusty-scaled hauberk, and it is too much to shift about to the approach of riders, one from his right, the other from his left. On dead horses with empty eyes they rein in, settle silent, with strange familiarity, flanking easy his natural command. Beneath these three the ground is lifeless, and within each ashes are stirred in the dirge of grim recollections that slide seeping into regret. But all is past, and the horses do not move, and so he glances rightward with jaw clenching upon the one-eyed regard he once knew, though not well, answering the wry smile with sudden need. So he asks, "Are they waiting, Corporal? Bequeathed and loose on the dead plain, Sergeant, and was this not what you wanted?" To that he can but shrug and set gaze upon the other. "I see your garb and know you, sir, yet do not." Black beard and visage dark, a brow like cracked basalt, a man heavy in armor few could stand in, and he meets the observance with a grimace. "Then know, if you will, Brucalion of the grey swords. Beneath these three thunder rides the unproven earth, nothing sudden, but growing like an awakening heart, and the echoes roll down from the shield overhead as iron reverberates the charge of what must be. So once more the bridge-burners march to war, to which Brucalion adds, "To the grey swords who fell, and this you call Corporal was reborn only to die, a new bridge forged between you and me, good sir." They turn then on their unbreathing mounts to review the ranks arrayed in grainy mass on the plain, onward to war from where and what they had once been, when all that was known is all that one knows again. And in this place the heather never blooms, the blood to be spilled never spills and never flows. Iskar Jarak, bird that steals, sits astride a black horse, and looks to command once more. Sword and Shield, Fisher Keltath. Bliss on a sun-warmed sandy beach on a remote island proves tedious to souls habituated to stimulation and excitement. The smaller the island, the faster the scene palls. So Gruntle concluded after completing his 30th circle round the white rim of the shore, finding himself fascinated by his own footprints, especially when a new set arrived to track his path. Dulled and insensate as he had become, it was a moment before it occurred to him to halt and turn round, to see the one who now followed. Master Quell was sweating, gasping, fighting through the soft sand as he probably fought through all of life, one wheezing step at a time. He was sunburned on one side of his body, face and neck, bared forearm, ankle and foot, the result of falling asleep in an unwise position. That he had been pursuing Gruntle for some time was clear in that his footprints completed an entire circumambulation, leaving Gruntle to wonder why the man had not simply called out to capture his attention. Indeed, if Gruntle had not noticed the new trail upon his own, they might well have gone round all day, one pursuing, the other simply walking at a pace the pursuer could not achieve. "A simple shout," he said as the man drew closer.
I did not want to call undue attention upon us."
"You do not sound well."
"I need to pee."
"Then—"
"I can't. Well, I can, but intermittently. Generally when I'm not thinking about it."
"Ah, a healer could—"
Yes, I know. Never mind that. Listen."
"Master Quell," said Gruntle, "this was not the way to avoid undue attention. Everyone else is sitting right there in the shade of the carriage, and they have been watching us for some time. Me, at least. Why, the Bowl brothers wave to me with every pass I make." They both glanced over, and, sure enough, Jula and Ambi waved. Master Quell rubbed at his bicolor red and pasty face.
"I need an escort."
"For what? To where?"
"Back to the realm of the dead. No, not in the carriage, just you and me, Gruntle. I need to get a sense of what's going on. We need to just, slip in, a quick look round, then back out."
"And then?"
Quell's brows lifted. "Then? Well, we resume our journey, of course."
"You want me to escort you into Hood's realm, as what, your bodyguard?"
The man bristled slightly. "The shareholder agreement you have made with the guild includes discretionary tasks as assigned by the pilot."
Gruntle shrugged. "I was but wondering, Master Quell, what possible use I could be, given that the realm is awash with rabid masses of miserable corpses."
"I said we'd go in quiet."
"We could ask the passenger we picked up back there."
"What? Oh, is he still here?"
"Under the palm trees."
"Under them? Only a dead man could be so stupid. Fine, let's see what we can find out. But I still need to see some things for myself."
The rest of the crew, along with Mappo, watched them walk over to the twin palm trees, edging into their shade to stand nervously before the gaunt, withered undead who was piling up coconuts into pyramids like catapult ammunition. Even as he worked, unmindful of his new guests, another nut thumped heavily on the sand nearby, making both Gruntle and Quell flinch.
"You,"
said Quell. The ghastly face peered up with shrunken eyes.
"Do you like these? Patterns. I like patterns."
"Happy for you," Quell muttered. "How long have you been dead?"
"How long is a taproot?"
"What? Well, show it to me and I'll guess."
"It's 3 times the length of the above-ground stalk. In the baraka shrub, anyway. Does the ratio hold for other plants? Should we find out?
No, later, I mean. Look, you were marching with all the rest in Hood's realm. Why? Where were you all going, or coming from? Was it Hood himself who summoned you? Does he command all the dead now?
Hood never commands.
That's what I thought, but
yet now he has.
Quell's eyes widened. He has?
How wide is the sky? How deep is the ocean? I think about these things all the time.
Gruntle noted the master gaping like a beached fish, and so he asked, "What was your name when you were alive, sir?"
My name? I don't recall. Being alive, I mean. But I must have been once. My name is cartographer.
That sounds more like a profession. The corpse scratched his forehead, flakes of skin fluttering down.
It does. An extraordinary coincidence. What were my parents thinking?
Perhaps you are but confused. Perhaps you were a cartographer, trained in the making of maps and such.
Then it was wise that they named me so, wasn't it? Clever parents.
What did Hood command of you, cartographer?
Well, he said come, and nothing more. It wasn't a command to create confusion or arguments regarding interpretation. A simple command. Even dogs understand it, I believe. Dogs and sharks. I have found 17 species of shellfish on this beach. Proof that the world is round.
Another nut thudded in the sand.
We are perturbing this island with our presence,
said the cartographer.
The trees are so angry they're trying to kill us. Of course, I am already dead.
He climbed to his feet, bits falling away here and there, and brushed sand and skin from his hands.
Can we go now?
Yes, said Master Quell, though his eyes were still a little wild. We're going back to Hood's realm, and we're happy to take you with us.
Oh, no, I'm not going back there. It's not time.
Yes, it is, and yes, you are, said Master Quell.
No, it isn't, and no, I'm not. Hood issued a second command, one just to me. He said, go, and so I did. It's not time. Until it is, I'm staying with you.
Everyone who rides the carriage, Quell said in a growl, has to work for the privilege.
Yes, and I have begun.
And he gestured down at the coconut pyramids.
You have netting bundled to the sides of the carriage, presumably to hold people on board. If we are to cross water, then we should place these nuts within said netting, as flotation devices in case someone is washed overboard.
He made a heaving motion with his emaciated arms.
With a line attached for retrieval.
That might work, said Gruntle.
Gods below, Master Quell muttered. Fine, I'm not arguing with a dead man. Gruntle, draw your weapons. We're going now.
My weapons?
Just in case. And now, no more damned talking back.
Quell fashioned a portal into Hood's warren that was but a thin, elongated slice, like a parting of curtains, from which cool, lifeless breath gusted out, sweeping the sand into the air. Eyes stinging, Gruntle glanced back just before following the mage into the rent, and saw Ambi and Jula wave. They emerged on the summit of a hill, one of a long spine of hills, each one so similar to the next that they might be enormous barrows, although why there would be barrows in the realm of death Gruntle could not imagine. In the valley before them, the broad basin was a solid river of grey figures, tens of thousands on the march. Ragged pennons hung from standards as if impervious to the moaning wind. Weapons glinted in muted flashes.
Gods below, muttered Quell. He's assembling the entire host.
Looks that way, agreed Gruntle, feeling like an idiot with his cutlasses in his hands. He slid them back into the underslung scabbards. Do we make our way down?
I'd rather not.
Good. Seen enough. Can we go now, Master Quell?
Look, a rider approaches.
The horse was clearly as dead as the man who rode it, gaunt and withered, mottled where hair had worn off. Both wore armor, boiled leather tarnished and cracked, flapping on frayed leather thongs as they climbed the slope. A ragged cape lifted like a tattered wing behind the warrior. As they drew closer, Gruntle swore under his breath. "He's wearing a mask. He's a damned Segula." And he reached for his weapons.
"God's breath, Gruntle, don't do that!"
It was a struggle to lower his arms. Gruntle's blood felt hot as fire in his veins. The beast within him wanted to awaken, to show hackles lifted and fangs bared. The beast wanted to challenge this thing. Trembling, he made no move as the rider drove his horse over the crest a dozen paces to their right, sawing the reins and wheeling the beast round to face them.
"Now this is living!"
The Segula roared, tilting his head back to loose a manic laugh. Then he leaned forward on the saddle and cocked his head, long filthy hair swinging like ropes.
"Well,"
he amended in an amused rumble,
"not quite, but close enough, close enough. Tell me, mortals, do you like my army? I do. Did you know the one thing a commander must battle against? More than any enemy across the plain, more than any personal crisis of will or confidence, more than unkind weather, broken supply chains, plague, and all the rest? Do you know what a commander wages eternal war with, my friends? I will tell you. The true enemy is fear. The fear that haunts every soldier, that haunts even the beasts they ride."
He lifted a gauntleted hand and waved to the valley below.
"But not with this army. Oh, no. Fear belongs to the living, after all."
"As would the Tlani Mas," said Gruntle. The darkness within the mask's elongated eye-holes seemed to glitter as the Segula fixed his attention on Gruntle.
"Drake's cub. Now, wouldn't you like to cross blades with me?"
A low laugh.
"Yes, as with the Tlani Mas. Is it any wonder the Jagut recoiled?"
Master Quell cleared his throat.
"Sir," he said, "what need has Hood for an army? Will he now wage war against the living?"
"If only,"
the Segula replied in a grunt.
"You don't belong here. And if you drag that infernal carriage of yours back here any time soon, I will seek you out myself. And then Drake's spitting kitten here can fulfill his desperate desire. Ha!"
He twisted in his saddle. Other riders were approaching.
"Look at them, my watchdogs. Be reasonable indeed. Have I chopped these two interlopers to pieces? I have not. Restraint has been shown."
He faced Gruntle and Quell once more.
"You will confirm this, yes?"
"Beyond you goading Gruntle here," Quell said, "yes, I suppose we can."
"It was a jest!"
the Segula shouted. "It was a threat," Quell corrected, and Gruntle was impressed by the man's sudden courage. The Segula tilted his head, as if he too was casting new measure upon the mage.
"Oh, trundle your wagon wherever you like, then. See if I care."
3 riders mounted the summit, and slowing their horses to a walk, drew up to where waited the Segula, who now sat slumped like a browbeaten bully. Gruntle started, took an involuntary step forward.
"Talk, Annister?"
The one-eyed soldier's smile was strained.
"Hello, old friend. I'm sorry. There may come a time for this, but it is not now."
Gruntle edged back, blunted by Tok Annister's cold, even harsh tone. I did not know. It was a messy death. My memories remain all too sharp. Gruntle, deliver this message to your god. Not long now. Gruntle scowled. Too cryptic. If you want me to pass on your words, you will have to do better than that. Tok Annister's single eye, terrifying in its lifelessness, shifted away. He cannot, said the middle horseman, and there was something familiar about the face behind the helm's cheek guards. I remember you from Capustan. Gruntle, chosen servant of Treach. Your god is confused, but it must choose, and soon. Gruntle shrugged. There is no point in bringing all this to me. Drake and me were not really on speaking terms. I didn't ask for any of this. I don't even want it.
Ha!
Barked the Segula, twisting round to face the middle rider.
Hear that, Iskar Jarak? Let me kill him!
Iskar Jarak? I seem to recall he had a different name. One of those odd ones, common to the Malazan soldiery. What was it now? Save your wrath for Skinner, Iskar Jarak calmly replied.
Skinner!
Roared the Segula, savagely wheeling his horse round.
Where is he, then? I'd forgotten. Hood, you bastard! You made me forget! Where is he?
He faced the three riders.
Does Tok know? Bruchalion, you? Someone tell me where he's hiding!
Who knows, said Iskar Jarak. But there is one thing for certain.
What?
Demanded the Segula. Skinner is not here on this hill.
Ah!
The Segula drove spurs into his horse's senseless flanks. The animal surged forward anyway, plunging off the hilltop and raging downslope like an avalanche. Soft laughter from Bruchalion, and Gruntle saw that even Tok was grinning, though he still would not meet his eyes. That death must have been terrible indeed, as if the world had but one answer, one way of ending things, and whatever lessons could be gleaned from that did not ease the spirit. The notion left him feeling morose. It was a common curse to feel unclean, but that curse would be unbearable if no cleansing awaited one, if not the moment of dying, then afterwards. Looking upon these animated corpses, Gruntle saw nothing of redemption, nothing purged. Guilt, shame, regrets, and grief, they all swirled about these figures like a noxious cloud. If getting killed lands me with you lot, he said, I'd rather do without. The one named Iskar Jarak leaned wearily over the large Seven Cities saddlehorn. I sympathize, truly. Tell me, do you think we've all earned our rest? Don't you? You have lost all your followers. I have. Gruntle saw that Tok Annister was now watching him, fixed, sharp as a dagger point. They are not here. He frowned at Iskar Jarak. And they should be, I suppose. Bruchalion finally spoke. It is just that. We are no longer so sure. Stay out of Hood's realm, said Tok Annister. The gate is closed. Master Quell started.
Closed? But that's ridiculous. Does Hood now turn the dead away?
Tok's single eye held on Gruntle. The borders are sealed to the living. There will be sentinels, patrols. Intrusions will not be tolerated. Where we march, you can't go. Not now, perhaps never. Stay away until the choice is taken from you. Stay away. And Gruntle saw then, finally, the anguish that gripped Tok Annister, the bone-deep fear and dread. He saw how the man's warning was in truth a cry to a friend, from one already lost, already doomed. Save yourself. Just do that, and it will all be worth it. All we must do, the war we must seek. Damn you, Gruntle. Give all this meaning. Quell must have sensed something of these fierce undercurrents, for he then bowed to the three riders. I shall deliver your message to all the pilots of the Trigal Trade Guild. The ground seemed to shift uneasily beneath Gruntle's boots. "And now you had better leave," said Bruchalion. The hill groaned, and what Gruntle had imagined as some internal vertigo was now revealed as a real quaking of the earth. Master Quell's eyes were wide, and he held his hands out to the sides to stay balanced. At the far end of the range of hills, a massive eruption thundered, lifting earth and stones skyward. From the ruptured mound something rose, clawing free, sinuous neck and gaping, snapping jaws, wings spreading wide. The hill shivered beneath them. The three riders had wheeled their horses and were now barreling down the slope. "Quell! A moment, damn you!" Another hill exploded. "Damned barrows, all right, holding dead dragons. Hurry!"
"Be quiet!"
The portal that split open was ragged, edges rippling as if caught in a storm. The hill to their right burst its flanks. A massive wedge-shaped head scythed in their direction, gleaming bone and shreds of desiccated skin. "Quell!
Go! I need to—"
The dragon heaved up from cascading earth, forelimbs tearing into the ground. The Leviathan was coming for them. No, it's coming for the portal. Gruntle grasped Master Quell and dragged him towards the rent. The mage struggled, shrieking, but whatever he sought to say was lost in the deafening hiss from the dragon as it lurched forward. The head snapped closer, jaws wide, and Gruntle, with Quell in his arms, threw himself back, plunging into the portal. They emerged at twice the height of a man above the sandy beach, plummeting downward to thump heavily in a tangle of limbs. Shouts from the others, as the undead dragon tore through the rent with a piercing cry of triumph, head, neck, forelimbs, and shoulders, then one wing cracked out, spreading wide in an enormous torn sail shedding dirt. The second wing whipped into view. Master Quell was screaming, weaving frantic words of power, panic driving his voice ever higher. The monstrosity shivered out like an unholy birth, lunged skyward above the island. Stones rained down in clouds. As the tattered tip of its long tail slithered free, the rent snapped shut. Lying half in the water, half on hard-packed sand, Gruntle stared up as the creature winged away, still shedding dust. Shareholder Faint arrived, falling to her knees beside them. She was glaring at Master Quell, who was slowly sitting up, a stunned look on his face.
"You damned fool!"
she snarled.
"Why didn't you throw a damned harness on that thing? We just lost our way off this damned island!"
Gruntle stared at her. Insane. They are all insane. There was a tension in his stance that she had not seen before. He faced east, across the vast sweeping landscape of the dwelling plain. Samardev gave the tea another stir, then hooked the pot off the coals and set it to one side. She shot Karsa Orlong a look, but the Toblakai was busy retying the leather strings of one of his moccasins, aided in some mysterious way by his tongue, which had curled into view from the corner of his mouth. The gesture was so childlike she wondered if he wasn't mocking her, aware as always that she was studying him. Havoc cantered into view from a nearby basin, his dawn hunt at an end. The other horses shifted nervously as the huge beast drew closer, with head held high, as if to show off the blood glistening on his muzzle. "We need to find water today," Samardev said, pouring out the tea. "So we will," Karsa replied, standing now to test the tightness of the moccasin. Then he reached beneath his trousers to make some adjustments. "Reminding yourself it's there?" she asked. "Here's your tea. Don't gulp." He took the cup from her. "I know it's there," he said. "I was just reminding you." "Hood's breath," she said, and then stopped as Traveller seemed to flinch. He turned to face them, his eyes clouded, far away. "Yes," he said, "spitting something out." Samardev frowned. "Yes, what?" His gaze cleared, flitted briefly to her and then away again. "Something is happening," he said, walking over to pick up the tin cup. He looked down into the brew for a moment, then sipped. "Something is always happening," Karsa said easily. "It's why misery gets no rest. The witch says we need water. We can follow yon valley, at least for a time, since it wends northerly. The river that made it has been dead 10,000 years, Toblakai. But yes, the direction suits us well enough. The valley remembers."
Samar Dev scowled at Karsa. The warrior was getting more cryptic by the day, as if he was being overtaken by something of this land's ambivalence. For the dwelling plain was ill-named, vast stretches of nothing. Animal tracks, but no animals. The only birds in the sky were those vultures that daily tracked them, wheeling specks of patience. Yet havoc had found prey. The dwelling plain was a living secret, its language obscure and wont to drift like waves of heat. Even Traveller seemed uneasy with this place. She drained the last of her tea and rose. "I believe this land was cursed once, long ago."
"Curses are immortal," said Karsa in a dismissive grunt.
"Will you stop that?"
"What? I am telling you what I sense. The curse does not die. It persists."
Traveller said,
"I do not think it was a curse. What we are feeling is the land's memory."
"A grim memory, then."
"Yes, Samar Dev," agreed Traveller. "Here life comes to fail. Beasts too few to breed. Outcasts from villages and cities. Even the caravan tracks seem to wander half lost. None are used with any consistency, because the sources of water are infrequent, elusive.
Or they want to keep bandits guessing."
"I have seen no old camps," Traveller pointed out. "There are no bandits here, I think."
"We need to find water," Samar said again.
"So you said," Karsa said, with an infuriating grin.
"Why not clean up the breakfast leavings, Toblakai? Astonish me by being useful." She walked over to her horse, collecting the saddle on the way. She could draw a dagger, she could let slip some of her lifeblood, could reach down into this dry earth and see what was there to be seen. Or she could keep her back turned, herself closed in. The two notions warred with each other, curiosity and trepidation. She swung the saddle onto the horse's broad back, adjusted the girth straps, and then waited for the animal to release its held breath. Nothing likes to be bound. Not the living, perhaps not the dead. Once she might have asked Karsa about that, if only to confirm what she already knew, but he had divested himself of that mass of souls trailing in his wake. Somehow, the day he killed the Emperor. Oh, two remained, there in that horrid sword of his. And perhaps that was what was different about him, she realized. Liberation. But then, has he not already begun collecting more? She cinched the strap, then half-turned to regard the giant warrior, who was using sand to scrub the blackened pan on which she'd cooked knee root, challenging the pernicious crust with a belligerent scowl. No, she could sense nothing, not as drawn in as she'd made herself. Thus, sensing nothing didn't mean anything, did it? Perhaps he had grown at ease with those victims dragged behind him everywhere he went. A man like that should not smile, should never smile or laugh. He should be haunted. But he was too damned arrogant to suffer haunting, a detail that invariably irritated her, even as she was drawn to it. And was that not irritating in itself?
"You chew on him," said Traveller,
who had come unseen to her side and now spoke quietly.
"As a jackal does an antler. Not out of hunger so much as habit. He is not as complicated as you think, Samar Dev."
"Oh, yes, he is. More so, in fact." The man grimaced as he set about saddling his own horse.
"A child dragged into the adult world, but no strength was lost, no weakening of purpose. He remains young enough," Traveller said, "to still be certain. Of his vision, of his beliefs, of the way he thinks the world works."
"Oh, so precisely when will the world get round to kicking him good and hard between the legs?"
"For some, it never does."
She eyed him. "You are saying it does no good to rail against injustice?"
"I am saying do not expect justice, Samar Dev. Not in this world, and not in the one to come."
"Then what drives you so, Traveller? What forces your every step ever closer to whatever destiny waits for you?" He was some time in answering, although she did not deceive herself into thinking that her words had struck something vulnerable. These men here with her, they were armored in every way. He cinched the girth straps and dropped the stirrups.
"We have an escort, Samar Dev."
"We do? The vultures?"
"Well, yes, there are those, too. Great ravens." At that she squinted skyward. "Are you sure?" "Yes, but I was speaking of another escort." "Oh, then who? And why doesn't it show itself?" Traveller swung himself astride his horse and gathered the reins. Karsa had completed packing the camp gear and was now bridling Havoc. "I have no answers to those questions, Samardev. I do not presume to know the minds of Hounds of Shadow." She saw Karsa Orlong glance over at that, but there was nothing revealed in his expression beyond simple curiosity. "Gods, he drives me mad." "Do they hunt us?" Karsa asked. "No," Traveller replied. "At least, not me, nor, I imagine, our witch here." Karsa mounted his jag horse. "Today," he announced, "I shall not ride with you. Instead, I shall find these Hounds of Shadow, for I wish to see them for myself. And if they in turn see me alone, then they may choose to make plain their desires." "Now what is the point of that?" demanded Samardev. "I have faced Hounds before," he said. "I am happy to invite them close so they can smell the truth of that." "There is no need," said Traveller. "Karsa Orlong, the Hounds began as my escort, one, in truth, granted me by Shadow Throne. They are not interested in you, I am sure of it." Samardev rounded on him. "Then why did you suggest otherwise?" He met her eyes, and she saw him gritting his teeth, the muscles of his jaws binding. "You were right, witch," he said. "You know this warrior better than I." Karsa snorted a laugh. "I will see you later." They watched him ride off. Samardev wanted to spit. The tea had left her mouth dry, bitter. "He probably will at that," she muttered, "whether the Hounds like it or not." Traveller simply nodded. Skintic knew precisely the day he died. The final terrible battle waged on Drift of Ali, with 4 of his closest companions falling, each just beyond his reach, beyond his own life, which he would have sacrificed to take their place. And into the midst of the crumbling defence, Andarist had stepped forward, making of himself a lodestone to the attacking Tiste Andii. The death of the man whom Skintic thought of as his father remained in his mind, like a scene painted by some chronicler of abject, pathetic moments. And in that sad, regretful face, he had seen all the kin who had fallen before, killed for no cause worth thinking about, or so it seemed at the time. The grey-skinned barbarians desired the throne. Perhaps they were collecting such things, as if possession conferred a right, but what did it matter? These games were stupidity, every trophy an absurd icon symbolizing precisely nothing beyond the raging ego of the players. Honorable souls had died for this, and once the grief washed away, what was left but this building contempt for all of it? Defending this, fighting for that, winning in one moment only to lose in the next. Raw magic blistering flesh, javelins winging to thud into bodies, everything of value spilling out onto dusty cobbles and the ribbons of grass growing exuberant between them. The things that died in him on that day would be deemed virtues by most. Duty had revealed its lie, shattering the sanctity of loyalty and honor. They'd fought for nothing. They could have retreated, holed up at the decrepit temple entrance, and simply waited for the arrival of the humans, first the assassins and then the one named Traveller and his followers. Traveller who murdered everyone foolish enough to step into his path, whose arrival made Andarist's death, and the deaths of his friends, meaningless. How Skintic hated that man. Competence was no gift when it arrived too late. He no longer believed in honesty either. To be told the truth was to feel the shackles snap shut on one's ankle. Truth was delivered with the expectation that it would force a single course of action. After all, how could one honorably turn away? Truth was used as a weapon, and all one could do in defense against such an assault was to throw up a wall of lies. Lies of acceptance, capitulation, lies to oneself, too. That things mattered, that ideas had currency and symbols deserved the servitude of courageous fools, and that it all had meaning. Nor was he a believer in courage. People relied on the bravery of others to reap whatever profits they imagined they had earned or deserved, but the blood spilled was never theirs, was it? No, it was clear now to Skintick. Virtues were lauded to ensure compliance, to wrap round raw, reprehensible servitude, to proclaim the sacrifice of others, each of whom stood in place of those reaping the rewards and so were paid in suffering and pain. So much for the majesty of patriotism. He was having none of it. Not any more, never again. And this was what made him dead now. And as with anyone for whom nothing matters, he now found much of what he saw around him profoundly amusing. Snide commentary, derisive regard, and an eye for the horror of true irony. These were the things he would now pursue. Did Anomander Rake grieve for his dead brother? For Anderist, who had stood in his place? Did he spare a thought for his wretched spawn, so many of whom were now dead? Or was he now lolling fat and dissolute on whatever mockery he called his throne, reaping all the rewards of his brother's final sacrifice? And there are my cousins, my closest friends, who each died to defend a possession so valuable to you that it rots in an empty temple? Remind me to ask you that question when we finally meet. Though he loved Anomander, indeed loved them all in this pathetic band, save Clip, of course, Skintick could not help but observe with silent hilarity the desperate expectations of this journey's fated end. They all sought safety, and, no doubt, a pat on the head for services rendered. They all wanted to be told that their sacrifices had meaning, value, were worthy of pride. And Skintick knew that he alone would be able to see the disdain veiled in the eyes of the Son of Darkness, even as he spouted all the necessary platitudes before sending them off to their small rooms in some forgotten wing of whatever palace Rake now occupied. And then what, my dearest kin? Shunted out onto the streets to wander in the dusk, as the presence of others slowly prizes our band apart, until all we once were becomes memories thick with dust, barely worthy of the occasional reminiscence, some annual gathering in some tavern with a leaking roof, where we will see how we each have sagged with the years, and we'll get drunk swapping tales we all know by heart, even as the edges grow blunt and all the colors bleed out. Desra lying on her back, her legs spread wide, but the numbness inside can't be pierced that way, and she probably knows, but habits never die, they just wear disguises. Nanander will polish his weapons and armor every morning. We'll see him clanking round, guarding everything and nothing, his eyes mottled with verdigris and rust. Aranatha sits in an overgrown garden, mesmerized for 10 years and counting by a lone blossom beneath a tree. Do we not envy the bliss in her empty eyes? Kedavis, well, she will chronicle our despair, our sordid demise. Rounding us up for the night in the tavern will be her one task with any meaning, at least to her, and she will silently rail at our turgid, insipid uninterest. Anomander, Anomander, what waits for you? One night your vision will clear, one deadly, devastating night. You will see the blood on your hands, dear, vicious Fayed's blood, and that of so many others, since you were the one we victimized by proclaiming you as our leader. And on that night, my friend, you will see that it was all for naught, and you will take your own life. A tower, a window ledge, and a plummet down through the dark to achieve the incumbent poetic futility. Skintick could not find himself in that future. He did not expect to complete this journey. He was not sure he even wanted to. The same chronicler who painted past scenes would paint the future ones, too. The same damned theme, reworked with all the obsessiveness of a visionary throttling the blind. One thing was certain. He would permit no one ever again to abuse his virtues, even those few that remained in their disheveled state. They were not currency, not things to be measured, weighed against gold, gems, property, or power. If the bastards wanted all that, they could sweat their own sweat and bleed their own blood to get it. Take me as a knife, and I will turn in your hand. I swear it. You are smiling, Anomander observed. It pleases me to see that alive and well. Skintick glanced at him. The legacy of Bastion remained in the stains of old blood beneath the salt that now caked moccasins and leggings. No one had bothered cleaning their gear, so desperate was the need to leave that city. Something had changed in Anomander, however, beyond the horrors of Semenkelik and the dying god's altar. As if his sense of purpose had taken a fresh beating, like a new seedling trampled underfoot. How many times, Skintic wondered, could Anomander suffer that, before some fundamental poison altered his very nature? The vision he had of Anomander's final demise was dependent upon a certain sanctity of spirit remaining, something precious and rare that would drive him to that last act of despair. If it was already dead or twisted malign, then Anomander's fate would become truly unknown. Has he found ambition? Is the poison of cynicism awakening in his beleaguered soul? This could change things, Skintic realized. He might become someone I could choose to follow. Yes, down that nasty path, and why not? Let someone else suffer for our gains for a change. Topple them into the dirt and see how they like the sweet reversal. Is he hard enough to play that game? Am I hard enough to make use of him? They had found a horse for Clip, but retained the wagon, at least for this journey northward along the edge of the dying salt lake. Anomander was seated once more on the raised bench, reins in one hand, switch in the other. Aranatha sat with her legs dangling off the end of the wagon, eyes on the row of broken teeth that was Bastion's dwindling skyline, hazy and shimmering above the heat waves. Desra lounged in the wagon's bed, dozing among the casks of water and bundles of dried goods. Kedavis rode flank off to the right, almost 30 paces away now, her horse picking its way along the old beach with its withered driftwood. Clip rode far ahead, emphasizing his impatience. He'd not been much interested in hearing the tale of their doings since his collapse at the village, a failing on his part, as he evidently saw the suggestion, that he refused to entertain, although this clearly left a mysterious and no doubt troubling gap in his memory. He was, if anything, even more evasive than he had been before, and more than once Skintic had caught suspicion in the warrior's eyes when observing the rest of them, as if they had conspired to steal something from him, and had succeeded. Skintic's distrust of the bastard was growing. It wasn't hard to hate Clip, absurdly easy, in fact, and such sentiments could well cloud his sense of the warrior with his endlessly spinning rings. Clip was, he now believed, one of those eager to abuse the virtues of others to achieve whatever private and entirely personal victory he sought. And if the effort left a half-dozen contemptible youths dead in his wake, what of it? He could not but see the bloodstains they now wore, could not but have noticed the notched and nicked weapons they took files to during rest stops, their damaged armor, and dazed and groggy as he had been upon awakening in the altar chamber, he could not have been blind to the scores of dead, the veritable slaughterhouse they had left behind, and yet still Clip saw them as barely worth his regard, beyond that malicious suspicion as it slowly flowered into paranoia, and what might that lead him to do? To us. Yes, one more fear to stalk me now, though I am dead. We will need to find a way through those mountains, Anomander said, squinting ahead. God's Walk, Clip called them, an astounding fount of unexpected knowledge, our grateful friend. Grateful? Ah, I see. Well, he wasn't there in spirit, was he? No, too busy dancing from the spider's bite. It does little good to try describing what happened, Anomander said. To one who remains closed, words are thinner than webs, easily swept aside. We should have lied. Anomander looked over, brows lifting. Skintic grinned. Some wild tale of godly possession and insane fanatics eager to splash the world with their own blood. Us stumbling onto a path to paradise only to find we're not welcome. Double-crossing a simpleton god who misunderstood the notion of puppets, that they be made of followers, not himself. A tale of poisoned wine that was blood, that was wine, that was blood. Oh, and let's not forget our glorious slaughter, that improbable collection of lucky swings and pokes and the infernal bad luck of our attackers, and then— Enough, Skin, please. Why did we bother Anomander? Bother saving him? Anomander's eyes remained on the distant mountains. Aranatha says he is needed. Necessary. For what? And what would she know about it anyway? I wish I could answer those questions, Skin. I feel as if I am drowning in blood. Anomander nodded. Yes, I feel the same. I think we all do. I don't think Anomander Rake has it in him to throw us a rope. Probably not. This admission, so wise, shook Skintick. His fear was accurate. Their leader had changed. Does he even now see clearly? Yet, if that is so, where is his despair? I do not understand. It feels like, Anomander said, dying inside. That's what it feels like. Don't say that, brother. Don't. Why not? Only one of us can feel that way. Only one. I got there first, damn you. It's mine. Abruptly, he barked a laugh. No reason, in truth. No reason at all. You are acting strangely, Skin. Did you know that? He shrugged. We need to wash this blood off, Anomander. They rode on across the bleached salt flat. The day grew hotter. Directly beneath the floor of the Andii, where blazed the black sun, a vast chamber had been carved out of the bedrock. When Anomander Rake, Lord of Black Coral and Son of Darkness, wearied of the view from the keep's tower and other high vantage points, he descended into this womb in the rock, where darkness remained absolute. Such moments were rare, and even rarer that the Lord should summon Tiste Andii to meet him in the subterranean cavern. His legs still stiff from the long trek back to the city, the Castellan made his way down the steep, winding stairs, until at last he reached the base. Enormous doors sealed the cave, scaled in beaten silver in patterns suggesting the skin of dragons. Tarnished black, barring the gleam of the scale's edges, the barrier was barely visible to Tiste Andii's failing eyes, and when he reached for the heavy latch he was forced to grope for a moment before his hand settled on the silver bar. Cold air gusted around him as he pulled one of the doors open. A smell of raw stone, acrid and damp, the sound of trickling water. He saw his lord standing near the center, where an obelisk rose like a stalagmite from the floor. This basalt edifice was carved square at the base, tapering to an apex at twice the height of Tiste Andii. On the side facing Rake there was an indent, molded to match the sword he carried on his back. It is not often, said Anomander as Tiste approached, that I feel the need to ease the burden of Dragnipur.
Sire.
He watched as Anomander unsheathed the dread sword and set it into the indentation. At once the obelisk began sweating, thick, glistening beads studding the smoothed surface, then racing down the sides. Something like thunder groaned through the stone underfoot. Tiste Andii sighed, leaned on his walking stick.
The stone lord cannot long withstand that burden. Yet you can, and this so few understand, so few comprehend at all.
A few moments more, Anomander Rake murmured.
Sire, that was not a chastisement.
A brief smile. But it was, old friend, and a wise one. Stone knows its own weight, and the limits of what it can sustain. Be assured, I will not long abuse its generosity.
Tiste Andii looked round, drawing in the sweet darkness, so pure, so perfect. It is almost as we once knew Carcanus before she embraced light, before the ones born of ashes lifted themselves up and took swords in hand. Scapandari, Ilgast Rend, Halid Bahan, Esthala, who dreamed of peace, Kagamandra Tulas Shorn, who did not.
I have sent Spinnock Durav away.
Yes, I heard. Sire, I cannot.
I am afraid you have no choice, Tiste.
The High Priestess
understands, and she will do all she can.
So long ago now. Lord, your patience beggars that of gods.
There was no purpose worthy enough to breathe life into our people, was there? It is not history that so assailed us, although many see it that way. The lessons of futility can be gathered by anyone with a mind so inclined. Every triumph hollow, every glory revealed at last to be ephemeral. but none of that gives cause to wither the spirit. Damage it, perhaps, yes, but the road we have walked down stands high above such things. Do you understand that, Endest?
I think I do, sire.
We were murdered by compromises. No, not those that followed the arrival of light, not those born of shadow. These things were inevitable. They were, by their very nature, necessary.
Yes.
The day we accepted her turning away, Endest, was the day we ran the knives across our own throats. Anomander Rake paused and then said, "We are an ancient, stubborn people." He faced Endest Silan. "See how long it has taken to bleed out?"
And then, to complete the unruly triumvirate, there was the brood of Osirk, Menendor, and that mess of mixed bloods to follow, Sheltatha Lor, Sukul and Kadu, Brevith Dredda. The others, the ones outside all of that, how they watched on, bemused, brows darkening with anger. Draconis, you thought you could give answer to all of us. You were wrong. Were you wrong? He found himself staring at Dragnipur, catching the faintest echo of rumbling wheels, the muted cries of the suffering, and there, yes, that seething storm of chaos drawing ever closer. "Without the blood of dragons," Anomander Rake went on, "we would all be dust, scattered on the winds, drifting between the stars themselves. Yes, others might see it differently, but that cold fever, so sudden in our veins, so fierce in our minds, the chaos, Endest, gave us the strength to persist, to cease fearing change, to accept all that was unknown and unknowable. And this is why you chose to follow us, each in our time, our place." The chaos in you, yes. A fire on the promontory, a beacon piercing the profound entropy we saw all around us. And yet so few of you proved worthy of our allegiance. So few, Lord, and fewer with each generation, until now here you stand, virtually alone.
Tears were streaming from his eyes now, weeping as did the obelisk, as did the stone on all sides.
The one who was worth it, the only one.
"You will find the strength within you, Endest Silan. Of that I have no doubt."
"Yes, sire."
"As shall I." And with that the Son of Darkness reached out, reclaimed the sword Dragnipur. With familiar ease he slid the weapon into the scabbard on his back. He faced Endest and smiled as if the burden he had just accepted yet again could not drive others to their knees. Gods, ascendants, the proud and the arrogant, all to their knees. Rake's legs did not buckle, did not even so much as tremble. He stood tall, unbowed, and in the smile he offered Endest Silan there was a certainty of purpose, so silent, so indomitable, so utterly appalling that Endest felt his heart clench, as if moments from rupturing. And his lord stepped close then, and with one hand brushed the wetness from one cheek. He could see her dancing out there, amidst dust devils and shards of frost-skinned rock, through shafts of blistering sunlight and hazy swirls of spinning snow. Blood still streamed from his wounds, and it seemed that would never cease, that this crimson flow debouched from some eternal river, and the blood was no longer his own, but that of the gods standing beside him. It was an odd notion, yet it felt truthful, even though he dared not ask the Redeemer, dared not hear the confirmation from the god's mouth. The crazed weather whirled on out on that plain, and she moved through it effortlessly, round and round, this way and that, but not yet drawing closer, not yet coming for him once more. "Why does she wait?" he asked. "She must see that I cannot withstand another assault, that I will surely fall."
"She would if she could," the Redeemer replied.
"What holds her back?"
"Wounds must heal, memories of pain fade."
Seardamin rubbed at the grit on his face. There had been dirty rain gusting up to where they stood, but it had since wandered back down into the basin, a rotted brown curtain dragged aimlessly away. "Sometimes," said the Redeemer, "things leak through." Theodomin grunted, then asked, "From where?" "Lives of the clan. So much was unleashed, so much forgotten only to be lived once again. There was anguish, there was glory." He had not been there to witness that moment, the kneeling of the Tlani Mas. Such a thing was hard to imagine, yet it sent shivers through him nonetheless, a moment to shake every belief when the world drew breath and held it. "Did you know what to expect?" "They humbled me," said the Redeemer. "I suspect it was you who humbled them, Itkovian. Yes, a mortal back then, just a mortal. No, they were the ones struck mute, filled with awe and wonder. I do not know how I know that, but I do. Things leak through. The madness of the weather comes from the memories of the Tlani Mas. Can you not summon them? Draw them up in ranks before you? Do you not think they would proudly accept such a thing? A way to pay you back for what you did? Redeemer, summon the spirits of the Tlani Mas, and that woman below will never reach you." "I cannot. I will not. Yes, they would accept that notion, reciprocity, but I will not. What I gave freely, a gift, not an exchange. Oh, they forced one upon me at the end, but it was modest enough, or I was weak enough then not to resist it." "If you will not accept service," Theodomin then said, "why do you seek it from me?" "You are free to choose," the Redeemer replied. "Defend me or step aside and see me fall." "That's hardly a choice." "True. Such things rarely are. I would send you back, but your body no longer functions. It lies on a heap of rubbish behind the pilgrim camp. Scavengers have fed, for your flesh is not poisoned, as is that of the others thus disposed." Theodomin grimaced, fixing eyes once more upon the high priestess dancing on the plain. "Thank you for the grisly details. If I stand aside, if I watch you die, then what will happen to me, to my spirit?" "I do not know. If I am able, I will grieve for you then, as much as I do for the souls of all those I now hold within me." Theodomin slowly turned and studied the god. "If she takes you, all those Tlani Mas will be helpless. They will succumb. All who are within me will succumb." "So much for standing aside." "Theodomin, Segda Travos, you are not responsible for their fate. I am. This error is mine. I will not judge you harshly should you choose to yield." "Error? What error?" "I am defenseless. You sensed that from the very beginning, when you came to the barrow and there knelt, honoring me with your companionship. I possess no provision for judgment. My embrace is refused no one." "Then change that, damn you!" "I am trying." Theodomin glared at the god, who now offered a faint smile. After a moment, Theodomin hissed and stepped back. "You ask this of me? Are you mad? I am not one of your pilgrims, not one of your mob of would-be priests and priestesses. I do not worship you."
Precisely, Segda Travos. It is the curse of believers that they seek to second-guess the one they claim to worship.
In your silence, what choice do they have? The Redeemer's smile broadened.
Every choice in the world, my friend.
Countless paths, a single place sought by all. If she could be bothered, she could think on the innumerable generations, all that rose to stand with thoughts reaching into the night sky or plunging into the mesmerizing flames of the campfire. The hunger did not change. The soul lunged, the soul crawled, the soul scraped and dragged and pitched headlong, and in the place it desired, needed, there was this, the bliss of certainty. Conviction like armor, eyes shining like swords. Oh, the bright glory that was the end to every question, every doubt. Shadows vanished, the world raged sudden white and black. Evil dripped with slime, and the virtuous stood tall as giants. Compassion could be partitioned, meted out only to the truly deserving. the innocent and the blessed. As for all the rest, they could burn, for they deserved no less. She danced like truth unleashed. The beauty of simplicity flowed pure and sweet through her limbs, rode the ebb and sweep of her sighing breath. All those agonizing uncertainties were gone, every doubt obliterated by the gift of Semenkelik. She had found the shape of the world, every edge clear and sharp and undeniable. Her thoughts could dance through it almost effortlessly, evading snags and tears, not once touching raw surfaces that might scrape, that might make her flinch. The bliss of certainty delivered another gift. She saw before her a universe transformed, one where contradictions could be rightfully ignored, where hypocrisy did not exist, where to serve the truth in oneself permitted easy denial of anything that did not fit. The minuscule mote of awareness that hid within her, like a snail flinching into its shell, was able to give shape to this transformation, well recognizing it as genuine revelation, the thing she had been seeking all along, yet in the wrong place. Salind understood now that the Redeemer was a child god, innocent, yes, but not in a good way. The Redeemer possessed no certainty in himself. He was not all-seeing, but blind. From a distance the two might appear identical, there in that wide embrace, the waiting arms, the undefended openness. He forgave all because he could not see difference, could not even sense who was deserving and who was not. Semenkelik brought an end to ambiguity. It divided the world cleanly, absolutely. She must give that to him. It would be her gift, the greatest gift imaginable to her beloved God. An end to his ambivalence, his ignorance, his helplessness. Soon the time would come when she would once again seek him. The pathetic mortal soul standing in her way would not frustrate her the next time she found her weapons. No, her righteous blades would cut and slash him to pieces. The thought made her fling her arms into the air as she whirled. Such joy! She had a gift. It was her duty to deliver it, whether you like it or not. No, he could not refuse. If he did, why, she would have to kill him. Bone white, the enormous beasts stood on the ridge, side on, their heads turned to watch Karsa Orlong as he cantered havoc ever closer. He sensed his horse tensing beneath him, saw the ears flick a moment before he became aware that he was being flanked by more hounds, these ones darker, heavier, short-haired, excepting one that reminded him of the wolves of his homeland, that tracked him with amber eyes. So, Karsa murmured, these are the hounds of shadow. You would play games with me then? Try for me, and when we're done, few of you will leave this place, and none will be free of wounds, this I promise you. Havoc, see the black one in the high grasses, thinks to hide from us. He grunted a laugh. The others will faint, but that black one will lead the true charge. My sword shall tap her nose first. The two white beasts parted, one trotting a dozen or so paces along the ridge, the other turning round and doing the same in the opposite direction. In the gap now between them, shadows swirled like a dust devil. Karsa could feel a surge of battle lust within him, his skin prickling beneath the fixed attention of 7 savage beasts. Yet he held his gaze on that smudge of gloom, where 2 figures were now visible, men, one bare-headed and the other hooded and leaning crooked over a knobby cane. The hounds to either side maintained their distance, close enough for a swift charge, but not so close as to drive Havoc into a rage. Karsa reined in 6 paces from the strangers and eyed them speculatively. The bare-headed one was plainly featured, pale as if unfamiliar with sunlight, his dark hair straight and loose, almost ragged. His eyes shifted color in the sunlight, blue to gray, to green, and perhaps even brown, a cascade of indecision that matched his expression as he in turn studied the Toblikai. The first gesture came from the hooded one with the hidden face, a lifting of the cane in a half-hearted waver.
Nice horse,
he said. Easier to ride than a dog, Karsa replied, a snort from the dark-haired man.
"This one," said the hooded man, "resists sorcery, cotillion. Though his blood is old, I wonder, will all mortals one day be like him? An end to miracles. Nothing but dull, banal existence. Nothing but mundane absence of wonder." The cane jabbed. "A world of bureaucrats, mealy-minded, sour-faced, and miserable as a reunion of clerks. In such a world, cotillion, not even the gods will visit, except in pilgrimage to depression."
"Quaintly philosophical of you, Shadow Throne," replied the one named Cotillion. "But is this one really the right audience? I can almost smell the bear grease from here."
"That's Locke," said Shadow Throne. "He was rolling in something a while ago."
Karsa leaned forward on the strange saddle that Samardev had had fitted for Havoc back in Letheras. "If I am a clerk, then one prophecy will prove true." "Oh, and which one would that be?" Cotillion asked, seemingly amused that Karsa was capable of speech. "The tyranny of the number counters will be a bloody one." Shadow Throne wheezed laughter, then coughed into the silence of the others and said, Cotillion's eyes had narrowed. "In Darujhistan, a temple awaits you, Toblakai. A crown and a throne for the taking." Karsa scowled. "Not more of that shit. I told the crippled god I wasn't interested. I'm still not. My destiny belongs to me and none other."
"Oh,"
said Shadow Throne, cane wavering about once again like a headless snake.
"We're not encouraging you to take it. Far from it. You on that throne would be distressing. But he will drive you, Toblakai, the way hunters drive a man-eating lion, straight into the spike-filled pit."
"A smart lion knows when to turn," Karsa said. "Watch as the hunters scatter."
"It is because we understand you, Toblakai, that we do not set the hounds upon you. You bear your destiny like a standard, a grisly one, true, but then its only distinction is in being obvious. Did you know that we too left civilization behind? The scribblers were closing in on all sides, you see. The clerks with their purple tongues and darting eyes, their shuffling feet and sloped shoulders, their bloodless lists. Oh, measure it all out. Acceptable levels of misery and suffering."
The cane swung down, thumped hard on the ground.
"Acceptable? Who the fuck says any level is acceptable? What sort of mind thinks that?"
Karsa grinned. "Why, a civilized one."
"Indeed."
Shadow Throne turned to Cotillion.
"And you doubted this one?"
Cotillion grimaced. "I stand corrected, Shadow Throne. If the crippled god has not yet learned his lesson with this warrior, more lessons are bound to follow. We can leave him to them. And leave this Toblakai, too."
"Barring one detail," Shadow Throne said in a rasp. "Toblakai, heed this warning, if you value that destiny you would seek for yourself. Do not stand in traveler's paths. Ever."
Karsa's grin broadened. "We are agreed, he and I."
"You are?"
"I will not stand in his path, and he will not stand in mine." Shadow Throne and Cotillion were silent then, considering. Leaning back, Karsa collected the lone rein. Havoc lifted his head, nostrils flaring. "I killed 2 D.e.a.th, Karsa said. "We know," said Cotillion. "Their arrogance was their soft underbelly, easy to reach, easy to plunge in my hands. I killed them because they thought me weak." Cotillion's expression grew mocking. "Speaking of arrogance—" "I was speaking," said Karsa as he swung Havoc round, "of lessons." Then he twisted in the saddle. You laugh at those coming to the crippled god. Perhaps one day I will laugh at those coming to you. Cotillion and Shadowthrone, with the hounds gathering close, watched the Toblokai ride away on his jag horse. A thump of the cane.
Did you sense the ones in his sword?
Cotillion nodded.
They were
Shadowthrone seemed to struggle with the next word.
proud.
And again Cotillion could do little more than nod. Abruptly Shadowthrone giggled, the sound making the two new hounds flinch, a detail he seemed not to notice.
Oh,
He crooned.
all those poor clerks.
Is that a cloud on the horizon? At Recanto Ilk's query, Mappo glanced up and followed the man's squinting gaze. He rose suddenly. That's more than a cloud, he said. Sweetest Sufferance, sitting nearby, grunted and wheezed herself upright, brushing sand from her ample behind.
Master Quell!
She sang. Mappo watched as the crew started scrabbling, checking the leather straps and fastening rings and clasps dangling from the carriage. The horses shifted about, suddenly restless, eyes rolling and ears flattening. Gruntle came up to stand beside the trail. That's one ugly storm, he said, and it looks to be bearing down right on us. These people baffle me, Mappo admitted. We are about to get obliterated, and they look excited. They are mad, Mappo. He eyed the trail for a long moment, then said, You must be desperate to have hired this mob. Why is it, Mappo asked, that Master Quell seemed indifferent to unleashing an undead dragon into this world? Well, hardly indifferent. He said, oops. At least I think that's what I heard. But perhaps that was but my imagination. This Trigal guild, these carriages, they must be dragging things across realms all the time. Look at yon walking corpse. They did so, observing in silence as the desiccated figure, holding a collection of cast-off straps and rope, stood speculatively eyeing one of the carriage's spoked wheels. The wind freshened suddenly, cooler, strangely charged. One of the horses shrilled and began stamping the sand. After a moment the others caught the same feverish anxiety. The carriage rocked, edged forward. Master Quell was helping Precious Thimble through the door, hastening things at the end with a hard shove to her backside. He then looked round, eyes slightly wild, until he spied Mappo. "Inside you go, good sir. We're about to leave." "Not a moment too soon," Gruntle said. Mappo set out for the carriage, then paused and turned to Gruntle. "Please, be careful." "I will, as soon as I figure out what's about to happen. Quell, what warren are we using now? And hadn't you better get the way through opened?" Quell stared at him. "Get on the damned carriage!" "Fine, but tell me—" "You idiot!" shouted Faint from where she sat on the roof. "Don't you get it?" And she jabbed a finger at the churning black cloud now almost towering over them. "That's all right!" "But wait, how—" "Climb aboard, you oaf, or drown!" "Climb aboard!" shrieked Sweetest Sufferance, "and maybe drown anyway!" Gruntle saw that the corpse had tied itself to the wheel. "God below, what am I doing here?" A roar exploded on the reef, and Gruntle whirled round to see the Gust front's devastating arrival, a wall of thrashing, spume-crested water, rising, charging, lifting high to devour the entire island. He lunged for the carriage. As he scrambled up the side and fumbled for the lashing, Recanto Ilk, squinting, asked, "Is it here yet?" The horses began screaming in earnest, and all at once the short-sighted idiot had his answer. Chapter 15. You would call us weak? Fear talks out of the side of the mouth. Each item in your list is an attack that turns its stab upon yourself, displaying the bright terrors that floor the potential for wonder. You drone out your argument as if stating naught but what is obvious, and so it is, but not in the way you think. The pathos revealed is your paucity of wisdom disguised as plain speak from your tower of reason. as if muscle alone bespoke strength, as if height measures the girth of will, as if the begotten snips thorns from the rose, as if the hearth-fire cannot devour a forest, as if courage flows out lost monthly in wasted streams of dead blood. Who is this to utter such doubt? Priest of a cult false in its division, I was there on the day the mob awoke, storming the temple of quailing half-men. You stood gape-jawed behind them as your teachings were proved wrong. Shrink back from true anger. Flee if you can this burgeoning strength. The shape of the rage against your postulated justifications is my soldier's discipline, sure in execution and singular in purpose, setting your head atop the spike. Last day of the man sect, Savelanatha of Genebaris, cited in Treatise on Untenable Philosophies Among Cults, Genorthu Stulk. Many children, early on, acquire a love of places they have never been. Often, such wonder is summarily crushed on the crawl through the sludge of murky, confused adolescence onto the flat, cracked pan of adulthood with its airless vistas ever lurking beyond the horizon. Oh well, sometimes such gifts of curiosity, delight, and adventure do indeed survive the stationary trek, said victims ending up as artists, scholars, inventors, and other criminals bent on confounding the commonplace and the platitudes of peaceful living. But never mind them for now, since for all their flailing subversions, nothing really ever changes unless in service to convenience. Bainisk was still, in the sheltered core of his being, a child, ungainly with growth, yes, awkward in a body with which he had not yet caught up, but he had yet to surrender his love of the unknown. And so it should be wholly understandable that he and young Harlow should have shared a spark of delight and wonder, the kind that wove tight between them so that not even the occasional snarl could truly sever the binding. In the week following that fateful tear in the trust between them, Harlow had come to believe that he was once more truly alone in the world. Wounds scabbed over and scabs fell away to reveal faint scars that soon faded almost out of existence, and the boy worked on, crawling into fissures, scratching his way along fetid, gritty cracks in the deep rock, choking at times on bad air, stung by blind centipedes and nipped by translucent spiders, bruised by shifting stones, his eyes wide in the darkness as he searched out the glitter of ore on canted close walls. At week's end, however, Bainisk was with him once more, passing him a jug of silty lake water as he backed out of a fissure and sat down on the warm, dry stone of the tunnel floor. And in this brief shared moment, the tear slowly began to heal, re-knitted in the evasiveness of their eyes that would not yet lock onto the reality of their sitting side by side, far beneath the world's surface, two beating hearts that echoed naught but each other. And this was how young boys made amends. Without words, with spare gestures that, in their rarity, acquired all the necessary significance. When Harlow was done drinking, he passed back the jug.
Fenaz is on me all the time now,
Bainisk said.
I tried it with him again, I mean. But it's not the same. We're both too old for what we had once. All he ever talks about is stuff that bores me. He just likes hurting people.
Bainisk nodded.
I think he wants to take over my job. He argued over every order I gave him. People like him always want to take over, Harlow said, and most times when other people see it, they back off and let them. That's what I don't get, Bainisk. It's the scariest thing of all.
That last admission was uncommon between boys, the notion of being frightened. But theirs was not a normal world, and to pretend that there was nothing to fear was not among the few privileges they entertained. Out here, people didn't need reasons to hurt someone. They didn't need reasons for doing anything.
Tell me about the city again, Mole. There's a haunted tower. My uncle took me to see it once. He has big hands, so big that when he holds yours, it's like your hand disappears, and there's nothing in the world could pull you apart. Anyway, there's a ghost in that tower, named Hinter.
Bainisk set on him wide eyes.
Did you see it? Did you see that ghost? No, it was daytime. They're hard to see in daytime.
It's dark enough down here, Bainisk said, looking round, but I ain't never seen a ghost. Harlow thought to tell him then. It had been his reason for bringing up the story in the first place, but he found himself holding back yet again. He wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because the skeleton wasn't a true ghost.
"Sometimes," he said, "the dead don't go away. I mean, sometimes they die, but the soul doesn't, leave the body. It stays where it is, where it always was."
Was this Hinter like that?
"No, he was a real ghost, a spirit with no body."
So what makes ghosts of some people but not others? Harlow shrugged.
"Don't know, Bainisk. Maybe spirits with a reason to stay are the ones that become ghosts. Maybe the Lord of Death doesn't want them, or lets them be so they can maybe finish doing what they need to do. Maybe they don't realize they're dead."
He shrugged again.
"That's what my uncle said. He didn't know either, and not knowing made him mad. I could tell by the way he held my hand tighter."
He got mad at a ghost?
"Could be. That's what I figure anyway. I didn't say nothing to make him mad, so it must have been the ghost. His not knowing what it wanted or something."
Harlow could well recall that moment. Like Bainisk, he'd asked lots of questions, amazed that such a thing as a ghost could exist, could be hiding, watching them, thinking all its ghost thoughts. And Gruntle had tried to answer him, though it was obviously a struggle. And when Harlow asked him if maybe his father, who was dead, might be a ghost out there somewhere far away, his uncle had said nothing. And when he asked if maybe his ghost father was still around because he was looking for his son, then Gruntle's big hand squeezed tight and then tighter for a breath or two, not enough to actually hurt Harlow, but close. And then the grip softened once more and Gruntle took him off to buy sweets. He'd probably seen Hinter, looking out through one of the gloomy windows of the tower. He'd probably wanted to tell Hinter to go away and never come back, like bad fathers did. Because maybe Harlow's father wasn't dead at all, since one time his real mother had said something about putting the bastard away, and though Harlow didn't know the precise meaning of bastard, he'd heard it often enough to guess it was a word used for people no one liked having around. But thinking about Gruntle made him sad, so instead he reached for the jug of water again and drank deep. Bainisk watched him and then rose.
"There's a new chute that's been cleared. I was thinking maybe you could climb it if you was rested up enough." "Sure, Bainisk. I'm ready."
They set out in silence, but this time the silence wasn't uncomfortable, and Harlow felt such a wave of relief when he realized this that his eyes welled up for a moment. Silly, really, and dangerous besides. When he had a moment when Bainisk wasn't looking, he quickly wiped his grimy cheeks and then dried the backs of his hands on his tunic. Even had he been turned towards Harlow, Bainisk probably would not have noticed. His mind was stepping stealthily onto the worn stones of the path leading to Hinter's tower, so that he could see the ghost for himself. What a thing that would be, to see with his own eyes something that he had never seen before. There in that amazing city so far away, where all manner of wonders jostled with the crowds on all the bright streets, where ghosts argued with landlords over rent, where people had so much food they got fat and had to be carried around, and people didn't hurt other people for no good reason, and people like Vanaz got exactly what they deserved. Oh yes, he did love that city, that place where he had never been.
"Don't be absurd. The modestly pudgy man in the red waistcoat is not so crass as to fish for weeping multitudes in the rendition of this moment, nor so awkward with purple intent. Give Crupper some credit, you who are so quick to cast aspersions like hooks into a crowded pool. Caught something, did you? No, dear friend, do not crow your prowess. 'Twas only this carp desperate to get out. The water's reflection is not so smooth. Oh no, not so smooth. Is Bainisk's city quaint, possibly even cute and heartwarming, in a softly tragic way? Not the point. Some of us, you see, or don't, still dream of that city, where none of us has ever been. That, dear ones, is the point."
Second guessing is murder, or, depending on one's point of view, suicide. Blend had found plenty of opportunity to consider such matters while lying bleeding on the floor of Carol's bar. It had been close, and without Mallet around, the prospects of a thorough healing of her wounds was something she would just have to live without. The councilman, Coll, had sent over a local cutter with passing skills in common dental, and he had managed to half-knit the ruptured flesh and stem the flow of blood, and then had taken needle and gut to suture the wounds, all of which left Blend propped up on her bed, barely able to move. Carol's bar remained closed, What had once been a temple was now a crypt. From what Picker had told her, there wasn't a patch of raw earth in the cellars below that wasn't soft and queasy underfoot. The elder god never had it so good. Blue Pearl and Mallet, both dead. The very idea of that left gaping holes that opened out beneath every thought, every feeling that leaked through her grim control. The bastards had survived decades of war, battle after battle, only to get cut down in their retirement by a mob of assassins. The shock lingered, there in the echoes of empty rooms, the silences from all the wrong places, the bitter arguments that erupted between Anstie and Picker in the office or in the corridors. If D.e.a.th remained resident, if he hadn't fled, he was silent, witnessing, as any historian would, every opinion strapped down into immobility. And it seemed thoroughly uninterested in whether she, or any of them, lived or died. The sunlight creeping through the shutters told her it was day, possibly late afternoon, and she was hungry and maybe, just maybe, they'd all forgotten her. She'd heard the occasional thump from the main floor below, a few murmured conversations, and was contemplating finding something to pound on the floor when she heard steps approaching along the corridor. A moment later her door opened and in strode Silara, bearing a tray. Something sweet and avid curled up deep in Blen's gut, then squirmed at a succession of delicious thoughts. Gods, you're a sight! I was moments from slipping away, straight into Hood's hoary arms, but now, all at once, you have reason to live, yes, all that. It's taboo, I hope you don't mind, but the only cuisine I know at all is 7 cities, and little enough of that. They've got you cooking now? Pays my room and board, at least, she added as she set the tray down on Blen's lap. No one's demanded I clear my tab. Blen looked down at the skewers of meat and vegetables and fruit. The pungent aroma of green spice made her eyes water. Money can go piss itself, she said. Silara's eyes widened. Blen shrugged, reaching for the first skewer. We were never in this to get rich, love. It was just something to do, a place to be. Besides, we're not going to hold our hands out when it comes to you and Barathol and Char. Gods below, you dragging D.e.a.th off on a date kept the old fool alive, and Barathol and Char arrived like a mailed fist, from what I hear, just in time, too. We may be idiots, Silara, but we're loyal idiots. I imagine, Silara said, pulling a chair close. The Assassin's Guild is not thinking of you as idiots at the moment. More like a hornet's nest they regret kicking. Regret? She snorted. That's too mild a word. If you think you're reeling, consider the Guildmaster right now. He'll recover, Blen said. Us? I'm not so sure. Not this time. Silara's heavy-lidded eyes settled on Blen for a long moment, and then she said, Picker was badly shaken. Still is, in fact. Time and again I see the colour drain from her face. I see her knees go weak, and she reaches out to grab hold of something. Middle of the night, she's up and pacing the hallways. She acts like Hood's at her shoulder these days. That's just it, though, isn't it? A few years ago, and she'd be strapping on the armour and counting quarrels. We'd have to chain her down to keep her from charging off. You don't get it, do you, Blend? What? Years ago, as you say, she was a soldier. So were you. A soldier lives with certain possibilities, needs to keep in mind what might happen at any time. But you're all retired now. Time to put all that away. Time to finally relax. Fine. It takes a while to get it all back. Blend, Picker's the way she is right now because she almost lost you. In the silence that followed that statement, Blend's mind was awhirl. Then, she can't bear to come in here and see you the way you are, so pale, so weak. And that's what's keeping her from hunting the killers down? That's ridiculous. Tell her from me, Silara, that all this going soft shit is, unattractive. Tell her if she's not ready to start talking vengeance, then she can forget about me. We've never run from anything in our lives, and as soon as I'm back on my feet, I plan on a rat hunt, the likes of which the Guild has never seen. All right. Is this what all the arguing's about? Her and Anstie? A nod. Find me a high dental healer, will you? I'll pay whatever it takes. Fine. Now eat. The corpse still smelled of fermented peaches. Laid out on a long table in one of the back rooms, the Segula might have been sleeping one off. and Picker expected the ghastly warrior's serenely closed eyes to flicker open at any moment. The thought sent shivers through her, and she glanced over once more at De.e.a.th.
So, historian, you've done some thinking on this, some jawing with that bard and that alchemist friend of yours. Tell us, what in Hood's name are all these pickled segula doing in the cellar?
De.e.a.th frowned, rubbed at the back of his neck, and would not meet Picker's hard stare.
Baruch didn't take the news well. He seemed upset. How many casks have you examined? There's 12 of the bastards, including this one. 3 are women.
De.e.a.th nodded.
They can choose, warriors or not. If not, they cannot be challenged. Seems to relate to infant mortality.
Picker frowned.
What does?
Dental and midwifery.
If most children generally survive, then mothers don't need to birth 8 or 10 of them in the hopes that 1 or 2 make it.
Well, that's the way it is everywhere.
Of course,
De.e.a.th continued, as if he had not heard her statement.
Some cultures have an overriding need to increase their population base, and this can impose strictures on women. There's a high attrition rate among the segula. A dueling society by its very nature cuts down the survival rate once adulthood is reached. Young warriors in their prime, probably as deadly as a war, only this is a war that never ends. Still, there must be periods, cycles perhaps, when young women are freed up to choose their own path.
Picker's eyes settled on the corpse on the table while De.e.a.th spoke. She tried to imagine such a society, wherein, like Bedouin cows, all the women stood moaning as their tails were pushed to one side almost as soon as the latest calf had dropped out bleating onto the ground. It was madness. It was unfair.
Good thing even segula women wear masks, she muttered. Sorry, what?
She scowled across at the historian.
Hides all the rage. Oh, well, I don't know that the non-warrior women do. It never occurred to me to ask. But I see your point. But is that enough? She asked. Do so many warriors kill each other that it's necessary to demand that of the women?
De.e.a.th glanced at her, then away again.
The bastard's hiding some suspicions. I don't know, Picker. Could be. Their savagery is infamous. How long do you think these ones have been down there? In the cellar, I mean, in those casks? The seals are Templar. Baruch suggests that the cult persisted, in some residual form, long after its presumed extinction. Decades? Centuries?
He shrugged.
But what are they doing here in Darujhistan anyway? Those islands are right off the south end of the damned continent. Nearly 1,000 leagues between them and this city.
I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Sighing, she turned away.
Seen Andii? At the bar. Typical, depleting our stock. Your indecision has left him despondent. Stuff that, De.e.a.th,
she snapped, walking from the room, leaving him there with that damned corpse. It was a contest which of them was the least forthcoming, in any case, and she was tired of the duck and dodge. Yet something in all of that had lodged in her the suspicion that the guild contract out on them was connected, somehow, with this old temple and all its grisly secrets.
Find the connection and maybe find the piece of shit who put the chop on us. Find him, or her, so I can shove a cusser up inside nice and deep.
Andii was leaning on the bar, glowering at nothing in particular, at least until he found a perfect victim in Picker as she walked up.
Careful, woman, he growled. I ain't in the mood. Ain't in the mood for what? For anything. Except one thing. Anything you might try on me is what I meant. As for the other thing, well, I've already decided to go it alone if I have to.
So,
she leaned on the bar beside him.
What are you waiting for, then?
Blend. Once she's back on her feet, Pick, she'll be hungry enough to take the fight to 'em.
He tugged on his moustache, then scowled at her.
It's you I can't figure.
Andii, Picker said, sighing. Much as I'd love to murder every damned assassin in this city, and the guildmaster too, they're not the source of the problem. Someone hired them, only we don't know who, and we don't know why. We've been through this before. We're back right where we started, in fact, only this time we're down 2.
She found she was trembling and was unable to meet Ansi's stare.
You know, I find myself wishing Ganos Paran was here. If anybody could work out what's going on, it's the captain.
Andii grunted. Master of the deck, aye. He drank down the last of his drink and straightened.
Fine. Let's go to the finessed house, then. Maybe he's in there, maybe he's not.
Either way, it's doing something.
And leave Blend here on her own?
She's not alone. There's D.e.a.th and Silara, not to mention that bard. There ain't nobody coming back to finish us, not in the daytime at least. We can be back before dusk, Pick." Still she hesitated. Ansey stepped close. "Listen, I ain't so stupid. I know what's going on in your head. But us just sitting here is us waiting for their next move. You know the Marine doctrine, Corporal. It ain't our job to react. It's our job to hit first and make them do the reacting. Twice now they hit us. They do it again and we're finished."
Despite the alcoholic fumes drifting off the man, his blue eyes were hard and clear, and Picker knew he was right, and yet she was afraid, and she knew he could see it, was struggling with it, badly, since fear was not something he'd expect from her. "Not ever. Gods, you've become an old woman, Pick, frail and cowering. They've killed your damned friends. They damned near killed your dearest love." "I doubt he's there," she said. "Else he'd have been by. He's gone somewhere, Ansey. Might never be back, and why would he? Wherever Paran's gone, he's probably busy. He's the type. Always in the middle of some damned thing."
"All right," Ansey allowed. "Still, maybe there's some way we can, send him a message."
Her brows rose.
"Now that's an idea, Ansey. Glad one of us is thinking."
"Aye. Can we go now, then?"
They set out, making use of a side postern gate. Both wore cloaks, hiding armor and their swords, the weapons loose in their scabbards. Ansey also carried 2 sharpers, each in its own cloth sack, one knotted to his weapon harness and the other down at his belt. He could tug a grenado loose and fling it in its sack as one might throw a sling stone. It was his own invention, and he'd practiced with the stone inside the sack, acquiring passable skill. Hood knew he was no sapper, but he was learning. Nothing infuriated him more than losing a fight. True, they'd come out the other side, while pretty much all of the assassins had died, so it wasn't really a defeat, but it felt like one. Since retiring, his handful of Malazan companions had come to feel like family. Not in the way a squad did, since squads existed to fight, to kill, to wage war, and this made the tightness between the soldiers a strange one. Stained with brutality, with the extremes of behavior that made every moment of life feel like a damned miracle. No, this family wasn't like that. They'd all calmed down some, loosened up, left the nasty shit far behind, or so they'd thought. As he and Picker set out for Cole's estate and the wretched house behind its grounds, he tried to think back to when he'd had nothing to do with this kind of life, back to when he'd been a scrawny, bow-legged runt in Falar. Bizarrely, his own mental image of his 10-year-old face retained the damned moustache, and he was pretty sure he'd yet to grow one, but memories were messy things. Unreliable, maybe mostly lies, in fact. A scatter of images stitched together by invented shit, so that what had been in truth a time as chaotic as the present suddenly seemed like a narration, a story. The mind in the present was ever eager to narrate its own past, each one its own historian, and since when were historians reliable on anything? Aye, look at D.e.a.th. He spun a fine tale, that one about Coltane and the chain of dogs. Heartbreaking, but then those were always the best kind, since they made a person feel, when so much of living was avoiding feeling anything. But was any of it real? Aye, Coltane got killed for real. The army got shattered, just like he said. But any of the rest? All those details? No way of ever knowing, and it don't really matter in the end, does it? Just like our own tales, who we were, what we did. The narration going on until it stops, sudden, like a caught breath that never again lets out. End of story. The child with the moustache was looking at him, there in his head, scowling, suspicious, maybe disbelieving. "You think you know me, old man? Not a chance. You don't know a thing, and what you think you remember ain't got nothing to do with me, with how I'm thinking, with what I'm feeling. You're farther away than my own Da, that miserable, bitter tyrant neither of us could ever figure out, not you, not me, not even him. Maybe he's not us, but then he's not him either. Old man, you're as lost as I am, and don't pretend no different, lost in life, till death finds you." Well, this was why he usually avoided thinking about his own past. Better left untouched, hidden away, locked up in a trunk and dropped over the side to sink down into the depths. Problem was, he was needing to dredge up some things all over again. Thinking like a soldier, for one, finding that nasty edge again, the hard way of looking at things, the absence of hesitation. Gallons of ale wasn't helping. Just fed his despondency, his sense of feeling too old for all of it now.
God's below, Antsy. I can hear you grinding your teeth from over here. Whatever it is, looks like it's tasting awful.
He squinted across at her. Expect me to be skipping a dance down this damned street? We're in more trouble than we've ever been, Pick.
We've faced worse.
No, because when we faced worse, we was ready for it. We was trained to deal with it, grab it by the throat, choke the life from it. He paused, and then spat onto the cobbles before adding, I'm starting to realize what retirement really means. Everything we let go of, we're now scrabbling to get back, only it's out of reach. It's fucking out of reach! She said nothing, and that told Antsy she knew he was right, that she felt the same. Scant comfort, this company. They reached Cole's estate, went round towards the back wall. The journey from Corul's bar to here was already a blur in Antsy's mind, so unimportant as to be instantly worthless. He'd not registered a single figure amidst the crowds on the streets. Had they been tracked, followed? Probably. Hood's breath, Pick. I wasn't checking if we picked up a sniffing dog. See what I mean?
We did, she replied. 2 of them. Lowlifes, not actual assassins, just their dogs, like you say. They're keeping their distance. Probably warned right off us. I doubt they'll follow us into the wood.
No, Antsy agreed. I'd smell ambush.
Right, so never mind them.
She led the way into the overgrown thicket behind the estate. The uneven forest floor was littered at the edges with rubbish, but this quickly dwindled as they pushed deeper into the shadowy, overgrown copse. Few people, it was obvious, wanted to set eyes on the finessed house, to feel the chill of it looking right back at them. Attention from something as ghastly as that dark edifice was unwanted attention. 30 uneven strides in, they caught sight of the black half-stone, half-wood walls, the wrinkled, scarred face of the house, shutters matted like rotted wicker, no light leaking through from anywhere. Vines snaked up the sides, sprawled out over the humped ground in the low-walled yard. The few trees in that yard were twisted and leafless, the roots bad like bones.
More lumps than last time I was here,
Picker observed as they made their way towards the gate. Antsy grunted. No shortage of idiots trying to get inside, thinking they'll find treasure.
Secret shortcuts to power, she added. Magical items and crap.
And all they got was an early grave. He hesitated at the gate and glanced at Picker. Could be we end up the same way.
Stay on the path, that's the trick. Follow me.
He fell into step close behind her as she set out along the narrow, winding track of tilted pavestones. Too close, as he trod on her heel and almost made her stumble. She shot him a vicious look over one shoulder before continuing on. The sheer lack of anything untoward had Antsy's nerves overwrought by the time they reached the door. He watched as Picker lifted a gloved hand, made a fist, hesitated, then thumped it hard against the black wood. The boom reverberated as if an abyss waited on the other side. They waited. From here, all sounds of the city beyond this wood had vanished, as if the normal world had ceased to exist, or perhaps the endless rush of life out there held no relevance to what loomed before them now, this grotesque intrusion from another realm. A dozen heartbeats. Picker made to pound once more on the door. The clunk of a latch sounded dully through the thick wood, and a moment later the door creaked back. Paran had spoken of the Lick resident in the finessed house, the blasted creature that had once been a Jaggot, but this was Antsy's first sight of it. Tall, gods how he hated tall things, gaunt yet large-boned, adorned in a long ragged coat of black chain. Bared head with long colourless hair hanging down from patches. Where the scalp was visible, there was twisted scarring, and in one place something had punctured through the skull, and within the uneven hole left behind there was only darkness, as if the apparition's brain had simply withered away. Tusks in a shattered face, the eyes shrunken back into shadows. All in all, Antsy was not inspired with confidence that this fell meeting would proceed in anything like a reasonable fashion.
Lord Raist, Picker said, bowing. I'm a friend of Ganos Paran. If you recall, we met—"
"I know who you are, Corporal Picker," the Lick replied in a deep, resonant voice.
"This is Sergeant Andii."
"What do you want?"
"We need to find Ganos Paran."
"He is not here."
"We need to get a message to him."
"Why?"
Picker glanced at Andii, then back up at Raced.
"Well, it's a complicated tale. Can we come inside?"
Raced's dead eyes held steady on her for a long moment, and then he asked,
"Do you expect me to serve refreshments as well?"
No, that won't be necessary, Raced."
The Jagot stepped back. Picker edged round him and halted a few steps in. Andii pushed in behind her. They stood in a vaulted entryway, raw black stone underfoot. Opposite the front door there were twin doors and a narrow corridor off to the right and left. The air was dry and warm, smelling of freshly turned earth, reminding Andii of the cellar beneath Carul's bar.
"Been digging graves?"
he asked, and then cursed himself, trying to ignore Picker's wild stare. Raced shut the door and faced them.
"What manner of refreshments were you expecting, Sergeant Andii? I am afraid I have nothing buried within the house. If you like, however—"
"No, that's fine,"
Picker said hastily. Andii could only nod agreement. His mouth had dried up, tongue like a piece of leather gummed against the palate, and he needed to empty his bladder, but the thought of asking directions to the water closet was suddenly akin to demanding that the Jagged hand over all his money or else. Raced studied them in silence for a moment longer and then said,
"Follow me if you must."
The Lick's moccasin-wrapped feet made rasping sounds. Cloth rustled, the mail of the coat crackling, as Raced walked to the double doors and pushed them open. Within was a main room bearing a stone fireplace directly opposite, wherein flames flickered cosily, and two deep high-backed chairs to either side, sitting on a thick woven rug bearing arcane geometric patterns barely visible in the general gloom. Large tapestries covered the walls to either side, one clearly Malazan in origin, probably Untan, given the subject matter, some antiquated court event, significance long lost but no doubt relevant to House Paran. The other was local and depicted a scene from the night of the moon, when moon's spawn had descended to brush the highest buildings in the city, when dragons warred in the night sky, and Raced himself had attempted his assault upon Darujhistan. The image focused on the dragons, one black and silver-maned, the other muted bronze or brown. Jaws and talons were locked upon one another as they fought in mid-air, with the backdrop the base of moon's spawn and the silhouettes of rooftops and spires, all bordered in an intricate pattern of great ravens in flight.
"That's not bad,"
Picker muttered, eyeing the work. Andii grunted, not one to ponder too much on artwork beyond identifying whatever scene it happened to be recording. Personally, he could not imagine a more useless talent, and thanked the gods he'd never been cursed with such creative misery. Most of his own memories of great events he had witnessed employed stick figures, and that was good enough for him. It did not occur to him that this was at all unusual. Raced gestured to the two chairs.
"Sit down,"
he said, the tone only vaguely related to an invitation. When they had done so, both angling their chairs to face the Jagot, he said,
"Explain to me, if you will, how precisely you intend to send Ganos Paran a message."
"We have no idea," Picker said with a queasy smile. "We were hoping you might have some suggestions."
"I have many suggestions," Raced replied, "none of which are relevant to your request."
Andii slowly narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. Picker opened her mouth a few times, breaking off a succession of possible responses, the repeated gaping reminding Andii of netted fish on the deck of his Da's fisher boat. "Unless I just made that up. All a lie, maybe. Maybe I seen a fish on some other deck. How can I be sure? How can—"
"One possibility occurs to me," Raced said. "It would, I suspect, require that one of you be an adept with the deck of dragons, or possessing the potential thereof."
"I see," said Picker. "Well, I've had a few brushes with the deck."
"You are an illustrator of decks?"
"What? Oh, not that kind of brush. I mean, I've had my hands on 'em a few times."
Did such contact leave you damaged, Corporal Picker?
Damaged how?
Are you perhaps now insane?
She sat upright. Hang on! How in Hood's name would I even know if I was insane or not?
Precisely, said Raced, and waited.
Ansie's gaze fixed once more on the jacket.
Pick, he finally growled.
She twisted to face him in exasperation. What is it now, Ansie?
This bastard's having us on.
Her eyes bulged momentarily, and then she looked once more at the jacket, who shrugged.
One needs to amuse oneself on occasion. Company is so very rare these days.
So when it arrives, Ansie snapped, you treat it like dirt? Do you think maybe there's a connection atwixt the two, you hoary lick?
Like dirt? I think not. More like with amiable contempt.
You got a few things to learn about people, Jaggert.
Undoubtedly, Sergeant Ansie. Alas, I find myself disinclined to make any effort in that direction.
Oh, and what direction do you make your efforts in?
When I discover one, I will let you know if it proves of any interest, to either me or, of course, you. In the meantime, I have no idea if communication is possible with Ganos Paran. Perhaps if you informed me of your present crisis, I might be able to assist you in some way that does not involve precipitous, desperate acts that might ultimately inconvenience me.
Hood forbid we do that, snarled Ansie.
Hood is not one to forbid much of anything,
Raced observed. Can't think he much likes these Azath houses, Picker said, having recovered from her shock and irritation, and perhaps indignation. All this trapping of souls and things like you, Raced.
I doubt I rate highly on Hood's wish list, the undead Jaggert replied.
Ansie grunted a laugh. All right, I'm finally working out your sense of humor. And I thought Malazan Marines were dry, abyss below. Fine, Raced, let's play this game for real. If you can help us with our problem, we'll do something for you in return. If it's within our abilities, that is, so nothing like get me out of here or anything like that, but, you know, other stuff.
I do have a modest request. Very well, I accept the reciprocal engagement.
Ansie grinned across at Picker and then said to Raced, It's this. Someone's taken out a contract on us. We don't know why. We're thinking maybe Paran can work out who and what's got him so aggravated. The Jaggert stared. Picker cleared her throat. Possible causes. 1, we're Malazans, veterans. We've made more than a few enemies on this continent. 2, we own Karul's Bar, which used to be Karul's Belfry, which used to be Karul's Temple. In the cellar we just found 12 pickled segula. Maybe centuries old, but looking fresh. Since they're, pickled. She paused, drew a breath, and then continued. 3, well, I ain't got to 3 yet. The way I figure it, it's all got to do with Karul. Maybe some cultists want the temple back. Maybe someone put in an order for pickled segula and wants them delivered. Ansie stared at her. Someone did what? Pick, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. I wouldn't argue with that, she said. Only I'm desperate, and besides, I got a hunch those segula are part of the problem. Ansie looked to Raced. So there it is. Got any suggestions, or are you just going to stand there forever?
Yes, I am, Raced replied. But that detail is not relevant. As for suggestions, I suggest you kill every assassin in the city.
Then whoever wants us dead just starts hiring thugs, Picker said.
Kill all thugs.
Ansie tugged at his moustache. Ain't practical. There's only 3 of us left. It'd take years.
Kidnap the guildmaster and torture him or her to reveal the client. Then kill the client.
Killing the client makes sense to us, Picker said, nodding. The kidnapping thing doesn't sound very feasible. We'd have to carve through a few hundred assassins to do it. Besides, we don't know where the guildmaster's hideout is. We could capture and torture an assassin to find that out, but they probably operate in cells, which means whoever we get might not know a thing. The point is, we don't know who the client is. We need to find out. Raced said,
Your suspicion that the Kurul Temple is central to this matter is probably accurate. Determining the specifics, however, would best be served by enlisting the assistance of the Master of the Deck. That's what we wanted in the first place! Anssi shouted. Extraordinary, isn't it? Anssi glared up at the infuriating lick, bit down a few retorts that might prove unwise. He drew a deep breath to calm himself, and then said in a nice, quiet tone, "So let's see if we can send him a message, shall we?" "Follow me," Raist said. Back into the corridor, turning right, 5 strides to a narrow door on the left that led into the squat round tower, up the spiral staircase, arriving into the upper level, a circular room with the walls bearing oversized painted renditions of the cards of the deck of dragons. Something twisted the eye in this chamber, and Picker almost staggered. "Gods below," muttered Anssi. "This place is magic. Makes me sick to the stomach." The images swirled, blurred, shifted in rippling waves that crossed from every conceivable direction, a clash of convergences inviting vertigo no matter where the eye turned. Picker found herself gasping. She squeezed shut her eyes, heard Anssi cursing as he backed out of the room. Raist's dry voice drifted faintly into her head. "The flux has increased. There appears to be some manner of deterioration. Even so, Corporal Picker, if you focus your mind and concentrate on Ganos Paran, the efficacy of your will may prove sufficient to anchor in place the Master's own card, which perhaps will awaken his attention. Unless, of course, he is otherwise engaged. Should your willpower prove unequal to the task, I am afraid that what remains of your sanity will be torn away. Your mind itself will be shredded by the maelstrom, leaving you a drooling wreck." After a moment he added, "Such a state of being may not be desirable. Of course, should you achieve it, you will not care one way or the other, which you may consider a blessing."
"Well," she replied, "that's just great. Give me a moment, will you?" She tugged from her memory the captain's not unpleasant face, sought to fix it before her mind's eye. "Ganos Paran, pay attention. Captain, wherever you are, this is Corporal Picker in Darujhistan. Ganos, I need to talk to you." She saw him now, framed as would a card be framed in the deck of dragons. She saw that he was wearing a uniform, that of the Malazan soldier he had once been. Was that her memory, conjuring up her last sight of him? But no, he looked older. He looked beaten down, smeared in dust, spatters of dried blood on his scarred leather jerkin. The scene behind him was one of smoke and ruination, the blasted remnants of rolling farmland, tracts defined by low stone walls, but nothing green in sight. She thought she could see bodies on that dead earth. Paran's gaze seemed to sharpen on her. She saw his mouth move, but no sound reached her. "Ganos, Captain, listen, just concentrate back on me."
"Not the time, Corporal. We've landed in a mess. But listen, if you can get word to them, try. Warn them, Picker. Warn them off."
"Captain, someone's after the temple, Kurul's temple. Someone's trying to kill us."
Chistan can take care of itself, Pick. Baruch knows what to do. Trust him. You need to find out who wants it. Talk to Krupper. Talk to the eel. But listen, pass on my warning, please."
"Pass it on to who? Who are you talking about, Captain? And what was that about Krupper?"
The image shredded before her eyes, and she felt something like claws tear into her mind. Screaming, she sought to reel back, pull away. The claws sank deeper, and all at once Picker realized that there was intent, there was malice. Something had arrived, and it wanted her. Shrieking, she felt herself being dragged forward into a swirling madness, into the maw of something vast and hungry, something that wanted to feed on her. For a long, long time, until her soul was gone, devoured, until nothing of her was left. Pressure and darkness on all sides, ripping into her, she could not move. In the midst of the savage chaos, she felt and heard the arrival of a third presence, a force flowing like a beast to draw up near her. She sensed sudden attention, a cold-eyed regard, and a voice murmured close.
"Not here. Not now." There were talks once that you carried. There was a debt still unpaid. Not now. Not here.
The beast pounced. Whatever had grasped hold of Picker, whatever was now feeding on her, suddenly roared in pain, in fury, and the claws tore free, slashed against its new attacker. Snarls, the air trembling to thunder as two leviathans clashed. Dwarfed, forgotten, small as an ant, Picker crawled away, leaking out her life in a crimson trail. She was weeping, shivering in the aftermath of the thing's feeding. It had been so intractable, so horribly indifferent to who she was, to her right to her own life. My soul was food. That's all. Abyss below. She needed to find a way out. All round her, chaos swarmed and shivered as the great forces battled on, there in her wake. She needed to tell Andii things, important things. Kruppa, Baruch, and perhaps the most important detail of all. When they'd walked into the house, she had seen that the two bodies that had been lying on the floor on her last visit were gone. Gone. 2 assassins, said Paran, and one of them was Vorkan. She's in the city. She's out there, Andii. Concentrate. The room. In the tower. Find the room. Crawling, weeping, lost. Andii loosed a dozen curses when Race dragged Picker's unconscious body onto the landing. What did you do? Alas, the Jagged said, stepping back as Andii fell to his knees beside the woman. My warnings of the risk were insufficient. As Andii set his hand upon Picker's brow, he hissed and snatched it back. She's ice cold. Yet her heart struggles on, Race said. Will she come back? Race, you damned lick! Will she come back? I don't know. She spoke for a time before the situation changed. Presumably she was speaking to Ganos Paran. What did she say? Questions, for the most part. I was able, however, to glean a single name. Kruppa. Andii bared his teeth. He set his hand again upon her forehead. Slightly warmer? Possibly, or this time he'd been expecting it, making it less of a shock. Hard to tell which. Help me get her back downstairs, he said. Of course, and now, in return for my assistance, I will tell you what I seek from you. He glared up at the Jagged. You can't be serious. This time I am, Sergeant Andii. I wish to have a cat. A cat? To eat? No, as a pet. It will have to be a dead cat, of course. Now, permit me to take her legs, whilst you take her arms. Perhaps some time before the hearth will revive her. Do you think so? No. This had all been his idea, and now look at what had happened. Picker, he whispered. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A white one, said Race. What? A white cat. A dead white cat, Sergeant. Oh, I raced. One stuffed lumpy with cusses. Here, catch, you damned bastard. Shit, we're down to 2 now. Down to 2. Never bargain with the dead. They want what you have, and will give you what they have to get it. Your life for their death. Being dead, of course, whatever life they grab hold of just ends up slipping through their bony fingers. So you both lose. That is rather generous of you, Hinter, said Baruch. In fact, I do not recall you being so loquacious the last time we spoke. The apparition stood within the doorframe of the tower. The struggle I face is between my desire to close my ghostly fingers about your throat, High Alchemist, and providing whatever service I can to this fair city. It must also be noted, the return of the tyrant would also mark the end of what limited freedom I possess, for I would be quickly enslaved. And so, self-interest and altruism prove unlikely allies, yet sufficient to overwhelm my natural murderous urges. The debate is moot, Baruch replied, interlacing his fingers and resting his hands on his stomach, since I have no intention of coming within reach of your deadly grasp. No, I will remain here in the yard.
Just as well, Hinter replied. I haven't dusted in centuries.
There are forces in the city, Baruch said after a moment. Formidable, unpredictable forces. The threat—
Enough of that, Hinter cut in. You know very well why most of those entities are in the city, since you invited them, High Alchemist. And as for the others on the way, well, few of those will surprise you much. They are necessary. So an end to your dissembling.
Not all of what approaches is my doing, Baruch countered. Were you aware that both Lady Envy and Sister Spite are here right now? The daughters of Draconis were not invited, not by me at any rate. One is bad enough, but both— He shook his head. I fear they will leave the entire city a smoldering heap of ashes, given the chance.
So do something to ensure that does not happen, Hinter said airily.
Any suggestions on that count?
None whatsoever.
Has either one paid you a visit?
You strain my altruism, High Alchemist. Very well. Of course Lady Envy has visited, and more than once.
Does she know her sister is here?
Probably.
What does Envy want, Hinter?
What she has always wanted, High Alchemist.
Baruch hissed under his breath and glanced away.
She can't have it.
Then I suggest you pay her sister a visit. She resides aboard—
I know where she is, thank you. Now, have you heard of that self-proclaimed high priest of the crippled god who's now squatting in an abandoned temple of Fener, and leads a congregation growing by the day?
No, I have not. But are you surprised?
The fallen god is a most unwelcome complication.
The legacy of messing with things not yet fully understood. Of course, those precipitous sorcerers all paid with their lives, which prevented everyone else from delivering the kind of punishment they truly deserved. Such things are most frustrating, don't you think?
Baruch's gaze narrowed on the ghost in the doorway. After a moment, Hinter waved an ethereal hand.
So many legacies.
Point taken, Necromancer. As you can see, however, I am not one to evade responsibility.
True, else you would have come within my reach long ago, or indeed chosen a more subtle escape, as did your fellow mages in the Cabal, the night Vulcan walked the shadows.
Baruch stared and then sighed.
I have always wondered at the sudden incompetence displayed by my comrades that night. Granted, Vorkan's skills were, impressive.
And then he fell silent for a moment, and thought about certain matters.
Hinter, has Vorkan visited you?
No. Why would she?
Baruch was suddenly chilled.
She made no effort at discussing anything with me that night.
Perhaps she knew how you would respond.
As she would have for Darujhistan as well.
No doubt.
But the others—
Hinter said nothing. Baruch felt sick inside. Matters had grown far too complicated in this city. Oh, he had known that they were walking a most narrow bridge, with the yawning abyss below whispering soft invitations of surrender. But it seemed the far end was ever dwindling, stretching away, almost lost in the mists. And every step he took seemed more tenuous than the last, as if at any moment the span beneath him might simply crumble into dust. He could understand those others in the Cabal and the sudden, perfect escape that Vulcan represented, and he recalled that flat promise in her eyes on that night long ago now. It still haunted him, the ease of her betrayal, as if the contract offered by the Malazan Empire had simply provided her with an excuse for doing something she had always wanted to do, murder every other mage in the Cabal. He might ask her why, but Vulcan was a woman who kept her own counsel. She owed him nothing, and that had not changed.
You had better go now,
Hinter said, cutting into his thoughts. He blinked.
Why?
Because your silence is boring me, High Alchemist.
My apologies, Hinter, Baruch replied. One last thing, and then I will indeed leave. The risk of your enslavement is very real, and is not dependent on the actual return of the tyrant. After all, there are agents in the city even now working towards that fell resurrection. They might well decide—
And you imagine they might succeed, High Alchemist?
It is a possibility, Hinter. The ghost was silent for a time and then said,
Your solution?
I would set one of my watchers on your tower, Hinter, to voice the alarm should an attempt be made on you.
You offer to intercede on my behalf, High Alchemist?
I do.
I accept, on condition that this does not indebt me to you.
Of course.
You would rather I remain neutral, and this I understand. Better this than me as an enemy.
You were once a most formidable sorcerer.
Rubbish. I was passable and fatally careless. Still, neither of us would have me serving a most miserable cause. Send your watcher, then, but give me its name, lest I invite in the wrong servant.
Chilbays.
Oh,
said Hinter.
Him.
As he made his way back to his estate, Baruch recalled his lone meeting with Vorkan, only a few nights after her awakening. She had entered the chamber with her usual feline grace. The wounds she had borne were long healed, and she had found a new set of clothes, loose and elegant, that seemed at complete odds with her chosen profession. He had stood before the fireplace and offered her a slight bow to hide a sudden tremble along his nerves. Vorkan.
I will not apologize, she said.
I did not ask you to.
We have a problem, Baruch,
she said, walking over to pour herself some wine, then facing him once more.
It is not a question of seeking prevention. We cannot stop what is coming. The issue is how we will position ourselves for that time.
You mean to ensure our continued survival? A faint smile as she regarded him.
Survival is not in question. We three left in the Cabal will be needed, as we were once, as we will be again. I am speaking more of our, shall we say, level of comfort.
Anger flared within Baruch then. Comfort? What value that when we have ceased to be free? She snorted.
Freedom is ever the loudest postulation among the indolent. And let's face it, Baruch, we are indolent. And now suddenly we face the end to that. Tragedy.
Her gaze hardened.
I mean to remain in my privileged state.
As mistress of the Assassin's Guild? Vorkan, there will be no need for such a guild, no room for it.
Never mind the guild. I am not interested in the guild. It served a function of the city, a bureaucratic mechanism. Its days are fast dwindling in number.
Is that why you sent your daughter away? A flicker of true annoyance in her eyes, and she looked away.
My reasons are not of your concern in that matter, High Alchemist.
Her tone added,
And it's none of your business, old man.
What role, then, Baruch asked, do you envision for yourself in this new Darujhistan?
A quiet one,
she replied. Yes, quiet as a viper in the grass. Until such time, I imagine, as you see an opportunity. She drained her wine and set down the goblet.
We are understood, then.
Yes, he said. I suppose we are.
Do inform Darujhistan.
I shall. And she left. The recollection left a sour taste in Baruch's mouth. Was she aware of the other convergences fast closing on Darujhistan? Did she even care? Well, she wasn't the only one who could be coy. One thing he had gleaned from that night of murder years ago, Vorkan had somehow guessed what was on its way. Even back then she had begun her preparations, all to ensure her level of comfort. Sending her daughter away, extricating herself from the guild, and visiting her version of mercy upon the others in the Cabal. And if she'd got her way, she would now be the only one left alive. Think hard on that, Baruch, in the light of her professed intentions, her desire to position herself. Might she try again? He realized he was no longer sure she wouldn't. This is the moment for mirrors, and surely that must be understood by now. Polished, with the barest of ripples to twist the reflection, to make what one faces both familiar and subtly altered. Eyes locked, recognition unfolding, quiet horrors flowering. What looks upon you here, now, does not mock, denies the cogent wink, and would lead you by a dry and cool hand across the cold clay floor of the soul. People will grieve for the dead, for the living, for the loss of innocence and for the surrender of innocence, which are two entirely different things. We will grieve for choices made and not made, for the mistakes of the heart which can never be undone, for the severed nerve endings of old scars and those to come. A grey-haired man walks through the estate district. No more detailed description is necessary. The blood on his hands is only a memory, but some memories leave stains difficult to wash away. By nature, he observes. The world, its multitude of faces, its tide-tugged, swirling sea of emotions. He is a caster of nets, a trailer of hooks. He speaks in the rhythm of poetry, in the lilt of song. He understands that there are wounds in the soul that must not be touched, but there are others that warm to the caress. He understands, in other words, the necessity of the tragic theme. The soul, he knows, will, on occasion, offer no resistance to the tale that draws blood. Prise loose those old scars. They remind one what it is to grieve. They remind one what it is to live. A moment for mirrors, a moment for masks. The two ever conspire to play out the tale, again and again, my friends. Here, take my hand. He walks to an estate. The afternoon has waned. Dusk creeps closer through the day's settling dust. Each day there is a moment when the world has just passed by, leaving a sultry wake that hovers, suspended, not yet stirred by the awakening of night. The Tiste Andii worship this instant. The Tiste Andii are still, motionless as they wait for darkness. The Tiste Leosan have bowed their heads and turned away to grieve the sun's passing. In the homes of humans, hearth fires are stirred awake. People draw into their places of shelter and think of the night to come. Before one's eyes, solidity seems poised, moments from crumbling into dissolution. Uncertainty becomes a law, rising supreme above all others. For a bard, this time is a minor key, a stretch of frailty, a pensive interlude. Sadness drifts in the air, and his thoughts are filled with endings. Arriving at the estate, he is quickly and without comment escorted into the main house, down its central corridor and out into a high-walled garden where night flowers stream down the walls, drenched blossoms opening to drink in the gathering dusk. The masked bodyguard then leaves him, for the moment alone in the garden, and the bard stands motionless for a time, the air sweet and pungent, the sound of trickling water filling the enclosed space. He recalls the soft songs he has sung here, unaccompanied by any instrument. Songs drawn from 100 cultures, a dozen worlds. His voice weaving together the fragments of Shadow's arrival, drawing together the day just past and the night eager to arrive. There were secrets in music and poetry. Secrets few knew and even fewer understood. Their power often stole into a listener subtle as the memory of scent on a drawn breath. Less than a whisper, yet capable of transforming the one so gifted, an instinctual ecstasy that made troubles vanish, that made all manner of grandeur possible, indeed within reach. A skilled bard, a wise bard, knew that at certain moments in the course of a cycle of day and night, the path into the soul of a listener was smooth, unobstructed, a succession of massive gates that swung open to a feather's touch. This was the most precious secret of all. Dusk, midnight, and that strange period of sudden wakefulness known as the watch. Yes, the night and its stealthy approach belonged to the heart. Hearing a footfall behind him, he turns. She stands, her long black hair shimmering, her face untouched by sun or wind, her eyes a perfect reflection of the violet blossoms adorning the walls. He can see through the white linen of her dress to the outlines of her body, roundness and curves and sweeps of aesthetic perfection, those forms and lines that murmured their own secret language to awaken desires in a man's soul. Every sense, he knows, is a path into the heart. Lady Envy watches him, and he is content to let her do so, as he in turn regards her. They could discuss the Segula, the dead ones in the casks, the living ones serving in this estate. They could ponder all that they sensed fast approaching. He could speak of his anger, its quiet, deadly iron that was so cold it could burn at the touch, and she would see the truth of his words in his eyes. She might drift this way and that in this modest garden, brushing fingertips along trembling petals, and speak of desires so long held that she was almost insensate to the myriad roots and tendrils they had wrought through her body and soul, and he would perhaps warn her of the dangers they presented, the risk of failure that must be faced and, indeed, accepted. And she would sigh and nod and know well he spoke with wisdom. Mocking flirtation, the jaw-dropping self-obsession, all the ways in which she amused herself when engaging with the mortals of this world did not accompany Lady Envy to this garden. Not with this man awaiting her. Fisher D.e.a.th was not a young man, and there were times when she wondered if he was mortal at all, although she would never pry in search of truth. And he was not at all godlike with physical perfection. His gifts, if she could so crassly list them, would include his voice, his genius with the lyre, and a dozen other obscure instruments, and the mind behind the eyes that saw all, that understood far too much of what he did see, that understood, too, the significance of all that remained and would ever remain hidden. Yes, the mind behind the eyes, and every faint hint he offered up to reveal something of that mind, its manner of observance, its stunning capacity for compassion that only blistering fools would call weakness. No, this was one man whom she would not mock, could not, in fact. They could have discussed many things. Instead they stood, eyes meeting and held, and the dusk closed in with all its scents and secrets. Storm the abyss and throw down a multitude of astounded gods. The sky cracks open from day into night, and then cracks yet again, revealing the flesh of space and the blood of time. See it rent, and see it spray in glistening red droplets of dying stars. The seas boil, and the earth steams and melts. Lady Envy has found a lover. Poetry and desire, fulminations one and the same, and oh, this is a secret to make thugs and brainless oafs howl at the night, has found a lover. A lover.
I dreamt I was pregnant.
Torvald paused inside the door and hesitated just a little too long before saying, "Why, that's great." Tiste shot him a quizzical look from where she stood at the table bearing her latest throw of pottery.
It is? Absolutely, darling. You can go through all the misery of that without its being real. I can imagine your sigh of relief when you awoke and realized it was nothing but a dream. Well, I certainly imagined yours, my love.
He walked in and slumped down into a chair, stretching out his legs.
Something strange is going on, he said. It was just a passing madness, she said. No need for you to fret, Tor. I mean at the estate. He rubbed at his face. The Castellan spends all his time mixing up concoctions for diseases nobody has, and even if they did, his cures are liable to kill them first. The two compound guards do nothing but toss bones, and that's hardly something you'd think renegade Segulo would do, is it? And if that's not weird enough, Scorch and Lef are actually taking their responsibilities seriously. At that she snorted. No, really, Torvald insisted. And I think I know why. They can smell it, Tis. The strangeness. The mistress went to the council and claimed her place, and there wasn't a whisper of complaint, or so I heard from Coll, and you'd think there'd be visitors now from various power blocks in the council, everyone trying to buy her alliance. But nothing, no one. Does that make sense?
Tiste was studying her husband.
Ignore it, Tor. All of it. Your task is simple. Keep it that way.
He glanced up at her. I would, believe me, except that all my instincts are on fire, as if some damned white-hot dagger is hovering at my back, and not just me, but Scorch and Lef, too. He rose, began pacing.
I haven't begun supper yet, Tiste said. It'll be a while. Why don't you go to the Phoenix Inn for a tankard or two? Say hello to Croppa if you see him.
What? Oh, good idea. She watched him leave, waited for a few dozen heartbeats to ensure that he'd found no reason to change his mind, and then went to one of the small trapdoors hidden in the floor, sprang the release and reached in to draw out her deck of dragons. She sat at the table and carefully removed the deerskin cover. This was something she did rarely these days. She was sensitive enough to know that powerful forces were gathering in Darujhistan, making any field she attempted fraught with risk. Yet Tissera, for all her advice to Torvald to simply ignore matters, well knew that her husband's instincts were too sharp to be summarily dismissed.
"Renegade Segula," she muttered,
then shook her head and collected up the deck. Her version was Barukan, with a few cards of her own added, including one for the city, in this case Darujhistan, and another, but no, she would not think of that one, not unless she had to. A tremor of fear rushed through her. The wooden cards felt cold in her hands. She decided on a spiral field, and was not at all surprised when she set the center card down and saw that it was the city, a silhouetted familiar skyline at dusk, with the glow of blue fires rising up from below, each one like a submerged star. She studied it for a time, until those fires seemed to swim before her eyes, until the dusk the card portrayed began to flow into the world around her, one bleeding into the other, back and forth, until the moment was fixed, time pinned down as if by a knife stabbed into the table. She was not seeking the future. Prophecy was far too dangerous with all the converging powers, but the present. This very instant, each strand's point of attachment in the vast web that now spanned Darujhistan. She set down the next card, High House Shadow, the rope, patron of assassins. Well, that was not too surprising, given the latest rumors. Yet she sensed the relationship was more complicated than it at first appeared. Yes, the guild was active, was snarled in something far bloodier than it had anticipated. Too bad for the guild. Still, the rope never played one game. There were others beneath the surface. The obvious was nothing more than a veil. The third card clattered onto the tabletop, and she found her hand would not rest, flinging out the next card and yet another. 3 tightly bound, then. 3 cards forming their own woven nest. Obelisk, Soldier of Death, and Crown. These needed a frame. She set down the 6th card and grunted. Night of Darkness. A faint rumble of wooden wheels, a chorus of moans drifting like smoke from the sword in the knight's hands. Thus, the rope on one side, the knight on the other. She saw that her hands were trembling. 3 more cards quickly followed, another nest. King of High House Death, King in Chains, and Decembre, Lord of Tragedy. Night of Darkness as the inside frame. She set down the other end and gasped, a card she wished she had never made, a tyrant. Closing the field, the spiral was done, city and tyrant at beginning and end. Tissera had not expected anything like this. She was not seeking prophecy. Her thoughts had been centered on her husband and whatever web he had found himself trapped in. No, not prophecy, nothing on such a grand scale as this.
"I see the end of Darujhistan. Spirits save us. I see my city's end. This, Torvald, is your nest." "Oh, husband," she murmured, "you are in trouble indeed."
Her eyes strayed once more to the rope.
"Is that you, Cotillion? Or has Vorkan returned? It's not just the guild. The guild means nothing here. No, there are faces behind that veil. There are terrible deaths coming. Terrible deaths."
Abruptly she swept up the cards, as if by that gesture alone she could defy what was coming, could fling apart the strands and so free the world to find a new future. As if things could be so easy, as if choices were indeed free. Outside, a cart clunked past, its battered wheels crackling and stepping on the uneven cobbles. The hoofs of the ox pulling it beat slow as a dirge, and there came to her the rattle of a heavy chain, slapping leather and wood. She rapped the deck once more and returned it to its hiding place, and then went to another, this one made by her husband. Perhaps indeed he'd thought to keep it a secret from her, but such things were impossible. She knew the creak of every floorboard, after all, and had found his private pit only days after he'd dug it. Within, items folded in blue silk, the silk of the Blue Moranth. Tor's loot. She wondered again how he'd come by it. Even now, as she knelt above the cache, she could feel the sorcery roiling up thick as a stench, reeking of watery decay, the warren of ruse, no less, but then, perhaps not.
"This, I think, is Elder. This magic, it comes from male. But then what connection would the Blue Moranth have with the Elder God?"
She reached down and edged back the silk, a pair of sealskin gloves, glistening as if they had just come up from the depths of some ice-laden sea. Beneath them, a water-etched throwing axe, in a style she had never seen before, Not Moranth for certain. A sea raider's weapon, the inset patterns on the blue iron swirling like a host of whirlpools. The handle was an ivory tusk of some sort, appallingly oversized for any beast she could imagine. Carefully tucked in to either side of the weapon were cloth-wrapped grenados, 13 in all, one of which was, she had discovered, empty of whatever chemical incendiary was trapped inside the others. An odd habit of the Moranth, but it had allowed her a chance to examine more closely the extraordinary skill involved in manufacturing such perfect porcelain globes without risk of blowing herself and her entire home to pieces. True, she had heard that most Moranth munitions were made of clay, but not these ones, for some reason. Lacquered with a thick, mostly transparent gloss that was nevertheless faintly cerulean, these grenados were, to her eye, works of art, which made the destruction implicit in their proper use strike her as almost criminal. "Now, dear husband, why do you have these? Were they given to you, or did you, as is more likely, steal them?" If she confronted him, she knew, he would tell her the truth. But that was not something she would do. Successful marriages took as sacrosanct the possession of secrets. When so much was shared, certain other things must ever be held back. Small secrets, to be sure, but precious ones nonetheless. Tiste wondered if her husband foresaw a future need for such items. Or was this just another instance of his natural inclination to hoard, a quirk both charming and infuriating, sweet and potentially deadly, as all the best ones were? Magic flowed in endless half-visible patterns about the porcelain globes, another detail she suspected was unusual. Ensorcelled munitions. What were the Blue Moranth thinking? Indeed, whatever were they thinking? 2 empty chairs faced Crupper, a situation most peculiar and not at all pleasing. A short time earlier they had been occupied, Scorch and Lef downing a fast tankard each before setting out to their place of employment, their nightly vigil at the gates of the mysterious estate and its mysterious lady. Oh, a troubled pair indeed, their fierce frowns denoting an uncharacteristic extreme of concentration. They'd swallowed down the bitter ale like water, the usual exchange of pleasant idiocies sadly muted. Watching them hurry out, Crupper was reminded of 2 condemned men on the way to the gallows, or a wedding, proof of the profound unfairness of the world. But fairness, while a comforting conceit, was an elusive notion, in the habit of swirling loose and wild about the vortex of the self, and should the currents of one collide with those of another, why, fairness ever revealed itself as a one-sided coin. In this fell clash could be found all manner of conflict, from vast continent-spanning wars to neighbors feuding over a crooked fence line. But what significance these philosophical meanderings? Nary effect upon the trudging ways of life, to be sure. Skip and dance on to this next scene of portentous gravity, and here arriving hooded as a vulture through the narrow portal of the Phoenix Inn, none other than Torvald Nom. Pausing just within the threshold, answering Salty's passing greeting with a distracted smile, and then to the bar, where Mies has already poured him a tankard. And in reaching over to collect it, Torvald's wrist is grasped, Mies pulling him close for a few murmured words of possible import, to which Torvald grimaces and then reluctantly nods, his response sufficient for Mies to release him. Thus sprung, Torvald Nom strode over to smiling Crupper's table and slumped down into one of the chairs. "It's all bad," he said. "Crupper is stunned, dear cousin of Ralik, at such miserable misery, such pessimistic pessimism. Why, scowling Torvald has so stained his world that even his underlings have been infected. Look, even here thy dark cloud crawls darkly Crupper's way. Gestures are necessary to ward off sour infusion." And he waved his hand, crimson handkerchief fluttering like a tiny flag. "Ah, that is much better. Be assured, Torvald, Crupper's friend, that bad is never as bad might be, even when it's very bad indeed." "Ralik left a message for me. He wants to see me." Crupper waggled his brows and made an effort at leaning forward, but his belly got in the way, so he settled back again, momentarily perturbed at what might be an expanding girth. But then, it was in truth a question of angles, and thus a modest shift in perspective eased his repose once more, thank the gods. "Unquestionably, Ralik seeks no more than a cheery greeting for his long-lost cousin. There is, Crupper proclaims, no need for worry."
Shows what little you know, Torvald replied. I did something terrible once. Horrible, disgusting, and evil. I scarred him for life. In fact, if he does track me down, I expect he'll kill me. Why do you think I ran away in the first place? A span of many years, said Crupper, weakens every bridge until they crumble at a touch, or if not a touch, then a frenzied sledgehammer. Will you speak to him for me, Crupper? Of course, yet alas, Ralik has done something terrible and horrible and disgusting and evil to poor Crupper, for which forgiveness is not possible. What? What did he do? Crupper will think of something. Sufficient to wedge firmly the crowbar of persuasion until he cannot but tilt helpless and desperate for succor in your direction. You need only open wide your arms, dear friend, when said moment arrives. Thanks, Crupper, you're a true friend. And Torvald drank deep. No truer, no lie, 'tis true. Crupper blesses you, alas, with none of the formal panoply accorded you by the Blue Moranth. Oh, had Crupper been there to witness such extraordinary, indeed singular honorificals! Salty, sweet lass, is it not time for supper? Crupper withers with need. Oh, and perhaps another carafe of vintage. Hold it, Torvald Nom cut in, his eyes sharpening. What in Hood's name do you know about that, Crupper? And how? Who told you? No one could have told you, because it was secret in the first place. Calmly, please, calmly, Crupper's dearest friend. Another wave of the handkerchief, concluded by a swift mop as sweat had inexplicably sprung to brow. Why, rumours! Not a chance! Then, a dying confession? We're about to hear one of those, yes. Crupper hastily mopped some more. Source escapes me at the moment. Crupper swears. Why, are not the Moranths in a flux? They're always in a damned flux, Crupper. Indeed. Then, yes, perturbations among the black, upon gleaning hints of said catechism, or was it investiture? Something religious in any case. It was a blessing, Crupper. Precisely. And who among all humans more deserved such a thing from the Moranth? Why, none, of course, which is what made it singular in the first place, thus arching the exoskeletal eyebrows of the black, and no doubt the red and gold and silver and green and pink. Are there pink Moranths? Crupper is unsure. So many colours, so few empty slots in Crupper's brain. Oh, spin the wheel and let's see explosive mauve flash into brilliant expostulation, and why not? Yes, 'twas the mauve Moranth, so verbose and carelessly so, although not so carelessly as to reveal anything to anyone but Crupper, and Crupper alone, Crupper assures you. In fact, so precise their purple penchant for verbosity that even Crupper's recollection of the specific moment is lost, to them and to Crupper himself. Violate a violet if you dare, but they're not telling, nor is Crupper. And he squeezed out a stream of sweat from his handkerchief, off to one side, of course, which unfortunately coincided with Salty's arrival with a plate of supper. Thus did Crupper discover the virtue of perspiratory reintegration, although his subsequent observation that the supper was a tad salty was not well received at all. Astoundingly, Torvald quickly lost all appetite for his ale, deciding to leave, rudely so, in the midst of Crupper's meal. Proof that manners were not as they once were, but then they never were they? Hasty departure to echo Torvald Nom's flight back into the arms of his wife, out into the dusk when all paths are unobstructed, when nothing of reality intrudes with insurmountable obstacles and possibly deadly repercussions. In a merchant house annex down at the docks, in the second-floor loft above a dusty storeroom with sawdust on the floor, a well-born young woman straddles a once thief on the lone narrow cot with its thin, straggly mattress, and in her eyes darkness unfolds, is revealed to the man savage and naked, raw enough to startle in him a moment of fear. Indeed, fear. At the moment, Cutter could not reach past that ephemeral chill, could not find anything specific. What Chalice's eyes revealed was all-consuming, frighteningly desperate, perhaps depthless and insatiable in its need. She was unmindful of him. He could see that. In this instant, he had become a weapon on which she impaled herself, ecstatic with the forbidden, alive with betrayal. She stabbed herself again and again, transformed into something private, forever beyond his reach, and, yes, without doubt, these were self-inflicted wounds, hinting of an inwardly directed contempt, perhaps even disgust. He did not know what to think,
But there was something alluring in being faceless, in being that weapon, and this truth shivered through him as dark as all that he saw in her eyes. Apsala, is this what you feared? If it is, then I understand. I understand why you fled. You did it for both of us. With this thought he arched, groaning, and spilled into Chalice Vidicus. She gasped, lowered herself onto him, sweat on sweat, waves of heat embracing them. Neither spoke. From outside, gulls cried to the dying sun, shouts and laughter muted by walls, the faint slap of waves on the broken, crockery-cluttered shore, the creak of pulleys as ships were loaded and offloaded. From outside, the world as it always was. Kata was now thinking of Solara, of how this was a kind of betrayal, no different from Chalice's own. True, Solara had said often enough that theirs was a love of convenience, unbound by expectations. She'd insisted on that distance, and if there had been moments of uncontrolled passion in their love-making, it was the selfish kind, quickly plucked apart once they were both spent. He also suspected that he had hurt her. With their landing in his city, some part of him had sought to sever what they had had aboard the ship, as if by closing one chapter every thread was cut and the tale began anew. But that wasn't possible. All breaks in the narrative of living had more to do with the limits of what could be sustained at any one time, the reach of temporary exhaustion. Memory did not let go. It remained the net dragged in one's wake, with all sorts of strange things snarled in the knotted strands. He had behaved unfairly, and that had hurt her, and indeed hurt their friendship. And now it seemed he had gone too far to ever get back what he now realized was precious, was truer than everything he was feeling now, here beneath this woman. It said joy's quick crash was weighted in truth. All at once Chalice, sprawled prone atop him, felt heavier. In her own silence, Chalice of House Vidicus was thinking back to that morning, to one of those rare breakfasts in the company of her husband. There had been sly amusement in his expression, or at least the tease of that emotion, making his every considerate gesture slightly mocking, as if in sitting facing one another at the table they were but acting out cliched roles of propriety, and finding, it seemed, a kind of comfort in the ease of their mutual falsehoods. She suspected that some of Gorlas's satisfaction involved a bleed-over into her private activities, as if it pleased him to take some credit for her fast-receding descent into depravity, that his unperturbed comfort was in fact supportive, something to be relied upon, a solid island she could flail back to when the storm grew too wild, when her swimming in the depths took on the characteristics of drowning. Making her so-called private activities little more than extensions of his possession. In owning her, he was free to see her used and used up elsewhere. In fact, she had sensed a sexual tension between them that had not been there that had never been there before. She was, she realized, making herself more desirable to him. It seemed a very narrow bridge that he chose to walk. Some part of her, after all, was her own, belonging to no one else, no matter what they might believe, and so she would, ultimately, be guided by her own decisions, the choices she made that would serve her and none other. Yes, her husband played a most dangerous game here, as he might well discover. He had spoken, in casual passing, of the falling out between Shardan Lim and Hanot Orr, something trivial and soon to mend, of course. But moments were strained of late, and neither ally seemed eager to speak to Gorlas about any of it. Hanot Orr had, however, said some strange things offhand to Gorlas in the few private conversations they'd had, curious, suggestive things, but no matter. It was clear that something had wounded Hanot Orr's vaunted ego, and that was ever the danger with possessing such an ego, its constant need to be fed, lest it deflate to the prods of sharp reality. Shardan Lim's mood, too, had taken a sudden downward turn, one day veritably exalted, the next dour and short-tempered. Worse than adolescence, those two. You'd think there was a woman involved. Chalice had affected little interest, finding, to her own surprise, that she was rather good at dissembling, at maintaining the necessary pretensions. The mistress of the house, the pearlescent prize of the master, ever smooth to the touch, as delicate as a porcelain statue, indifferent to the outside world and all its decrepit, smudged details. This was the privilege of relative wealth, after all, encouraging the natural inclination to manufacture a comforting cocoon. keeping out the common indelicacies, the mundane miseries, all those raw necessities, needs, wants, all those crude stresses that so strained the lives of normal folk. Only to discover, in gradual increments of growing horror, that the world within was little different, that all those grotesque foibles of humanity could not be evaded. They just reared up shinier to the eye, like polished baubles, but no less cheap, no less sordid. In her silence, Chalice thought of the gifts of privilege, and oh, wasn't she privileged indeed? A rich husband getting richer, one lover among his closest allies, and that was a snare she might use again if the need arose, and now another, one Gorlas knew virtually nothing about, at least she didn't think he did. Sudden rapid flutter of her heart. What if he has someone following me? The possibility was very real, but what could she do about it? And what might her husband do when he discovered that her most recent lover was not a player in his game? That he was, in fact, a stranger, someone clearly beyond his reach, his sense of control? Would he then realize that she, too, was now beyond his control? Gorlas might panic. He might, in truth, become murderous. Be careful now, Cutter. What we have begun is very dangerous. He said nothing in reply, and after a moment she pushed herself off him and rose to stand beside the narrow bed. He would kill you, she continued, looking down on him, seeing once again how the years had hardened his body, sculpted muscles bearing the scars of past battles. His eyes, fixed on her own, regarded her with thoughts and feelings veiled, unknowable. He's a duelist, isn't he? She nodded. One of the best in the city. Duels, he said. Don't frighten me. That would be a mistake, Cutter. In any case, given your station, it's doubtful he'd bother with anything so formal. More like a half-dozen thugs hard to get rid of you, or even an assassin. So, he asked, what should I do about it? She hesitated, and then turned away to find her clothes. I don't know. I was but warning you, my love. I would imagine you'd be even more at risk. She shrugged. I don't think so. Although, she added, a jealous man is an unpredictable man. Turning, she studied him once more. Are you jealous, Cutter? Of Gorlas Vidicus? The question seemed to surprise him, and she could see him thinking about it. Title and wealth, yes, that would be nice. Being born into something doesn't mean it's deserved, of course, so maybe he hasn't earned all his privileges, but then maybe he has. You'd know more of that than I would. That's not what I meant. When he takes me, when he makes love to me. Oh, does he? Occasionally. Make love, or just make use of you? That is a rather rude question. Years ago, he would have leapt to his feet, apologies tumbling from him in a rush. Now he remained on the bed, observing her with those calm eyes. Chalice felt a shiver of something in her, and thought it might be fear. She had assumed a certain control over all of this, over him, and now she wondered. What, he now asked, do you want from me, Chalice? Years and years of this, meeting in dusty, abandoned bedrooms, something you can own that Gorlas does not? It's not as if you'll ever leave him, is it? You once invited me to run away with you. If I did, he said, you clearly said no. What has changed? I have. His gaze sharpened on her. So now you would? Leave it all behind? The estate, the wealth? He waved languidly at the room around them. For a life of this? Chalice, understand, the world of most people is a small world. It has more limitations than you might think. And you think it's that different among the noble-born? He laughed. Fury hissed through her, and to keep from lashing out, she quickly began dressing. It's typical, she said, pleased at her calm tone. I shouldn't have been surprised. The low-born always think we have it so easy, that we can do anything, go anywhere, that our every whim is answered. They don't think— She spun to face him, and watched his eyes widen as he comprehended her anger. You don't think that people like me can suffer. I never said that. You laughed. Where are you going now, Chalice? You're going back to your home, your estate, where your handmaids will rush to attend to you, where another change of clothes and jewelry awaits, after a languid bath, of course. He sat up abruptly. The ship's carpenter who stayed in this room here, well, he did so because he had nowhere else to go. This was his estate.
Temporary, dependent on the whim of House Vidicus, and when his reason for being here was done, out he went, to find somewhere else to live, if he was lucky. He reached for his shirt. And where will I go now? Oh, out onto the streets, wearing the same clothes I arrived in, and that won't change any time soon. And tonight, maybe I can wheedle another night in a room at the Phoenix Inn. And if I help in the kitchen, I'll earn a meal, and if Mies is in a good mood, then maybe even a bath. Tomorrow, the same challenges of living, the same questions of what next. He faced her, and she saw amused irony in his expression, which slowly faded. Chalice, I'm not saying you're somehow immune to suffering. If you were, you wouldn't be here, would you? I spoke of limited worlds. They exist everywhere, but that doesn't mean they're all identical. Some are a damned sight more limited than others.
You had choices, Cutter, she said. More choices than I ever had.
You could have told Gorlas no when he sought your hand in marriage.
Really? Now that reveals one thing in you that's not changed. Your naivete.
He shrugged. If you say so. What next, Chalice?
His sudden, seemingly effortless dismissal of the argument took her breath away. It doesn't matter to him. None of it. Not how I feel, not how I see him. I need to think, she said, inwardly flailing. He nodded as if unsurprised. Tomorrow evening, she said, we should meet again.
A half grin as he asked, To talk?
Among other things.
All right, Chalice.
Some thoughts, possessing a frightening kind of self-awareness, knew to hide deep beneath others, riding unseen the same currents, where they could grow unchallenged, unexposed by any horrified recognition. One could always sense them, of course, but that was not the same as slashing through all the obfuscation, revealing them bared to the harsh light and so seeing them wither into dust. The mind ran its own shell game, ever amused at its own sleight of hand misdirection. In truth, this was how one tended to live, from moment to moment, with the endless exchange of denials and deference and quick winks in the mirror, even as inner proclamations and avowals thundered with false willpower and posturing conviction. Does this lead one into unease? Chalice Vidicus hurried home, nevertheless taking a circuitous route as now and then whispers of paranoia rose in faint swells to the surface of her thoughts. She was thinking of Cutter, this man who had once been Crocus. She was thinking of the significance in the new name, the new man she had found. She was thinking also, there beneath the surface, of what to do with him. Gorlas would find out, sooner or later. He might confront her, he might not. She might discover that he knew only by arriving one afternoon at the loft in the annex and finding Cutter's hacked, lifeless corpse awaiting her on the bed. She knew she was trapped in ways a free man like Cutter could never comprehend. She knew as well that the ways out were limited, each one chained to sacrifices, losses, abandonments, and some despicable. Yes, that was the only word for them. Despicable. She tasted the word anew, there in her mind, contemplated whether she was in fact capable of living with such a penance. But why would I? What would I need to see done to make me see myself in that way? How many lives am I willing to destroy in order to be free? The question itself was despicable, the stem to freedom's blessed flower. To grasp hold was to feel the stab of countless thorns. Yet she held tight now, riding the pain, feeling the slick blood welling up, running down. She held tight to feel, to taste, to know what was coming. If I decide to accept this. She could wait for Gorlas to act, or she could strike first. A corpse lying on the bed, a mangled rose lying on the floor. Cutter was not Crocus. She could see that, yes, very clearly. Cutter was dangerous. She recalled the scars, the old knife wounds, sword wounds even, perhaps. Others that might have been left by the punch of arrows or crossbolts. He had fought, he had taken lives, she was certain of it. Not the boy he'd once been. But this man he now is, can he be used? Would he even blink if I so asked? Should I ask? Soon? Tomorrow? Thus exposed, one must recoil indeed, but these were deep-run thoughts, nowhere near the surface. They were free to flow, free to swirl round unseen, as if detached from all reality. But they weren't, were they? Detached from all reality.
Oh no, they were not. Does this lead one into unease? On a surge of immense satisfaction, Barathol Mekar's rather large fist smashed into the man's face, sending him flying back through the doorway of the smithy. He stepped out after him, shaking the stinging pain from his hand. "I will be pleased to pay the guild's annual fees, sir," he said, "when the guild decides to accept my membership. As for demanding coin while denying my right to run my business, well, you have just had my first installment." A smashed nose, blood pouring forth, eyes staring up from a puffiness burgeoning to swallow up his features, the guild agent managed a feeble nod. "You are welcome," Barathol continued, "to come back next week for the next one, and by all means bring a few dozen of your associates. I expect I'll be in an even more generous mood by then." A crowd had gathered to watch, but the blacksmith was disinclined to pay them any attention. He rather wanted word to get out, in fact, although from what he'd gathered his particular feud was already a sizzling topic of conversation, and no doubt his words just spoken would be quoted and misquoted swift as a plague on the hot winds. Turning about, he walked back into his shop. Charles stood near the back door, wearing his heavy apron with its spatter of burn holes revealing the thick weave of askir grass insulation beneath the leather, the only plant known that did not burn, even when flung into a raging fire. Oversized gloves of the same manufacture covered his hands and forearms, and he was holding tongs that gripped a fast-cooling curl of bronze. Char's eyes were bright, and he was smiling. "Best get that back into the forge," Barathol said. As expected, business was slow. A campaign had begun, fermented by the guild, that clearly involved the threat of a blacklist that could, and would, spread to other guilds in the city. Barathol's customers could find themselves unable to purchase things they needed from a host of other professions, and that, of course, would prove devastating. And as for Barathol's own material requirements, most doors had already begun closing in his face. He was forced to seek out alternatives in the black market, never a secure option. As his friend Mallet had predicted, Malazan's resident in the city had been indifferent to all such extortions and warnings against taking Barathol's custom. There was evidently something in their nature that resisted the notion of threats, and in fact being told they could not do something simply raised their hackles and set alight a stubborn fire in their eyes. That such a response could prove a curse had been driven home with the slaughter at Corol's, and the grief that followed remained deeply embedded in Barathol, producing within him a dark, cold rage. Unfortunately for the latest agent from the Guild of Blacksmiths, something of that fury had transferred itself into Barathol's instinctive reaction to the man's demand for coin. Even so, he had not come to Darujhistan to make enemies. Yet now he found himself in a war, perhaps more than one at that. No wonder, then, his foul mood. He made his way into the workyard, where the heat from the two stoked forges rolled over him in a savage wave. His battle-axe needed a new edge, and it might do to fashion a new sword, something he could actually wear in public. Barathol's new life in Darujhistan was proving anything but peaceful. Belam Nom was, in Murillo's estimation, the only student of the dueling school worthy of the role. 15 years of age, still struggling with the awkwardness of his most recent growth spurt, he approached his studies with surprising determination. Even more astonishing, the lad actually wanted to be here. In the prolonged absence of Stony Menakis's attention, it had fallen to Murillo to assume most of the school's responsibilities, and he was finding this very distant relation of Rallick and Torvald in every respect a nom, which alone encouraged a level of instruction far beyond what he gave the others. The young man stood before him sheathed in sweat, as the last of the class hurried out through the compound gate, the echoes of their voices quickly fading, and Murillo sensed that Belam was far from satisfied with the tortuously slow pace of the day's session.
"Master," he now said, "I have heard of an exercise involving suspended rings. To achieve the perfect lunge, piercing the hole and making no contact with the ring itself."
Murillo snorted.
"Yes, useful if you happen to be in a travelling fair or a circus. Oh, for certain, Belam, point control is essential in fencing with the rapier. I wouldn't suggest otherwise, but as an exercise, I am afraid its value is limited."
"Why?"
Murillo eyed the young man for a moment and then sighed.
"Very well. The exercise requires too many constraints, few of which ever occur in the course of a real fight. You achieve point control, useful point control, I mean, when it's made integral to other exercises. When it's combined with footwork, distance, timing, and the full range of defense and offense demanded when facing a real living opponent. Spearing rings is all very impressive, but the form of concentration it demands is fundamentally different from the concentration necessary in a duel. In any case, you can spend the next 2 months mastering the art of spearing a ring, or 2 months mastering the art of staying alive against a skilled enemy, and not just staying alive, but presenting a true threat to that enemy in turn. He shrugged. Your choice, of course. Belam Nom grinned suddenly, and Murillo saw at once how much he looked like his oh-so-distant cousin.
I still might try it. In my own time, of course.
Tell you what, Murillo said. Master spearing a suspended ring at the close of a mistimed lunge, an off-balance recovery to your unarmed side, 2 desperate parries, a toe stab to your opponent's lead foot to keep him or her from closing, and a frantic stop thrust in the midst of a backpedaling retreat. Do that, and I will give you my second-best rapier.
How long do I have?
As long as you like, Belam.
Extra time with an instructor, said a voice from the shaded colonnade to one side. He's not free.
Murillo turned and bowed to Stoni Menakis.
Mistress, we were but conversing.
You were giving advice, she cut in, and presenting this student with a challenge. The first point qualifies as instruction. The second is an implicit agreement to extracurricular efforts on your part at some time in the future.
Belam's grin had broadened.
My father, mistress, will not hesitate to meet any extra expense, I assure you.
She snorted, stepping out from the gloom.
Any?
Within reason, yes.
She looked terrible, worn, old, her clothes dishevelled. If Murillo had not known better, he would judge her as being hungover, a condition of temporary infrequent sobriety to mark an alcoholic slide into fatal oblivion. Yet he knew she was afflicted with something far more tragic. Guilt and shame, self-hatred and grief. The son she didn't want had been taken from her. To imagine that such a thing could leave her indifferent was not to understand anything at all.
Murillo said to Belam, You'd best go now.
They watched him walk away.
Look at him,
Stoni muttered as he reached the gate. All elbows and knees.
That'll pass, he said.
A stage, is it?
Yes.
And of course he knew this particular game, the way she spoke of Harlow by not speaking of him, of the life that might await him, or the future taken away from him, stolen by her cruel denial. She would inflict this on herself again and again at every opportunity. Seemingly innocent observations, each one a masochistic flagellation. For this to work, she required someone like Murillo, who would stand and listen and speak and pretend that all this was normal, the back and forth and give and take, the blood pooling round her boots. She had trapped him in this role, using the fact of his adoration, his love for her, and he was no longer certain that his love could survive such abuse.
The world is small, and getting smaller.
He had walked the pauper pits south of the city, just outside the wall between the 2 main trader gates. He had looked upon scores of recent unclaimed dead. It was, in fact, becoming something of a ritual for him, and though he had only second-hand descriptions of Harlow, he did his best, since no one who knew the boy would accompany him. Not Stoni, not Merla, nor Bedek. On occasion, Murillo had been forced to descend into one of the pits to make closer examination of some small body, a soft, lime-dusted face, eyes lidded shut as if in sleep, or, on occasion, scrunched in some last moment of pain, and these mute, motionless faces now paraded in his dreams at night, a procession of such sorrow that he awoke with tears streaming from his eyes. He told Stoni none of this. He'd said nothing of how his and Crupper's inquiries among the sailors and fisherfolk had failed to find any evidence of someone press-ganging a 5-year-old boy, and that every other possible trail thus far had turned up nothing, not even a hint or remote possibility, leaving at last the grim likelihood of some fell mishap, unreported, uninvestigated, just another dead child abandoned long before death's arrival, known only in the records of found corpses as the twice dead.
I'm thinking of signing over my stakes in this school, Stoni now said. To you. Startled, he turned to stare at her.
I won't accept.
Then you'd be a fool, as if I didn't already know that. You're better suited. You're a better teacher. I barely managed any interest in this from the very start. It was always the coin, and now I find I could not care less. About the school, the students, even promising ones like Nom there. I don't care about anything, in fact."
"Including you, Murillo."
Yes, he heard that unspoken addition without the need for her to actually say it aloud. Well, she would of course want to push him away. Much as she needed him to play those self-wounding games with her, she needed even more the solitude necessary for complete self-destruction. Isolation was more than a simple defense mechanism. It also served to prepare one for more severe punishments, possibly culminating in suicide. On another level, she would view her desire to drive him off as an act of mercy on her part, but that was a most irritating form of self-pity. He had given his heart to the wrong woman.
"Timing, Belam Nom, is everything, with sword in hand, with love in hand. Oh, well, I'd figured it out with a rapier, at least." "Don't make that decision just yet," he said. "I have one more thing I can try."
"It won't be pleasant, but you don't need to know that." Stoney simply turned away.
"I'll see you tomorrow, then."
Many adults, in the indurated immobility of years, acquire a fear of places they have never been, even as they long for something different in their lives, something new. But this new thing is a world of the fantastical, formless in answer to vague longings, and is as much defined by absence as presence. It is a conjuration of emotions and wishful imaginings, which may or may not possess a specific geography. Achieving such a place demands a succession of breaks with one's present situation, always a traumatic endeavor, and upon completion, why, sudden comes the fear. Some do not choose the changes in their lives. Some changes no one in their right mind would ever choose. In Kurul's bar, a once soldier of the Malazan Empire stands tottering over the unconscious form of her lover, whilst behind her paces Andii, muttering self-recriminations under his breath, interrupted every now and then with a stream of curses in a half-dozen languages. Blend understood all that had motivated Picker to attempt what she had done. This did little to assuage her fury. The very same high-denal healer who had just attended to her had set to a thorough examination of Picker as soon as Andii had returned, with his charge lying in the bed of a hired ox-cart, only to pronounce that there was nothing to be done. Either Picker would awaken or she wouldn't. Her spirit had been torn loose and now wandered lost. The healer had left. In the main room below, Dika and Silara sat in the company of ghosts and not much else. Although still weak, Blend set out to collect her weapons and armor. Andii followed her into the corridor. "What are you planning?" he demanded, almost on her heels as she went into her own room.
"I'm not sure,"
she replied, laying out her chain hauberk on the bed, then pulling off her shirt to find the padded undergarment. Andie's eyes bugged slightly as he stared at her breasts, the faint bulge of her belly, the sweet... Blend tugged on the quilted shirt and then returned to the hauberk.
"You'll need to wrap me," she said.
"Huh? Oh, aye, right. But what about me?" She regarded him for a moment.
"You want to help?"
He half snarled in reply.
"All right," she said. "Go find a couple of crossbows and plenty of quarrels. You're going to cover me for as long as that's possible. We don't walk together."
"Aye, Blend." She worked the hauberk over her head and pushed her arms through the heavy sleeves. Andii went to the equipment trunk at the foot of the bed and began rummaging through its contents, looking for the swaths of black cloth to bind the armor close and noiseless about Blend's body. "Gods below, woman, what do you need all these clothes for?"
"Banquets and soirees, of course."
"You ain't never been to one in your life, woman."
"The possibility always exists, Andii. Yes, those ones, but make sure the drawstrings are still in them."
"How do you expect to find the nest?"
"Simple," she said. "Don't know why we didn't think of it before. The name Picker said, the one that Jaghut heard."
She selected a matched pair of Wiccan long knives from her store of weapons and strapped the belt on, low on her hips, offered Andii a hard grin.
"I'm going to ask the eel."
Chapter 16. And these things were never so precious. Listen to the bird in its cage as it speaks, in a dying man's voice. When he is gone, the voice lives to greet and give empty assurances with random poignancy. I do not know if I could live with that, if I could armor myself as the inhuman beak opens to a dead man's reminder,
head cocked as if channeling the ghost of the one who imagines an absence of sense, a vacuum awaiting. The cage is barred, and nightly falls the shroud, to silence the commentary of impossible apostles, spirit godlings, and spanning abyss, impenetrable cloud between the living and the dead, the here and the gone, where no bridge can smooth the passage of pain. And these things were never so precious, listening to the bird as it speaks, and it speaks, and it speaks, the one who has faded away, the father departed, knowing the unknown, and it speaks, and it speaks, and it speaks, in my father's voice. Caged Bird, Fisher Kel-Tath. There was no breath to speak of. Rather, what awoke him was the smell of death, dry, an echo of pungent decay that might belong to the carcass of a beast left in the high grasses, desiccated yet holding its reek about itself, close and suffocating as a cloak. Opening his eyes, Kallor found himself staring up at the enormous rotted head of a dragon, its massive fangs and shredded gums almost within reach. The morning light was blotted out, and it seemed the shade cast by the dragon roiled with all its centuries of forgotten breath. As the savage thunder of Kallor's heartbeat eased, he slowly edged to one side, the dragon's viper head tilting to track his movement, and carefully stood, keeping his hands well away from the scabbarded sword lying on the ground beside his bedroll. "I did not," he said, scowling, "ask for company." The dragon withdrew its head in a crackling of dried scales along the length of its serpent neck, settled back between the twin cowls of its folded wings. He could see runnels of dirt trickling down from creases and joins on the creature's body. One gaunt forelimb bore the tracery of fine roots in a colorless mockery of blood vessels. From the shadowed pits beneath the gnarled brow ridges there was the hint of withered eyes, a mottling of grey and black that could hold no display of desire or intent. And yet Kallor felt that regard raw as sharkskin against his own eyes as he stared up at the undead dragon. "You have come," he said, "a long way, I suspect. But I am not for you. I can give you nothing, assuming I wanted to, which I do not. And do not imagine," he added, "that I will bargain with you, whatever hungers you may still possess." He looked about his makeshift camp, saw that the modest hearth with its fistful of coals still smouldered from the previous night's fire. "I am hungry and thirsty," he said. "You can leave whenever it pleases you." The dragon's sibilant voice spoke in Kallor's skull.
"You cannot know my pain."
He grunted. "You cannot feel pain. You're dead, and you have the look of having been buried for a long time."
"The soul writhes. There is anguish. I am broken."
He fed a few clumps of dried Bedouin dung onto the coals and then glanced over. "I can do nothing about that."
"I have dreamt of a throne."
Kallor's attention sharpened with speculation. "You would choose a master? That is unlike your kind." He shook his head. "I scarcely believe it."
"Because you do not understand. None of you understand. So much is beyond you. You think to make yourself the king in chains. Do not mock my seeking a master, High King Kallor."
"The crippled god's days are numbered, Elaint," said Kallor. "Yet the throne shall remain, long after the chains have rusted to dust." There was silence between them then, for a time. The morning sky was clear, tinted faintly red with the pollen and dust that seemed to seethe up from this land. Kallor watched the hearth finally lick into flames, and he reached for the small battered, blackened pot, poured the last of his water into it, and set the pot on the tripod perched above the fire. Swarms of suicidal insects darted into the flames, igniting in sparks, and Kallor wondered at this penchant for seeking death, as if the lure for an end was irresistible, not a trait he shared, however.
"I remember my death,"
the dragon said. "And that's worth remembering?"
"The Jagots were a stubborn people.
So many saw naught but the coldness in their hearts.
Misunderstood, were they?
They mocked your empire, High King. They answered you with scorn. It seems the wounds have not healed.
A recent reminder, that's all, Kallor replied, watching the water slowly awaken. He tossed in a handful of herbs. Very well. Tell me your tale. I welcome the amusement. The dragon lifted its head and seemed to study the eastern horizon. Never wise to stare into the sun, Kallor observed. You might burn your eyes.
It was brighter then. Do you recall?
Perturbations of orbit, or so believed the Kachin Chimal.
So too the Jagot, who were most diligent in their observations of the world. Tell me, High King, did you know they broke peace only once? In all their existence. No, not the Tlanimas. That war belonged to those savages, and the Jagot were a most reluctant foe.
They should have turned on the Emas, Kallor said. They should have annihilated the vermin.
Perhaps, but I was speaking of an earlier war. The war that destroyed the Jagot long before the coming of the Tlanimas. The war that shattered their unity, that made of their lives a moribund flight from an implacable enemy. Yes, long before and long after the Tlanimas.
Kallor considered that for a moment, and then he grunted and said, I am not well versed in Jagot history. What war was this? The Kachin Chimal? The Fokral Assail? He squinted at the dragon. Or perhaps D.e.a.th. There was sorrow in its tone as the dragon replied,
No, there were some among us who chose to join in this war, to fight alongside the Jagot armies.
Armies? Jagot armies?
Yes, an entire people gathered, a host of singular will, legions uncountable. Their standard was rage, their clarion call injustice. When they marched, swords beating on shields, time itself found measure, 100 million hearts of edged iron. Not even you, High King, could imagine such a sight. Your empire was less than a squall to that terrible storm.
For once Kallor had nothing to say. No snide comment to voice, no scoffing refutation. In his mind he saw the scene the dragon had described, and was struck mute. To have witnessed such a thing. The dragon seemed to comprehend his awe.
Yes, again, High King. When you forged your empire, it was on the dust of that time, that grand contest, that most bold assault. We fought, we refused to retreat, we failed, we fell. So many of us fell. Should we have believed otherwise? Should we have held to our faith in the righteousness of our cause, even as we came to believe that we were doomed?
Kallor stared across at the dragon, the tea in the pot steaming away. He could almost hear the echoes of tens of millions, hundreds of millions, dying on a plain so vast even the horizons could not close it in. He saw flames, rivers of blood, a sky solid with ash. In creating this image, he had only to draw upon his own fury of destruction, then multiply it 1,000-fold. The notion took his breath, snatched it from his lungs, and his chest filled with pain. What? He managed. Who? What enemy could vanquish such a force?
Grieve for the Jagot, High King, when at last you sit on that throne. Grieve for the chains that bind all life, that you can never break. Weep for me and my fallen kin, who did not hesitate to join a war that could not be won. Know forever in your soul, Kallor Aidaran, that the Jagot fought the war no other has dared to fight.
D.e.a.th.
Think of these people. Think of them, High King. The sacrifice they made for us all. Think of the Jagot and an impossible victory won in the heart of defeat. Think, and then you will come to understand all that is to come. Perhaps then you alone will know enough to honor their memory, the sacrifice they made for us all. High King, the Jagot's only war, their greatest war, was against death itself.
The dragon turned away then, spreading its tattered wings. Sorcery blossomed round the huge creature, and it lifted into the air. Kallor stood, watching the Elaint rise into the cinnamon sky. A nameless dead dragon that had fallen in the realm of death, that had fallen and in dying had simply switched sides. No, there could be no winning such a war. "You damned fool," he whispered at the fast-receding Elaint. "All of you damned fools! Bless you all. Gothos, when next we meet, this High King owes you an apology." On withered cheeks that seemed cursed to eternal dryness, tears now trickled down. He would think long and think hard now, and he would come to feelings that he'd not felt in a long time, so long that they seemed foreign, dangerous to harbor in his soul. And he would wonder with growing unease at the dead Elaint, who, upon escaping the realm of death, would now choose the crippled god as its new master.
"A throne," Emperor Kellanved once said, "is made of many parts."
And then he had added,
"Any one of which can break, to the king's eternal discomfort."
No, it did no good to simply sit on a throne, deluding oneself of its eternal solidity. He had known that long before Kellanved ever cast an acquisitive eye on empire. But he was not one for resonant quotations. Well, everyone has a few flaws. In a dark pool, a score of boulders rise clear of the lightless, seemingly lifeless surface. They appear as islands, no two connected in any obvious way, no chain of uplifted progression to hint at some mostly submerged range of mountains, no half-curl to mark a flooded caldera. Each stands alone, a bold proclamation. Is this how it was at the very beginning? Countless scholars struggled to make sense of it, the distinct existences, the imposition of order in myriad comprehensions. Lines were drawn, flags splashed with colors, faces blended into singular philosophies and attitudes and aspects.
Here there is darkness, and here there is life, light, earth, fire, shadow, air, water, and death.
As if such aspects began as pure entities, unstained by contact with any of the others, and as if time was the enemy, forcing the inevitable infections from one to another. Whenever Endest Silan thought about these things, he found himself trapped in a prickly, uneasy suspicion. In his experience, purity was an unpleasant concept, and to imagine worlds defined by purity filled him with fear. An existence held to be pure was but the physical corollary of a point of view bound in certainty. Cruelty could thrive unfettered by compassion. The pure could see no value among the impure, after all. Justifying annihilation wasn't even necessary, since the inferiority was ever self-evident. Howsoever all creation had begun, he now believed, those pure forms existed as nothing more than the raw materials for more worthy elaborations. As any alchemist knew, transformation was only possible as a result of admixture. For creation to thrive, there must be an endless succession of catalysts. His lord had understood that. Indeed, he had been driven to do all that he had done by that very comprehension. And change was, for so many, terrifying. For so much of existence, Anomander Rake had fought virtually alone. Even his brothers had but fallen, bound by the ties of blood, into the chaos that followed. Was Carcanus truly the first city? The first, proudest salutation to order in the cosmos? Was it in fact even true that darkness preceded all else? What of the other worlds, the rival realms? And, if one thought carefully about that nascent age of creation, had not the admixture already begun? Was there not death in the realms of darkness, light, fire, and all the rest? Indeed, how could life and death exist in any form of distinction without the other? No, he now believed that the age of purity was but a mythical invention, a convenient separation of all the forces necessary for all existence. Yet was he not witness to the coming of light, to Mother Dark's willful rejection of eternal stasis? Did he not with his own eyes see the birth of a sun over his blessed, precious city? How could he not have understood at that moment how all else would follow, inevitably, inexorably? That fire would awaken, that raging winds would howl, that waters would rise and the earth crack open, that death would flood into their world in a brutal torrent of violence, that shadow would slide between things, whispering sly subversions of all those pristine absolutes. He sat alone in his room, in the manner of all old men when the last witness has wandered off, when nothing but stone walls and insensate furniture gathered close to mock his last few aspirations, his last dwindling reasons for living. In his mind he witnessed yet again, in a vision still sharp, still devastating, Andarist staggering into view. Blood on his hands, blood painted in the image of a shattered tree upon his grief-racked face. Oh, the horror in his eyes could still make Endest-Silan reel back, wanting none of this curse of witnessing. No, better stone walls and insensate furniture. All the errors in Andarist's life, now crowding with jabbering madness in those wide, staring eyes. Yes, he had reeled back once that stare fixed his own. Some things should never be communicated, should never be cast across to slash through the heavy curtains one raised to keep whatever was without from all that was within, slashing through and lodging deep in the soul of a defenseless witness. Keep your pain to yourself, Andarist. He left you to this. He left you thinking you wiser than you were. Do not look so betrayed, damn you. He is not to blame. I am not to blame. To break shadow is to release it into every other world. Even in its birth, it had been necessarily ephemeral, an illusion, a spiral of endless self-referential tautologies. Shadow was an argument, and the argument alone was sufficient to assert its existence. To stand within was a solipsist's dream, seeing all else as ghostly, fanciful delusion, at best the raw matter to give shadow shape, at worst nothing more than shadow's implicit need to define itself. Gods, what is the point of trying to make sense of such a thing? Shadow is and shadow is not, and to dwell within it is to be neither of one thing nor of any other. And your children, dear Shadow, took upon themselves the strength of Andean courage and Leosan piety, and made of that blend something savage, brutal beyond belief. So much for promises of glory. He found he was sitting with his head in his hands. History charged, assailing his weary defenses. From the image of Andarest he next saw the knowing half-smile of Silchas Ruin on the dawn when he walked to stand beside Scavandari, as if he knew what was to come, as if he was content with accepting all that followed, and doing so to spare his followers from a more immediate death. As Leosan legions ringed the horizon, soldiers singing that horrifying, haunting song, creating a music of heartbreaking beauty to announce their march to slaughter, sparing his people a more immediate death, granting them a few more days, perhaps weeks of existence, before the Edur turned on their wounded allies on some other world. Shadow torn, rent into pieces, drifting in 1,000 directions. Like blowing upon a flower's seed head, off they wing into the air. Andarist broken, Silchas Ruin gone. Anomander Rake standing alone. This long. The alchemist knows. The wrong catalyst, the wrong admixture, ill-conceived proportions, and all pretense of control vanishes. The transformation runs away, unchained, burgeons to cataclysm. Confusion and fear, suspicion and then war, and war shall breed chaos. And so it shall, and so it does, and so it ever will. See us flee, dreaming of lost peace, the age of purity and stasis, when we embraced decay like a lover, and our love kept us blind, and we were content. So long as we stayed entertained, we were content. Look at me. This is what it is to be content. Endestzilan drew a deep breath, lifted his head and blinked to clear his eyes. His master believed he could do this, and so he would believe his master. There, as simple as that. Somewhere in the keep, priestesses were singing. A hand reached up and grasped hard. A sudden, powerful pull tore loose Apsalara's grip, and, snarling curses, she tumbled from the axle frame and thumped heavy on the sodden ground. The face staring down at her was one she knew, and would rather she did not. "Are you mad, Draconis?" His only response was to grasp her chain and begin dragging her out from under the wagon. Furious, indignant, she writhed across the mud, seeking purchase, anything to permit her to right herself, to even, possibly, resist. Stones rolled beneath the bite of her fingernails, mud grated and smeared like grease beneath her elbows, her knees, her feet. And still he pulled, treating her with scant, bitter ceremony, as if she was nothing more than a squalling cut-purse. The outrage! Out from the wagon's blessed loom, tumbling across rock-studded dirt, chains whipping on all sides, lifting clear and then falling back to track twisting furrows, lifting again as whoever or whatever was at the other end heaved forward another single desperate step. The sound was maddening, pointless, infuriating. Apsalara rolled upright, gathering a length of chain and glaring across at Draconis. "Come closer," she hissed, "so I can smash your pretty face." His smile was humorless. "Why would I do that, thief?" "To please me, of course, and I at least deserve that much from you for dragging me out here." "Oh," he said, "I deserve many things, Apsalara, but for the moment I will be content with your attention." "What do you want? We can do nothing to stop this. If I choose to greet my end lounging on the axle, why not?" They were forced to begin walking, another step every few moments. Much slower now, so slow the pathos stung through to her heart. "You have given up on your chain?" Draconis asked, as if the manner in which he had brought her out here was of no import, easily dismissed now. She decided after a moment that he was right. At the very least, there'd been some drama. "Another few centuries," she said, shrugging, "which I do not have. Damn you, Draconis. There is nothing to see out here. Let me go back." "I need to know," he cut in, "when the time comes to fight Apsalara. Will you come to my side?" She studied him. A well-featured man, beneath that thick black beard. Eyes that had known malice long since stretched to snapping, leaving behind a strange bemusement, something almost regretful, almost wise. Oh, this sword's realm delivered humility indeed. "Why?" she demanded. His heavy brows lifted, as if the question surprised him. "I have seen many," he said haltingly, "in my time. So many, appearing suddenly, screaming in horror, in anguish and despair. Others already numbed, hopeless. Madness arrives to so many, Apsalara." She bared her teeth. Yes, she had heard them. Above the places where she hid. Out to the sides, beyond the incessant rains, where the chains rolled and roped. Fell slack, then lifted once more, where they crossed over, one wending ever farther to one side, cutting across chain after chain, as the creature at the end staggered blind, unknowing, and before too long would fall and not rise again. The rest would simply step over that motionless chain, until it stretched into the wagon's wake and began dragging its charge. "Apsalara, you arrived spitting like a cat, but it wasn't long before you set out to find a means of escape, and you would not rest." He paused and wiped a hand across his face. "There are so few here I have come to admire." The smile Draconis then offered her was defenseless, shocking. "If we must fall, then I would choose the ones at my side. Yes, I am selfish to the last, and I am sorry for dragging you out here so unceremoniously." She walked alongside him, saying nothing, thinking. At last she sighed. "It is said that only one's will can fight against chaos, that no other weapons are possible. So it is said. She shot him a look.
You know me, Draconis. You know I have strength of will.
You will fight long, he agreed, nodding. So very long.
The chaos will want my soul, will seek to tear it apart, strip away my awareness. It will rage all around me.
Yes, he said.
Some of us are stronger than others.
Yes, Apsalara. Some of us are stronger than others.
And these you would gather close about you, that we might form a core of resistance, of stubborn will.
So I have thought.
To win through to the other side? Is there an other side, Draconis?
I don't know.
You don't know, she repeated, making the words a snarl. All my life, she said, I have chosen to be alone, in my struggles, in my victories and my failings. Draconis, I will face oblivion in the same way. I must. We all must. It does nothing to stand together, for we each fall alone.
I understand. I am sorry, then, Apsalara, for all this.
There is no other side, Draconis.
No, probably not. She drew up more of her chain, settled its crushing weight onto her shoulders, and then pulled away from the man, back towards the wagon. No, she could not give him anything, not when hope itself was impossible. He was wrong to admire her. To struggle was her own madness, resisting something that could not be resisted, fighting what could not be defeated. This foe would take her mind, herself, tearing it away piece by piece, and she might sense something of those losses, at least to begin with, like vast blanks in her memory, perhaps, or an array of simple questions she could no longer answer. But before long such knowledge would itself vanish, and each floating fragment would swirl about untethered, alone, unaware that it had once been part of something greater, something whole. Her life, all her awareness, scattered into frightened orphans, whimpering at every strange sound, every unseen tug from the surrounding darkness, from woman to child to helpless babe. She knew what was coming. She knew, too, that in the end there was a kind of mercy to that blind ignorance, to the innocence of pieces. Unknowing, the orphans would dissolve away, leaving nothing. What mind could not fear such a fate?
Draconis, she whispered, although she was far from his side now, closing in on the wagon once more. There is no other side of chaos. Look at us, each chained, together and yet alone. See us pass the time as we will, until the end. You made this sword, but the sword is only a shape given to something far beyond you, far beyond any single creature, any single mind. You just made it momentarily manageable. She slipped into the gloom behind the lead wheel, into the thick, slimy rain. Anomander Rake understands, she hissed. He understands, Draconis, more than you ever did, than you ever will. The world within Dragnipur must die. That is the greatest act of mercy imaginable, the greatest sacrifice. Tell me, Draconis, would you relinquish your power? Would you crush down your selfishness to choose this emasculation? This sword, your cold iron grin of vengeance, would you see it become lifeless in your hands, as dead as any other hammered bar of iron? She ducked beneath the lead axle and heaved the chain on her shoulders up and on to the wooden beam, then climbed up after it. No, Draconis, you could not do that, could you? There had been pity in Rake's eyes when he killed her. There had been sorrow. But she had seen even then, in that last moment of locked gazes, how such sentiments were tempered by a future fast closing in. Only now, here, did she comprehend that. You give us chaos. You give us an end to this. And she knew, were she in Anomander Rake's place, were she the one possessing Dragnipur, she would fail in this sacrifice. The power of the weapon would seduce her utterly, irrevocably. None other but you, Anomander Rake. Thank the gods. He awoke to the sting of a needle at the corner of one eye.
flinching back, gasping, scrabbling away over the warm bodies. In his wake, that blind artist, the mad Tiste Andii, Kadaspala, face twisted in dismay, the bone stylus drawing back.
Wait! Come back! Wait and wait! Stay and stay! I am almost done! I am almost done, and I must be done before it's too late! Before it's too late!
Ditch saw that half his mangled body now bore tattoos, all down one side, wherever skin had been exposed whilst he was lying unconscious atop the heap of the fallen. How long had he been lying there, insensate, whilst the insane creature stitched him full of holes?
I told you, he said. Not me! Not me!
Necessary! The apex and the crux and the fulcrum and the heart. He chose you. I chose you. Necessary! Else we are all lost. We are all lost. We are all lost. Come back. Where you were and where you were, lying just so, your arm over, the wrist, the very twitch of your eye.
I said no! Come at me again, Kadaspala, and I will choke the life from you. I swear it. I will crush your neck to pulp, or snap your fingers, every damned one of them.
Lying on his stomach, gaping sockets seeming to glare, Kadaspala snatched his hands back, hiding them beneath his chest.
You must not do that, and you must not do that. I was almost finished with you. I saw your mind went away, leaving me your flesh, to do what was needed, and what was needed is still needed. Can't you understand that?
Ditch crawled further away, well beyond the Tiste Andii's reach, rolling and then sinking down between two demonic forms, both of which shifted sickeningly beneath his weight.
Don't come any closer,
he hissed.
I must convince you. I have summoned Draconis. He is summoned. There will be threats. They come with Draconis. They always come with Draconis. I have summoned him.
Ditch slowly lowered himself down onto his back. There would be no end to this, he knew. Each time his mind fell away, fled to whatever oblivion it found, this mad artist would crawl to his side, and, blind or not, he would resume his work.
What of it? Why should I really care? This body is mostly destroyed now anyway. If Kadaspala wants it, no, damn him, it is all I have left.
So many are pleased, the Tiste Andii murmured, to think that they have become something greater than they once were. It is a question of sacrifices, of which I know all there is to know. Yes, I know all there is to know. And, he added somewhat breathlessly, there is of course more to it, more to it. Salvation.
You cannot be serious.
It is not quite a lie, my friend, not quite a lie. And truth, well, truth is never as true as you think it is, or if it is, then not for long, not for long, not for long.
Ditch stared up at the sickly sky overhead, the flashes of reflected argent spilling through what seemed to be roiling clouds of grey dust. Everything felt imminent, something hovering at the edge of his vision. There was a strangeness in his mind, as if he was but moments from hearing some devastating news, a fatal illness no healer could solve. He knew it was coming, knew it to be inevitable, but the details were unknown, and all he could do was wait, live on in endless anticipation of that cruel, senseless pronouncement. If there were so many sides to existing, why did grief and pain overwhelm all else? Why were such grim forces so much more powerful than joy, or love, or even compassion? And in the face of that, did dignity really provide a worthy response? It was but a lifted shield, a display to others, whilst the soul cowered behind it, in no way ready to stand unmoved by catastrophe, especially the personal kind. He felt a sudden hatred for the futility of things. Kadaspala was crawling closer, his slithering, stalking betrayed in minute gasps of effort, the attempts at stealth pathetic, almost comical.
Blood and ink and blood, right, Kadaspala? The physical and the spiritual, each painting the truth of the other. I will wring your neck, I swear it.
He felt motion, heard soft groans, and all at once a figure was crouching down beside him. Ditch opened his eyes.
Yes, he said, sneering. You were summoned.
Just how many battles, wizard, are you prepared to lose? The question irritated him, but then it was meant to.
Either way, I have few left, don't I?
Draconis reached down and dragged Ditch from between the two demons, roughly throwing him onto his stomach. No easy thing, since Ditch was not a small man, yet the muscles behind that effort made the wizard feel like a child.
What are you doing?
Ditch demanded, as Draconis placed his hands to either side of the wizard's head, fingers lacing below his jaw. Ditch sought to pull his head back, away from that tightening grip, but the effort failed. A sudden wrench to one side, something in his neck broke clean, a crunch and snap that reverberated up into his skull, a brief flare of what might have been pain, then nothing.
"What have you done?"
"Not the solution I would have preferred," Draconis said from above him, "but it was obvious that argument alone would not convince you to cooperate." Ditch could not feel his body. Nothing at all beneath his neck.
"He broke it. My neck, severed the spinal cord. Gods! Gods! Torment take you, elder god! Torment take your soul! An eternity of agony! Death of all your dreams, sorrow unending among your kin! May they too know misery, despair, all your—"
"Oh, be quiet, Ditch. I haven't the time for this." The scene before Ditch's eyes rocked then, swung wild and spun, as Draconis dragged him back to where he had been lying before, to where Kataspala needed him to be.
"The apex, the crux, the heart, the whatever. You have me now, Tiste Andii. And yes, I did not heed your threat, and look at me now. True and true, you might say. Ditch never learns. Not about threats, not about risks. And no, nothing about creatures such as Draconis, or Anomander Rake, or any of them who do what they have to do when it needs doing."
"Hold your face still," Kataspala whispered close to one ear. "I do not want to blind you. I do not want to blind you. You do not want to be blind, trust me. You do not want to be blind. No twitching. This is too important. Too important, and important too." The stab of the stylus, a faint sting, and now, as it was the only sensation he had left, the pain shivered like a blessing, a god's merciful touch to remind him of his flesh, that it still existed, that blood still flowed beneath the skin.
"The healer, Ditch, has devastating news. But you still have your dignity. You still have that. Oh, yes, he still has his dignity. See the calm resignation in these steady eyes, the steeled expression, the courage of no choice. Be impressed, won't you?"
The south-facing slopes of God's Walk Mountains were crowded with ruins. Shattered domes, most of them elliptical in shape, lined the stepped tiers like broken teeth. Low walls linked them, although these too had collapsed in places, where runoff from the snow-clad peaks had cut trenches and gullies like gouges down the faces, as if the mountains themselves were eager to wash away the last remnants of the long-dead civilization. Water and earth will heal what needs healing. Water and earth, sun and wind, these will take away every sign of willful assertion, of cogent imposition. Brick crumbles to rubble, mortar drifts away as grit on the breeze. These mountains, Ketavis knew, will wash it all away. The notion pleased her, and in these sentiments she was little different from most Tiste Andii, at least those she knew and had known. There was a secret delight in impermanence, in seeing arrogance taken down, whether in a single person or in a bold, proud civilization. Darkness was ever the last thing to remain, in the final closing of eyelids, in the unlit depths of empty buildings, godless temples. When a people vanished, their every home, from the dishevelled hovel of the destitute to the palaces of kings and queens, became nothing but a sepulchre, a tomb host to nothing but memories, and even these quickly faded. She suspected that the dwellers of the village, there at the foot of the nearest mountain, on the edge of a lake in headlong retreat, knew nothing about the sprawling city whose ruins loomed above them. A convenient source of cut stone and oddly glazed bricks, and nothing more. And, of course, whatever little knowledge they had possessed, they had surrendered it all to Semenkelik, for it was clear as the troop drew closer that the village was lifeless, abandoned. Against the backdrop of the mountains, the figure of Clip, striding well ahead of the rest of them, looked appropriately diminished, like an ant about to tackle a hillside. Despite this, Ketavis found her gaze drawn to him again and again. "I'm not sure about him." Distrust came easy, and even had Clip been all smiles and eager generosity, still she would have her suspicions. They'd not done well with strangers, after all. "I have never," said Anomander as he walked at her side, "seen a city like that."
They certainly had a thing about domes, observed Skintick behind them. But let's hope that some of those channels still run with fresh water. I feel salted as a lump of bacon. Crossing the dead lake had been an education in human failure. Long-lost nets tangled on deadheads, harpoons, anchors, gaffs, and more shipwrecks than seemed reasonable. The lake's death had revealed its treachery in spiny ridges and shoals, in scores of mineralized tree trunks, still standing from the day some dam high in the mountains broke to send a deluge sweeping down into a forested valley. Fisher boats and merchant scows, towed barges, and a few sleek galleys attesting to past military disputes, the rusted hulks of armor and other things less identifiable. The lake bed seemed a kind of concentrated lesson on bodies of water and the fools who dared to navigate them. Ketovis imagined that, should a sea or an ocean suddenly drain away to nothing, she would see the same writ large, a clutter of loss so vast as to take one's breath away. What meaning could one pluck free from broken ambition? Avoid the sea, avoid risks, take no chances, dream of nothing, want less. An Andean response, assuredly. Humans, no doubt, would draw down into thoughtful silence, thinking of ways to improve the odds of turning the battle and so winning the war. For them, after all, failure was temporary, as befitted a short-lived species that didn't know any better. I guess we won't be camping in the village, Skintick said, and they could see that Clip had simply marched through the scatter of squatting huts and was now attacking the slope. He can walk all night if he likes, Anomander said. We're stopping. We need the rest. Water, a damned bath. We need to redistribute our supplies, since there's no way we can take the cart up and over the mountains. Let's hope that locals just dropped everything like all the others did. A bath, yes, but it won't help. We cannot clean our hands, not this time. They passed between sagging jetties, onto the old shore by way of a boat launch ramp of reused quarry stones, many of which had been carved with strange symbols. The huts rested on solid, oversized foundations, a contrast between ancient skill and modern squalor so pathetic it verged on the comical, and Ketovis heard Skintick's amused snort as they wended their way between the first structures. A rectangular well dominated the central round, with more perfectly cut stones set incompetently in the earth to form a rough plaza of sorts. Discarded clothing and bedding was scattered about, bleached by salt and sun, like the shrunken remnants of people. I seem to recall, Skintick said, a child's story about flesh-stealers. Whenever you find clothes lying on the roadside and in glades, it's because the stealers came and took the person wearing them. I never trusted that story, though, since who would be walking round wearing only a shirt, or one shoe? No, my alternative theory is far more likely. Anomander, ever generous of heart, bit on the hook. Which is? Why, the evil wind, of course, ever desperate to get dressed in something warm, but nothing ever fits, so the wind throws the garments away in a fit of fury. You were a child, Ketovis said, determined to explain everything, weren't you? I don't really recall, since I stopped listening to you long ago. She stabs deep, Anomander, this woman. Anomander had drawn up the cart and now climbed down, stretching out the kinks in his back. I'm glad I'm done with that, he said. Moments later, Aranatha and Desra joined them. Yes, here we are again. With luck, Clip will fall into a crevasse and never return. Anomander looked older, like a man whose youth has been beaten out of him. Well, he said with a sigh, we should search these huts and find whatever there is to find. At his command, the others set out to explore. Ketovis remained behind, her eyes still on Anomander, until he turned about and regarded her quizzically. He's hiding something, she said. He did not ask whom she meant, but simply nodded. I'm not sure why he feels the need for us, Amanda. Did he want worshippers, servants? Are we to be his cadre in some political struggle to come? A faint smile from Anomander. You don't think, then, he collected us out of fellowship, a sense of responsibility, to take us back to our black-winged lord? Do you know, she said, he alone among us has never met Anomander Rake. In a sense, he's not taking us to Anomander Rake. We're taking him. Careful, Ketovis. If he hears you, you will have offended his self-importance. I may end up offending more than that, she said.
Nemander's gaze sharpened on her.
I mean to confront him, she said. I mean to demand some answers.
Perhaps we should all—
No, not unless I fail.
She hoped he wouldn't ask for her reasons on this, and suspected, as she saw his smile turn wry, that he understood. A challenge by all of them, with Neamander at the forefront, could force into the open the power struggle that had been brewing between Clip and Neamander, one that was now played out in gestures of indifference and even contempt, on Clip's part at any rate, since Neamander more or less maintained his pleasant if slightly morbid passivity, fending off Clip's none too subtle attacks as would a man used to being under siege. Salvos would come from any direction, after all.
So carry a big shield and keep smiling.
She wondered if Neamander even knew the strength within him. He could have become a man such as Andarist had been. After all, Andarist had been more of a father to him than Anomander Rake had ever been. And yet Neamander had grown into a true heir to Rake, his only failing being that he didn't know it. And perhaps that was for the best, at least for the time being. When? He asked now. She shrugged.
Soon, I think.
1,000 paces above the village, Clip settled on one of the low bridging walls and looked down at the quaintly sordid village below. He could see his miserable little army wandering about at the edges of the round, into and out of huts. They were, he decided, next to useless. If not for concern over them, he would never have challenged the dying god. Naturally, they were too ignorant to comprehend that detail. They'd even got it into their heads that they'd saved his life. Well, such delusions had their uses, although the endless glances his way, so rank with hopeful expectation, were starting to grate. He spun the rings. Clack, 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 clack. Oh, I sense your power, O black-winged lord, holding me at bay. Tell me, what do you fear? Why force me into this interminable walk? The D.e.a.th of old had it right. Justice was unequivocal. Explanations revealed the cowardice at the core of every criminal, the whining expostulations, the series of masks each one tried on and discarded in desperate succession. The not my fault mask, the it was a mistake mask. You don't understand and see me so helpless and have pity I'm weak. He could see each expression, perfectly arranged round eyes equally perfect in their depthless pit of self-pity. Come in, there's room for everyone. Mercy was a flaw, a sudden moment of doubt to undermine the vast, implacable structure that was true justice. The masks were meant to stir awake that doubt, the last chance of the guilty to squirm free of proper retribution. Clip had no interest in pity, acknowledged no flaws within his own sense of justice. The criminal depends upon the compassion of the righteous, and would use that compassion to evade precisely everything that criminal deserved. Why would any sane, righteous person fall into such a trap? It permitted criminals to thrive, since they played by different rules and would hold no pity or compassion for those who might wrong them. No, justice must be pure, punishment left sacrosanct, immune to compromise. He would make it so. For his modest army, for the much larger army to come, his people, the Tiste Andii of black coral. We shall rot no longer. No more dwindling fires, drifting ashes, lives wasted century on century. Do you hear me, O Lord? I will take your people, and I will deliver justice upon this world, upon every god and ascendant who ever wronged us, betrayed us, scorned us. Watch them reel, faces bloodied, masks awry, the self-pity in their eyes dissolving, and in its place the horror of recognition, that there is no escape this time, that the end has arrived for every damned one of them. Yes, Clip had read his histories. He knew the Leosan, the Edur. He knew all the mistakes that had been made, the errors in judgment, the flaws of compassion. He knew, too, the true extent of the black-winged lord's betrayal, of Mother Dark, of all the Tiste Andii, of those you left in the Andar, of Neamander and his kin. Your betrayal, Anomander Rake, of me. The sun was going down. The rings clacked and clacked and clacked. Below, the salt pan was cast in golden light. The hovels crouched on the near shoreline, blessed picturesque by distance and lack of detail. Smoke from a cook fire now rose from their midst, signs of life, flames to beat back the coming darkness. But it would not last. It never lasted. The High Priestess pushed the plate away.
"That's it," she said. "Any more and I will burst."
Her first-level acolyte ducked in to take the plate, scurrying off with such haste that she almost spilled the towering heap of cracked crayfish shells. Leaning back, the High Priestess wiped the melted butter from her fingers.
"It's typical," she said to the half-dozen sisters seated at the table. "The nets drag up a sudden, unexpected bounty, and what do? Devour it entire."
"Poor old Galen continues to yield surprises," said the third sister. "Why not expect more to come?"
"Because, dearest, nothing lasts forever. Surrounding Carcanus there once stood forests, until we chopped them down."
"We were young."
"And that would be a worthy defense," the High Priestess cut in, "if we have not, here in our old age, just repeated the stupidity. Look at us. Come the morrow, all our clothes will cease to fit. We will discover, to our horror, bulges where none existed before. We see pleasure as an excuse for all manner of excess, but it is a most undisciplined trait. Now, sermon ended. Someone pour the tea."
More first-level acolytes slithered in. A rustling of small bells at the corridor door preceded the arrival of a temple guardian. The woman, clad in scale armor and ringed leather, marched up to halt beside the High Priestess. She lowered the grill facepiece on her helm and leaned close to whisper, lips unseen and so unreadable by any, a brief message. The High Priestess nodded and then gestured the guardian away.
"The second and third sister, remain in your seats. You others take your tea to the unlit garden. Sixth sister, once there, you can stop hiding that flask and top up everyone else, yes?"
Moments later, only 3 women remained in the chamber, as even the acolytes had been sent away. The door opened again, and the guardian reappeared, this time escorting an old woman, human, who tottered on 2 canes to support her massive weight. Sweat darkened the cloth of her loose clothing round her armpits and beneath her cleavage, and on the bulging islands of her hips. Her expression was one of anxiety and discomfort. Unbidden, third sister rose and pulled a bench away from one wall, positioning it in the woman's path.
"Please do sit," said the High Priestess, thinking, alas, of the 24 blind crayfish she'd just eaten, each almost half the size of a lobster, served up drenched in melted butter. "Pleasure until pain, and we then rail at our misfortune." With muttered thanks, the woman lowered herself onto the bench.
"Pleased to introduce myself,"
she said in a wheeze.
"I am the witch."
"I know," the High Priestess interrupted, "and that title will suffice here, as must my own. Yours has been a trying journey, and so I can only assume you come with word of a crisis." A quick nod.
"The cult of the Redeemer, High Priestess, has become corrupted."
"And what is the agency of that corruption?"
"Well, but that is complicated, you see. There was a High Priestess. Oh, she was a reluctant owner of that title, and all the duties that came with it. Yet none could deny her natural authority."
"Natural authority," said the High Priestess. "I like that phrase. Sorry, do go on."
"Outlaws have usurped the pilgrim camp. There is some concentrated form of the drink called kellic. I do not know if you are familiar with it."
"We are, yes." Another quick nod.
"Seaman kellic. The word comes from a dialect common south of God's Walk Mountains. Seaman means dying god, and kellic means blood."
A sigh.
"Yes."
Second sister cleared her throat and then said,
"Surely you do not mean to suggest that the meaning is literal?"
The witch licked her lips, an instinctive gesture rather than anything ironic, and said,
"I have applied some arts to examining this Seaman kellic. There are unnatural properties, that much is certain. In any case, the outlaws have made addicts of the pilgrims, including Salind, the Redeemer's High Priestess."
Third sister spoke.
"If this foul drink is in any way blessed, then one might well see its poisonous influence as a corruption of the Redeemer's worshippers. If one kneels before Seaman kellic, well, one cannot kneel before 2 masters, can one?"
"Not without physically splitting in half, no. Witch, what is it you wish of us?"
"This corruption, High Priestess, it could spread."
Silence ran the table. It was clear now to the High Priestess that the witch had given this meeting considerable thought, until arriving at the one suggestion she considered most likely to trigger alarm. As if we Tiste Andii are but taller, black-skinned versions of humans. As if we could so easily be stolen away. Emboldened, the witch resumed.
High Priestess, Salind, she needs help. We need help. There is a warrior, one among you, but he has disappeared. Now that Sirdamin is dead, I sought to find him. Spinnock Durav.
The High Priestess rose. Come with me, witch, she said. Just you and me. Come, it's not far. The old woman levered herself upright, confusion in her small eyes. To a side passage, a narrow corridor of 20 paces, and then down a short flight of stairs, the air still smelling of fresh chiseled basalt, into a large but low-vaulted octagonal chamber devoid of any furniture, the floor of which was inlaid with onyx tesserae, irregular in shape and size. A journey of but a few moments for most people, yet for the witch it was an ordeal, striking the High Priestess with the poignancy of the old woman's desperation, that she should so subject herself to such a struggle. The trek from her home through the city to the keep must have been an epic undertaking. These thoughts battered at the High Priestess's impatience, and so she weathered the delay, saying nothing and without expression on her smooth, round face. As soon as the witch tottered into the chamber, she gasped. "Yes, you are clearly an adept," observed the High Priestess. "There are nodes of power in this temple, Corald Galain, the cleansing darkness." She could see that the witch was breathing hard and fast, and there was a look of wonder on that sweat-sheathed face. "Do not be alarmed at what you feel inside," she said. "By entering here, you have drawn Corald Galain into your body, in your breaths, through the very pores of your skin. The sorcery is now within you."
But why? Why have you done this to me?"
"I could sense the laboring of your heart, witch. Your trek to my temple would have been your last."
"Oh, I knew that,"
snapped the witch. The sudden irritation shocked the High Priestess for a moment. She reassessed this woman tottering before her. "I see. Then,
yes. I prayed my sacrifice would be worth it. Salind is so precious. What has been done to her is despicable, is evil."
"Then you have not come in the name of the Redeemer, have you?"
"No, I came for a friend."
"A friend? Witch, Spinnock Durav is no longer in Black Coral. It grieves me to hear of Sirdamin's death, and it grieves me more to learn of Salind's fate. Tell me, what else are you feeling?" The witch was hunched over as if in visceral pain.
"Fine,"
she hissed reluctantly.
"I can see that there is no risk of the poison spreading. I never thought there was."
"I know that," said the High Priestess, her voice soft.
"But I needed to bargain for your help."
"That is ever the assumption among you humans. Do you know, when the delegates from the free cities came to treat with us, when the Rivi and the man who pretended to be Prince Kaz Davor of the Crimson Guard came to us, they all sought to bargain, to buy our swords, our power, to purchase our alliance. Lord Anomander Rake but lifted one hand before any of them could even so much as say one beseeching word, and he said this: 'We are the Tiste Andii. Do not seek to bargain with us. If you wish our help, you will ask for it. We will say yes or we will say no. There will be no negotiations.'" The witch was staring across at her. The High Priestess sighed. "It is not an easy thing for a proud man or woman to simply ask."
"No," whispered the witch, "it's not."
Neither spoke then for a dozen heartbeats, and then the witch slowly straightened.
"What have you done to me?"
"I expect Corald Galain has done its assessment. Your aches are gone, yes? Your breathing has eased. Various ailments will disappear in the next few days. You may find your appetite diminished. Corald Galain prefers forces in balance." The witch's eyes were wide. The High Priestess waited.
"I did not ask for such things."
"No, but it did not please me to realize that your journey to my temple would prove fatal."
"Oh, then thank you."
The High Priestess frowned. "Am I not yet understood?"
"You are,"
replied the witch with another flash of irritation.
"But I have my own rules, and I will voice my gratitude whether it pleases you or not."
That statement earned a faint smile, and the High Priestess dipped her head in acknowledgment.
Now then, said the witch after yet another brief stretch of silence, I ask that you help Selind.
No. The witch's face darkened. You have come here, said the High Priestess, because of a loss of your own faith. Yes, you would have the temple act on behalf of Selind. It is our assessment that Selind does not yet need our help, nor indeed does the Redeemer.
Your assessment?
We are, said the High Priestess, rather more aware of the situation than you might have believed. If we must act, then we will, if only to preempt Silana. Although, I admit, it is no easy thing attempting to measure out the increments of an Elainte's forbearance. She could stir at any time, at which point it will be too late.
Too late?
Yes, for Selind, for the usurpers, for the pilgrim camp and all its inhabitants.
High Priestess, who is Silana, and what is an Elainte?
Oh, I am sorry. That was careless of me. Silana commands the spire of this keep. She is rather difficult to miss, even in the eternal gloom. On your return to your home, you need but turn and glance back, and up, of course, and you will see her. She paused and then added, Elainte means dragon.
Oh.
Come, let us return to the others. I am sure more tea has been brewed, and we can take some rest there. The witch seemed to have run out of commentary, and now followed meekly as the High Priestess strode from the chamber. The return journey did not take nearly as long. It should have come as no surprise to Samar Dev when Karsa Orlong rode back into the camp at dusk at the end of the third day since leaving them, riding in, saying nothing, looking oddly thoughtful. Unscathed, as if challenging the hounds of shadow was no greater risk than, say, herding sheep or staring down a goat, which of course couldn't be done, but such a detail would hardly stop the Toblikai, would it? And he'd win the wager, too. No, it was clear that the encounter had been a peaceful one, perhaps predicated on the hounds fleeing at high speed, tails between their legs. Slipping down from Havok's back, Karsa walked over to where sat Samar Dev beside the dung fire. Traveller had moved off 30 or so paces, as it was his habit to attend to the arrival of dusk in relative solitude. The Toblikai crouched down. "Where is the tea?" he asked. "There isn't any," she said. "We've run out." Karsa nodded towards Traveller. "This city he seeks. How far away?" Samar Dev shrugged. "Maybe a week, since we're going rather slowly." "Yes, I was forced to backtrack to find you." He was silent for a moment, looking into the flames, and then he said, "He does not seem the reluctant type." "No, you're right, he doesn't." "I'm hungry." "Cook something." "I will." She rubbed at her face, feeling the scrape of calluses from her hands, and then tugged at the knots in her hair. "Since meeting you," she said, "I have almost forgotten what it is to be clean. Oh, Letherus was all right, but we were pretty much in a prison, so it doesn't really count. No, with you it's just empty wastelands, blood-soaked sands, the occasional scene of slaughter." "You sought me out, witch," he reminded her. "I delivered your horse," she snorted. "Since you two are so clearly perfect for each other, it was a matter of righting the cosmic balance. I had no choice." "You just want me," he said. "Yet whenever we are together, you do nothing but second-guess everything. Surrender, woman, and you can stop arguing with yourself. It has been a long time since I spilled my seed into a woman, almost as long as since you last felt the heat of a man." She could have shot back, unleashed a flurry of verbal quarrels that would, inevitably, all bounce off his impervious barbarity. "You'd be gentle as a desert bear, of course. I'd probably never recover." "There are sides of me, witch, that you have not seen yet." She grunted. "You are ever suspicious of being surprised, aren't you?" A curious question. In fact, a damned tangle of a question. She didn't like it. She didn't want to go near it. "I was civilized once, content in a proper city, a city with an underground sewer system with Malazan aqueducts and hot water from pipes. Hallways between enclosed gardens and the front windows to channel cool air through the house. Proper soap to keep clothes clean, songbirds in cages, chilled wine and candied pastries." "The birds sing of imprisonment, Samar Dev. The soap is churned by indentured workers with bleached, blistered hands and hacking coughs.
Outside your cool house with its pretty garden there are children left to wander in the streets. Lepers are dragged to the edge of the city, and every step is cheered on by a hail of stones. People steal to eat, and when they are caught their hands are cut off. Your city takes water from farms, and plants wither and animals die." She glared across at him. "Nice way to turn the mood, Karsa Orlong." "There was a mood?
Too subtle, was it?"
He waved a dismissive hand. "Speak your desires plain."
"I was doing just that, you brainless Bedouin. Just a little comfort, that's all. Even the illusion would have served."
Traveller returned to the fire. "We are about to have a guest," he said. Samar Dev rose and searched round, but darkness was fast swallowing the plain. She turned with a query on her lips, and saw that Karsa had straightened and was looking skyward to the northeast. And there, in the deepening blue, a dragon was gliding towards them. "Worse than moths," Traveller muttered.
"Are we about to be attacked?"
He glanced at her and shrugged.
"Shouldn't we at least scatter or something?"
Neither warrior replied to that, and after a moment Samar Dev threw up her hands and sat down once more beside the fire. No, she would not panic, not for these two abominations in her company, and not for a damned dragon either. Fine, let it be a single pass rather than 3. What was she, an ant? She picked up another piece of dung and tossed it into the fire.
"Moths? Ah, I see. We are a beacon, are we? A willful abrogation of this wild, empty land? Whatever. Flap, flap on over, beastie. Just don't expect scintillating discourse."
The enormous creature's wings thundered as the dragon checked its speed 100 paces away, and then it settled almost noiselessly onto the ground. Watching it, Samar Dev's eyes narrowed.
"That thing's not even alive."
"No," Karsa and Traveller said in unison.
"Meaning," she continued, "it shouldn't be here."
"That is true," Traveller said. In the gloom, the dragon seemed to regard them for a moment, and then, in a blurring dissolution, the creature sembled until they saw a tall, gaunt figure of indeterminate gender. Grey as cobwebs and dust, pallid hair long and ropey with filth, wearing the remnants of a long chain hauberk, unbelted. An empty splintered scabbard hung from a baldric beneath the right arm. Leggings of some kind of thick hide, scaled and the hue of forest loam, reached down to grey leather boots that rose to just below the knees. No light was reflected from the pits of its eyes. It approached with peculiar caution, like a wild animal, and halted at the very edge of the firelight, whereupon it lifted both hands, brought them together into a peak before its face, and bowed. In the native tongue of Ugari, it said,
"Witch, I greet you."
Samar Dev rose, shocked, baffled. Was it some strange kind of courtesy to address her first? Was this thing in the habit of ignoring ascendants as if they were nothing more than bodyguards? And from her two formidable companions, not a sound.
"And I greet you in return," she managed after a moment.
"I am Tulas Shorn," it said. "I scarce recall when I last walked to this realm, if I ever have. The very nature of my demise is lost to me, which, as you might imagine, is proving disconcerting."
"So it would, Tulas Shorn. I am Samar Dev."
"Yes, the one who negotiates with spirits, with the sleeping selves of stream and rock, crossroads and sacred paths. Priestess of Burn."
"That title is in error, Tulas Shorn."
"Is it? You are a witch, are you not?"
"Yes, but—"
"You do not reach into warrens and so force alien power into this world. Your congress is with the earth, the sky, water, and stone. You are a priestess of Burn, chosen among those of whom she dreams, as are others, but you, Samar Dev, she dreams of often."
"How would you know that?" Tulas Shorn hesitated and then said,
"There is death in dreaming."
"You are Tiste Andii," said Karsa Orlong, and baring his teeth he reached for his sword.
"More than that," said Traveller. "One of Hood's own."
Samar Dev spun to her two companions. "Oh, really? Look at you two, not killed anything in weeks. How can you bear it? Planning on chopping it into tiny pieces, are you?
Well, why not fight for the privilege first? Traveler's eyes widened slightly at her outburst. Karsa's humorless smile broadened. Ask it what it wants, then, witch. The day I start taking orders from you, Karsa Orlong, I will do just that. Tula Shorn had taken a step back.
It seems I am not welcome here, and so I shall leave.
But Samar Dev's back was up, and she said, I welcome you, Tula Shorn, even if these ones do not. If they decide to attack you, I will stand in their way. I offer you all the rights of a guest. It's my damned fire, after all, and if these two idiots don't like it, they can make their own, preferably a league or two away. You are right, Traveler said. I apologize. Be welcome, then, Tula Shorn. Karsa shrugged. I suppose, he said. I've killed enough, Edur. Besides, this one's already dead. I still want to know what it wants. Tula Shorn edged in warily, a caution that seemed peculiarly out of place in a corpse, especially one that could veer into a dragon at any moment.
I have no urgent motivations, Tathano Toblakai. I have known solitude for too long, and would ease the burden of being my only company.
Then join us, Karsa said, returning to crouch at the fire. After all, he added, perhaps one day I too will tar of my own company.
Not any time soon, I would wager,
said the Tiste Andii. Traveller snorted a laugh, and then looked shocked at himself. Samar Dev settled down once more, thinking of Shorn's words.
There is death in dreaming.
Well, she supposed, there would be at that. Then why did she feel so rattled? What were you telling me, Tula Shorn? Hood has released you? Traveller asked. Or was he careless?
Careless?
The Tiste Andii seemed to consider the word.
No, I do not think that. Rather, an opportunity presented itself to me. I chose not to waste it.
So now, said Traveller, eyes fixed on the withered face enlivened only by reflected firelight, you wing here and there, seeking what?
Instinct can set one on a path,
Tula Shorn said,
with no destination in mind.
It raised both hands and seemed to study them.
I have thought to see life once more awakened within me. I do not know if such a thing is even possible. Samar Dev, is such a thing possible? Can she dream me alive once more?
Can she... what? I don't know. Call me a priestess if you like, but I don't worship burn, which doesn't make me a very good priestess, does it? But if she dreams death, then she dreams life too. From one to the other is generally in one direction only, Traveller observed. Hood will come for you, Tula Shorn. Sooner or later he will come to reclaim you. For the first time she sensed evasiveness in the Tiste Andii as it said,
I have time yet, I believe. Samar Dev, there is sickness in the sleeping goddess.
She flinched. I know.
It must be expunged, lest she die.
I imagine so.
Will you fight for her?
I'm not a damned priestess. She saw the surprise on the faces of Karsa and Traveller, forced herself back from the ragged edge of anger. I wouldn't know where to start, Tula Shorn.
I believe the poison comes from a stranger's pain.
The crippled god?
Yes, Samar Dev.
Do you actually think it can be healed?
I do not know. There is physical damage and then there is spiritual damage. The former is more easily mended than the latter. He is sustained by rage, I suspect. His last source of power, perhaps his only source of power whilst chained in this realm.
I doubt he's in the negotiating mood, Samar Dev said. And even if he was, he's anathema to the likes of me.
It is an extraordinary act of courage, said Tula Shorn, to come to know a stranger's pain. To even consider such a thing demands a profound dispensation, a willingness to wear someone else's chains, to taste their suffering, to see with one's own eyes the hue cast on all things, the terrible stain that is despair.
The Tiste Andii slowly shook its head.
I have no such courage. It is, without doubt, the rarest of abilities.
None spoke then for a time. The fire ate itself, indifferent to witnesses, and in its hunger devoured all that was offered it again and again, until night and the disinterest of its guests left it to starve, until the wind stirred naught but ashes. If Tulash Shorn sought amiable company, it should have talked about the weather. In the morning the undead soul-taken was gone, and so too were Traveller's and Samar Dev's horses.
"That was careless of us," Traveller said.
"He was a guest," Samar Dev said, baffled and more than a little hurt by the betrayal. They could see Havoc standing nervously some distance off, as if reluctant to return from his night-long hunting, as if he had been witness to something unpleasant. There was, however, no sign of violence. The picket stakes remained where they had been pounded into the hard ground.
"It wanted to slow us down," Traveller said. "One of Hood's own, after all."
"All right," Samar Dev glared across at a silent Karsa Orlong. "The fault was all mine. I should have left you two to chop the thing to bits. I'm sorry." But Karsa shook his head.
"Witch, goodwill is not something that needs an apology. You were betrayed. Your trust was abused. If there are strangers who thrive on such things, they will ever remain strangers, because they have no other choice. Pity Tulash Shorn and those like it. Even death taught it nothing."
Traveller was regarding the Toblakai with interest, although he ventured no comment. Havoc was trotting towards them. Karsa said,
"I will ride out, seeking new mounts, or perhaps the Edors simply drove your beasts off."
"I doubt that," Traveller said. And Karsa nodded, leaving Samar Dev to realize that he had offered the possibility for her sake, as if in some clumsy manner seeking to ease her self-recrimination. Moments later she understood that it had been anything but clumsy. It was not her inward chastisement that he spoke to. Rather, for her, he was giving Tulash Shorn the benefit of the doubt, although Karsa possessed no doubt at all. Nor, it was clear, did Traveller. "Well then, I'm ever the fool here. So be it. We'd best get walking then." In setting out, they left behind a cold hearth ringed in stones and 2 saddles. Almost 2 leagues away, high in the bright blue sky, Tulash Shorn rode the freshening breeze, the tatters of his wings rapping in the rush of air. As he had suspected, the trio had made no effort to hunt down the lost horses, assuming, as they would, that the dragon had simply obliterated the animals. Tulash Shorn had known far too much death, however, to so casually kill innocent creatures. No, instead, the dragon had taken them, one in each massive clawed foot, 10 leagues to the south, almost within sight of a small wild herd of the same species, one of the last such wild herds on the plain. Too many animals were made to bow in servitude to a succession of smarter, crueler masters, and yes, those 2 traits went together. Poets ever wailed upon witnessing fields of slaughter, armies of soldiers and warriors frozen in death, but Tulash Shorn, who had walked through countless such scenes, reserved his sorrow, his sense of tragedy for the thousands of dead and dying horses, war dogs, the oxen trapped in yokes of siege wagons mired in mud or shattered, the beasts that bled and suffered through no choice of their own, that died in a fog of ignorance, all trust in their masters destroyed. The horse knows faith in the continuation of care from its master, that food and water will be provided, that injuries will be mended, that the stiff brush will stroke its hide at day's end. And in return it serves as best it can, or at least as best it chooses. The dog understands that the 2-legged members of its pack cannot be challenged, and believes that every hunt will end in success. These were truths. A master of beasts must be as a parent to a host of unruly but trusting children. Stolid, consistent, never wanton in cruelty, never unmindful of the faith in which he or she is held. Oh, Tulash Shorn was not unaware of the peculiarity of such convictions, and had been the subject of mockery even among fellow Tiste Andii. Although such mockery had invariably faded when they had seen what had been achieved by this strange, quiet warrior with the elate, tainted eyes. Gliding high above the Lamatath plain, now scores of leagues south of the witch and her companions,
Tulas Shorn could taste something in the air, so ancient, so familiar, that if the dragon had still possessed functioning hearts, why, they would have thundered. Pleasure, perhaps even anticipation. How long had it been? Long. What paths did they now wander down? Alien ones, to be sure. Would they remember Tulas Shorn? The first master, the one who had taken them raw and half-wild and taught them the vast power of a faith that would never know betrayal?
They are clothes, yes, my hounds of shadow.
If he'd had a single moment, a lone instant of unharried terror, Gruntle might have conjured in his mind a scene such as might be witnessed from someone in a passing ship, some craft beyond the raging storm, at the very edge of this absurd insanity. Hands gripping the ratlines, deck pitching wild in the midst of a disheveled sea, and there, yes, something impossible. An enormous carriage thrashing through a heaving road of foam, frenzied horses ploughing through swollen, whipped waves, and figures clinging here and there like half-drowned ticks, and another perched high on the driver's bench behind the maddened animals, from whom endless screams pealed forth, piercing the gale and thunder and surge, whilst on all sides the storm raged on, as if in indignant fury. The winds howled, rain slashing the air beneath bulging, bruised clouds, and the sea rose up in a tumult, spray erupting in tattered sheets. Yes, the witness might well stare agape, aghast. But Gruntle had no opportunity for such musing, no sweet luxury of time to disconnect his mind's eye from this drenched, exhausted, and battered body strapped tight to the roof of the carriage, this careering, six-wheeled island that seemed ever tottering on the edge of obliteration. To draw one more breath was the only goal, the singular purpose of existence. Nothing else was remotely relevant. He did not know if he was the last one left. He had not opened his eyes in an eternity. And even if he was, why, he knew he would not hold out much longer. He convulsed yet again, but there was nothing left in his stomach. Gods, he had never felt so sick in all his life. The wind tore at his hair. He'd long since lost his helm, savage as clawed fingers, and he ducked lower. Those unseen fingers then grabbed a handful and pulled his head up. Gruntle opened his eyes and found himself staring into a crazed face, the features so twisted that he could not for a moment recognize who was accosting him. Some lost sailor from a drowned ship, flung aboard the carriage as gods rolled in helpless laughter. But no, it was faint, and that expression was not abject terror. It was wild, gut-wrenching hilarity. She tugged on the rings attached to the iron rails and managed to pull herself yet closer, enough to dip her head down beside his, and in the half-sheltered cave their arms created, her voice seemed to come from his own skull.
"I thought you were dead, so pale like a damned cadaver."
And this left her convulsed with laughter.
"I damn well wish I was,"
he shouted back.
"We've known worse."
Now he'd heard that a dozen times since this adventure began, and he had begun to suspect it was one of those perfect lies that people voiced to stay sane no matter what madness they found themselves in.
"Has Quell ever done anything like this before?"
"Like what? This is the Tregull Trade Guild, shareholder. This is what we do, man!"
And when she began laughing again, he planted a hand on her head and pushed her away. Faint retreated, back along the rail, and Gruntle was alone once more. How long had it been? Days, weeks, decades. He desperately needed fresh water. Whatever rain reached his face was as salty as the sea. He could feel himself weakening. Even could he find something to eat, he would never hold it down. Outrageous to think that he could die here, body flopping about on its straps, slowly torn apart by the storm. Not with a weapon in hand, not with a defiant bellow tearing loose from his throat, not drenched in hot blood, not staring his killer in the eye. This was worse than any demise he might imagine. As bad as some unseen disease, the sheer helplessness of discovering that one's own body could fail all on its own. He could not even roar to the heavens with his last breath. The gesture would flood his mouth, leave him choking, defiance flung straight back at him, right back down his own throat. More screaming. Laughter? No, this was screaming. What now? Gruntle snatched a breath and then looked up. Walls of water on all sides. He flinched. and then a swell heaved them skyward, the carriage twisting, pitching. Rings squealed as he was tossed up, until sharp, savage tugs from the straps snatched him back down. But he had seen, yes, all his companions, their wide eyes, their gaping mouths, and he had seen, too, the object of their terror. They were racing faster than any wave, straight for a towering cliff face.
"Land ho!"
shrieked Glan-o-Tarp from his perch. Explosions of foam at the cliff's base appeared with every lift of the waves, jagged spires of black rock, reefs, shoals, and all those other names for killers of people and ships, and carriages, all looming directly ahead, a third of a league away and closing fast.
Can those horses climb straight up a cliff face? Sounds ridiculous, but I won't put it past them, not any more. Even so, why is everyone screaming?
A moment later, Gruntle had his answer. Another upward pitch, and this time he twisted round and glanced back into their wake. No reason, at least, he didn't think there was, but the view surely could not be as horrifying as what lay ahead. And he saw another wall of water, this one high as a damned mountain. Its sickly green flank picked up the carriage and then the horses and began carrying them into the sky, so fast that the water streamed from the roof, from every flattened shareholder, and even the rain vanished as higher they went, into the gut of the clouds. He thought if he dared open his eyes, he would see stars, their ferment above, to the sides, and indeed below, but Gruntle's nerve had failed him. He clung, eyes squeezed shut, flesh dry and shivering in the bitter cold of the wind. More sound than a mortal brain could comprehend, thunder from beneath, animal squeals and human shrieks, the swollen thrash of blood in every vein, every artery, the hollow howl of wind in his gaping mouth. Higher and higher still, and wasn't there a cliff dead ahead? He could not look. Everyone thought that Ricanto Ilk was the one with the bad eyes, and that was a most pleasing misdirection as far as Glan-o-Tarp was concerned. Besides, he was fine enough with things within, 30 or so paces. Beyond that, objects acquired a soft-edged dissolidity, became blocks of vague shape, and the challenge was in gauging the speed at which they approached, and, from this, their distance and relative size. The carriage-driver had taken this to a fine art indeed, with no one the wiser, which, in this instance at least, was of no help at all. He could hear everyone screaming behind him, and he was adding plenty all on his own, even as the thought flashed in his mind that Ricanto Ilk was probably shrieking in ignorance, simply because everyone else was. But the looming mass of the rotted cliff face was a most undenimisable presence, and my, how big it was getting. The horses could do naught but run, what must have seemed downhill for the hapless beasts, even as the waves' surge reared ever higher. All sorts of massementum going on here, Glano knew, and no quibbling about it either. What with pitch and angle and cant and all that, Glano could now see the top of the cliff, a guano-streaked lip all wavy and grimacing. Odd vertical streaks depended down from the edge. What were those? Could it be ladders? How strange. Higher still, view expandering, the sweep of the summit, flat land, and globs of glimmering light like melted dollops of murky wax. Something towering, a spire, a tower. Yes, a towering tower, with jagged teeth windows high up, blinking in and out, all directly opposite now, almost level. Something pounded the air, pounded right into his bones, rattling the roots of his insipid, or was it inspired, grin. Something that tore the wave apart, an upward charging of spume, a world splashed white, engulfing the horses, the carriage, and Glano himself. His mouth was suddenly full of seawater, his eyes stared through stinging salt, his ears popped like berries between finger and thumb, ploop, ploop, and oh, that hurt. The water rushed past, wiping clean the world, and there before him were those buildings? Horses were clever, horses weren't half blind. They could find something, a street, a way through, and why not? Clever horses. Yeah! Glano thrashed the reins. Equine shrills. The wheels slammed down onto something hard for the first time in 4 days. And with every last remnant of axle grease scrubbed away, why, those wheels locked up. A moment of binding, and then the carriage leapt back into the air, and Glano's head snapped right and left at the flanking blur of wheels spinning past at high speed. Oh, When the carriage came back down again, the landing was far from smooth. Things exploded. Glano and the bench he was strapped to followed the horses down a broad cobbled street. Although he was unaware of it at the time, the carriage behind them elected to take a sharp left turn onto a side street just behind the formidable tower, and skidding on its belly, barreled another 60 paces down the avenue before coming to a rocking rest opposite a squat gabled building with a wooden sign swinging wildly just above the front door. Glano rode the bench this way and that, the reins sawing at his fingers and wrists, as the horses reached the end of the rather short high street, and boldly leapt in smooth succession a low stone wall that, alas, Glano could not quite manage to clear on his skidding bench. The impact shattered all manner of things, and the driver found himself flying through the air, pulled back down as the horses, hoofs hammering soft ground, drew taut the leather harness, and then whipped him round as they swung left rather than leaping the next low stone wall, and why would they? They had found themselves in a corral. Glano landed in deep mud, consisting mostly of horse shit and piss, which was probably what saved his 2 legs, already broken, from being torn right off. The horses came to a halt beneath thrashing rain, in early evening gloom, easing by a fraction the agony of his 2 dislocated shoulders, and he was able to roll mostly onto his back, to lie unmoving, the rain streaming down his face, his eyes closed, with only a little blood dripping from his ears. Outside the tavern, frightened patrons who had rushed out at the cacophony in the street now stood getting wet beneath the eaves, staring in silence at the wheelless carriage, from the roof of which people on all sides seemed to be falling, whereupon they dragged themselves upright, bleary eyes fixing on the tavern door, and staggered wenceforth inside. Only a few moments afterwards, the nearest carriage door opened with a squeal to unleash a gush of foamy seawater, and then out stumbled the occupants, beginning with a gigantic tattooed ogre. The tavern's patrons, one and all, really had nothing to say. Standing in the highest room of the tower, an exceedingly tall, bluish-skinned man with massive protruding tusks, curved like the horns of a ram to frame his bony face, slowly turned away from the window and, taking no notice of the dozen servants staring fixedly at him, not one of whom was remotely human, he sighed and said, "Not again." The servants, reptilian eyes widening with comprehension, then began a wailing chorus, and this quavering dirge reached down through the tower, past chamber after chamber, spiraling down the spiral staircase and into the crypt that was the tower's hollowed-out root, wherein 3 women, lying motionless on stone slabs, each opened their eyes, and as they did so, a crypt that had been in darkness was dark no longer. From the women's broad painted mouths there came a chittering sound as of chelae clashing behind the full lips, a conversation perhaps about hunger and need and dreadful impatience. Then the women began shrieking. High above, in the topmost chamber of the tower, the man winced upon hearing those shrieks, which grew ever louder, until even the fading fury of the storm was pushed down, down under the sea's waves, there to drown in shame. In the tavern in the town on the coast called the Reach of Woe, Gruntle sat with the others, silent at their table, as miserable as death, yet consumed with shaky relief. Solid ground beneath them, dry roof overhead, a pitcher of mulled wine midway between. At the table beside them, Jula and Ambie Bowl sat with Precious Thimble, although she was there in flesh only, since everything else had been battered senseless, and the 2 Bowl brothers were talking. "The storm's got a new voice. You hear that, Jula?"
"I hear that, and I hear you, Ambie. I hear that in this ear, and I hear you in that ear, and they come together in the middle and make my head ache. So if you shut up, then one ear's open so the sound from the other can go right through and sink into that wall over there, and that wall can have it, 'cause I don't."
"You don't? Hey, where'd everyone go?"
"Down into that cellar. You ever see such a solid cellar door, Ambie? Why, it's as thick as the ones we use on the pits we put wizards in, you know, the ones nobody can open."
"It was you that scared 'em, Jula. But look, now we can drink even more and pay nothing."
"Until they all come back out. And then you'll be looking at paying a whole lot."
"I'm not paying. This is a business expense."
"Is it?"
"I bet. We have to ask Master Quell when he wakes up."
"He's awake, I think."
"He don't look awake."
Nobody does, except in us.
Wonder what everyone's doing in the cellar. Maybe there's a party or something.
That storm sounds like angry women.
Like Mother, only more than one.
That would be bad.
10 times bad. You break something?
Never did. You did.
Someone broke something, and those mothers are on the way, sounds like.
Sounds like, yes.
Coming fast.
Whatever you broke, you better fix it.
No way. I'll just say you did it.
I'll say I did it first. No, you did it. I'll say you did it first.
I didn't do...
But now the shrieking storm was too loud for any further conversation, and to Gruntle's half-deadened ears it did indeed sound like voices, terrible inhuman voices, filled with rage and hunger. He'd thought the storm was waning. In fact, he'd been certain of it. But then everyone had fled into the cellar. Gruntle lifted his head, at precisely the same time that Mappo did. Their eyes met, and yes, both understood. That's not a storm. Chapter 17. My finest student? A young man, physically perfect. To look upon him was to see a duelist by any known measure. His discipline was a source of awe. His form was elegance personified. He could snuff a dozen candles in successive lunges, each lunge identical to the one preceding it. He could spear a buzzing fly. Within 2 years I could do nothing more for him, for he had passed my own skill. I was, alas, not there to witness his first duel, but it was described to me in detail. For all his talent, his perfection of form, for all his precision, his muscle memory, he revealed one and only one flaw. He was incapable of fighting a real person. A foe of middling skill can be profoundly dangerous, in that clumsiness can surprise, ill preparation can confound brilliant skills of defense. The very unpredictability of a real opponent in a life-and-death struggle served my finest student with a final lesson. It is said the duel lasted a dozen heartbeats. From that day forward, my philosophy of instruction changed. Form is all very well, repetition ever essential, but actual blood-touch practice must begin within the first week of instruction. To be a duelist, one must duel. The hardest thing to teach is how to survive. Trevan Alt, 2nd century, Darujhistan.
Gather close, and let us speak of nasty little shits. Oh, come now, we are no strangers to the vicious demons in placid disguises, innocent eyes so wide, hidden minds so dark. Does evil exist? Is it a force, some deadly possession that slips into the unwary? Is it a thing separate and thus subject to accusation and blame, distinct from the one it has used? Does it flit from soul to soul, weaving its diabolical scheme in all the unseen places, snarling into knots tremulous fears and appalling opportunity, stark terrors and brutal self-interest? Or is the dread word nothing more than a quaint and oh-so-convenient encapsulation of all those traits distinctly lacking moral context, a sweeping generalization embracing all things depraved and breathtakingly cruel, a word to define that peculiar glint in the eye, the voyeur to one's own delivery of horror, of pain and anguish and impossible grief? Give the demon crimson scales, slashing talons, tentacles and dripping poison, 3 eyes and 6 slithering tongues. As it crouches there in the soul, its latest abode in an eternal succession of abodes, may every god kneel in prayer. But really, evil is nothing but a word, an objectification where no objectification is necessary. Cast aside this notion of some external agency as the source of inconceivable inhumanity. The sad truth is our possession of an innate proclivity towards indifference, towards deliberate denial of mercy, towards disengaging all that is moral within us. But if that is too dire, let's call it evil, and paint it with fire and venom. There are extremities of behavior that seem, at the time, perfectly natural, indeed reasonable. They are arrived at suddenly, or so it might seem, but if one looks, the progression reveals itself step by step, and that is a most sad truth. Murillo walked from the dueling school, rapier at his hip, gloves tucked into his belt. Had he passed anyone who knew him, they might be forgiven for not at first recognizing him, given his expression. The lines of his face were drawn deep, his frown a clench, as if the mind behind it was in torment, sick of itself. He looked older, harder.
He looked to be a man in dread of his own thoughts, a man haunted by an unexpected reflection in a lead window, a silvered mirror, flinching back from his own face, the eyes that met themselves with defiance. Only a fool would have stepped directly into this man's path. In his wake, a young student hesitated. He had been about to call out a greeting to his instructor, but he had seen Murillo's expression, and, though young, the student was no fool. Instead, he set out after the man. Belam Nom would not sit in any god's lap. Mark him well. There had been fervent, breathless discussion. Crippled Da was like a man reborn, finding unexpected reserves of strength to lift himself into the rickety cart, with Merla, her eyes bright, fussing over him until even he slapped her hands away. Mew and Hinty stared wide-eyed, brainless as toddlers were, faces like sponges sucking in everything and understanding none of it. As for Snell, oh, it was ridiculous, all this excitement. His Ma and Da were, he well knew, complete idiots, too stupid to succeed in life, too thick to realize it. They had tortured themselves and each other over the loss of Harlow, their mutual failure, their hand-in-hand incompetence that made them hated even as they wallowed in endless self-pity. Ridiculous, pathetic. The sooner Snell was rid of them, the better, and at that thought he eyed his siblings once again. If Ma and Da just vanished, why, he could sell them both and make good coin. They weren't fit for much else. Let someone else wipe their stinking backsides and shove food into their mouths. Damned things choked half the time and spat it out the other half and burst into tears at the lightest poke. But his disgust was proving a thin crust, cracking as terror seethed beneath, the terror born of remote possibilities. Da and Ma were going to a temple, a new temple, one devoted to a god as broken and useless as Bedek himself. The high priest, who called himself a prophet, was even more crippled. Nothing worked below his arms, and half his face sagged, and the eye on that side had just dried up since the lids couldn't close, and now it looked like a rotten crabapple. Snell had seen it for himself when he'd stood at the side of the street watching as the prophet was being carried by his diseased followers to the next square, where he'd croak out yet another sermon predicting the end of the world and how only the sick and the stupid would survive. No wonder Da was so eager. He'd found his god at last, one in his own image, and that was usually the way, wasn't it? People don't change to suit their god, they change their god to suit them. Da and Ma were on their way to the temple of the crippled god, where they hoped to speak to the prophet himself, where they hoped to ask the god's blessing, where they hoped to discover what had happened to Harlow. Snell didn't believe anything would come of that, but then he couldn't be sure, could he? And that was what was scaring him. What if the crippled god knew about what Snell had done? What if the prophet prayed to it and was told the truth, and then told Da and Ma? Snell might have to run away, but he'd take Hinty and Mew with him, selling them off to get some coin, which he'd need and need bad. Let someone else wipe their stinking...
Yes, Ma, I'll take care of them. You two go, see what you can find out.
Just look at them, so filled with hope, so stupid with the idea that something else will solve all their problems, swipe away their miseries. The crippled god. How good can a god be if it's crippled, if it can't even heal itself? That prophet was getting big crowds, plenty of useless people in the world, so that was no surprise, and they all wanted sympathy. Well, Snell's family deserved sympathy, and maybe some coin, too, and a new house, all the food they could eat and all the beer they could drink. In fact, they deserved maids and servants and people who would think for them and do everything that needed doing. Snell stepped outside to watch Ma wheeling Da off down the alley, clickety-click. Behind him, Hinty was snuffling, probably getting ready to start bawling since Ma was out of sight, and that didn't happen often. Well, he'd just have to shut the brat up. A good squeeze to the chest and she'd just pass out and things would get quiet again. Maybe do that to both of them. Make it easier wrapping them up in some kind of sling, easier to carry in case he decided to run. Hinty started crying. Snell spun round and the runt looked at him and her crying turned into shrieks.
Yes, Hinty,
Snell said, grinning.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
And so he did. Belam Nom had known that something was wrong, terribly so. The atmosphere in the school was sour, almost toxic. Hardly conducive to learning about dueling, about everything one needed to know about staying alive in a contest of blades. On a personal, purely selfish level, all this was frustrating, but one would have to be an insensitive bastard to get caught up in that kind of thinking. The problem was, something had broken Stoni Monachis, broken her utterly, and that in turn had left Murillo shattered because he loved her, no doubt about that, since he wouldn't have hung around if he didn't, not with the way she was treating him and everyone else, but especially him. It hadn't been easy working out what was wrong, since nobody was talking much, but he'd made a point of lingering, standing in shadows as if doing little more than cooling himself off after a bell's worth of footwork in the sunlight. And Bellam Nom had sharp ears. He also had a natural talent, one it seemed he had always possessed. He could read lips. This had proved useful, of course. People had a hard time keeping secrets from Bellam. Master Murillo had reached some sort of decision, and walked as one driven now, and Bellam quickly realized that he did not need to employ any stealth while trailing him. An entire legion of Crimson Guard could be marching on the man's heels and he wouldn't know it. Bellam was not certain what role he might be able to play in whatever was coming. The only thing that mattered to him was that he be there when the time came. Mark him well. These are the thoughts of courage, unquestioning and uncompromising, and this is how heroes come to be. Small ones, big ones, all kinds. When drama arrives, they are there. Look about. See for yourself. He seemed such an innocuous man, so aptly named, and there was nothing in this modest office that might betray humble Measure's ambitions, nor his bloodthirsty eagerness in making use of Seba Crafar and his guild of assassins. Harmless then, and yet Seba found himself sweating beneath his nondescript clothes. True, he disliked appearing in public, particularly in the light of day, but that unease barely registered when in the presence of the master ironmonger.
It's simple. I don't like the man. And is that surprising? Despite the fact that he's provided the biggest contract I've seen, at least as head of the guild. Probably the Malazan offer Volkan took on was bigger, but only because achieving it was impossible, even for that uncanny bitch.
Seba's dislike was perhaps suspect, even to his own mind, since it was caught up in the grisly disaster of humble Measure's contract. Hard to separate this man from the scores of assassins butchered in the effort, still unsuccessful, to kill those damned Malazans. And this particular subject was one that would not quite depart, despite humble Measure's casual dismissive wave of one soft hand.
The failing is of course temporary, Seba Crafar said. Hadn't we best complete it to our mutual satisfaction before taking on this new contract of yours?
I have reconsidered the Karul temple issue, at least for the moment, said humble Measure. Do not fear. I am happy to add to the original deposit commensurate with the removal of 2 of the subjects, and should the others each fall in turn, you will of course be immediately rewarded. As the central focus, however, I would be pleased if you concentrated on the new one. Seba Crafar was never able to meet anyone's gaze for very long. He knew that most would see that as a weakness, or as proof that Seba could not be trusted, but he always made a point of ensuring that what he had to say was never evasive. This blunt honesty, combined with the shying eyes, clearly unbalanced people, and that was fine with Seba. Now, if only it worked on this man.
This new one, he ventured, is political.
Your specialty, I gather, said humble Measure.
Yes, but one that grows increasingly problematic. The noble class has learned to protect itself. Assassinations are not as easy as they once were.
The ironmonger's brows lifted.
Are you asking for more money?
Actually, no. It's this. The guild is wounded. I've had to promote a dozen snipes months ahead of their time. They're not ready. Oh, they can kill as efficiently as anyone, but most of them are little more than ambitious thugs. Normally, I would cull them ruthlessly, but at the moment I can't afford to.
This will require, I assume, certain modifications to your normal tactics.
It already has. 15 of my dead from Karul's bar were my latest promotions. That's left the rest of them rattled. An assassin without confidence is next to useless.
Humble Measure nodded.
Plan well and execute with precision, Master Krafar, and that confidence will return.
Even that won't be enough unless we succeed.
Agreed.
Seba was silent for a moment, still sweating, still uneasy.
Before I accept this latest contract, he said, I should offer you a way out. There are other, less bloody ways of getting elected to the council. It seems money is not a problem, and given that—
He stopped when the man lifted a hand. Suddenly there was something new in Humble Measure's eyes, something Seba had not seen before, and it left him chilled.
If it was my desire to buy my way onto the council, Master Krafar, I would not have summoned you here. That should be obvious.
Yes, I suppose.
But I have summoned you, yes? Therefore, it is reasonable to assume my desires are rather more complicated than simply gaining a seat on the council.
You want this particular councillor dead?
Humble Measure acknowledged this with a brief closing of his eyes that somehow conveyed a nod without his having to move his head.
We are not negotiating my reasons, since they are none of your business and have no relevance to the task itself. Now, you will assault this particular estate, and you will kill the councillor and everyone else, down to the scullery maid and the terrier employed to kill rats.
Seba Krafar looked away, but then he'd been doing that on and off ever since he'd sat down.
As you say. Should be simple, but then these things never are.
Are you saying that you're not up to this?
No, I'm saying that I have learned to accept that nothing is simple, and the simpler it looks, the more complicated it probably is. Therefore, this will need careful planning. I trust you are not under any pressure to get onto the council in a hurry? There are all kinds of steps needed in any case, sponsorships or bloodline claims, assessment of finances, and so on.
He fell silent after, in a brief glance, he noted the man's level look. Seba cleared his throat and then said,
10 days at the minimum. Acceptable?
Acceptable.
Then we're done here.
We are.
The deposition provided us by the Malazan embassy is unacceptable.
Councillor Coll fixed a steady regard on Hanot Orr's smooth-shaven face, and saw nothing in it but what he had always seen. Fear, contempt, misdirection, and outright deceit, the gathered forces of hatred and spite.
"So you stated," he replied, "but as you can see, the meeting has finished. I do my best to leave matters of the council in the chamber. Politicking is a habit that can fast run away with you, councillor. I do not recall seeking your advice. No, just my allegiance. Of the two, you elected the wrong one, councillor."
"I think not, since it is the only relevant one."
"Yes," Coll smiled. "I understood you well enough. Now, if you will excuse me—"
"Their explanation for why they needed to expand the embassy is flimsy. Are you so easily duped, Councillor Coll? Or is it just a matter of filling your purse to buy your vote?"
"Either you are offering to bribe me, Councillor Orr, or you are suggesting that I have been bribed. The former seems most unlikely. Thus, it must be the latter. And since we happen to be standing in the corridor with others nearby, close enough to hear you, you leave me no choice but to seek censure."
Hanot Orr sneered.
"Censure? Is that the coward's way of avoiding an actual duel?"
"I accept that it is such a rare occurrence that you probably know little about it. Very well. For the benefit of your defense, allow me to explain."
A dozen or more councillors had now gathered and were listening, expressions appropriately grave. Coll continued.
"I hereby accept your accusation as a formal charge. The procedure now is the engagement of an independent committee that will begin investigating. Of course, said investigation is most thorough, and will involve the detailed auditing of both of our financial affairs. Yes, accuser and accused. Such examination inevitably propagates so that all manner of personal information comes to light. Once all pertinent information is assembled, my own advocates will review your file to determine whether a countercharge is appropriate. At this point, the council judiciary takes over proceedings."
Hanot Orr had gone somewhat pale. Coll observed him with raised brows.
"Shall I now seek censure, councillor?"
"I was not suggesting you were taking bribes, Councillor Coll.
and I apologize if my carelessness led to such an interpretation."
"I see. Were you then offering me one?"
"Of course not."
"Then is our politicking done here?"
Hanot Orr managed the stiff bow and then whirled off, trailed after a moment by Shardan Lim and then, with studied casualness, young Gorlas Vidicus. Coll watched them depart. Estrasian Dahl moved to his side and, taking him by the arm, led him towards a private alcove, the ones designed precisely for extra-chamber politicking. 2 servants delivered chilled white wine and then quickly departed. "That was close," Estrasian murmured.
"He's young and stupid. A family trait, possibly."
"There was no bribe, was there?"
Coll frowned. "Not as such. The official reasons given are just as Orr claimed, flimsy."
"Yes, and he was not privy to the unofficial ones."
"No, wrong committee."
"Hardly an accident. That ambitious trio's been given places on every meaningless committee we can think of, but that's not keeping them busy enough, it seems. They still find time to get in our way."
"One day," said Coll, "they will indeed be as dangerous as they think they are."
Outside the building, standing in the bright sun, the 3 ambitious young councillors formed a sort of island in a sea of milling pigeons. None took note of the cooing on all sides.
"I'll have that bastard's head one day," said Hanot Orr, "on a spike outside my gate."
"You were careless," said Shardan Lim, doing little to disguise his contempt. Stung, Orr's gloved hand crept to the grip of his rapier.
"I've had about enough of you, old friend. It's clear you inherited every mewling weakness of your predecessor. I admit I'd hoped for something better."
"Listen to you two," said Gorlas Vidicus. "Bitten by a big dog, so here you are snapping at each other, and why? Because the big dog's too big. If he could see you now—"
Hanot Orr snorted.
"So speaks the man who can't keep his wife on a tight enough leash."
Was the perfect extension of the metaphor deliberate? Who can say? In any case, to the astonishment of both Orr and Lim, Gorlas Vidicus simply smiled, as if appreciative of the riposte. He made a show of brushing dust from his cuffs.
"Well, then, I will leave you to whatever, as I have business that will take me out of the city for the rest of the day."
"That ironmonger will never get on the council, Vidicus," Shardan Lim said. "There's no available seat, and that situation's not likely to change any time soon. This partnership of yours will take you nowhere and earn you nothing."
"On the contrary, Shardan, I am getting wealthy. Do you have any idea how essential iron is to this city? Ah, I see that such matters are beneath you both. So be it. As a bonus, I am about to acquire a new property in the city as well. It has been and will continue to be a most rewarding partnership. Good day to you, sirs."
There was no denying Seba Krafar's natural air of brutality. He was a large, bearish man, and though virtually none of the people he pushed past while crossing the markets round knew him for the master of the Assassin's Guild, they nonetheless quickly retreated from any confrontation. And if any might, in their own natural belligerence, consider a bold challenge to this rude oaf, why, a second, more searching glance disavowed them of any such notions. He passed through the press like a heated knife through pig fat, a simile most suited to his opinion of humanity and his place within it. One of the consequences of this attitude, however, was that his derisive regard led to a kind of arrogant carelessness. He took no notice whatsoever of the nondescript figure who fell into his wake. The nearest cellar leading down into the tunnels was at the end of a narrow, straight alley that led to a dead end. The steps to the cellar ran along the back of the last building on the left. The cellar had once served as a storage repository for coal, in the days before the harnessing of gas, back when the notion of poisoning one's own air in the name of brainless convenience seemed reasonable, at least to people displaying their lazy stupidity with smug pride. Now the low-ceilinged chamber squatted empty and sagging beneath 3 levels of half-rotted tenement rooms in symbolic celebration of modernity. From the shutterless windows, babies cried to the accompaniment of clanking cookware and slurred arguments, sounds as familiar to Seba Krafar as the rank air of the alley itself. His thoughts were busy enough to justify his abstracted state. Fear warred with greed in a mutual ongoing exchange of masks which were in fact virtually identical. But never mind that. The game was ubiquitous enough, after all. Before too long, in any case, the two combatants would end up supine with exhaustion. Greed usually won, but carried fear on its back. So much for Seba Krafar's preoccupations. Even without them, it was unlikely he would have heard the one on his trail, since that one possessed unusual talents of such measure that he was able to move up directly behind the master assassin and reach out with ill intent. A hand closed on Seba's neck, fingers like contracting claws of iron pressing nerves that obliterated all motor control, yet before the assassin could collapse, as his body wanted to do, he was flung halfway round and thrown up against a grimy stone wall, and held there, moccasined feet dangling. He felt a breath along one cheek and then heard whispered words.
"Pull your watchers off Karol's bar. When I leave here, you will find a small sack at your feet. 5 councils. The contract is now concluded. I am buying it out."
The tip of a knife settled beneath Seba's right eye.
"I trust 5 councils is sufficient, unless you object."
"No, not at all," gasped Seba. "The Malazads are safe, at least from the guild. Of course, that just means the client will seek, other needs."
"Yes, about your client."
"I cannot—"
"No need to, Seba Krafar. I am well aware of the Master Ironmonger's particular obsession."
"Lucky you,"
Seba said in a growl. Gods, whoever this was, still held him off the ground, and that grip did not waver.
"Because,"
he added, for he was still a brave man,
"I'm not."
"If you were," said the man, "you would not be so eager to take his coin, no matter how much he offered."
"Since you put it that way, perhaps those 5 councils down there could buy him an accident."
"Generous offer, but suicidal on your part. No, I do not hire people to do my dirty work."
Through gritted teeth, feeling was returning to his limbs like sizzling fire. Seba said,
"So I've gathered."
"We're done here,"
the man said.
"Unless you've other pressing business,"
Seba managed, and felt a slackening of that grip, and, vague beneath his feet, the greasy cobblestones.
"Very well," said the voice. "You've actually managed to impress me, Seba Krafar. Reach up to that old lantern hook there on your left. You can hold yourself up until the strength returns to your legs. It wouldn't do anything for your already damaged dignity to have you fall now. Stay facing the wall for 10 steady breaths, eyes closed. I don't want to have to change my mind about you."
"First impressions are never easy to live up to," said Seba, "but I'll do my best."
The hand pulled away, then returned to give his shoulder a gentle pat. He stood, forehead pressed against the wall, eyes closed, and counted 10 slow breaths. Somewhere round the 3rd one, he caught the stench. Oh, more than just muscles let loose below his neck, and now he understood the man's comments on dignity.
"Yes, plopping down on my arse would have been most unpleasant."
Sweat ran down both sides of his face. Glancing straight down, he saw the small bag with its measly 5 coins.
"Shit," he muttered. "I forgot to write him a receipt."
Fisher waited at the mouth of the alley until he saw the master assassin delicately bend down to retrieve the bag. Agreement consummated. The master assassin, he was certain, would bother them no more. As for humble measure, well, that man's downfall would require something considerably more complicated. But there was time. And this is the lesson here, dear friends. Even a man such as Fisher Keltath, for all his formidable, mysterious qualities, was quite capable of grievous errors in judgment. Time then to return to Karol's bar. Perhaps Picker had found her way back into that cool flesh that scarcely drew breath. If not, why, Fisher might have to do something about that. Lost souls had a way of getting into trouble. Was this sufficient cause for his own carelessness? Perhaps. Leaving the round and its crowds, he walked into the narrow, shady avenue of the Bullocks, threading between the few hurrying passers-by. At night this street was notorious for muggings, and indeed was it not but 2 days ago that the city guard had found yet another battered corpse? There, before those very steps leading to a shop selling square nails, rivets, and wooden frames on which to hang skinned things and other works worthy of display. Even during the day this track was risky. It was the shadows, you see. And out from one stepped a small toad-visaged apparition wearing a broad grin that split the very dark, somewhat pocked face, reminding one of a boldly slashed overripe melon. Seemingly balanced on this creature's head was a bundle of bowgut. No, it was hair, in which at least 3 spiders nested.
"You!"
hissed the man, his eyes bright and then shifty, and then bright once more. "None other," said Fisher with the faintest of sighs.
"Of course not."
The head tilted, but the hair did not slide off.
"Another idiot. This city's full of them. None other. What kind of thing to say is that? If some other, why, I'd not have leapt into his path, would I? Best keep this simple."
The head righted itself, spiders adjusting their perches to match.
"I bring word from my brilliant not all there master."
A sudden whisper.
"Brilliant. Yes, a word used most advisedly. Still, use it once, and we're done with it forever."
He then raised his voice once more.
"When all this is done—"
"Excuse me," cut in Fisher. "When all what is done?"
"This, of course. Foolish Iscaral. Keep it simple. Simpler, even. Listen, dear middling bard. When all this is done, eke out the eel. No, wait. Seek out the eel. Seal? Damn, I had the message memorized and everything. Peek at... Beat an eel. Seek and peek the bleak earl. Perk the veal. Deal the prick. Now, Hod's breath. What was it again? And I had the gall to call him brilliant. He should have sent Sordico Quam, yes, so I could have followed the glorious rocking ship of her sweet hips." And he wagged his head side to side, eyes glazing. "Slib slab, oh!"
"Thank you," Fisher said as the man began muttering under his breath and pausing every now and then to lick his lips, "for, the message. I assure you I understand."
"Of course you do. You're a man, aren't you? Gods, that a simple casual stride could so reduce one to gibbering worship. Why, who needs gods and goddesses when we have asses like that?"
"Indeed, who? Now, since you have successfully delivered your message from your master, may I proceed on my way?"
"What? Naturally. Go away. You're a damned distraction is what you are."
A tilt of the head, and the bard was indeed on his way once more. The mob outside the newly consecrated Temple of the Fallen One, or the Crippled God, or indeed the name by which most knew it, the Temple of Chains, was thick and strangely rank. More than natural sweat, as might be squeezed out by the mid-morning sun, this was the human rendering of desperation, made even sicklier with obsequious anticipation. Yet the door to the narrow-fronted temple remained shut, evidently barred from within. Offerings were heaped up against it, copper and tin coins, as well as links of chain and the odd clasp and cheap jewelry. Bedeck on his cart and Merla standing before him, gripping the handles, found themselves in the midst of trembling alcoholics, the pox-scarred, the lame, and the deformed. Milky eyes stared, as if cataracts were punishment for having seen too much. All other eyes were filled with beseeching need, the hunger for blessing, for even the passing brush of a twisted hand, if it belonged to the prophet. Misshapen faces lifted up, held fixedly upon that door. Within the press the stink became unbearable, the breath of rotting teeth and consumptive dissolution. From his low perch Bedeck could see nothing but shoulders and the backs of heads. Whimpering, he plucked at his wife's tunic.
"Merla! Merla!"
The look she turned on him was both savage and small, and with a shock Bedeck suddenly saw her, and himself, as meaningless, insignificant, worthless. They were, he realized, no better than anyone else here. Each of them seeking to be singled out, to be guided out, to be raised up from all the others. Each dreaming of coming into glorious focus in the eyes of a god, eyes brimming with pity and knowledge, eyes that understood injustice and the unfairness of existence. A god, yes, to make them right.
To make us all, each and every one of us, right, whole.
But Bedeck had held no such notions. They were not why he was here. He and Merla were different. From all of these people, they, you see, had lost a child. The door would remain locked, they learned, until at least midday, sometimes even later, and even then the prophet might not emerge. If he was communing with his own pain, they were told, he might not be seen for days. Yes, but did he bless people? Did he help people? Oh, yes. Why, I saw a man in terrible pain, and the prophet took it all away. He healed the man? No, he smothered him, delivered his spirit, now at peace, into the hands of the fallen one. If you are in pain, this is where you can end your life. Only here, do you understand, can you be sure your soul will find a home. There, in the loving heart of the fallen one. Don't you want to find your legs again? Other side of life, that's where you'll find them. And so Bedeck came to understand that perhaps this crippled god could not help them, not with finding Harlow, and all at once he wanted to go home. But Merla would have none of that. The yearning was unabated in her eyes, but it had been transformed, and what she sought now had nothing to do with Harlow. Bedeck did not know what that new thing might be, but he was frightened down to the core of his soul. Snell struggled to form a sling to take the runts, both of whom were lying senseless on the floor. He had checked to see they were both breathing, since he'd heard that making them black out could sometimes kill them, if he'd held them tight for too long, though he'd been careful. He was always careful when doing that, though if one of them did die, why, he would say it went to sleep and just never woke up, and that happened, didn't it, with the little ones? And then he'd cry, because that was expected. Poor thing, but it had always been weak, hadn't it? So many children were weak. Only the strong ones, the smart ones, survived. It's what the world was like, after all, and the world can't be changed, not one bit. There was a man in the Daru High Market who always dressed well and had plenty of coin, and it was well known he'd take little ones, 10, 20 silver consols, boy or girl, it didn't matter which. He knew people, rich people, he was just the middleman, but you dealt with him if you didn't want no one to find out anything. And if there were any small bodies left over, well, they never ever showed up to start people asking questions. It would be a bit of a walk, especially with both Mew and Hinty, and that's why he needed to work out a sling of some sort, like the ones the Rivi mothers used. Only, how did they do that? The door opened behind him and Snell whirled in sudden terror. The man standing on the threshold was familiar. He'd been with Stony Menakis the last time she'd visited, and Snell could see at once that dear Snell was in trouble. Ice-cold fear, a mouth impossibly dry, a pounding heart.
They're just sleeping.
The man stared.
What have you done to them, Snell?
Nothing. Go away. Da and Ma aren't here. They went to the Chains Temple. Come back later.
Instead, the man stepped inside. One gloved hand casually flung Snell back, away from the motionless girls on the floor. The blow rocked Snell, and as if a stopper had been jarred loose, fear poured through him. As the man knelt and drew off a glove to set a palm against Mew's forehead, Snell scrabbled to the back wall.
I'm going to call the guards. I'm going to scream.
Shut your damned face, or I'll do it for you.
A quick, heavy look.
I've not yet started with you, Snell. Everything comes back to you. On the day Harlow went missing, on that day, Snell.
He lifted his hand and straightened.
Are they drugged? Tell me how you did this.
He meant to keep lying, but all at once he thought that maybe if he told the truth about this, the man might believe the lies he used afterwards, on the other stuff.
I just squeeze them when they cry too much, that's all. It don't hurt them none, honest.
The man had glanced at the stretch of burlap lying beside Mew. Maybe he was putting things together, but nothing could be proved, could it? It would be all right. It would be. 2 quick strides, and those hands, one gloved and the other bare and scarred, snagged the front of Snell's tunic. He was lifted into the air until his eyes were level with the man's, and Snell saw in those deadly eyes something dark, a lifeless whisper that could flatten out at any moment, and all thoughts of lying whimpered away.
On that day, the man said, you came back with a load of sun-dried dung, something you'd never done before, and have never done since. No, your mother said it was Harlow who did such things. Harlow, who at 5 fucking years old did more to help this family than you ever have. Who collected that dung, Snell?
Snell had widened his eyes as wide as they could go. He made his chin tremble.
Harlow,
he whispered.
But I never hurt him, I swear it.
Oh, he hadn't wanted to lie. It just came out.
Past Worrytown or Two Ox Gate?
The gate, 2 Ox.
Did you go with him or did you follow him? What happened out there, Snell?
And Snell's eyes betrayed him then, a flicker too instinctive to stop in time, down to where Mew and Hinty were lying. The man's eyes flattened just as Snell had feared they might.
I never killed him. He was breathing when I left him. If you kill me, they'll find out. They'll arrest you. You'll go to the gallows. You can't kill me. Don't!
You knocked him out and left him there after stealing the dung he'd collected. The hills beyond Tuok's gate.
And I went back a couple of days, the day after, and he was gone. He's just run off, that's all.
A 5-year-old boy doing everything he could to help his family just ran off, did he? Or did you drive him off, Snell?
I never did. He was just gone. And that's not my fault, is it? Someone maybe found him, maybe even adopted him.
You are going to tell your parents everything, Snell, the man said. I will be back tonight, probably late, but I will be back. Don't even think of running.
He won't, said a voice from the door. The man turned.
Bellum, what?
Master Murillo, I'll stay here and keep an eye on the fucker. And when his parents show up, well, he'll spill it all out. Go on, Master. You don't need to worry about anything happening back here. The man, Murillo, was silent for a time, seeming to study the rangy boy who stood, arms folded, leaning against the doorway's frame. And then he set Snell down and stepped back.
I won't forget this, Bellum.
It'll be fine, Master. I won't beat the bones out of him, much as I'd like to, and much as he obviously deserves it. No, he's going to sit and play with his little sisters, soon as they come round.
A splash of water should do it.
After a splash, then. And not only is Snell going to play with them, but he's going to make a point of losing every game, every argument. If they want him to stand on his head while picking his arsehole, why, that's what Snell will do. Right, Snell? Snell had met older boys just like this one. They had calm eyes, but that was just to fix you good when you weren't expecting nothing. He was more frightened of this Bellum than he'd been of Murillo.
You hurt me and I'll get my friends after you,
he hissed.
My street friends.
And when they hear the name Bellum Nom, they'll cut you loose faster than you can blink. Murillo had found a clay bowl into which he now poured some water. Master, said Bellum, I can do that. You got what you needed from him, at least a trail, a place to start.
Very well. Until tonight then, Bellum, and thank you.
After he'd left, Bellum shut the door and advanced on Snell, who once more cringed against the back wall.
You said...
We do that, don't we, when it comes to grown-ups?
Don't touch me!
No grown-ups anywhere close, Snell. What do you like to do when they're not around? Oh, yes, that's right. You like to torment everyone smaller than you. That sounds a fun game. I think I'll play. And look, you're smaller than me. Now, what torment shall we do first? In leaving them for the time being, all grim concern regarding anything unduly cruel can be thankfully dispensed with. Bellum Nom, being cleverer than most, knew that true terror belonged not to what did occur, but to what might occur. He was content to encourage Snell's own imagination into the myriad possibilities, which was a delicate and precise form of torture, especially useful in that it left no bruises. Bullies learn nothing when bullied in turn. There are no lessons, no about-face in their squalid natures. The principle of righteous justice is a peculiar domain where propriety and vengeance become confused, almost indistinguishable. The bullied bully is shown but the other side of the same fear he or she has lived with all his or her life. The about-face happens there, on the outside, not the inside. Inside, the bully and everything that haunts the bully's soul remains unchanged. It is an abject truth, but conscience cannot be shoved down the throat. If only it could. Moths were flattened against the walls of the narrow passageway, waiting for something, probably night. As it was a little-used route to and from the Vidicus estate, frequented twice a day at specific times by deliveries to the kitchen, Chalice had taken to using it with all the furtive grace of the insouciant adulteress that she had become. The last thing she expected was to almost run into her husband there in the shadows midway through. Even more disconcerting, it was clear that he had been awaiting her, one hand holding his dueling gloves as if about to slap them across her cheek, yet there was an odd smile on his face. "Darling," he said. She halted before him, momentarily struck dumb. It was one thing to play out the game at breakfast, a table between them cluttered with all the false icons of a perfect and perfectly normal marriage. Their language then was such a smooth navigation round all those deadly shoals that it seemed the present was but a template of the future, of years and years of this, not a single wound stung to life, no tragic floundering on the jagged shallows, sailors drowning in the foam. He stood before her now, tall, with 1,000 sharp edges entirely blocking her path, his eyes glittering like wrecker fires on a promontory. "So pleased I found you," he said. "I must head out to the mining camp. No doubt you can hear the carriage being readied behind you." Casual words, yet she was startled like a bird. Flash of fluttering, panicked wings in the gloom as she half turned to register the snort of horses and the rustle of traces from the forecourt behind her. "Oh," she managed, then faced him once more. Her heart's rapid beat began slowing down. "Even here," Gorlas said, "there is a sweet flush to your cheeks, dear. Most becoming." She could almost feel the brush of fingertips to grant benediction to the compliment. A moth, startled awake by the clash of currents in the dusty air, wings dry as talc as it fluttered against her face. She flinched back. "Thank you," she said. This was just another game, of course. She realized that now. He did not want things to get messy, not here, not any time soon. She told herself this with certainty, and hoped it was true. But then, why not an explosive shattering? Freeing him, freeing her, wouldn't that be healthier in the end? "Unless his idea of freeing himself is to kill me. Such things happen, don't they?" "I do not expect to be back for at least 3 days, 2 nights. "I see. Be well on your journey, Gorlas." "Thank you, darling." And then, without warning, he stepped close, his free hand grasping her right breast. "I don't like the thought of strangers doing this," he said, his voice low, that odd smile still there. "I need to picture the face, one I know well. I need a sense of the bastard behind it." She stared into his eyes and saw only a stranger, calculating, as clinical and cold as a dresser of the dead, like the one who'd come to do what was needed with the corpse of her mother, once the thin veil of sympathy was tossed aside like a soiled cloth and the man set to work. "When I get back," he continued, "we'll have a talk, one with details. I want to know all about him, Chalice." She knew that what she said at this precise moment would echo in her husband's mind for virtually every spare moment in the course of the next 3 days and 2 nights, and by the time he returned, her words would have done their work in transforming him into a broken thing or into a monster. She could say, all right, as if she was being forced, cornered, and whatever immediate satisfaction he felt would soon twist into something dark, unpleasant, and she would find herself across from a vengeful creature in 3 days' time. She might say, "if you like," and he would hear that as defiance and cruel indifference, as if for her his needs were irrelevant, as if she would oblige out of pity and not much else. No, in truth she had few choices in what she might utter at this moment. In an instant, as he awaited her response, she decided on what she would say, and when it came out it was calm and assured, but not too much so. "Until then, husband." He nodded, and she saw the pupils of his eyes dilate. She caught his quickened breathing and knew her choice had been the right one. Now, the next 3 days and 2 nights, Gorlas would be as one on fire, with anticipation, with his imagination unleashed and playing out scenarios, each one a variation on a single theme. "Yes, Gorlas, we are not done with each other yet, after all." His hand withdrew from her breast, and, with a courtly bow, he stepped to one side to permit her to pass. She did so. Murillo hired a horse for the day. With tack included, the rental amounted to 3 silver counsels along with a 20-counsel deposit. Of that, the animal was worth perhaps 5, certainly not much more. Slope-backed, at least 10 years old, worn out, beaten down, the misery in the beast's eyes stung Murillo to sympathy, and he was of half a mind to forego the deposit and leave the animal in the hands of a kindly farmer with plenty of spare pasture. He rode at a slow, plodding walk through the crowded streets until he reached Tuok's gate. Passing through the archway's shadow, he collected the horse into a steady trot on the cobbled road, passing laden wagons and carts and the occasional Gadrobi peasant struggling beneath baskets filled with salted fish, flasks of oil, candles, and whatever else they needed to make bearable living in a squalid hut along the roadside. Once beyond the leper colony, He began scanning the lands to either side, seeking the nearest active pasture. A short distance on, he spied sheep and goats wandering the slope of a hillside to his right. A lone shepherd hobbled along the ridge, waving a switch to keep the flies off. Murillo pulled his mount off the road and rode towards him. The old man noticed his approach and halted. He was dressed in rags, but the crook he carried looked new, freshly oiled and polished. His eyes were smeared with cataracts from too many years in the bright sunlight, and he squinted, wary and nervous, as Murillo drew up and settled back in the saddle.
"Hello, good shepherd."
A terse nod answered him.
"I am looking for someone."
"Nobody but me here," the old man replied, flicking the switch before his face.
"This was a few weeks back. A young boy up here collecting dung, perhaps."
"We get 'em out from the city."
The furtiveness was ill-disguised. The old man licked his lips, switched at flies that weren't there. There were secrets here, Murillo realized. He dismounted.
"You know of this one," he said. 5 years old. He was hurt, possibly unconscious."
The shepherd stepped back as he approached, half raised the crook.
"What was I supposed to do?" he demanded. "The ones that come out here, they got nothing. They live in the streets. They sell the dung for a few coppers. I got no help here. We just working for somebody else. We go hungry every winter. What was I supposed to do?"
"Just tell me what happened," said Murillo. "You do that, and maybe I'll just walk away, leave you be. But you're a bad liar, old man, and if you try again, I might get angry."
"We wasn't sure he was going to live. He was beat up near dead, sir. Would have died if we hadn't found him, took care of him."
"And then?"
"Sold him off. It's hard enough feeding ourselves."
"To who? Where is he?"
"Iron mines. The Eldra holdings west of here."
Murillo felt a chill grip his heart.
"A 5-year-old boy?"
"Moles, they call 'em, or so I heard."
He returned to the horse, lifted himself into the saddle and roughly pulled the beast round, rode hard back to the road. 1,000 paces along, the horse threw a shoe. The ox lumbered along at the pace of a beast for which time was meaningless, and perhaps in this it was wise indeed. Walking beside it, the man with the crop twitched its flank every now and then, but this was habit, not urgency. The load of braided leather was not a particularly onerous burden, and if the carter timed things right, why, he might wangle himself a meal at the camp before the long return journey back to the city. At least by then the day would be mostly done and the air would have cooled. In this heat, neither man nor beast was in any hurry. Hardly surprising, then, that the lone traveller on foot caught up with them before too long, and after a brief conversation, a few words to either side of the jangle of coins, the load on the cart grew heavier, yet still not enough to force a groan from the ox. This was, after all, the task of its life, the very definition of its existence. In truth, it had little memory of ever being free, of ever trundling along without something to drag behind it, or the endless reverberation in its bones as wheels clunked across cobbles, slipping into and out of worn ruts in the stone. Languid blinks, the storm of flies that danced in the heat, twitching tail and spots of blood on the fetlocks, and pulling something from one place to another. And at its side, squinting red-shot eyes, a storm of flies dancing, spots of blood here and there from midges and what-not, and taking something from one place to another. Ox and driver, parallel lives through meaningless years. A singular variation now, the man sitting with legs dangling off the cart, his boots worn and blisters oozing, and the dark maelstrom in his eyes that was for neither of them, and no business of theirs besides. The ornate, lacquered, leaf-sprung carriage that rumbled past them a league from the camp had its windows shuttered against the heat and dust. The man in the back had watched its approach. The carter watched it pass. The ox saw it moving away in front of it at a steady pace that it could never match, even had it wanted to, which it didn't. Snell was nobody's fool, and when the ball of bound multicolored twine rolled close to the door and Hinty stared at it, expecting its miraculous return to her pudgy, grimy hands, why, Snell obliged, and as soon as he was at the door he darted outside and was gone. He heard Bellams shout, but Snell had a good head start, and besides, the stupid idiot wouldn't just leave the runts behind, would he? No, Snell had made good his escape, easy as that, because he was clever, and jerks could threaten him all the time, but he won in the end. He always won. Proof of his cleverness. Up the street into an alley, under the broken fence, across the narrow yard, chickens scattering from his path, and on to the stacked rabbit pens, over the next fence, into Twisty Alley, 20 strides up and then left, into the muddy track where a sewage pipe leaked. Nobody'd go down this pinched passageway, what with the stench and all, but he did, piss soaking through his worn moccasins, and then he was out onto Purse Street and freedom. Better if he'd stolen the runts to sell. Better still if he'd still had his stash of coins. Now he had nothing, but nobody would catch him now. There were some older boys with connections to the gang that worked Worrytown, lifting what they could from the trader wagons that crowded through. If Snell could get out there, he'd be outside the city, wouldn't he? They could hunt forever and not find him. And he could make himself rich. He could rise in the ranks and become a pack leader. People would be scared of him, terrified even. Merchants would pay him just not to rob them. And he'd buy an estate and hire assassins to kill Bellum Nom and Stony Monachis and Murillo. He'd buy up his parents' debts and make them pay him every month. Wouldn't that be something? It'd be perfect. And his sisters he could pimp out, and eventually he'd have enough money to buy a title of some sort, get on the council and proclaim himself king of Darujhistan, and he'd order new gallows built and execute everyone who'd done him wrong. He rushed through the crowds, his thoughts a world away, a future far off but almost in reach. His feet were clipped out from under him, and he fell hard, numbing shock from one shoulder and his hip. Bellum Nom stood over him, breathing hard but grinning. "Nice try," he said.
Mew and Hinty, you left them.
"Locked up, yes. That's what slowed me down." And he reached down, grasped Snell's arm and yanked him to his feet, twisting hard enough to make him yelp in pain. Bellum dragged Snell back the way he'd come.
"I'm going to kill you one day,"
Snell said, then winced as Bellum's grip tightened on his arm. "It's what people like you rely on, isn't it?
"What?"
That none of us are as nasty as you. That we'll have qualms about, say, skinning you alive, or shattering your kneecaps, gouging out your eyes. You want to kill me? Fine. Just don't be surprised if I get to you first, Snell."
"You can't murder."
"Can't I? Why not? You seem to think you can, whenever you like, whenever the chance arises. Well, I'm not Stony Monachis. I'm not Murillo either. They're civilized folk. No, Snell, I'm more like you, only I'm older and better at it."
"If you did anything to me, Murillo would have to go after you. Like you say, he's not like us, or Stony. She'd cut you to pieces. Yes, it'd be Stony once Da asked her to, and he would."
"You're making a big assumption, Snell."
"What?"
"That they'd ever figure out it was me."
"I'll warn them. As soon as they come back, I'll warn them about you."
"Before or after you make your confession? About what you did to poor Harlow?"
"That was different. I didn't do nothing on purpose."
"You hurt him, probably killed him, and left his body for the birds. You kept it all a secret, Snell. Good knows, if I asked nicely enough, your Da might just hand you over to me, and good riddance to you." Snell said nothing. There was true terror inside him now. So much terror it filled him up, spilled out through his pores and out from between his legs. This Bellum was a monster. He didn't feel anything for nobody. He just wanted to hurt Snell. A monster. A vicious demon. Yes, a demon. Bellum was everything that was wrong with everything.
"I'll be good,"
Snell whimpered.
"You'll see. I'll make it right, all of it."
But these were lies, and both of them knew it. Snell was what he was, and no amount of cuddling and coddling would change that. He stood there in the mind, as if to say, "We are in your world, more of us than you imagine. If you knew how many of us there are, you'd be very, very frightened. We are here. Now, what are you going to do with us?" Snell was what he was, yes, and so too was Bellum Nom. When he was dragged in through the narrow door of a nondescript shop at the near end of Twisty Alley, Snell suddenly recoiled. He knew this place. He knew... "What you got yourself there, Bellum?" "A fresh one, Gorus, and I'll let him go cheap."
"Wait!"
Snell shrieked, and then a heavy hand clamped over his mouth and he was pulled into the gloom, smelling rank sweat, feeling a breath on his cheek as the ogre named Gorus leaned in close. "A screamer, is he?" "A nasty little shit, in fact." "We'll work that out of him." "Not this one. He'd stab his mother just to watch the blood flow. It's probably left a trail of tortured small animals 10 leagues long, buried in little holes in every backyard of the neighborhood. This is one of those, Gorus.
18 silver.
Slivers?
Yeah.
All right.
Snell thrashed about as he was carried off into a back room, then down steps and into an unlit cellar that smelled of piss-soaked mud. He was gagged and bound and thrown into a low iron cage. Gorus then went back up the stairs, leaving Snell alone. In the front room, Gorus sat down across from Bellum.
"Ale, nephew?"
"Too early for me, uncle."
"How long you want me to hold him?"
"Long enough to shit everything out of him. I want him so scared he breaks inside."
"Give him a night, then. Enough to run through all his terrors, but not so much he gets numb. Shit, nephew, I don't deal in anybody under, 15 years old. And we do careful interviewing and observing, and only the completely hopeless ones get shipped to the rowing benches. And even then, they get paid and fed and signed out after 5 years, and most of them do good after that."
"I doubt Snell knows any of that, Uncle. Just that children are dragged into this shop and they don't come back out."
"Must look that way."
Bellum smiled.
"Oh, it does, Uncle. It does."
"Not seen him in days."
Barathol just nodded, then walked over to the cask of water to wash the grime off his forearms and hands. Charles sat on a crate nearby, eating some local fruit with a yellow skin and pink, fleshy insides. Juice dribbled down his stubbled chin. Silara gave him a bright smile as she wandered into the front room. The air smelled brittle and acrid, the way it does in smithies, and she thought now that from this moment on the scent would accompany her every recollection of Barathol, this large man with the gentle eyes.
"Had any more trouble with the guilds?" she asked.
He dried himself off and flung the cloth to one side.
"They're making it hard, but I expected that. We're surviving."
"So I see." She kicked at a heap of iron rods. "New order?"
"Swords. The arrival of the Malazan embassy's garrison has triggered a new fad among the nobles. Imperial longswords. Gave trouble to most of the local swordsmiths." He shrugged. "Not me, of course."
Silara settled down in the lone chair and began scraping out her pipe.
"What's so special about Malazan longswords?"
"The very opposite, actually. The local makers haven't quite worked out that they have to reverse engineer to get them right."
"Reverse engineer?"
"The Malazan longsword's basic design and manufacture is originally Untan, from the Imperial mainland. 3 centuries old, at least, maybe older. The Empire still uses the Untan foundries, and they're a conservative bunch."
"Well, if the damned things do what they're supposed to do, why make changes?"
"That seems to be the thinking, yes. The locals have gone mad folding and refolding, trying to capture that rough solidity, but the Untan smiths are in the habit of working iron not hot enough. It's also red iron that they're using. The Untan hills are rotten with it, even though it's rare everywhere else."
He paused, watching as she lit her pipe.
"This can't be of any real interest to you, Silara."
"Not really, but I do like the sound of your voice."
And she looked up at him through the smoke, her eyes half veiled.
"Anyway, I can make decent copies, and the word's gone out. Eventually, some swordsmith will work things out, but by then I'll have plenty of satisfied customers, and even undercutting me won't be too damaging."
"Good," she said.
He studied her for a moment and then said,
"So, Cutter's gone missing, has he?"
"I don't know about that, only that I've not seen him in a few days."
"Are you worried?"
She thought about it, and then thought some more.
"Barathol, that wasn't my reason for visiting you. I wasn't looking for someone to charge in as if Cutter's been kidnapped or something. I'm here because I wanted to see you. I'm lonely. Oh, I don't mean anybody'll do, either, when I say that. I just wanted to see you, that's all."
After a moment, he shrugged and held out his hands.
"Here I am."
"You won't make it easy, will you?"
"Silara, look at me. Please, look. Carefully. You're too fast for me. Cutter, that historian, even that bridge burner, you leave them all spinning in your wake. Given my choice, I'd rather go through the rest of my life beneath the notice of everyone. I'm not interested in drama, or even excitement."
She stretched out her legs.
"And you think I am?"
"It's life that you're full of."
Barathol frowned and then shook his head.
"I'm not very good at saying what I mean, am I?"
"Keep trying."
"You can be overwhelming."
"Typical. Put on a little fat and suddenly I'm too much for him."
"You're not fat and you know it. You have
He hesitated. Shape. She thought to laugh, decided that it might come out too obviously hurt, which would make him feel even worse. Besides, her comment had been little more than desperate misdirection. She'd lost most of the weight she'd put on during her pregnancy.
Barathol, has it not occurred to you that maybe I am as I am because behind it all there's not much else?
His frown deepened. Chara dropped down from the crate and came over. He patted her on the head with a sticky hand and then hurried off into the yard. But you've lived through so much.
And you haven't? Gods below, you were an officer in the Red Blades. What you did in Arran
was just me avoiding a mess, Ilara, as usual.
What are we talking about here?
His eyes shied away. I'm not sure. I suppose, now that Cutter's left you,
and Dyker's too old and Picker's a woman, and that's fun but not serious, for me at least, I found myself in need of another man. Char's a child, in his head, that is. Leaving you.
The harsh sarcasm of her voice stung him, and he almost stepped back. From where I'm standing, he said.
Well, she said, sighing, it's probably what I deserve, actually. I've been a bit loose, wayward, looking, trying, not finding, trying again and again. From where you're standing, yes, I can see that.
None of that would matter to me, Barathol then said. Except, well, I don't want to be just another man left in your wake.
No wonder you've devoted your life to making weapons and armor. Problem is, you're doing that for everyone else.
He said nothing. He simply watched her, as she realized he had been doing for some time now. All at once, Ilara felt uncomfortable. She drew hard on her pipe.
Barathol, you need some armor of your own.
And he nodded. I see.
I'm not going to make promises I can't keep. Still, it may be that my waywardness is coming to an end. People like us who spend all our time looking, well, even when we find it, we usually don't realize until it's too late.
Cutter. She squinted up at him.
He had no room left in his heart, Barathol. Not for me, not for anyone.
So he's just hiding right now?
In more ways than one, I suspect.
But he's broken your heart, Ilara.
Has he? She considered. Maybe he has. Maybe I'm the one needing armor.
She snorted.
Puts me in my place, doesn't it?
And she rose. Barathol started. Where are you going?
What? I don't know. Somewhere. Nowhere. Does it matter?
Wait. He stepped closer. Listen to me, Ilara. And then he was silent, on his face a war of feelings trying to find words. After a moment his scowl deepened. Yesterday, if Cutter had just walked in here to say hello, I'd have taken him by the throat. Hood, I'd have probably beaten him unconscious and tied him up in that chair, where he'd stay until you dropped by.
Yesterday.
When I thought I had no chance. She was having her own trouble finding words.
And now?
I think I've just thrown on some armor.
The soldier unretires.
Well, I'm a man, and a man never learns. She grinned.
That's true enough.
And then she leaned close, and as he slowly raised his arms to take her into an embrace, she almost shut her eyes. All that relief, all that anticipation of pleasure, even joy, and the hands instead grasped her upper arms, and she was pushed suddenly to one side. Startled, she turned to see a squad of city guard crowding the doorway. The officer in the lead had the decency to look embarrassed. Barathol Mekar, by city order, this smithy is now under temporary closure, and I'm afraid I have to take you into custody. The charge? Brought forward by the Guild of Smiths. Contravention of proper waste disposal. It is a serious charge, I'm afraid. You could lose your business. I don't understand, Barathol said. I am making use of the sewage drains. I spill nothing. The common drain, yes, but you should be using the industrial drain, which runs alongside the common drain. This is the first I have heard of such a thing.
Well, said a voice behind the guards, if you were a member of the guild, you'd know all about it, wouldn't you?
It was a woman who spoke, but Ilara could not see past the men in the doorway. Barathol threw up his hands. Very well, I am happy to comply. I will install the proper pipes. You may do so, said the officer, once the charges are properly adjudicated, fines paid, and so forth.
In the meantime, this establishment must be shut down. The gas valves must be sealed, materials and tools impounded." "I see. Then let me make some arrangement for my helper, somewhere to stay, and—" "I'm sorry," cut in the officer, "but the charge is against both you and your apprentice."
"Not precisely," said the unseen woman. "The blacksmith cannot have an apprentice unless he is a member of the guild. The two are colluding to undermine the guild."
The officer's expression tightened. "As she said, yes. I'm not here to prattle on in the language of an advocate. I do the arrest and leave one of my guards to oversee the decommissioning of the establishment by a qualified crew." "A moment," said Barathol. "You are arresting Chaur? Is that your apprentice's name?" "He's not my apprentice. He's a simpleton."
"Little more than a slave, then," snapped the unseen official of the guild. "That would be breaking a much more serious law, I should think."
Silara watched as two men went to the yard and returned with a wide-eyed, whimpering Chaur. Barathol attempted to console him, but guards stepped in between them, and the officer warned that, while he didn't want to make use of shackles, he would if necessary. So, if everyone could stay calm and collected, they could march out of here like civilized folk. Barathol inquired as to his right to hire an advocate, and the officer replied that, while it wasn't a right as such, it was indeed a privilege Barathol could exercise, assuming he could afford one. At that point, Silara spoke up and said, "I'll find one for you, Barathol." A flicker of relief and gratitude in his eyes, replaced almost immediately by his distress over the fate of Chaur, who was now bawling and tugging his arms free every time a guard sought to take hold of him. "Let him alone," said Barathol. "He'll follow peacefully enough. Just don't grab him." And then the squad, save one, all marched out with their prisoners. Silara fell in behind them and finally saw the guild official, a rather imposing woman whose dignity was marred by the self-satisfied smirk on her face. As Silara passed behind the woman, she took hold of her braid and gave it a sharp downward tug. "Ow!" The woman whirled, her expression savage. "Sorry," Silara said. "Must have caught on my bracelet." And as Silara continued on down the street, she heard from the squad officer, "She's not wearing any bracelet." The guild woman hissed and said, "I want her." And then Silara turned the corner. She did not expect the officer to send anyone in pursuit. The man was doing his job and had no interest in complicating things. "And there I was," she muttered under her breath, "about to trap a very fine man in my messed-up web, hoping, praying, that he'd be the one to untangle my life." She snorted. "Just my luck." From rank superstitions to scholarly treatises, countless generations had sought understanding of those among them whose minds stayed undeveloped, childlike, or, indeed, seemingly trapped in some other world. God and demon possession, stolen souls, countless chemical imbalances and unpleasant humors, injuries sustained at birth or even before, blows to the head as a child, fevers and so on. What could never be achieved, of course, barring elaborate, dangerous rituals of spirit-walking, was to venture into the mind of one thus afflicted. It would be easy to assume an inner world of simple feelings, frightening unknowns, and the endless miasma of confusion, or some incorporeal demon crouched down on every thought, crushing the life from it, choking off every possible passage to awareness. Such assumptions, naturally, are but suppositions, founded only on external observation. The careful regard of seemingly blank eyes and stupid smiles, repetitive behavior and unfounded fears. Hold tight, then, this hand, on this momentary journey into Chaur's mind. The world he was witness to was a place of objects, some moving, some never moving, and some that were still but could be moved if one so willed it. These three types were not necessarily fixed, and he well knew that things that seemed destined to immobility could suddenly come awake, alive, in explosive motion. Within himself, Chaur possessed apprehensions of all three, in ever-shifting forms. There was love, a deeply rooted object, from which came warmth and joy, and a sense of perfect well-being. It could, on occasion, reach out to take in another, someone or something on the outside, but ultimately that was not necessary. The love was within him, its very own world, and he could go there any time he liked. This was expressed in a rather dreamy smile, an expression disengaged with everything on the outside. Powerful as it was, love was vulnerable. It could be wounded, jabbed into recoiling pain. When this happened, another object was stirred awake. It could be called hate, but its surface was mottled with fear and anger. This object was fixed as deeply in his soul as was love, and the two needed each other even if their relationship was strained, fraught. Prodded into life by love's pain, hate opened eyes that could only look outward, never to oneself, never even to the identity known as Char. Hate blazed in one direction and one only, to the outer world with its objects, some moving, some not, some that might do either, shifting from one to the next and back again. Hate could, if it must, make use of Char's body, in lashing out, in a frenzied reordering of the world, to bring it back into the right shape, to force an end to whatever caused love its pain. All of this depended upon observation, but such observation did not rely overmuch on what he saw, or heard, smelled, touched, or tasted. Hate's secret vision was much sharper. It saw colors that did not exist for others, and those colors were, on an instinctive level, encyclopedic. Seeing them, hate knew everything, knew indeed far beyond what a normal mind might achieve. Was this little more than a peculiar sensitivity to nonverbal communication? Don't ask Char. He is, after all, in his own world. His object called hate had a thing about blood. Its hue, the way it flowed, the way it smelled and tasted, and this was a bizarre truth. His hate loved blood. To see it, to immerse oneself in it, was to feel joy and warmth and contentment. The guards flanking Char, walking at ease and with modest thoughts of their own, had no inkling of all that swirled in the seemingly simple mind of their prisoner, who walked limbs loose and swinging now that the natural tension that had bound up the huge man's neck and shoulders had eased away. Clearly the oaf had forgotten all the trouble he was in, had forgotten that they were all walking to a jail, that soon Char would find himself inside a cage of stolid black iron bars. All those thick walls enclosing the simpleton's brain were clearly back in place, not worth a second glance. And so there were none to see the hate-filled eyes peering out through every crack, every murder hole, every arrow slit, 1,000, 10,000 glittering eyes seeing everything, the frenzied flicking as immobile objects were observed, gauged, and then discarded, as others were adjudged potentially useful as things that, while unmoving, could be made to move. Seeing all, yes, absorbing and processing at speeds that would stun one of normal intelligence, because this was something different, something alien, something almost perfect in its own way, by its own rules, by all the forces it could assemble, harbor, and then, when the time was appropriate, unleash upon a most unsuspecting world. The simple ones aren't simple. The broken ones aren't broken. They are rearranged. For better, for worse? Such judgments are without relevance. After all, imagine a world where virtually every mind is simpler than it imagines itself to be, or is so utterly broken that it is itself unaware of its own massive, stunning dysfunction. In such a world, life goes on, and madness thrives, stupidity repeats, behaviors destroy and destroy again and again, yet remain impervious to enlightenment. Crimes against humanity abound, and not one victimizer can even comprehend one day becoming victim. Not a single cruel soul understands that cruelty delivered yields cruelty repaid tenfold. It is enough to eat today and let tomorrow's children starve. Wealth ever promises protection against the strictures of an unkind, avaricious world, and yet fails to deliver on that promise every single time, be the slayer disease, betrayal, or the ravaging mobs of revolution. Wealth cannot comprehend that the very avarice it fears is its own creation, the toxic waste product of its own glorious exaltation. Imagine such a world, then. Oh, don't bother. Better to pity poor dumb Char, who, without warning, exploded into motion. Placid thoughts in guardian skulls shattered into oblivion as fists smashed, sending each man flying out to the side. As dulled senses of something awry shot the first spurt of chemical alarm through the nearest of the remaining guards, Char reached him, picked him up by belt and neck, and threw him against a happily immobile stone wall on the right. The officer and the last guard both began their whirl to confront the still mostly unknown threat, and Char, smiling, was there to meet them. He had in his left hand, gripped by one ear, a heavy amphora, which he had collected from a stall to his left, and he brought this object round to crash into the officer. Clay shards, a shower of pellet grain, and in their midst a crumpling body. The last guard, one hand tugging at his sword, mouth open to begin a shout of alarm, saw in his last conscious moment Chow and his broad smile, as the simpleton, with a roundhouse swing, drove his fist into the side of the man's head, collapsing the helm on that side and sending the headpiece flying. In a welter of blood from ear and temple, the guard fell to the ground, alive but temporarily unwilling to acknowledge the fact. And Chow stood now facing Barathol, with such pleased, excited eyes that the blacksmith could only stare back, speechless, aghast. Gorlas Vidicus stepped out from the carriage and paused to adjust his leggings, noting with faint displeasure the discordant creases sitting in that sweaty carriage had left him with, and then glanced up as the sickly foreman wheezed his way over.
"Noble sir," he gasped, "about the interest payments. I've been ill, as you know."
"You're dying, you fool," Gorlas snapped. "I'm not here to discuss your problems. We both know what will happen should you default on the loan, and we both know, I should trust, that you are not long for this world, which makes the whole issue irrelevant. The only question is whether you will die in your bed or end up getting tossed out on your backside." After a moment, he stepped closer and slapped the man on his back, triggering a cloud of dust. "You've always got your shack here at camp, yes? Come now, it's time to discuss other matters." The foreman blinked up at him, with all that pathetic piteousness perfected by every loser the world over. Better, of course, than the dark gleam of malice the stupid ones were quick to hate, once they'd got a sense of how they'd been duped. No, best keep this one making all those mewling help-me faces. Gorlas smiled. "You can stay in your lovely new home, friend. I will forego the interest payments so you can leave this world in peace and comfort." And oh, wasn't this such extraordinary favor? This concession, this grave sacrifice, why, it would not be remiss if this idiot fell to his knees in abject gratitude, but never mind that. A second thump on the back, this one triggering a coughing fit from the old man. Gorlas walked to the edge of the vast pit and surveyed the bustling hive of activity below. "All is well?" The foreman, after hacking out a palmful of yellow phlegm, hobbled up to stand hunched beside him, wiping a hand on a caked trouser leg.
"Well enough, sir, yes, well enough indeed."
See how his mood has improved? No doubt eaten up with worry all morning, the poor useless bastard. Well, the world needed such creatures, didn't it? To do all the dirty, hard work, and then thank people like Gorlas for the privilege. "You're so very welcome, you stupid fool. And see this? It's my smile of indulgence. Bask and bask well. It's the only thing I give away that's truly free." "How many losses this week?"
"3. Average, sir. That's average as can be. 1 mole in a cave-in. The others died of the grey-face sickness. We got the new vein producing now. Would you believe it's red iron?"
Gorlas's brows lifted. "Red iron?" A quick, eager nod.
"Twice the price at half weight, that stuff. Seems there's growing demand."
"Yes, the Malazan longswords everyone's lusting after. Well, this will make it easier to order one, since up to now only one smith had the skill to make the damned weapons." He shook his head. "Ugly things, if you ask me. Curious thing is, we don't get red iron round here. Not till now, that is. So how was the fool making such perfect copies?"
"Well, noble sir, there's an old legend about how one can actually turn regular iron into the red stuff, and do it cheap besides. Maybe it ain't just a legend."
Gorlas grunted. "Interesting. Imagine finding out that secret, being able to take regular iron, toss in something virtually worthless, and out comes red iron, worth 4 times the price." "You've just given me an idea," he murmured, "though I doubt the smith would give up the secret. No, I'd have to pay. A lot."
"Maybe a partnership,"
the foreman ventured. Gorlas scowled. He wasn't asking for advice. Still, yes, a partnership might work. Something he'd heard about that smith.
Some guild trouble. Well, could be Gorlas could smooth all that over for a consideration. "Never mind," he said, a tad overloud. "It was just a notion. I've already discarded it as too complicated, too messy. Let's forget we ever discussed it." "Yes, sir." But was the foreman looking oddly thoughtful? Might be necessary, Gorlas reflected, to hasten this fool's demise. From up the road behind them, a trader's cart was approaching. Stupid, really. He'd elected to wear his riding boots, but the things were ancient, worn, and it seemed his feet had flattened out some since he'd last used them, and now he had enormous blisters, damned painful ones. And so, for all his plans of a stentorian, impressive arrival at the camp, full of dour intent and an edge of bluster, to then be ameliorated by a handful of silver counsels, a relieved foreman sending a runner off to retrieve the wayward child, Murillo found himself on the back of a rickety cart, covered in dust and sweating in the midst of a cloud of flies. Well, he would just have to make the best of it, wouldn't he? As the ox halted at the top of the ridge-line, the old man walking slow as a snail over to where stood the eponymous foreman beside some fancy noble, now both looking their way, Murillo eased himself down, wincing at the lancing pain shooting up his legs, thinking with dread of the long walk back to the city, his hand holding Harlow's tiny one, with darkness crawling up from the ditches to either side. A long, long walk indeed, and how he'd manage it was, truth be told, beyond him. Soldiers knew about blisters, didn't they? And men and women who worked hard for a living. To others, the affliction seemed trivial, a minor irritation. And when there were years between this time and the last time one had suffered from them, it was easy to forget, to casually dismiss just how debilitating they truly were. Raw leather rubbed at each one like ground glass as he settled his weight back down. Still, it would not do to hobble over, and so, mustering all his will, Murillo walked, one careful step at a time, to where the foreman and the nobleman stood discussing things with the carter. As he drew closer, his gaze narrowed on the high-born one, a hint of recognition. But where? When? The carter had been told by the foreman where to take the supplies, and off he went, with a passing nod at Murillo. The foreman was squinting curiously, and as Murillo drew up before them, he spat to one side and said, "You look lost, sir. If you've the coin, you can buy a place at the workers' table. It's plain fare, but filling enough, though we don't serve nothing but weak ale." He barked a laugh. "We ain't no roadside inn, are we?" Murillo had thought long on how he would approach this, but he had not expected a damned nobleman in this particular scene, and something whispered to him that what should have been a simple negotiation, concluded by paying twice the going rate for a 5-year-old boy, might now turn perilously complicated. "Are you the foreman of the camp, sir?" he asked, after a deferential half-bow to the nobleman. At the answering nod, Murillo continued, "Very good. I am here in search of a young boy, name of Harlow, who was sold to your camp a few weeks back." He quickly raised a gloved hand. "No, I have no desire to challenge the propriety of that arrangement. Rather, I wish to purchase the boy's freedom, and so deliver him back to his, terribly distressed parents." "Do ye now?" The foreman looked over at the nobleman. Yes, Murillo thought he might know this young man. "You are the one named Murillo," the nobleman said, with an odd glitter in his gaze. "You have the better of me." "That goes without saying. I am the principal investor of this operation. I am also a councillor, Gorlas Vidicus of House Vidicus." Murillo bowed a second time, as much to hide his dismay as in proper deference. "Councillor Vidicus, it is a pleasure meeting you." "Is it? I very much doubt that. It took me a few moments to place you. You were pointed out, you see, a couple of years back at some estate fete." "Oh, well, there was a time when I was—" "You were on a list," Gorlas cut in. "A what?" "A hobby of a friend of mine, although I doubt he would have seen it as a hobby. In fact, if I was so careless as to use that word when it came to his list, he'd probably call me out." "I am sorry," Murillo said, "but I'm afraid I do not know what you are talking about. Some sort of list, you said?" "Likely conspirators," Gorlas said with a faint smile, "in the murder of Turban Or, not to mention Ravid Lim. Or was it some other Lim?
I don't recall now, but then that hardly matters. No, Turban Orr, and of course the suspicious suicide of Lady Simtal, all on the same night in her estate. I was there. Did you know that? I saw Turban Orr assassinated with my own eyes. And he was in truth smiling now, as if recalling something yielding waves of nostalgia. But his eyes were hard, fixed like sword points. My friend, of course, is Hanot Orr, and the list is his. I do recall attending the Simtal fete, Murillo said, and in his mind he was reliving those moments after leaving the lady's bedchamber, leaving her with the means by which she could take her own life, and his thoughts then of everything he had surrendered and what it might mean for his future. Appropriate, then, that it should now return to crouch at his feet like a rabid dog with fangs bared. Alas, I missed the duel. It was no duel, Murillo. Turban Orr was provoked. He was set up. He was assassinated in plain view. Murder, not a duel. Do you even comprehend the difference? The foreman was staring back and forth between them with all the dumb bewilderment of an ox. I do, sir, but as I said, I was not there to witness the event. You call me a liar, then? Excuse me? Gods below, 10 years passed, and he would have handled this with perfect grace and mocking equanimity, and all that was ruffled would be smoothed over, certain debts accepted, promises of honouring those debts not even needing explicit enunciation. 10 years passed, and— You are calling me a liar. No, I do not recall doing so, Councillor. If you say Turban Orr was assassinated, then so be it. As for my somehow conspiring to bring it about, well, that is itself a very dangerous accusation. Oh, he knew where this was leading. He had known for some time, in fact. It was all there in Gorlas Vidicus's eyes, and Murillo now recalled where he had last seen this man and heard of him. Gorlas enjoyed dueling. He enjoyed killing his opponents. Yes, he had attended one of this bastard's duels, and he had seen— It seems, said Gorlas, we have ourselves a challenge to honour here. He gave a short laugh. When you retracted your accusation, well, I admit I thought you were about to tuck your tail between your legs and scuttle off down the road. And perhaps I would have let you go at that. It's Hanot's obsession, after all, not mine. Murillo said nothing, understanding how he had trapped himself, with the foreman to witness the fact that the demand for a duel had come from him, not Gorlas Vidicus. He also understood that there had been no chance, none at all, that Gorlas would have let him go. Naturally, continued the councillor, I have no intention of withdrawing my accusation, so either accept it or call me out, Murillo. I have vague recollections that you were once judged a decent duellist. He scanned the track to either side. This place seems well suited. Now, a miserable enough audience, granted, but— Excuse me, cut in the foreman, but the day's shift bell is about to sound. The crews can get a perfect view, what with you two on the ridgeline, if you'd like. Gorlas winked over at Murillo as he said, By all means, we shall wait then. The foreman trundled down the path into the pit, to ensure that the crew captains were told what was going on. They'd enjoy the treat after a long day's work in the tunnels. As soon as the foreman was out of earshot, Gorlas grinned at Murillo. Now, anything more we should talk about, now that we've got no witness? Thank you for the invitation, Murillo said, tightening the straps of his glove. Turban Orr didn't deserve an honourable death. Hanot is your friend? Tell me, do you enjoy sleeping with vipers, or are you just stupid? If that was an attempt to bring me to a boil, it was pathetic. You truly think I don't know all the tricks leading up to a duel? Gods below, old man. Still, I am pleased by your admission. Hanot will be delighted to hear that his suspicions were accurate. More important, he will find himself in my debt. And then he cocked his head. Of course, the debt will be all the greater if I let you live. A duel unto wounding, leaving your fate in Hanot's hands. Yes, that would be perfect. Well, Murillo, shall it be wounding? If you like, Murillo said. Are your boots pinching? No. You seem in discomfort, Murillo, or is that just nerves? Bells clanged in the pit below, distant shouts,
and out from the tunnel mouths spewed filthy figures looking barely human at this distance. Runners raced down the lines. Word was getting out. "What's this Harlow boy to you, anyway?" Murillo glanced back to Gorlas. "You married Astrasian Dahl's daughter, didn't you? She's made herself very popular of late, hasn't she? Alas, I'm starting to understand why. You're not much of a man, are you, Gorlas?" For all the councillor's previous bravado, he paled in the late afternoon light. "It's terrible, isn't it?" Murillo went on, "how every sordid detail, no matter how private and personal, so easily leaves the barricaded world of the well-born and races like wind-blown seeds among all us common folk, us low-born. Why, whatever happened to decency?" The rapier rasped its way out of the sheath, and the point lifted towards Murillo. "Draw your weapon, old man." Crute of Taliant stepped inside. He saw Rallick Nom standing by the window, but it was shuttered closed. The man might as well be standing facing a wall. Oh, he was a strange one indeed, stranger now than he'd ever been before. All that silence, all that sense of something being very much wrong. In his head? Maybe, and that was a worrying thought, that Rallick Nom might not be right any more. "It's confirmed," said Crute, setting down the burlap sack filled with the makings for supper. "One contract dissolved, a new one accepted. Stinks of desperation, doesn't it? Gods, Seba's even called me back, and that's an invitation no sane man would refuse." He paused, eyeing his friend, and then said, "So you may not be seeing much of me from now on. From what I've gathered, this new one's pretty straightforward, but it's the kind that'll shake up the precious bloods." "Is it now?" Rallick asked, expressionless. "Listen," said Crute, knowing he was betraying his nerves. "I couldn't say no, could I? It's fine enough living off your coin, but that's hard on a man's pride. I've got a chance to get back into the middle of things again. I've got a chance to walk with the guild again. Rallick, I got to take it, you understand?" "Is it that important to you, Crute?" Crute nodded. "Then," said Rallick, "I had best leave your company." "I'm sorry about that. It's my being, what's that word again? Compromised." "Exactly. Now, if you'd made your move on Seba, well, we wouldn't be in this situation, would we? It's the waiting that's been so hard." "There are no plans to replace Seba Crafar," said Rallick. "I am sorry if I have unintentionally misled you on that count. This is not to say we're uninterested in the guild." He hesitated. "Crute, listen carefully. I can leave you some coin, enough for a while, a half-year's worth, in fact. Just decline Seba's invitation. You don't know what you're getting into." "And you do?" "No, Rallick. The point is, if I don't know, it's because I've been pushed out of things." "You should be thankful for that." "I don't need any patronizing shit from you, Rallick Nom. You're all secrets now, nothing but secrets. But you'll live here with me and eat what I cook, and what about me? Oh, right, on the outside again, this time with you. Well, I can't live like that, so you'd better go. Don't think ill of me. I won't tell Seba about you." "Can I not buy your retirement, Crute?" "No." Rallick nodded and then walked to the door. "Guard yourself well, Crute." "You too, Rallick." Emerging from the tenement building's narrow back door, Rallick Nom stepped out into the rank, rubbish-filled alley. His last venture into the world had seen him very nearly killed by Crocus Younghand, and of his time spent recovering at the Phoenix Inn, it was clear that no one who'd known of his presence had said a thing. Not Cropper, nor Cole, nor Murillo, nor Mies, or Irilta. The guild had not sniffed out his ignominious return. Even that wayward cousin of his, Torvald, had said nothing, although why that man had so vigorously avoided him was both baffling and somewhat hurtful. Anyway, in a sense, Rallick remained invisible. He paused in the alley, still light, a ribbon of brightness directly above. It felt odd to be outside in the day, and he knew it would not be long before someone caught sight of him, recognizing his face, eyes widening with astonishment, and word would race back to Seba Crafar. And then? Well, the master would probably send one of his lieutenants to sound Rallick out. What did he want? What did he expect from the guild? There might be an invitation as well, the kind that was deadly either way. Accept it and walk into an ambush, reject it, and the hunt would begin. There were few who could take down Rallick one-on-one, but that wouldn't be the preferred tactic in any case. No, it would be a quarrel to the back. There were other places he could hide. He could probably walk right back into the Finest house. But then, Croot was not the only one getting impatient. Besides, Rallick had never much liked subterfuge. He'd not used it when he'd been active in the guild, after all, except when he was working, of course. No, the time had come to stir things awake, and if Seba Crafar's confidence had been rattled by a handful of rancorous Malazans, well, he was about to be sent reeling. The notion brought a faint smile to Rallick's lips. "Yes, I am back." He set out for the Phoenix Inn. "I am back, so let's get this started, shall we?" Echoing alarms at the blurred border between the Daru and lakefront districts, a half-dozen streets behind them now, as Barathol, holding Char's hand as he would a child's, dragged the giant man through the late afternoon crowds. They had passed a few patrols, but word had yet to outdistance the two fugitives, although it was likely that this flight would ultimately prove anything but surreptitious. Guards and bystanders both could not help but recall the two huge foreigners, one onyx-skinned, the other the hue of stained rawhide, rushing past. Barathol had no choice but to dispense with efforts at stealth and subterfuge. Char was bawling with all the indignant outrage of a toddler unjustly punished, astonished to discover that not all things were cute and to be indulged by adoring caregivers, that, say, shoving a sibling off a cliff was not quite acceptable behavior. He had tried calming Char down, but simple as Char was, he was quick to sense disapproval, and Barathol had been unthinking and careless in expressing that disapproval. Well, rather, he had been shocked into carelessness, and now the huge child would wail unto eventual exhaustion, and that exhaustion was still a long way off. 2 streets away from the harbour, 3 guards, 30 paces behind them, suddenly raised shouts, and now the chase was on for real. To Barathol's surprise, Char fell silent, and the smith pulled him up alongside him as they hurried along. "Char, listen to me. Get back to the ship. Do you understand? Back to the ship, to the lady, yes? Back to Spite. She'll hide you. To the ship, Char. Understand?" A tear-streaked face, cheeks blotchy, eyes red. Char nodded. Barathol pushed him ahead. "Go, on your own. I'll catch up with you. Go!" And Char went, lumbering, knocking people off their feet until a path miraculously opened before him. Barathol turned about to give the 3 guards some trouble, enough to purchase Char the time he needed, at least. He managed that well enough, with fists and feet, with knees and elbows, and if not for the arrival of reinforcements, he might even have won clear. 6 more guards, however, proved about 5 too many, and he was wrestled to the ground and beaten half senseless. The occasional thought filtered weakly through the miasma of pain and confusion as he was roughly carried to the nearest jail. He'd known a cell before. It wasn't so bad, so long as the jailers weren't into torture. Yes, he could make a tour of jail cells, country to country, continent to continent. All he needed to do was start up a smithy without the local guild's approval. Simple enough. Then these fragmented notions went away, and the bliss of unconsciousness was unbroken for a time. "'Tis the grand stupidity of our kind, dear Carter, to see all the errors of our ways, yet find in ourselves the inability to do anything about them. We sit dumbfounded by despair, and for all our ingenuity, our perceptivity, for all our extraordinary capacity to see the truth of things, we hunker down like snails in a flood, sucked tight to our precious pebble, fearing the moment it is dislodged beneath us. Until that terrible calamity, we do nothing but cling. Can you even imagine a world where all crimes are punished, where justice is truly blind and holds out no hands happy to yield to the weight of coin and influence? Where one takes responsibility for his or her mistakes, acts of negligence, the deadly consequences of indifference or laziness? Nay, instead we slip and duck, dance and dodge, dance the dodge, slip, duck, dance, feet a blur. Ourselves transformed into shadows that flit in chaotic discord. We are indeed masters of evasion, no doubt originally a survival trait, at least in the physical sense, but to have such instincts applied to the soul is perhaps our most egregious crime against morality. What we will do so that we may continue living with ourselves.
In this we might assert that a survival trait can ultimately prove its own antithesis, and in the cancelling out thereof, why, we are left with the blank, dull, vacuous expression that Crupper now sees before him. Sorry, what? Dear Cutter, this is a grave day, I am saying. A day of the misguided and the misapprehended, a day of mischance and misery, a day in which to grieve the unanticipated, this yawning stretch of too late that follows fell decisions, and the stars will plummet, and if we truly possessed courage, we would ease ourselves with great temerity into that high, tottering footwear of the gods, and in seeing what they see, in knowing what they have come to know, we would at last comprehend the madness of struggle, the absurdity of hope, and off we would stumble, wailing our way into the dark future. We would weep, my friend, we would weep. Maybe I have learned all about killing, Cutter said in a mumble, his glazy eyes seemingly fixed on the tankard in his hand. And maybe assassins don't spare a thought as to who deserves what, or even motivations. Coin in hand or love in the heart, reward has so many flavors. But is this what she really wants? Or was that some kind of careless burst, like a flask never meant to be opened? Shatters, everything pours out, staining your hands, staining everything. Cutter, said Crupper in a low, soft but determined tone. Cutter, you must listen to Crupper now. You must listen. He is done with rambling, with his own bout of terrible, grievous helplessness. Listen. Cutter, there are paths that must not be walked, paths where going back is impossible, no matter how deeply you would wish it, no matter how loud the cry in your soul. Dearest friend, you must— Shaking himself, Cutter rose suddenly. I need a walk, he said. She couldn't have meant it. That future she paints, it's a fairy tale. Of course it is. Has to be. No, and no, and no. But— Crupper watched as the young man walked away, watched as Cutter slipped through the doorway of the Phoenix Inn and was gone from sight. Sad truth, Crupper said, his audience of none sighing in agreement, that a tendency towards verbal excess can so defeat the precision of meaning. That intent can be so well disguised in majestic plethora of nuance, of rhythm both serious and mocking, of this penchant for self-referential slyness, that the unwitting simply skip on past, imagining their time to be so precious, imagining themselves above all manner of conviction, save that of their own witty perfection. Sigh and sigh again. See Crupper totter in these high shoes. Nay, even his balance is not always precise, no matter how condign he may be in so many things. Totter, I say, as down fall the stars, and off wail the gods, and helplessness is an ocean in flood, ever rising. But we shall not drown alone, shall we? No, we shall have plenty of company in this chill comfort. The guilty and the innocent, the quick and the thick, the wise and the dumb, the righteous and the wicked. The flood levels all, faces down in the swells. Oh my, oh my. A miracle, better than merely recounted second or third hand, witnessed, the four bearers would have carried their charge directly past, but then, see, a gnarled, feeble hand reached out, damp fingertips pressing against Merla's forehead, and the bearers, who were experienced in such random gestures of deliverance, halted. She stared up into the prophet's eyes and saw terrible pain, a misery so profound it purified, and knowledge beyond anything her useless, dross-filled mind could comprehend.
My son, she gasped. My son, myself, oh, my heart.
Self, yes, he said, fingers pressing against her forehead like 4 iron nails, pinning her guilt and shame, her weakness, her useless stupidity. I can bless that. So I shall. Do you feel my touch, dear woman? And Merla could not but nod, for she did feel it. Oh yes, she felt it. From behind her, Bedek's quavering voice drifted past.
Glorious one, our son has been taken, kidnapped. We know not where, and we thought—
Your son is beyond salvation, said the prophet. He has the vileness of knowledge within his soul. I can sense how you two merged in his creation. Yes, your blood was his poison of birth. He understands compassion, but he chooses it not.
He understands love, but uses it as a weapon. He understands the future, and knows it does not wait for anyone, not even him. He is a living Moor, your son, a living Moor, which all of the world must feed.
The hand withdrew, leaving 4 precise spots of ice on Merla's forehead, every nerve dead there for evermore.
Even the crippled god must reject such a creature. But you, Merla, and you, Bedek, I bless. I bless you both in your lifelong blindness, your insensitive touch, the fugue of your malnourished minds. I bless you in the crumpling of the 2 delicate flowers in your hands, your 2 girls, for you have made of them versions no different from you, no better, perhaps much worse. Merla, Bedek, I bless you in the name of empty pity. Now go.
And she staggered back, stumbled into the cart, knocking it and Bedek over. He cried out, falling hard onto the cobbles, and a moment later she landed on top of him. The snap of his left arm was loud in the wake of the now resumed procession of bearers and prophet, the swirling press of begging worshippers sweeping in, stepping without care, without regard. A heavy boot stamped down on Merla's hip, and she shrieked as something broke, lancing agony into her right leg. Another foot collided with her face, toenails slashing one cheek, heels on hands, fingers, ankles. Bedek caught a momentary glimpse upward, to see the face of a man desperate to climb over them, for they were in his way, and he wanted to reach the prophet, and the man looked down, his pleading expression transforming into one of black hate, and he drove the point of his boot into Bedek's throat, crushing the trachea. Unable to breathe past the devastation that had once been his throat, Bedek stared up with bulging eyes. His face deepened to a shade of blue-gray, and then purple. The awareness in the eyes flattened out, went away and away. Still screaming, Merla dragged herself over her husband, noting his stillness but otherwise uncomprehending, and pulled herself through a forest of hard, shifting legs, shins and knees, jabbing feet, out into a space, suddenly open, clear, the cobbles slick beneath her. Although she was not yet aware of them, 4 spots of gangrene were spreading across her forehead. She could smell something foul, horribly foul, as though someone had dropped something in passing, somewhat close. She just couldn't see it yet. The pain of her broken hip was now a throbbing thing, a dead weight she dragged behind her, growing ever more distant in her mind. We run from our place of wounding. No different from any other beast, we run from our place of wounding. Run or crawl, crawl or drag, drag or reach. She realized that even such efforts had failed her. She was broken everywhere. She was dying.
See me? I have been blessed. He has blessed me. Bless you all.
He could barely stand, and now he must duel. Murillo untied his coin pouch and tossed it towards the foreman, who had just returned, gasping and red-faced. The bag landed in a cloud of dust, a heavy thud.
"I came for the boy,"
Murillo said.
"That's more than he's worth. Do you accept the payment, foreman?"
"He does not," said Gorlas. "No, I have something special in mind for little Harlow."
"He's not part of any of this."
"You just made him so, Murillo. One of your clan, maybe even a whelp of one of your useless friends in the Phoenix Inn. Your favored hangout, yes? Hanot knows everything there is to know about you. No, the boy's in this, and that's why you won't have him. I will, to do with as I please." Murillo drew his rapier.
"What makes people like you, Gorlas?"
"I could well ask the same of you."
"Well, a lifetime of mistakes, and so we are perhaps more alike than either of us would care to admit."
He saw the foreman bend down to collect the purse. The odious man hefted it and grinned.
"About those interest payments, Councillor?"
Gorlas smiled. "Why, it seems you can clear your debt after all." Murillo assumed his stance, point extended, sword arm bent slightly at the elbow, left shoulder thrown back to reduce the plane of his exposed torso. He settled his weight, gingerly, down through the center of his hips. Smiling still, Gorlas Vidicus moved into a matching pose, although he was leaning slightly forward. Not a duelist ready to retreat, then. Murillo recalled that from the fight he'd seen the very end of, the way Gorlas would not step back, unwilling to yield ground, unwilling to accept that sometimes pulling away earned advantages. No, he would push and push, surrendering nothing. He rapped Murillo's blade with his own, a contemptuous batting aside to gauge a response. There was none. Murillo simply resumed his line. Gorlas probed with the rapier's point, jabbing here and there round the bell hilt, teasing and gambling with the quillons that could trap his blade. But for Murillo to do so, he would have to twist and fold his wrist. Not much, but enough for Gorlas to make a darting thrust into the opened guard, and so Murillo let the man play with that. He was in no hurry. Footsore and weary as he was, he suspected he would have but one solid chance, sooner or later, to end this. Point to lead kneecap, or down to lead boot, or a flicking slash into wrist tendons, crippling the sword arm, possibly forever, or higher, into the shoulder, stop hitting a lunge. Gorlas pressed, closing the distance, and Murillo stepped back. And that hurt. He could feel wetness in his boots, that wretched clear liquid oozing out from the broken blisters. "I think," ventured Gorlas, "there's something wrong with your feet, Murillo. You move like a man standing on nails." Murillo shrugged. He was past conversation. It was hard enough concentrating through the stabs of pain. "Such an old-style stance you have, old man. So upright." Gorlas resumed the flitting, wavering motions of his rapier, minute threats here and there. He had begun a rhythmic rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, attempting to lull Murillo into that motion. When he finally launched into his attack, the move was explosive, lightning fast. Murillo tracked the feints, caught and parried the lunge, and snapped out a riposte. But he was stepping back as he did so, and his point snipped the cloth of Gorlas's sleeve. Before he could ready himself, the younger duelist extended his attack with a hard parrying beat, and then a second lunge, throwing his upper body far forward, closing enough to make Murillo's retreat insufficient, as was his parry. Sizzling fire in his left shoulder. Staggering back, the motion tugging the point free of his flesh, Murillo righted himself and then straightened. "Blood drawn," he said, voice tightened by pain. "Oh, that," said Gorlas, resuming his rocking motion once more. "I've changed my mind." "One insult too many. I never learn." Murillo felt his heart pounding. The scar of his last, near-fatal wounding seemed to be throbbing as if eager to reopen. He could feel blood pulsing down from his pierced shoulder muscle, could feel warm trickles running down the length of his upper arm to soak the cloth at his elbow. "Blood drawn," he repeated. "As you guessed, I am in no shape to duel beyond that, Gorlas. We were agreed before a witness." Gorlas glanced over at his foreman. "Do you recall precisely what you heard?" The old man shrugged. "Thought there was something about wounding." Gorlas frowned. The foreman cleared his throat. "But that's all. A discussion, I think. I heard nothing, firmed up between you." Gorlas nodded. "Our witness speaks." A few hundred onlookers in the pit below were making restless sounds. Murillo wondered if Harlow was among them. "Ready yourself," Gorlas said. So it was to be this way. A decade past, Murillo would have been standing over this man's corpse, regretful, of course, wishing it all could have been handled peacefully. And that was the luxury of days gone past, that cleaner world, while everything here, now, ever proved so messy. "I didn't come here to die this day. I'd better do something about that. I need to survive this for Harlow." He resumed his stance. Well, he was debilitated, enough to pretty much ensure that he would fight defensively, seeking only ripostes and perhaps a counterattack, taking a wound to deliver a death. All of that would be in Gorlas's mind, would shape his tactics. Time, then, to surprise the bastard. His step and lunge was elegant, a fluid forward motion rather quick for a man his age. Gorlas, caught on the forward tilt of his rocking, was forced to jump a half-step back, parrying hard and without precision. His riposte was wild and inaccurate, and Murillo caught it with a high parry of his own, following through with a second attack, the one he had wanted to count from the very first. A fully extended lunge straight for his opponent's chest. Heart or lungs, it didn't matter which. But somehow, impossibly, Gorlas had stepped close, inside and to one side of that lunge. His half-step back had not been accompanied by any shift in weight, simply a repositioning of his upper body, and this time his thrust was not at all wild. Murillo caught a flash along the length of Daru's steel, and then he could not breathe. Something was pouring down the front of his chest and spurting up into his mouth. He felt part of his throat tearing from the inside out as Gorlas slashed his blade free and stepped to the right. Murillo twisted round to track him, but the motion lost all control, and he continued on, legs collapsing under him, and now he was lying on the stony ground. The world darkened. He heard Gorlas say something, possibly regretful, but probably not.
"Oh, Harlow, I am so sorry. So sorry."
And the darkness closed in. He was rocked momentarily awake by a kick to his face, but that pain quickly flushed away, along with everything else. Gorlas Vidicus stood over Murillo's corpse. "Get that carter to take the body back," he said to the foreman, bending down to clean his blade on the threadbare silk sleeve of his victim's weapon arm. "Have him deliver it to the Phoenix Inn, rapier and all." From the pit below, people were cheering and clanging their tools like some ragtag mob of barbarians. Gorlas faced them and raised his weapon in salute. The cheering redoubled. He turned back to the foreman. "An extra tankard of ale for the cruise tonight."
"They will toast your name, Councillor."
"Oh, and have someone collect the boy for me."
"It's his shift in the tunnels, I think, but I can send someone to get him."
"Good, and they don't have to be gentle about it, either. But make sure nothing so bad he won't recover. If they kill him, I will personally disembowel every one of them. Make sure they understand."
"I will, Councillor."
The foreman hesitated.
"I never seen such skill. I never seen such skill. I thought he had you."
"I'm sure he thought so, too. Go find that carter now."
"On my way, Councillor."
"Oh, and I'll take that purse, so we're clear." The foreman rushed over to deliver it. Feeling the bag's weight for the first time, Gorlas raised his brows. A damned year's wages for this foreman, right here. Probably all Murillo had, cleaned right out. 3 times as much as the interest this fool owed him. Then again, if the foreman had stopped to count out the right amount, intending to keep the rest, well, Gorlas would have had 2 bodies to dispose of rather than just 1. So maybe the old man wasn't so stupid after all. It had, Gorlas decided, been a good day. And so the ox began its long journey back into the city, clumping along the cobbled road, and in the cart's bed lay the body of a man who might have been precipitous, who might indeed have been too old for such deadly ventures, but no one could say that his heart had not been in the right place, nor could anyone speak of a lack of courage, raising a most grave question. If courage and heart are not enough, what is? The ox could smell blood, and liked it not one bit. It was a smell that came with predators, with hunters, notions stirring the deepest parts of the beast's brain. It could smell death as well, there in its wake, and no matter how many clumping steps it took, that smell did not diminish. And this it could not understand, but was resigned to nonetheless. There was no room in the beast for grieving. The only sorrow it knew was for itself, so unlike its 2-legged masters. Flies swarmed, ever unquestioning, and the day's light fell away. Chapter 18. He is unseen, one in a crowd whom none call. Do not slip past that forgettable face. Crawl not inside to find the unbidden rill as it flows in dark horror from place to place. He is a common thing, in no way singular, who lets no one inside the uneven steps down those eyes that drown the solitary star we boldly share in these human depths. Not your brother, not anyone's saviour. He will loom only closer to search your clothes, push aside the feeble hand that seeks to stir compassion's glow, the damp, dying rose. He has plucked his garden down to bone and picked every last bit of warm flesh. With fear like claws and nervous teeth when alone, he wanders this wasteland of cinder and ash. I watch in terror as he ascends our blessed throne, to lay down his cloak of shame like a shroud, and beckons us the illusion of a warm home, a sanctuary beneath his notice, one in a crowd. He finds his power in our indifference, shredding the common to dispense with Congress, no conjoined will to set against him in defiance, and one by one, he kills us. A king takes the throne, carved on the poet's wall, royal dungeons, Unter. With a twist and a snarl, Shan turned on Locke. The huge white-coated beast did not flinch or scurry, but simply loped away, tongue lolling as if in laughter. A short distance off, Pallid watched. Fangs still bared, Shan slipped off into the high grasses once more. Bahran, Blind, Rude, and Gear had not slowed during this exchange. It had happened many times before, after all, and they continued on, in a vaguely crescent formation, Rude and Gear on the flanks. Antelope observed them from a rise off to the southwest, the barest tilt of a head from any of the hounds, and they would be off, fast as their bounding legs could take them, their hearts a frenzied drum-roll of bleak terror. But the hounds of shadow were not hunting this day. Not antelope, not bedouin, nor mule deer, nor ground sloth. A host of animals that lived either in states of blessed anonymity or states of fear had no need to lurch from the former into the latter, at least not because of the monstrous hounds. As for the wolves of the plains, the lumbering snub-nosed bears and the tawny cats of the high grasses, there were none within 10 leagues. The faintest wisp of scent had sent them fleeing, one and all. Great ravens sailed high above the hounds, minute specks in the vaulted blue. Shan was displeased with the 2 new companions, these blots of dirty white with the lifeless eyes. Locke in particular irritated her, as it seemed this one wanted to travel as she did, close by her side, sliding unseen, ghostly and silent. Most annoying of all, Locke was Shan's able match in such skill. But she had no interest in surrendering her solitude. Ambush and murder were best served alone, as far as she was concerned. Locke complicated things, and Shan despised complications. Somewhere far behind them, creatures pursued. In the profoundly long history of the Hounds of Shadow, they had been hunted many times. More often than not, the hunters came to regret the decision, whether a momentary impulse or an instinctive need. Whether at the behest of some master or by the hatred in their souls, their desire usually proved fatal. Occasionally, however, being hunted was such exquisite pleasure that the hounds never turned the game. Let the chase go on and on. Dance from the path of that rage, all that blind need. All things will cast a shadow. If light blazes infernal, a shadow can grow solid, outlines sharp, motion rippling within. Shape is a reflection, but not all reflections are true. Some shadows lie. Deception born of imagination and imagination born of fear, or perhaps it is the other way round, and fear ignites imagination. Regardless, shadows will thrive. In the dark conjurings of a sentient mind, all that is imagined can be made real, the beast and the shadow it casts, the beast's shadow and the light from which it is born, each torn away, made distinct, made into things of nightmare. Philosophers and fools might claim that light is without shape, that it finds its existence in painting the shape of other things, as wayward as the opening of an eye, that in the absence of such things it slants unseen, indeed invisible. Without other things to strike upon, it does not cavort, does not bounce, does not paint and reflect. Rather, it flows eternal. If this is so, then light is unique in the universe. But the universe holds to one law above all others. Nothing is unique. Fools and philosophers have not, alas, seen the light. Conjure the shapes of beasts, of hounds and monsters, fiends and nightmares, of light, of dark, and of shadow. A handful of clay, a gifted breath of life, and forces will seethe in the conflicts inscribed upon their souls. The D.e.a.th are the dark, and in their savage solidity would claim ownership of the shadows they cast. Locke and Pallid, however, are the light that gave the D.e.a.th shape, without whom neither the D.e.a.th nor the Hounds of Shadow would exist. If the hunters and the hunted so will, one day the beasts shall come together, baleful in mutual regard, perhaps even eager to annihilate one another, and then, in a single instant of dumbfounded astonishment, vanish one and all. Ha ha. Not all instincts guide one to behaviors of survival. Life is mired in stupidity, after all, and the smarter the life, the stupider it can be. The Hounds of Shadow were neither brilliant nor brainless. They were, in fact, rather clever. Salutations to this tripartite universe, so mutually insistent. And why not? It doesn't even exist except in the caged mind that so needs simplification. A mind, mused Cotillion, like mine. He glanced across at his companion. But not his. When you stand at the center of the game, no questions arise. How can that be? What is it like to be the storm's eye? What happens, dear Shadow Throne, when you blink?
This, muttered Shadow Throne, was unexpected.
A damned complication, Cotillion agreed. We need the Hounds there, just to ensure nothing goes awry. Shadow Throne snorted.
It always goes awry. Gods below, I've had to use that mad high priest again.
Iscaral passed. After a moment, Cotillion realized he was smiling. He quickly cast away that expression, since if Shadow Throne saw it, he might well go apoplectic. Lovely as she is, Sordico Quam is not insurance enough. Not for this, anyway.
Nor is past,
snapped Shadow Throne. They watched the Hounds drawing closer, sensed the beast's collective curiosity at this unplanned intercession. Their task now, after all, was simple, straightforward even. Cotillion glanced back over his shoulder, eyes narrowing on the gaunt figure walking towards them. Well, not precisely. The stranger was on his way to a damned reunion, and what would come of that?
Too many histories, too many half-truths and outright lies.
Shadow Throne snarled every word of that statement.
Pups of the Tiste Andii. Anyone will do, it seems, if they know the old commands. But now...
According to my, research, its name is Tulashorn. And no, I do not know the gender, and what seems to be left of it doesn't look as if it will provide enough detail to decide either way. Shadow Throne grunted and then said,
At least it's sembled. Oh, how I hate dragons. If vermin had a throne, they'd be on it.
Everywhere there's a mess, they're in the middle of it, all right. Elaint, soul taken. Hardly a difference when it comes to trouble.
The chaos of their blood, Cotillion. Imagine how dull it would be without them. And I so cherish dullness.
If you say so.
So, Shadow Throne resumed, how does all this fit with your ridiculously convoluted theories?
They're only convoluted because they are without substance. If you'll kindly excuse that inadvertent pun. Light, dark, shadow, hounds of this and that and that. These beasts may exist only because of semantics. Shadow Throne snorted.
You don't have to clean up after them. The only possible excuse for such an idiotic suggestion. They smell, they slaver and slobber, they scratch and they lick, Cotillion. Oh, and they tear things to pieces when it suits them.
Because we expect them to.
Really now?
Listen. What was the mess behind the origin of the D.e.a.th? Wild beasts from the dusty eons of past ages, 7 left in all the world, and the first emperor, who was anything but, chooses them as the repositories of his divided soul. All very well, but then we have the Hounds of Shadow, and presumably the Hounds of Light.
They're just damned albinos, Cotillion. A detail probably irrelevant, and besides, there are only 2 of them.
That we know of, and we know of them only because they wandered into our realm. Why? What or who summoned them?
I did, of course.
How? Shadow Throne shrugged.
I mused out loud on the need for replacements.
And that constitutes summoning? I believe I have also heard you musing on the need for a breathlessly beautiful queen of shadow, a slave to your every desire.
You were hiding behind the curtain. I knew it.
The point is, where is she? The question was left unanswered, as Tulashorn had arrived, halting 10 paces before them.
It seems, the undead Tiste Andii said, my hounds have found new pets.
Saw his head off, Cotillion, Shadowthrone said. I hate him already.
Shan slid up beside Cotillion, eyes fixed on Tulash Shorn. A moment later, Baran, Rude, Blind, and Gear arrived, padding round the rulers of the realm of shadow, and onward to encircle the Tiste Andii, who held out his hands as if inviting the beasts to draw close. None did. They preferred you living, I think, Cotillion observed. The dead surrender so much.
If only my sentiments were dead,
Tulash Shorn said, then sighed as it lowered its hands to its sides once more.
Still, it pleases me to see them, but two are missing.
At that, Cotillion glanced round. Well, you're right.
Killed? Killed,
confirmed Shadowthrone.
Who? Anomander Rake.
At the name, Tulash Shorn started.
Still around, said Shadowthrone. Yes, hee, Hound Slayer. And neither of you strong enough to avenge the slayings, it seems. I am astonished that my hounds have accepted such feeble masters. I thought it was pets. No matter. Ganrod and Doan died because they were precipitate. Blame poor training. I do. I am of a mind to test you, said Tulash Shorn after a moment. You want the throne of shadow, do you? My first rule was cut short. I have learned since. Hardly. You died.
Shadowthrone waved one ephemeral hand.
Whatever you learned, you did not learn well enough, obviously. You seem certain of that.
He is, said Cotillion.
Is it simply megalomania, then, that so afflicts him?
Well, yes, but that's beside the point.
And what is the point?
That you clearly have not learned anything worthwhile.
And why do you say that?
Because you've just said that you are of a mind to test us. Tulash Shorn cocked its head.
Do you imagine the hounds will defend you?
These ones? Probably not.
Then...
But the rest of his statement was left unfinished as Locke and Pallid arrived, heads low, hackles upright like spines, to flank Shadowthrone and Cotillion. Upon seeing them, Tulash Shorn stepped back.
By the abyss, it whispered. Have you two lost your minds? They cannot be here. They must not be among you.
Why? Cotillion demanded, leaning forward in sudden interest. But the Tiste Andii simply shook its head. The two bone-white hounds looked barely restrained, moments from exploding into a deadly charge. The hate was avid in their eyes. Why? Cotillion asked again.
The implacability of forces we think to tame, but the wildness remains. Control is a delusion in the mind of self-proclaimed masters. And that last word dripped with contempt. The leash, you fools, is frayed. Don't you understand anything at all?
Perhaps. Tulash Shorn lifted both hands again, but this time in a warding gesture.
We thought the same once. We'd deceived ourselves into thinking we were the masters, that every force bowed to our command. And what happened? They destroyed everything.
I don't
understand. I see that. They are conjurations, manifestations. They exist to warn you. They are the proof that all that you think to enslave will turn on you. And it backed away. The end begins again. It begins again.
Cotillion stepped forward. Light, dark, and shadow. These three. Are you saying...
3?
Tulash Shorn laughed with savage bitterness.
What then of life? Fire and stone and wind? What, you fools, of the hounds of death? Manifestations, I said. They will turn. They are telling you that. That is why they exist. The fangs, the fury, all that is implacable in nature, each aspect but a variation, a hue in the maelstrom of destruction.
Tulash Shorn was far enough away now, and the Tiste Andii began veering into a dragon. As one, all 7 hounds surged forward, but they were too late, as the enormous winged creature launched skyward, rising on a wave of appalling power that sent Cotillion staggering back, that blew through Shadowthrone until he seemed half shredded. The soul-taken dragon rose higher, as if riding on a column of pure panic or horror or dismay, a pillar reaching for the heavens. Far above, the great ravens scattered. Recovering, Cotillion turned on Shadowthrone. "Are we in trouble?" The ruler of High House Shadow slowly collected himself back into a vaguely human shape.
"I can't be sure," he said.
"Why not?"
"Why, because I blinked."
Up ahead, the hounds had resumed their journey. Locke loped a tad too close alongside Shan, and she snarled the beast off. Tongue lolled, jaw hanging in silent laughter. So much for lessons in hubris. There were times, Kallor reflected, when he despised his own company. The day gloried in its indifference, the sun a blinding blaze tracking the turgid crawl of the landscape. The grasses clung to the hard earth the way they always did, seeds drifting on the wind as if on sighs of hope. Tawny rodents stood sentinel above warren holes and barked warnings as he marched past. The shadows of circling hawks rippled across his path every now and then. Despising himself was, oddly enough, a comforting sensation, for he knew he was not alone in his hate. He could recall times sitting on a throne as if he and it had merged into one, as immovable and inviolate as one of the matching statues outside the palace, any one of his innumerable palaces, when he would feel the oceanic surge of hate's tide. His subjects, tens, hundreds of thousands, each and every one wishing him dead, cast down, torn to pieces. Yet what had he been but the perfect singular representative of all that they despised within themselves? Who among them would not eagerly take his place, casting down foul judgments upon all whose very existence offended? He had been, after all, the very paragon of acquisitiveness, managing to grasp what others could only reach for, to gather into his power a world's arsenal of weapons, and reshape that world in hard cuts, to make of it what he willed. Not one would refuse to take his place. Yes, they could hate him, indeed they must hate him, for he embodied the perfection of success, and his very existence mocked their own failures. And the violence he delivered? Well, watch how it played out in smaller scenes everywhere. The husband who cannot satisfy his wife, so he beats her down with his fists. The streetwise adolescent bully, pinning his victim to the cobbles and twisting the hapless creature's arm. The noble walking past the starving beggar. The thief with the avaricious eye. No, none of these is any different, not in their fundamental essence. So hate Kallor even as he hates himself. Even in that he will do it better. Innate superiority expressed in all manner of ways. See the world gnash its teeth, he answers with a most knowing smile. He walked, the place where he had begun far, far behind him now, and the place to where he was going drawing ever closer, step by step, as inexorable as this crawling landscape. Let the sentinels bark, let the hawks muse with wary eye, seeds ride his legs, seeking out new worlds. He walked, and in his mind memories unfolded like worn packets of parchment, seamed and creased, scurried up from the bottom of some burlap sack routed as rats, crackling as they opened up in a rain of flattened moths and insect carcasses. Striding, white-faced and blood-streaked, down a jewel-studded hallway, dragging by an ankle the corpse of his wife, just one in a countless succession, her arms trailing behind her limp as dead snakes, their throats slashed open. There had been no warning, no patina of dust covering her eyes when she fixed him with their regard that morning, as he sat ordering the century candles in a row on the table between them, as he invited her into a life stretched out, the promise of devouring forever, no end to the feast awaiting them, no need ever to exercise anything like restraint. They would speak and live the language of excess. They would mark out the maps of interminable expansion, etching the ambitions they could now entertain. Nothing could stop them, not even death itself. Some madness had afflicted her, like the spurt and gush of a nicked artery. There could be no other cause. Madness it had been. Insanity to have flung away so much. Of what he offered her. So much, yes, of him. Or so he had told himself at the time, and for decades thereafter. It had been easier that way. He knew now why she had taken her own life. To be offered everything was to be shown what she herself was capable of, the depthless reach of her potential depravity, the horrors she would entertain, the plucking away of every last filament of sensitivity, leaving her conscience smooth, cool to the touch, a thing maybe alive, maybe not, a thing nothing could prod awake. She had seen, yes, just how far she might take herself, and had then said no. Another sweet packet, unfolding with the scent of flowers. He knelt beside Vaderon, his warhorse, as the animal bled out red foam, its one visible eye fixed on him, as if wanting to know, was it all worth this? What has my life purchased you, my blood, the end of my days? A battlefield spread out on all sides, heaps of the dead and the dying, human and beast, Jek and Tarthanotoblakai, a scattering of Focral assail, each one surrounded by hundreds of the fallen, the ones protecting their war leaders, the ones who failed in taking the demons down. And there was no dry ground. The blood was a shallow sea thickening in the heat, and more eyes looked upon nothing than scanned the nightmare seeking friends and kin. Voices cried, but they seemed distant, leagues away from Kallor where he knelt beside Vaderon, unable to pull his gaze from that one fixating eye. Promises of brotherhood flung into the crimson mud, silent vows of honor, courage, service, and reward, all streaming down the broken spear shaft jutting from the animal's massive, broad chest. And yes, Vaderon had reared to take that thrust, a thrust aimed at Kallor himself, because this horse was too stupid to understand anything. That Kallor had begun this war, had welcomed the slaughter, the mayhem. That Kallor, this master now kneeling at its side, was in truth a brutal, despicable man, a bag of skin filled with venom and spite, with envy and a child's selfish snarl that in losing took the same from everyone else. Vaderon dying, Kallor dry-eyed and damning himself for his inability to weep, to feel regret, to sow self-recrimination, to make promises to do better the next time round. I am as humankind, he often told himself, impervious to lessons, pitiful in loss and defeat, vengeful in victory. With every possible virtue vulnerable to exploitation and abuse by others, could they claim dominion, until such virtues became hollow things, sweating beads of poison. I hold forth goodness and see it made vile, and do nothing, voice no complaint, utter no disavowal. The world I make, I have made for one single purpose, to chew me up, me and everyone else. Do not believe this bewildered expression. I am bemused only through stupidity, but the clever among me know better. Oh, yes, they do, even as they lie through my teeth to you and to themselves. Kallor walked, over one shoulder a burlap sack 10,000 leagues long and bulging with folded packets. So different from everyone else. Ghost horses run at his side. Wrist-slashed women show bloodless smiles, dancing round the rim of deadened lips. And where dying men cry, see his shadow slide past. "I want things plain," said Nenander. "I don't want to have to work." And then he looked up, belligerent, quick to take affront. Skintick was bending twigs to make a stick figure. "But things aren't plain, Nenander. They never are." "I know that. Just say it straight, that's all." "You don't want your confusion all stirred up, you mean?" Nenander roused himself. "Skin." But Nenander had taken the bait. And it was indeed bait, since for all that Skintick had seemed intent on his twigs, he had slyly noted Nenander's diffidence. "Liars like confusion. Liars and thieves, because they can slip in and slip out when there's confusion. They want your uncertainty, but there's nothing uncertain in what they want, is there? That's how they use you. You're like that yourself sometimes, Skintick, with your clever words." "Wait, how can they use me if I am them?" Desra snorted. Nenander's expression filled with fury, and he would have risen, if not for Aranatha's gentle hand settling on his arm, magically dispelling his rage. Skintick twisted the arms of the tiny figure until they were above the knotted head with its lone green leaf, and held it up over the fire so that it faced Nenander. "Look," he said, "he surrenders." "Do not mock me, Skintick." "On the contrary, I applaud your desire to have things simple. After all, either you can cut it with your sword or you can't." "There you go again." The bickering would go on half the night, Nenander knew, And as it went on, it would unravel, and Skintick would increasingly make Nenander into a thick-witted fool, when he was not anything of the sort. But words were indeed ephemeral, able to sleet past all manner of defences, quick to cut, eager to draw blood. They were the perfect weapons of deceit, but they could also be, he well knew, the solid pavestones of a path leading to comprehension, or what passed for comprehension in this murky, impossible world. There were so many ways to live, one for every single sentient being, and perhaps for the non-sentient ones too, that it was a true miracle whenever two could meet in mutual understanding, or even passive acceptance. Proof, Skintick had once said, of life's extraordinary flexibility. But then, he had added, it is our curse to be social creatures, so we've little choice but to try to get along. They were camped on a broad terrace above the last of the strange ruins. The day's climb had been long, dusty and exhausting. Virtually every stone in the rough gravel filling the old drainage channels proved to be some sort of fossil, pieces of what had once been bone, wood, tooth, or tusk, all in fragments. The entire mountainside seemed to be some sort of midden, countless centuries old, and to imagine the lives needed to create so vast a mound was to feel bewildered, weakened with awe. Were the mountains behind this one the same? Was such a thing even possible? Can't you see, Nenander, how nothing is simple? Not even the ground we walk on. How is this created? Is what we come from and where we end up any different? No, that was badly put. Make it simpler. What is this existence? As Nenander might answer, it does a warrior no good to ask such questions. Leave us this headlong plunge, leave to the moment to come that next step, even if it's over an abyss. There's no point in all these questions. And how might Skintick respond to that? Show a Bedouin fear and watch it run off a cliff? What killed it? The jagged rocks below, or the terror that made it both blind and stupid? And Nenander would shrug. Who cares? Let's just eat the damned thing. This was not the grand conflict of sensibilities one might think it was. Just two heads on the same coin, one facing right on this side, the other facing left on the other side, both winking. And D.e.a.th would snort and say, "Keep your stupid words. I'll take the cock in my hand over words any time." Holding on for dear life, Skintick would mutter under his breath, and D.e.th.'s answering smile fooled no one. Nenander well remembered every conversation among his followers, his siblings, his family, and remembered too how they could repeat themselves with scant variation if all the cues were triggered in the right sequence. He wondered where Clip had gone to, somewhere out beyond this pool of firelight, perhaps listening, perhaps not. Would he hear anything he'd not heard before? Would anything said this night alter his opinion of them? It did not seem likely. They bickered, they rapped against personalities and spun off either laughing or infuriated. Prodding, skipping away, ever seeking where the skin was thinnest above all the old bruises. All just fighting without swords, and no one ever died, did they? Nenander watched Kedivus, who had been unusually quiet thus far, rise and draw her cloak tighter about her shoulders. After a moment, she set off into the dark. Somewhere in the crags far away, wolves began howling. Something huge loomed just outside the flickering orange light, and Samardev saw both Karsa and Traveller twist round to face it, and then they rose, reaching for their weapons. The shape shifted, seemed to wag from side to side, and then, at the witch's eye level, had she been standing, a glittering, twisting snout, a broad, flattened halo of fur, the smear of fire in two small eyes. Samardev struggled to breathe. She had never before seen such an enormous bear. If it reared, it would tower over even Karsa Orlong. She watched that uplifted head, the flattened nose testing the air. The creature, she realized, clearly relied more on smell than on sight. I thought fire frightened such beasts, not summoned them. If it attacked, things would happen, fast. Two swords flashing into its lunge, a deafening bellow, talons scything to sweep away the two puny attackers, and then it would come straight for her. She could see that, was certain of it. The bear had come for her. Denek Okral. The words seemed to foam up to the surface of her thoughts, like things belched from the murky depths of instinct. Denek Okral, she whispered. The nostrils flared, dripping. And then, with a snuffling snort, The beast drew back out of the firelight. A crunch of stones, and the ground trembled as the animal lumbered away. Karsa and Traveller moved their hands away from their weapons, and then both eased back down, resuming their positions facing the fire. The Toblakai warrior found a stick and dropped it into the flames. Sparks whirled skyward, bright with liberation, only to wink out. His expression looked thoughtful. Samar Dev glanced down at her trembling hands, and then slipped them beneath the woolen blanket she had wrapped about herself.
"Strictly speaking," said Traveller, "not an Okral. D.e.a.th, he raised his brows. Short nose?
How should I know? Samar Dev snapped. His brows lifted higher. I don't know where those words came from. They just arrived.
They were imas, Samar Dev.
Oh?
Okral is the word for a plains bear, but that was no plains bear. Too big, legs too long.
I would not, said Karsa, wish to be chased by that beast, even on horseback. That animal was built for running its prey down.
But it was not hunting, said Traveller.
I don't know what it was doing, Karsa conceded with a loose shrug, but I am glad it changed its mind. From you two, Samar said, it would have sensed no fear. That alone would have made it hesitate. Her voice was harsh, almost flinging the words out. She was not sure why she was so angry. Perhaps not but the aftermath of terror, a terror that neither companion had the decency to have shared with her. They made her feel diminished. Traveller was still studying her, and she wanted to snarl at him. When he spoke, his tone was calm.
The old gods of war are returning.
War? The god of war? That was Fenner, wasn't it? The boar.
Fenner, Tog, Fanderay, Treach, and, he shrugged, Denek Okral. Who can say how many once existed? They arose, I would imagine, dependent on the environment of the worshippers. Whatever beast was supreme predator was the most savage. But none were, cut in Karsa Orlong, supreme. That title belonged to us two-legged hunters, us bright-eyed killers.
Traveller continued to stare at Samar Dev.
The savagery of the beasts reflected the savagery in the souls of the worshippers. In war, this is what was shared. Boar, tigers, wolves, the great bears that knew no fear.
Is this what Fenner's fall has done, then? Samar Dev asked. All the hoary, forgotten ones clambering back to fight over the spoils? And what has that to do with that bear, anyway?
That bear, said Traveller, was a god.
Karsa spat into the fire.
No wonder I have never before seen such a beast. They once existed, said Traveller. They once ruled these plains until all that they hunted was taken from them, and so they vanished, as have so many other proud creatures.
The god should have followed them, said Karsa.
There are too many faces of war as it is.
Samar Dev grunted. That's rich coming from you. Karsa eyed her over the flames and then grinned, the crazed tattoos seeming to split wide open on his face.
There need be only one.
Yours. Yes, Toblakai. I understand you well enough. I have one true fear, she said, and that is, when you are done with civilization, it will turn out that you as master of everything will prove no better than the ones you pulled down. That you will find the last surviving throne and plop yourself down on it, and find it all too much to your liking.
That is an empty fear, witch, said Karsa Orlong. I will leave not one throne to sit on. I will shatter them all. And if, when I am done, I am the last left standing in all the world, then I will be satisfied.
What of your people?
I have listened too long to the whispers of Baroth Guild and Delom Thord. Our ways are but clumsier versions of all the other ways in which people live. Their love of waste, their eagerness to reap every living thing as if it belonged to them, as if in order to prove ownership they must destroy it.
He bared his teeth.
We think no differently, just slower, less efficiently. You will prattle on about progress, Samar Dev, but progress is not what you think it is. It is not a tool guided by our hands. Not yours, not mine, not Traveller's. It is not something we can rightly claim as our destiny. Why? Because in truth we have no control over it. Not your machines, witch, not 100,000 slaves shackled to it, even as we stand with whips in hand.
Now Traveller had turned slightly and was studying the Toblakai with that same curious wonder that she had seen before.
"What then," he asked, "is progress, Karsa Olong?"
The Toblakai gestured into the night sky.
"The crawl of the stars, the plunge and rise of the moon, day, night, birth, death. Progress is the passage of reality. We sit astride this horse, but it is a beast we can never tame, and it will run forever. We will age and wither and fall off, and it cares not. Some other will leap aboard, and it cares not. It may run alone, and it cares not. It outran the great bears, the wolves and their worshippers. It outran the Jagut and the Kachain Chemal, and still it runs on, and to it we are nothing."
"Then why not let us ride it for a time?" Samardev demanded. "Why not leave us that damned illusion?"
"Because, woman, we ride it to hunt, to kill, to destroy. We ride it as if it is our right and our excuse both." "And yet," said Traveller, "is that not precisely what you intend, Karsa Olong?" "I shall destroy what I can, but never shall I claim to own what I destroy. I will be the embodiment of progress, but emptied of greed. I shall be like nature's fist, blind, and I shall prove that ownership is a lie. The land, the seas, the life to be found there, the mountains, the plains, the cities, the farms, water, air, we own none of it. This is what I will prove, and by proving it will make it so." He leaned forward then and gathered up in his hands a heap of dusty earth. The Toblakai rose to his feet and dropped the soil onto the fire, snuffing out the flames. Darkness took them all, as if but awaiting this moment. Or, she thought with a chill, as if it has always been there. "The light blinded me, else I would have seen it, as I do now. God of war, what did you want with me?" With an ear-piercing scream, the Enkaral crashed down onto Pearl, talons slashing through flesh, dagger fangs closing on the back of the demon's neck. Grunting, he reached up and closed one hand about the winged beast's throat, the other forcing its way beneath the Enkaral's upper jaw. Fingers sliced into shreds as he reached ever farther and then began prizing the mouth back open. The fangs of the lower jaw sank deeper into the muscles of Pearl's neck, and still he pushed. As this was going on, the talons never ceased their frantic rending along the demon's lower back, seeking to hook round his spine, seeking to tear loose that column, but the chains and shackles snarled its efforts, as did Pearl's twisting to evade each stabbing search through his muscles. Finally, as his grip on the beast's throat tightened, he could hear the desperate squeal of its breath, and the jaws weakened. Something crunched, and all at once Pearl was able to rip the jaws free of his neck. He staggered forward, dragging the huge beast round, both hands closing on its scaled throat, and more things collapsed inside that crushing grip. The Enkaral flailed about, legs kicking wildly now, talons scoring furrows on Pearl's thighs. He forced the beast down onto the ground. The thrashing slowed, and then, with a spasm, the creature went limp. Pearl slowly rose, flinging the carcass to one side. A thud, the slap and rustle of chains. The demon then glanced over to the figure walking alongside it. "Did I anger it somehow, Draconis?" The man squinted, shifting the weight of his chains over his other shoulder before replying. "No, Pearl. Madness took it, that's all. You just happened to be near." "Oh," said Pearl, and then the demon sighed. "Then it is good it was me and not something smaller." "Can you continue, Pearl?" "I can, yes. Thank you for asking." "Not much longer, I should think." "No, not much longer," agreed Pearl. "And then?" "We will see, won't we?" "Yes, that is true. Draconis." "Pearl?" "I think I will welcome an end. Is that a terrible thing for me to say?" The man shook his head, his expression hinting that he might be in pain. "No, my friend, it is not." Fully one half of the sky was now a seething argent storm. Thunder rolled from the horizon behind them, as the very ground was ripped up, annihilated. Their world had acquired an edge, raw as a cliff,
and that cliff was drawing closer as vast sections sheared away, as the raging abyss swallowed the toppling stone columns one by one. And it occurred to Draconis, then, that each of them here, seemingly alone, each with his or her own shackle, his or her own chain, had finally, at long last, come together. We are an army, but an army in retreat. See the detritus we leave in our wake, the abandoned comrades. See the glaze of our eyes, this veil of numbed exhaustion. When at last we tear it aside, we will find the despair we have harbored for so long, like a black poisoned fruit under a leaf, all revealed as we look into each other's eyes. Was the comfort found in mutual recognition of any true worth, here at the last, when the common ground is failure? Like a field of corpses after a battle, like a sea of skulls rolling in the tide. Is not the brotherhood too bitter to bear? And now he wanted to what? Yes, to rage. But first let me close my eyes. Just for a moment. Let me find again my will.
Draconis?
Yes, Pearl.
Do you hear drums? I hear drums.
The thunder.
And then he stopped and turned round to look back at that fulminating, crazed horizon.
Gods below.
Chaos had found a new way to mock them, with legions in ranks, weapons and armor blazing, with standards spitting lightning into the sky. Emerging in an endless row, an army of something vaguely human, shaped solely by intent, in numbers unimaginable. They did not march so much as flow, like a frothing surge devouring the ground, and no more than a league away. Lances and pike-heads flashing, round shields spinning like vortices, drums like rattling bones, rushing to swarm like maddened wasps.
So close. Has the hunger caught fresh our scent? Does the hunger now rush to us, faster than ever before? Is there something in that storm that knows what it wants?
I do not understand, said Pearl. How can chaos take shapes?
Perhaps, friend, what we are seeing is the manifestation of what exists in all of us. Our secret love of destruction, the pleasure of annihilation, our darkest glee. Perhaps when at last they reach us, we shall realize that they are us and we are them. That Dragnipur has but cut us in two, and all chaos seeks is to draw us whole once more. Oh, really now, Draconis, have you lost your mind? If they are the evil in our souls, Pearl, then there can be no doubt as to their desire.
Perhaps not just our souls, mused Pearl, wiping blood from his eyes. Perhaps every soul since the beginning of creation. Perhaps, Draconis, when each of us dies, the evil within us is torn free and rushes into the realm of chaos. Or the evil is that which survives the longest. Draconis said nothing. The demon's suggestions horrified him, and he thought, he was thinking, yes, that Pearl had found a terrible truth, somewhere among those possibilities.
Somewhere among them, I think, there is a secret, an important secret. Somewhere.
I do not want to meet my evil self, said Pearl. Draconis glanced across at him.
Who does?
Ditch was dreaming, for dreaming was his last road to freedom. He could stride, reaching out to the sides, reshaping everything. He could make the world as he wanted it, as it should be, a place of justice, a place where he could be a god and look upon humanity as it truly was, a mob of unruly, faintly ridiculous children. Watch them grasp things when they think no one's looking. Watch them break things, hurt things, steal. Listen to their expostulations of innocence, their breathless list of excuses. Listen to how they repent and repent and repent and then go and do the same damned things all over again. Children. With all his godly powers, he would teach them about consequences, that most terrible of lessons, the one resisted the longest.
He would teach them because he had learned in the only way possible, with scars and broken bones, with sickness in the soul tasting of fear, with all the irreparable damage resulting from all his own thoughtless decisions. There could be wonder and joy among children, too. Too easy to see naught but gloom, wasn't it? Wonder and joy, naive creations of beauty. He was not blind to such things, and, like any god, he understood that such gifts were pleas for mercy, an invitation to indulge that reprehensible host of flaws. Art and genius, compassion and passion, they were as islands assailed on all sides, but no island lived forever. The black, writhing, worm-filled seas ever rose higher, and sooner or later the hungry storms ate their fill. Nature might well struggle for balance, and perhaps the egregious imbalance Ditch thought he perceived in his kind was but an illusion, and redress waited, stretched out to match the extremity, a fall as sudden and ferocious as the rise. In his state of dreaming, it did not occur to him that his dreams were not his own, that this harsh cant of judgment belonged to a tyrant or even a god, or to one such as himself if madness had taken hold. But he was not mad, and nor was he a tyrant, and for all his natural inclination, natural to almost everyone, to wish for true justice, he was, after all, wise enough to know the vulnerability of moral notions, the ease with which they were corrupted. Was he dreaming, then, the dreams of a god? Blind as Kadaspala was, he could sense far too much of Ditch's visions. He could feel the incandescent rage in the flicker of the man's eyelids, the heat of his breath, the ripples of tautness washing over his face. Oh, this unconscious wizard stalked an unseen world, filled with outrage and fury, with the hunger for retribution. There were so many paths to godhood. Kadaspala was certain of that. So many paths, so many paths. Refused to die, refused to surrender, refused to die and refused to surrender, and that was one path, stumbled onto without true intent, without even wanting it, and these gods were the bemused ones, the reluctant ones. They were best left alone, for to prod them awake was to risk apocalypse. Reluctant power was the deadliest power of them all, for the anger behind it was long stoked and stoked long and long, so best leave them alone. Other gods were called into being, and the nature of that call took countless forms, a convulsion of natural forces until the very sludge awakens. Wherever discordant elements clashed, the possibility was born. Life, intent, desire, and need. But these too were accidental things, inasmuch as anything could be accidental when all the particles necessary for creation abounded, as they surely did. There were other ways of calling a god into being. Gather a host of words, gather a host of words, make them what? Physical, yes, make them physical, from the empty ether to the incision in clay, the stain on stone, the ink on skin. Physical because the physical created, by its very nature before the eye, or the inner eye, created patterns. And they could be played with, in numbers and sigils, in astral proportions. They could be coded inside codes, until something is rendered, something both beautiful and absolute. Beautiful in its absoluteness, in its absolution, in its absolved essence, a thing of beauty. Understand, won't you, the truth of patterns, how pattern finds truth in the tension of juxtaposition, in the game of meaning, the game which is the perfect pattern of language in the guise of imperfection. But what value any of this? The value is the body of text. The bodies, that in its absoluteness becomes sacred, and in sacredness becomes all that it portrays in its convivial ordering of the essentially meaningless. Patterns where none existed before, creation from nothing, awakening from absence of self. And what is the word, the beautiful word, the precious word, and the perfect word that starts the game, starts everything? Why, the word is birth. Bodies of text, all these bodies, all this flesh, and the ink, and the words, oh, the words. Bodies and bodies, patterns inside patterns, lives and lives and lives, all dreaming, one dream. One dream. One dream, one dream, one dream. One. A dream of justice.
Let the cosmos quake,
Kadaspala whispered as he etched sigil inside sigil inside sigil, as he wove language and meaning, as the ink rode the piercing and flowed beneath skin, pocket by pocket.
Quake and quiver, whimper and quaver. A god, oh, a god, yes, a god, now a god, soon a god awakens. Lives and lives cut down one and all, cut down, yes, by judgment's sharp edge. Did we deserve it? Did we earn the punishment? Are any of us innocent, any of us at all? Not likely, not likely, not likely. So lives, and none of us did not receive precisely what we deserved. Do you understand? Godling, to you I speak. Listen, listen, listen well. We are what you come from. The punished, the victims of justice, the victims of our own stupidity, yes. And who could say that none of us has learned our lesson? Who can say that? Look, oh look where we are. Godling, here is your soul, writ in flesh, writ here by Kadaspala, who was once blind, though he could see, and now can see, though he is blind. And am I not the very definition of sentience? Blind in life, I can see in death. The definition of mortality, my darling child. Heed it, and heed it, come the moment you must act, and decide, and stand, and sit in judgment. Heed and heed, Godling, this eternal flaw. And what, you will wonder, is written upon your soul? What is written here? Here upon the flesh of your soul. Ah, but that is the journey of your life, Godling, to learn the language of your soul, to learn it even as you live it. Soon birth arrives, soon life awakens, soon I make a god.
And even now the god dreams of justice, for unlike Ditch, Kadaspala is indeed mad. His code struck to flesh is a code of laws, the laws from which the god shall be born. Consider that well. In the context of, say, mercy. She was out there, down in the basin, on her knees, head hanging, her torso weaving back and forth to some inner rhythm. After studying her yet again, Theodomin, with a faint gasp, tore his gaze away. Something it was getting ever harder to manage, for she was mesmerizing, this child woman, this fount of corruption, and the notion that a woman's fall could be so alluring, so perfectly sexual, left him horrified. By this language of invitation, by his own darkness. Behind him the Redeemer murmured, "Her power grows. Her power over you, Segda Travos." "I do not want to be where she is." "Don't you?" Theodomin turned and eyed the god. "Self-awareness can be a curse." "A necessary one." "I suppose so," he conceded. "Will you still fight her, Segda Travos?" "I think so, yes." "Why?" Theodomin bared his teeth. "Don't you start with me, Redeemer. The enemy never questions motivations. The enemy doesn't chew the ground out beneath its own feet." He jabbed a finger back at the woman kneeling in the basin. "She has no questions, no doubts. What she has instead is strength, power." "That is true," said the Redeemer. "All of it. It is why those haunted by uncertainty must ever retreat. They cannot stand before the self-righteous. Instead, they must slink away, they must hide, they must slip behind the enemy's lines, where every damned one of them is hunted down and silenced. No, Redeemer, you forget. I lived in a tyranny. I kicked in doors. I dragged people away. Do you truly believe unbelievers will be tolerated? Skepticism is a criminal act. Wave the standard, or someone else will, and they'll be coming for you. Redeemer, I have looked in the eyes of my enemy, and they are hard, cold, emptied of everything but hate. I have, yes, seen my own reflection. It haunts me still." No further words were exchanged then. Theodomin looked back down to that woman, the high priestess who had once been Salind. She was naught but a tool now, a weapon of some greater force's will, its hunger. The same force, he now suspected, that drove nations to war, that drove husbands to kill wives and wives to kill husbands, that could take even the soul of a god and crush it into subservience. "When will you rise, Salind? When will you come for me?" This was not the afterlife he had imagined. My fighting should be over, my every need made meaningless, the pain of thoughts forever silenced. Is not death's gift indifference? Blissful, perfect indifference? She swayed back and forth, gathering strength as only the surrendered could do. Monkrat walked through the pilgrim camp. Disheveled as it had once been, now it looked as if a tornado had ripped through it. Tents had sagged, shacks leaned perilously close to collapse. There was rubbish everywhere. The few children still alive after being so long abandoned watched him walk past with haunted eyes peering out from filth-streaked faces. Sores ate into their drawn lips. Their bellies were swollen under the rags. There was nothing to be done for them, and even if there was, Monkrat was not the man to do it. In his mind, he had left humanity behind long ago. There was no kinship to nip at his heart. Every fool the world over was on his or her own, or they were slaves. These were the only two states of being. Every other one was a lie, and Monkrat had no desire to become a slave, as much as Gradithan or Seman-Kellic might want that. No, he would remain his own world. It was easier that way. Ease was important. Ease was all that mattered. Soon, he knew, he would have to escape this madness. Gradithan's ambitions had lost all perspective, the curse of Kellic. He talked now incessantly of the coming of the dying god, the imminent end of all things and the glorious rebirth to follow. People talking like that disgusted Monkrat. They repeated themselves so often it soon became grossly obvious that their words were wishes, and the wish was that their words might prove true. Round and round, all that wasted breath. The mind so liked to go round and round, so liked that familiar track, the familiarity of it. Round, and each time round the mind was just that much stupider. Increment by increment, the range of thoughts narrower, the path underfoot more deeply trenched. He had even noted how the vocabulary diminished, as uneasy notions were cast away and all the words associated with them, too. The circular track became a mantra, the mantra a proclamation of stupid wishes that things could be as they wanted them, that in fact they were as they wanted them. Fanaticism was so popular. There had to be a reason for that, didn't there? Some vast reward to the end of thinking, some great bliss to the blessing of idiocy. Well, Monkrat trusted none of that. He knew how to think for himself, and that was all he knew, so why give it up? He'd yet to hear an argument that could convince him. But of course, fanatics didn't use arguments, did they? No, just that fixed gaze, the threat, the reason to fear. Aye, he'd had enough. Gods below, he was actually longing for the city where he had been born. There in the shadow of Mock's Hold, and that Blackwater Bay of the harbour where slept a demon, half buried in mud and tumbled ballast stones. And who knew, maybe there was no one left there to recognize him. And why would they, in any case? His old name was on the toll of the fallen, after all, and beside it was Black Dog Wood, 1159 Burn Sleep. The bridge burners were gone, dead, destroyed in Pale, with the remnants mopped up here at Black Coral. But he'd been a casualty long before then, and the years since then had been damned hard. No, it wasn't likely that he'd be recognized. Yes, Malah's city sounded sweet now, as he walked this wretched camp's main street, the squalling of gulls loud in his ears.
Gradithan, you've lost it. There won't be any vengeance on the Tiste Andii. Not for me, not for you. It was a stupid idea, and now it's gone too far.
History wasn't worth reliving. He understood that now. But people never learned that. They never fucking learned that, did they? Round and round. A fallen pilgrim stumbled out from between two hovels, brown-smeared chin and murky eyes swimming in some dubious rapture painting its lie behind them. He wanted to kick the brainless idiot between the legs. He wanted to stomp on the fool's skull and see the shit-colored sludge spill out. He wanted every child to watch him do it, too, so they'd realize, so they'd run for their lives. Not that he cared. High Priestess. She looked up, then rose from behind her desk, came round with a gathering of her robes, and then bowed. Son of Darkness, welcome. Did we have anything arranged? His smile was wry. Do we ever? Please, she said, do come in. I will send for wine and— No need on my account, High Priestess. Anomander Rake walked into the small office, eyed the two chairs, and then selected the least ornate one to sit down in.
He stretched out his legs, fingers lacing together on his lap, and eyed her speculatively. She raised her arms. "Shall I dance? Shall I sing? Abyss take me, no, please." "Do sit down," said Rake, indicating the other chair. She did so, keeping her back straight, a silent question lifting her eyebrows. He continued watching her. She let out a breath and slumped back. "All right, then. I'm relaxing. See?" "You have ever been my favorite," he said, looking away. "Your favorite what?" "High Priestess, of course. What else might I be thinking?" "Well, that is the eternal question, isn't it?" "One too many people spend too much time worrying about." "You cannot be serious, Anomander." He seemed to be studying her desk, not the things scattered on its surface, but the desk itself. "That's too small for you," he pronounced. She glanced at it. "You are deceived, alas. It's my disorganization that's too big. Give me a desk the size of a concourse, and I'll still fill it up with junk." "Then it must be your mind that is too big, High Priestess." "Well," she said, "there is so little to think about and so much time." She fluttered a hand. "If my thoughts have become oversized, it's only out of indolence." Her gaze sharpened. "And we have become so indolent, haven't we?" "She has been turned away for a long time," Anomander Rake said. "That I allowed all of you to turn instead to me was ever a dubious enterprise." "You made no effort to muster worship, Son of Darkness, and that is what made it dubious." One brow lifted. "Not my obvious flaws?" "And Mother Dark is without flaws? No, the Tiste Andii were never foolish enough to force upon our icons the impossibility of perfection." "Icons," said Anomander Rake, frowning as he continued studying the desk. "Is that the wrong word? I think not." "And that is why I rejected the notion of worship." "Why?" "Because sooner or later the believers shatter their icons." She grunted and thought about that for a time before sighing and nodding. 100 fallen, forgotten civilizations, yes, and in the ruins all those statues with their faces chopped off. The loss of faith is ever violent, it seems." "Ours was." The statement stung her. "Ah, we are not so different then, after all. What a depressing realization." "Endest Silan," he said. "Your stare is making the legs of my desk tremble, Lord Rake. Am I so unpleasant that you dare not rest eyes upon me?" He slowly turned his head and settled his gaze upon her. And seeing all that was in his eyes almost made her flinch, and she understood all at once the mercy he had been giving her, with his face turned away, with his eyes veiled by distraction. But then she had asked for his regard, as much out of vanity as the secret pleasure of her attraction to him. She could not now break this connection. Marshalling her resolve, she said, "Endest Silan, yes. The reason for this visit, I understand." "He is convinced he was broken long ago, High Priestess. We both know it is not true." She nodded. "He proved that when he sustained Moon's spawn beneath the sea. Proved it to everyone but himself." "I revealed to him my confidence," said Rake, "and each time he contracts. I cannot reach through, it seems, to bolster what I know is within him." "Then it is his faith that is broken." He grimaced, made no reply. "When the time comes," she said, "I will be there, to do what I can. Although," she added, "that may not be much." "You need not elaborate on the efficacy of your presence, High Priestess. We are speaking, as you said, of faith." "And there need be no substance to it. Thank you." He glanced away once more, and this time the wry smile she had seen before played again across his features. "You were always my favorite," he said. "Me, or the desk you so seem to love?" He rose, and she did the same. "High Priestess," he said. "Son of Darkness," she returned, with another bow. And out he went, leaving in his wake a sudden absence, an almost audible clap of displacement. But no, that was in her mind, a hint of something hovering there behind her memory of his face, his eyes, and all that she had seen there. "Mother Dark, hear me, heed me. You did not understand your son then. You do not understand him now. Don't you see?
This was all Draconis' doing.
"This ain't right," gasped Recanto Ilk, each word spraying blood. "When it comes to screaming women, they should be leaving the bar, not trying to get in."
The ragged hole the shrieking, snarling, jaw-snapping women had torn through the tavern's door was jammed with arms stretching, fingers clutching, all reaching inward in a desperate attempt to tear through the barrier. Claws stabbed into the Trell's tattooed shoulders, and he ducked his head lower, grunting as the demons battered at the door, planks splintering. But that Trell was one strong bastard, and he was holding him back, as he had been doing since that first rush that nearly saw Recanto's precious head get torn off. Thank whatever gods squatted in the muck of this damned village that these demons were so stupid. Not one had tried either of the shuttered windows flanking the entrance, although with that barbed hulk, Gruntle, waiting at one of them with his cutlasses at the ready, and Faint and the Bowl brothers at the other, at least if them demons went and tried one of them, they'd be cut to pieces in no time. Or so Recanto hoped, since he was hiding under a table, and a table wasn't much cover. Or wouldn't be if them demons was nasty enough to tear apart Gruntle and Faint and the Bowls and the Trell, and Sweetest Sufferance too, for that matter. Master Quell and that swampy witch Precious Thimble were huddled together at the back, at the bard's cellar door, doing hood knew what. Glano Tarp was missing. He'd gone with the horses when they went straight and the carriage went left, and Recanto was pretty sure that the idiot had gone and killed himself bad, or worse. As for that corpse, Cartographer, why, the last Ilk had seen of it, it was still lashed to a wheel, spinning in a blur as the damned thing spun off its axle and bounded off into the rainy night. Why couldn't the demons go after it? A damned easier fight. Repeated blows were turning the door into a shattered wreck, and one of the arms angled down to slash deep gouges across Mappo's back, making the Trell groan, and groaning wasn't good, since it meant Mappo might just give up trying to hold them back, and in they'd come, straight for the man hiding under the table. It wasn't fair. Nothing was fair, and what was fair about that, damn it? He drew out his rapier and clutched the grip in one shaky hand. A lunge from the knees. Was such a thing possible? He was about to find out. Oh, yes, he'd skewer one for its troubles, just watch. And if the other two, he was pretty sure there were 3 of them, ripped him up, then fine, just fine. A man could only do so much. Gruntle was shouting something at Mappo, and the Trell bellowed a reply, drawing his legs up under himself as if about to dive to one side. Thanks a whole lot, you ogre. And then all at once Mappo did just that, off to the right, slamming into the legs of the Bowls and Faint and taking all 3 down with him. An explosion of wood splinters and thrashing arms, clacking fangs, unclean hair, and terribly unreasonable expressions, and the 3 screeching women plunged in. 2 were brought up short pretty fast, as their heads leapt up in gouts of greenish uck and their bodies sprawled in a thrashing mess. Even as this was happening, the 3rd woman charged straight for Recanto. He shrieked and executed his lunge from the knees, which naturally wasn't a lunge at all, more like a flesh, a forward flinging of his upper body, arm and point extended, and as he overbalanced and landed with a bone-creaking thump on the floorboards, the rapier's point snagged on something, and the blade bowed alarmingly, and so he let go, so that it sprang up, then back down, the pommel crunching the top of Recanto's head, not once, but twice, each time driving his face into the floor, nose crackling in a swirl of stinging tears and bursting into his brain the horrid stench of mouse droppings and greasy dirt, immediately replaced by a whole lot of flowing blood. It was strangely quiet, and moaning, Recanto rolled onto his side and lifted himself up on one elbow, and found himself staring into the blank, horrible eyes of the woman who'd charged him. The rapier point had driven in between her eyes, straight in, so far that he should be able to see it coming back out from somewhere beneath the back of her skull, but it wasn't there, meaning,
"She broke it!"
he raged, clambering onto his feet.
"She broke my damned rapier!"
The demonic woman was on her knees, head thrust forward, mouth still stretched open, the weight of her upper body resting on the knocked-over chair that had served as pathetic barricade. The other 2, headless, still thrashed on the floor as green goo flowed. Gruntle was studying that ichor where it slathered the broad blades of his cutlasses. Mappo, the Bowls, and Faint were slowly regaining their feet. Sweetest Sufferance, clutching a clay bottle, staggered up to lean against Recanto.
"Too bad about your rapier," she said, "but damn me, Ilk, that was the neatest flesh I ever did see."
Recanto squinted, wiped blood from his streaming nose and lacerated lips, and then grinned.
It was, wasn't it? The timing of a master.
I mean, how could you have guessed she'd trip on one of them rolling heads and go down on her knees, skidding like that, straight into your thrust?
Tripped? Skidded?
Yes, well, like I said, I'm a master duelist.
I could kiss you,
she continued, her breath rank with sour wine.
Except you went and pissed yourself, and there's limits to decency, if you know what I mean.
That ain't piss. We're all still sopping wet.
But we don't quite smell the way you do, Ilk.
Snarling, he lurched away. Damned overly sensitive woman.
My rapier,
he moaned.
Shattered inside her skull, I'd wager, said Gruntle, which couldn't have done her brain any good. Nicely done, Recanto.
Ilk decided it was time to strut a little. Whilst Recanto Ilk walked round like a rooster, Precious Thimble glanced over worriedly at the bowls, and was relieved to see them both apparently unharmed. They hadn't been paying her enough attention lately, and they weren't paying her any now either. She felt a tremor of unease. Master Quell was thumping on the cellar door.
I know you can hear me, he called. You, hiding in there. We got 3 of them. Is there more? 3 of them killed. Is there more?
Faint was checking her weapons.
We got to go and find Glano, she said. Any volunteers?
Gruntle walked over, pausing to peer out of the doorway.
The rain's letting off. Looks as if the storm's spent. I'll go with you, Faint.
I was asking for volunteers. I wasn't volunteering myself.
I'll go,
said Ambi.
I'll go,
said Jula. And then they glared at each other, and then grinned as if at some private joke, and a moment later both burst out laughing.
What's so funny?
Precious Thimble demanded, truly bewildered this time.
Have they lost their minds? Assuming they have minds, I mean.
Her harsh queries sobered them, and both ducked, avoiding her stare. The cellar door creaked open, drawing everyone's attention, and a bewhiskered face poked out, eyes wide and rolling.
3, you said? You said 3?
The dialect was Jenabakan, the accent South Islander.
You got a 3, deed?
Quell nodded.
Any more lurking about, host?
A quick shake of the head, and the tavern keep edged out, flinching when he saw the slaughtered bodies.
Oh, darlings, he whispered. I'm so sorry, so sorry.
You know them? Quell asked. You know what they were?
More figures crowded behind the keep, pale faces, frightened eyes. To Quell's questions, the whiskered man flinched.
Cursed, he said in a rasp. Our doctors, cursed.
Cursed? When they come of age, right?
A jerky nod, and then the man's eyes widened on the wizard.
You know it? You know the curse?
How long have you had it, host? Here in this village, how long have you had the curse?
4 years now. 4 years.
And the man edged out.
Aye, their heeds. You can't erf their heeds.
Behind him, the others set up a wailing. Precious Thimble met Quell's eyes, and they exchanged a nod.
Still about, I'd say, Precious said under her breath. Agreed. Should we go hunting?
She looked round once more. Mappo was dragging the first naked, headless corpse out through the doorway. The green blood had blackened on the floor and left tarry streaks trailing the body.
Let's take that Trell with us, I think. Good idea.
Quell walked up to the tavern keep.
Is there a constable in this village who rules the land? Where in Hood's name are we, anyway?
Owlish blinks of the eyes.
Reach of Woe is where ye are. Seen the tour? It's where the provost leaves. Y'all won the provost, I expect.
Quell turned away, rubbed at his eyes, then edged close to Precious Thimble.
We're agreed, then, it's witchery, this curse.
Witch or warlock,
she said, nodding.
We're on the Reach of Woe, a wrecker coast. I'd wager it's the arrival of strangers that wakes up the daughters. They won't eat their kin, will they?
When the frenzy's on them, said Precious Thimble, they'll eat anything that moves.
That's why the locals bolted, then, right. Fine, witch, go collect Mappo, and this time tell him he needs to arm himself. This could get messy.
Precious Thimble looked over at the last body the Trell was now dragging outside.
Right,
she said. Flanked by the bowls, Jula on his right, Ambi on his left, Gruntle walked back down to the main street, boots squelching in the mud. The last spits of rain cooled his brow. Oh, he'd wanted a nastier fight. The problem with mindless attackers was their mindlessness, which made them pathetically predictable, and only 3 of the damned things.
I was going first, said Andii.
No, I was,
said Jula. Gruntle scowled.
Going where? What are you two talking about?
That window back there, said Jula, at the tavern. If and the girlies got in through the door, I was going out through the window, only we couldn't get the shutters pulled back.
That was your fault, said Andii. I kept lifting the latch and you kept pushing it back down.
The latch goes down to let go, Andii, you idiot.
No, it goes up. It went up, I saw it.
And then back down. Up, then down.
Gruntle's sudden growl silenced them both. They were now following the hoof prints and various furrows of things being dragged in the wake of the animals. In the squat houses to either side, muted lights flickered through thick glassed windows. The sound of draining water surrounded them, along with the occasional distant rumble of thunder. The air mocked with the freshness that came after a storm.
There they are,
said Andii, pointing.
Just past that low wall. You see them, Gruntle? You see them?
A corral. The wreckage of the carriage high bench was scattered along the base of the stone wall. Reaching it, they paused, squinted at the field of churned-up mud, the horses huddled at the far end, eyeing them suspiciously, and there something sprawled near the middle, a body. Far off to the left was one of the carriage wheels. Gruntle leading the way, they climbed the wall and set out for Glanno Tarp. As they drew closer, they could hear him talking.
And so she wasn't so bad compared to Nivy, but it was years before I realized not all women talked that way, and if I'd have known, well, I probably would never have agreed to it. I mean, I have some decency in me, I'm sure of it. It was the way she carried on pretending she was 9 years old, eyes so wide, all those cute things she did, which, when you think about it, was maybe cute sometime, long ago, but now, I mean, her hair was going grey for hood's sake. Oh, you found me. Good. No, don't move me just yet. My legs is broken, maybe a shoulder too. And an arm, wrist. Oh, and this finger here, it's sprained. Get Quell. Don't go moving me without Quell, all right? Thanks. Now, where was I? Nivy? No, that stallkeeper, Luft. Now, she didn't last, for the reasons I explained before. It was months before I found me a new woman. Well, before Kutra found me, would be more re-accurate. She'd just lost all her hair. The carriage wheel had moved slightly. Gruntle had caught the motion out of the corner of his eye, and leaving Glanno babbling on to the bowls, who stood looking down with mouths hanging open, he set out for it. He sheathed his cutlasses and heaved the wheel. It resisted until, with a thick slurping sound, it lifted clear of the mud, and Gruntle pushed it entirely upright. Cartographer was a figure seemingly composed entirely of clay, still bound by the wrists and ankle to the spokes. The face worked for a time, pushing out lumps of mud from its mouth, and then the corpse said,
It's the jam-smeared bread thing, isn't it?
Look at that, Quell said. Precious Thimble made a warding gesture and then spat thrice, up, down, straight ahead.
Black Dark Swamp, she said. Mott Wood. That was why I left, damn it! That's the problem with Jaggert. They show up everywhere.
Behind them, Mappo grunted, but otherwise offered no comment. The tower was something between square and round, the corners either weathered down by centuries and centuries of wind or deliberately softened to ease that same buffeting, howling wind. The entranceway was a narrow, gloomy recess beneath a mossy lintel stone, the moss hanging in beards that dripped in a curtain of rainwater, each drop popping into eroded hollows on the slab of the landing.
So, said Quell with brittle confidence, the village provost went and moved into a Jaggert tower. That was brave. Stupid. Stupidly brave, yes. Unless, she said, sniffing the air, that's the other problem with Jaggert. When they build towers, they live in them, forever.
Quell groaned. I was pretending not to think that, witch.
As if that would help. It helped me. There's 2 things we can do, Precious Thimble announced. We can turn right round and ignore the curse and all that and get out of this town as fast as possible. Or we can go up to that door and knock.
Quell rubbed at his chin, glanced back at a silent Mappo, and then once more eyed the tower. This witchery,
this curse here, Precious, that strikes when a woman comes of age. What about it? It's a damned old one, a nasty one. Can you break it? Not likely. All we can hope to do is make the witch or warlock change her or his mind about it. The caster can surrender it a whole lot more easily than someone else can break it. And if we kill the caster? She shrugged. Could go either way, wizard. Poof, gone. Or not. Anyway, you're stepping sideways, Quell. We were talking about this provost. Not sideways, which I was thinking, well, about you and sweetest sufferance and faint, that's all. All at once she felt as if she'd just swallowed a fistful of icy knuckles. Her throat ached, her stomach curdled. Oh, shit. And since, Quell went on remorselessly, it's going to be a day or two before we can effect repairs, at best, well, I think we'd better knock, she said. All right, just let me, empty my bladder first. He walked off to the stone-lined gutter to his left. Mappo went off a few paces in the other direction to rummage in his sack. Precious Thimble squinted up at the tower. Well, she whispered, if you're a Jaggert, and I think you are, you know we're standing right here, and you can smell the magic on our breaths. Now, we're not looking for trouble, but there's no chance you don't know nothing about that curse. We need to find that witch or warlock, you see, that nasty villager who made up this nasty curse, because we're stuck here for a few days. Understand? There's 3 women stuck here, and I'm one of them. You say something? Quell asked, returning. Let's go, she said as Mappo arrived, holding an enormous mace. They walked to the door. Halfway there, it swung open.
My mate, said the provost, is buried in the yard below.
He was standing at the window, looking out over the tumultuous seas warring with the shoals. Quell grunted. What yard? He leaned forward and peered down. What yard? The provost sighed.
It was there 2 days ago.
He turned from the window and eyed the wizard, who did his best not to quail. Bedusk Paul Covus Agape, who called himself a Jagged Anap, was simply gigantic, possibly weighing more than Mappo and at least 1.5 heads taller than the Trell. His skin was blue, a deeper hue than any Malazan Napan Quell could recall seeing. The blue even seemed to stain the silver-tipped tusks jutting from his lower jaw. Quell cleared his throat. He needed to pee again, but that would have to wait.
You lost her long ago?
Who?
Your mate.
Bedusk Agape selected one of the 3 crystal decanters on the marble table, sniffed at its contents, and then refilled their goblets.
Have you ever had a wife, wizard?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yes, it can be like that at times.
It can? The Jaggert gestured towards the window.
One moment there, the next gone.
Oh, the cliff.
No, I was speaking of my wife.
Quell shot Precious Thimble a helpless look. Off near the spiral staircase, Mappo stood examining an elaborate eyepiece of some kind, mounted on a spike with a peculiar ball hinge that permitted the long black metal instrument to be swiveled about, side to side and up and down. The damned Trell was paying attention to all the wrong things. Precious Thimble looked back at Quell with wide eyes.
Loss, stammered the wizard, is a grievous thing. Well, of course it is, said Bedusk Agape, frowning. Not always. If, for example, one loses one's, virginity, or a favorite shiny stone, say.
The red-rimmed eyes stayed steady, unblinking. Quell wanted to squeeze his legs together, no better, fold one over the other, lest his snake start drooling, or worse, spitting. Precious Thimble spoke in a strangely squeaky voice.
Jaggert Anap, the curse afflicting this village's daughters—
There have been 12 in all, said Bedusk Agape. Thus far.
Oh, what happened to the other 9?
The Jaggert flicked his gaze over to her.
You are not the first trouble to arrive in the past few years. Of course, he added, after sipping his wine, all the young girls are now sent to the next village along this coast. Permanently, alas, which does not bode well for the future of this town. I thought I saw women down in the tavern cellar.
said Precious Thimble. "Bearing a child prevents the settling of the curse. Mothers are immune. Therefore, if you or your fellow female companions have at any time produced a child, you need not worry." Said Precious Thimble, "I don't think any of us qualify." "How unfortunate," said Bedusk. "So how is it you got elected provost?" Quell asked. "Just curious, you see. I'm the nosy type, that's all. I didn't mean anything. I believe it was a collective attempt to ameliorate my grief, my solitude. None would deny, I now expect, that such an invitation was ill-conceived." "Oh, why?" "Well, had I remained in my isolation, this terrible curse would not exist, I am afraid." "It's your curse, then?" "Yes." A long moment of silence. From near the staircase, Mappo slowly turned to face them. "Then you can end it," said Quell. "I could, yes, but I shall not." "Why?" "Because you are not that important." Quell crossed his legs. "May I ask, what happened to your mate?" "We argued. I lost. I buried her." There seemed to be, at least to the wizard's thinking, something missing in that answer, but he was getting distracted by his bladder. He couldn't think straight. "So," said Precious Thimble in a thin voice, "if you lose an argument to someone, you then kill them?" "Oh, I didn't say she was dead." Mappo spoke from where he still stood. "She is now, Jagot." Bedusk Agape sighed. "That does seem likely, doesn't it?" "How long," Latrell asked, "was she pinned down, your mate?" 9 years or so." "And the argument?" "I sense a certain belligerence in you, Trell." "Belligerence, Jagot?" Mappo bared his fangs in a cold grin. "Your senses have dulled with disuse, I think." "I see. And you imagine you can best me?" "I was asking you about the argument." "Something trivial. I have forgotten the details." "But you found yourself alone, at least until the villagers took pity on you and elected you their provost. And then you fell in love?" Bedusk Agape winced. Precious Thimble gasped. "Oh, I see now. Oh, it's like that. She spurned you. You got mad again, only this time you couldn't very well bury the whole village." "Actually, I considered it." Well, you decided not to, then. So, instead you worked up a curse on her and all her young pretty friends, since they laughed at you or whatever. You turned them all into Tralkavonan, blood feeders." "You cannot hope to break my curse, witch," said Bedusk. "Even with the wizard's help you will fail." The Jagot then faced Mappo. "And you, Trell, even if you manage to kill me, the curse will not die." He refilled his goblet for the 3rd time. "Your women will have a day or so before the curse takes effect. In that time, I suppose, they could all endeavor to become pregnant." All at once, Quell sat straighter. But when he saw Precious Thimble's expression, his delighted smile turned somewhat sheepish. Down on the narrow strand of what had once been beach, at the foot of the raw cliff, waves skirled foam-thick tendrils through the chunks of clay and rock and black hairy roots, gnawing deep channels and sucking back into the sea milky, silt-laden water. The entire heap was in motion, settling, dissolving, sections collapsing under the assault of the waves. Farther down the beach, the strand re-emerged, the white sand seemingly studded with knuckles of rust, to mark the thousands of ship nails and rivets that had been scattered in profusion along the shoreline. Fragments of wood formed a snagged barrier higher up, and beyond that, cut into the cliff face, weathered steps led up to a hacked-out cave mouth. This cave was in fact a tunnel, rising at a steep angle up through the bowels of the promontory to open out in the floor of the village's largest structure, a stone and timbered warehouse where the wreckers offloaded their loot after the long haul of the carts from the cliff base. A tidy enterprise, all things considered, one that gave employment to all the folk of the village, from tending the false fires to rowing the deep-hulled boats out to the reef, where the stripping down of the wrecks took place, along with clubbing survivors and making sure they drowned. The local legend, concocted to provide meagre justification for such cruel endeavours, revolved around some long-ago pirate raids on the village, and how someone, possibly the provost who had always lived here, or the locally famous Gacharge Hadlorn who waits, but he had left, so there was no way to ask him, had suggested that, since the sea was so eager to deliver murderers to this shore, why could it not also deliver death to the would-be murderers? And so, once the notion was planted, the earth was tilled, with mallet and pick and flint and fire, and the days of fishing for a living off the treacherous shoals soon gave way to a far more lucrative venture. Oh, the nets were cast out every now and then, especially in the calm season when the pickings got slim, and who could deny the blessings of so many fish these days, and fat big ones at that? Why, it wasn't so long ago that they damned near fished out the area. The beach was comfortable with half-eaten corpses rolling up onto the sands, where crabs and gulls swarmed. The beach helped pick the bones clean and then left them to the waves to bury or sweep away. On this fast-closing night, however, something unusual clawed its way to the shore. Unusual in that it still lived. Crabs scuttled from its path as fast as their tiny legs could manage. Water sluiced from the figure as it heaved itself upright. Red-rimmed eyes scanned the scene, fixing at last on the steps and the gaping mouth of the cave. After a moment, it set out in that direction, leaving deep footprints that the beach hastened to smooth away.
"Do you really think I can't see what's going on in your skull, Quell? You're right there, first in line, with the three of us lying in a row, legs spread wide. And in you dive, worse than a damned dog on a tilted fence post. Recanto waiting for his turn, and Lano and Jula and Ambi and Mappo here, and Gruntle, and probably that damned undead—"
"Hold on a moment," growled the Trell.
"Don't even try,"
Precious Thimble snapped. They were marching back to the tavern, Precious Thimble in the lead, the other two hastening to keep up. That she was tiny and needed 2 steps for every one of theirs seemed irrelevant.
"Then again," she went on, "maybe that Jaggert will go and jump the queue, and by the dawn we'll all be planted with some ghastly monster, half Trell, half Jaggert, half pissy wizard, half—"
"Twins?" asked Quell. She swung a vicious glare back at him.
"Oh, funny."
"Anyway," added Quell, "I'm pretty sure that's not how things like that work."
"How would you know?" "No, me and Sweetest and Faint. We're out of here as soon as we can get our gear together. You can collect us somewhere down the road. This damned village can go to Hood, with Bedusk, Paul, Covus, Agape in the lead. They're damned wreckers anyway, and if anybody deserves cursing to damnation, it's them."
"I wouldn't disagree there," said Mappo.
"Stop trying to get under my skirt, Trell."
"What? I wasn't,"
Quell cut in with a snort.
"You don't wear skirts, witch. Though if you did, it'd be so much easier." Now she spun round.
"What would be, Quell?"
He'd halted and now backed up. "Sorry, did I think that out loud?"
"You think the curse on this village is bad. You just wait and see what I can come up with."
"All right, we take your point, Precious. Relax. You 3 just go, right?"